Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
He's had as an Astro. He won points. That'll improve the OPS. Deep to left field. Isaac Paredes ties the game up at 1 with a long home run to left.
He socked that one out of here.
Paredes drills one deep to left field, and that one is gone. Isaac Paredes, another home run in this series. 3 in the last 3 games, and the Astros have now a 6-run lead at 8-2.
Get you some. Isaac Paredes going yard.
3-hour and 22-minute rain delay. Game did not start till 10:02 Eastern time. And it finishes with a ground ball potentially to short. And this game's over. The Astros win it 8-2. They take 2 out of 3 from the Pirates on the road. Their first road series victory since winning 2 out of 3 against Minnesota in their first series on the road this year.
Wow, first road series win since then. That's crazy. Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call, Space City Home Network. We will play the song, yes, because the Astros are back up to their ceiling this year thus far. 6 games over 500, first place. Stayed up and watched the whole thing last night, Seth.
You did?
That's how into it I am right now.
Ben got all nervous because I wasn't in my chair 23 seconds before the show began, and what he didn't realize was I'm planning on not really in honor of Valdez enduring a 3-hour rain delay. I'm really not going to check in emotionally until 9 a.m. This is I'm going to basically just sit around and bide my time.
Yes.
Yeah. Listen, the Astros, Dana Brown flipped out on the Pirates yesterday. Looked like a scene out of the college playoffs where the Florida coach there flipped out on the
site rep, yeah.
Yeah. Because they were waiting. These guys got to get on a flight to go to Cleveland after this game. Framber, you don't want to start the game and then split it, and then obviously have Framber not, you wouldn't try to come back in.
Which is 2 innings, yeah.
Right. So Framber, great game, and got himself out of some hairiness at times in this game. The 7th inning, he had runners on 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs.
Yep.
But the 11 strikeouts,
11
or 12 strikeouts?
11. I'm looking at the box score. 7 innings, 11 strikeouts for Framber.
11 strikeouts, but also the Astros, who had scored 12 runs in their last 6 games, finally get a little bit more of a surge.
Yeah.
Just do something, please.
Yep. Strung some hits together, got a couple home runs from Paredes. Framber was, it's funny, Framber was, in my mind, just thinking back, I'm like, he wasn't the overpowering Framber that he's been the last couple of games. And then I'm like, well, he did have 11 strikeouts. Like, he was overpowering at times. But yeah, for Framber, he was a little trafficky at times. But still, like, under 100 pitches for 7 innings. The guys a little uncharacteristic, but the 11 strikeouts and really just coming out of the gates dominant. He struck out the first 4 guys of the game that he faced.
One of those walks he got robbed on a really nice pitch, but still, yeah, it was like Framber is very much rounded into form.
Yes,
and
yes.
Yeah, that was a great gutsy win last night, ever since that first home run, did you notice Callis really rolled the R on Paredes, which is I don't think you're supposed to ever roll the R when it's like that with the Paredes right there. Yeah. But I'm gonna give him that license there.
Yeah.
You know me with my 20 or 30 words of Spanish that I've learned in the time I've been in Houston.
We'll do that thing Lopez brought up yesterday during the toss where we'll ask Lopez what you're supposed to do with those R's.
Yes.
Exactly.
I don't think he was talking about us.
No.
Lopez brought up, it gets annoying sometimes whenever anybody has any question about anything. Hispanic or Mexican
Yeah,
American.
you're like a walking reference manual for anything Hispanic.
Would you prefer I ask Sean?
You get a bad
Sean,
answer.
what do the Mexicans do in this situation, Sean? I could ask Lopez, but
Yeah. So that was good last night. 8-2. You get a nice little series win there. You're still in first place. I'm telling you too, Seth, that this version of Jeremy Peña, I was thinking about this last night. I mean, Jeremy Peña, just the sheer numbers of it are one thing. I mean, he's got an OPS, as I do the math quickly here. He's got an OPS of 870 right now. He's got a batting average of 318. Since becoming the leadoff hitter stats for Jeremy Peña.
Yeah.
But as good as his overall numbers are, the numbers that he's had batting leadoff are through the roof. Like, this has been a real nice tear for Jeremy Peña, and his defense has been at an elite level all season long. He's back to being an elite defender. He's 3 for 5 last night, and he's getting hit. He's making hard contact too. A lot of times, Jeremy Peña, some of the hits are, it's with his legs he's getting the hits. It's ground balls in the infield. He's the fastest guy on the team. This version of Jeremy Peña, the one we're getting right now, I'll call him Leadoff Peña. Leadoff Peña is. I'll say leadoff Peña is as good or better than the best version we got of Carlos Correa at shortstop.
Oh, 100%.
Now, keep in mind, Carlos Correa finished in the top 5 for the MVP in his walk here. He was a top 5 MVP candidate. So I guess theoretically, that's what I'm comparing him to is 2021 Carlos Correa. This version of Jeremy Peña is in the conversation to be a top 5 MVP candidate. He at times has been the only good thing going offensively for this team. He's the best player on a team that's in first place right now. And a best player on a team that's in first place that's been missing its best offensive player all season long. And he's a Gold Glove level defender. I haven't looked around the landscape of the rest of the AL to see what the early, third of the way poll through the season looks like for MVP. Well, actually, yes, I have. They had an article about it last week, and Peña was like 6th. And he's 3rd in WAR right now. He's imagining anything last night to diminish his case.
He was like 0.1 behind second place. So
behind
he might be like
Crow Armstrong. Yeah, he might have jumped him. So that's my thing. Like, this version of Jeremy Peña is going to make a lot of money someday, man. He is elite right now.
The biggest thing about him too is, you mentioned you hadn't seen in the last few days. You haven't seen the stats since he's become the leadoff.
Right.
That's how good he's been. Is that for a while there we had to note that since getting moved to the one hole, he's been this, he's been that. Where now after his slow start to the season, he's elevating himself to the point where, like, okay, you don't have to couch it at all. He's just having a really, really good year.
Yes. Yeah.
One of the biggest things about his strikeout rate, his rookie year is 24%. Right now it's at 13%.
That's
he's almost halved.
Yeah.
He's cut his strikeouts in half.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's like he's just a completely, I don't want to say a completely different guy because obviously we saw the upside in him in his rookie year, but he's just consistently the best version of himself since being in the leadoff.
Strikeouts are always the harbinger, both for pitching and for the hitters. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what? I'll use McCullers as an example. Like when McCullers was really scuffling those first few starts, he was still striking guys out, and that's where you look at it. You go, okay, the elite stuff is still in there somewhere. He's still getting guys to swing and miss. And I think similarly with hitters, and I'll use Jake Myers as an example too. Jake Myers is striking out a whole lot less now than he was before. With pitchers, especially pitchers that are power pitchers, if they're still striking guys out, I'm like, all right, it's going to straighten itself out. And similarly with hitters, like if you look at a guy like Peña or Myers and you're trying to ask yourself, okay, is this just a real hot streak or is this something that might stick? That they're making contact and they're having better at-bats, I think, is a really big deal.
Since you brought up McCullers, I'm glad you did because McCullers had said, hey, I'm still discovering who I am as a pitcher coming off of this injury, the way he's had to do in the past. And I don't worry about the velocity as much as long as, for him, the thing that always made him special was the movement plus velocity. Yeah. But the movement is still there. Yeah. And like yes, the strikeouts are a good sign that he was able to, he's able to get the strikeouts still. But then also, when he first came back, he was really struggling with his control. Those first couple appearances, nobody knew where the ball was going. Remember, we were excusing the umpire for making bad calls because there's no way in God's green earth he knew where that ball was going. They're kind of like that's Charlie Morton's whole career. Charlie Morton would just aim for the center of the strike zone, and he didn't know any better than anybody else where the ball was going. Yeah. Lance has a lot more control than that, and because the movement's so nasty, I don't worry. I think as he transitions into whatever kind of pitcher he is now, as long as he can control that, it's going to be a really, really hard. It's going to be a really tough at bat for anybody. Yeah. No matter what, how fast the ball is traveling.
That's a sneaky good win last night, man. I know Pittsburgh stinks, but you sit around for 3.5. You know, that's.
Dana Brown was getting agitated because these guys are now getting to the point where. They got in last night at probably 3 or 4 in the morning. Then you got to turn around and play against Cleveland. Yeah, and it's man, what a. It's just still the bats. It was nice last night. Yeah. Just the consistency with the bats. Cam Smith got off the schneid. He had been 0 for 15 or so.
Over 15. Yep.
And that was a classic shift ban hit.
Yeah.
You know, it was right up where
sharp grounder.
A couple years ago, the shortstop would have been sitting right there. But they can do it. And, you know, Paredes has been consistent enough now that I feel like we're getting this version of Paredes.
Yeah. Champ Slice texts in, Sean, not Gold Glove level. He is a Gold Glover. Don't sell him short. We need him to get to the All-Star game. He was a Gold Glover 3 years ago. He was inconsistent last year. You know, he had his moments last year, so I'm not going to parse out semantics here. I know he's won a Gold Glove before, but it's been a while.
He was oddly inconsistent in that he was still making all the great plays. It's just that there were times where he had these wild throws and these errors that you just didn't expect to see. Yeah, Peña had some throws that were the equivalent last year of Altuve's base running.
Yeah,
you're just like, what? Why did that happen?
Yeah. You're good. Why are you doing this? Yeah. Champ Slice, immediate text as I'm talking about him. Also, I say that with love and humor. Don't burn me and call me well actually guy.
Whatever, Champ Slice. You're done. You're dead to us.
Champ Slice, you're a loyal listener. We love you. Even if you were well actuing me, I couldn't quit you. All right, we're done on this segment.
Already?
Yeah, I know. I just saw you do this thing here, and I was like,
I know, we do. We were bad yesterday. It was my fault yesterday.
Yeah.
I kept Clint on for about 5 minutes past the break.
That's all good. All right, so we're done for the opening segment, is what I meant to say. Yeah, Seth and I are not done for the morning. There's no 3.5-hour rain delays here, man. But we'll get to the NBA Finals a little later on. That was Tyrese Halliburton again last night. That guy's having one of the best postseasons we've ever seen. Okay, it finally happened. A crossover hit, as I learned this morning, doing my hit on the country station. Aaron Rodgers signs his deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday. What does this all mean for the Steelers? What does it mean in the AFC? Are we nervous at all about Aaron Rodgers at all in the AFC? We'll get to that coming up next.
You know what? The best thing to do during a 3-hour rain delay in my mind was, I wish I was at Churrasco's.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. Listen to the tease going into this segment coming out of the open. Sean, why on earth in the AFC? He's been bad the last 2 years, and he certainly didn't make anyone in the AFC nervous. Exactly. It was a question.
Did you say you were nervous?
No, I said, should we be nervous? That's all. It was a tease. Okay. Yeah. I said, should we be nervous about Aaron Rodgers sticking around because he could have gone to Minnesota. He could have gone to any number of places. Should we be? Texter, I'm with you.
No.
The answer is no. Yeah.
Right.
But that tease kept you around until a minute ago.
No, and likewise, the texter was just answering a question you had asked.
Yeah.
So Aaron Rodgers signs, as many people were increasingly starting to suspect, what was going to happen inevitably was Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers.
Yeah.
Because it didn't make any sense with what the Steelers were doing at quarterback, except that it doesn't also still make sense. If you go back to 2020, the Steelers in a year where they could have drafted, I don't know, try to make a move for a Joe Burrow or any number of quarterbacks, they decided to take their aging quarterback coming off of elbow surgery and roll their dice with him. And Ben Roethlisberger looked good at the beginning of the season, but then, as old, injured dudes tend to do, didn't look so great by the end of the season. So then, they mess around a little bit, and then they decide last year, well, let's try it with Russell Wilson. Let's take an aging, banged-up quarterback. Hey, and he looked good. The first part of the season fell apart in December. And, third time's the charm.
Yeah.
Now Aaron Rodgers is going to be 42 years old this year.
Yes.
Still less than 2 years off an Achilles tendon surgery. And did not look like himself last year. Was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league in a lot of respects. And other than that, just good luck to you, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they don't look it's kind of the curse of being a team that doesn't lose a lot is that you're never in position to go get the guy. Now, they were sitting there at 21 and could have taken Shedeur Sanders, could have taken Jackson Dart, who went a few picks later at 25. So there were solutions there that are certainly younger than Aaron Rodgers. I'm glad you brought up the age, Seth, because that's one of the first things I thought of. And if you're just waking up and you missed this news yesterday, Aaron Rodgers signs a one-year deal finally with the Pittsburgh Steelers. As Seth points out, this has been the foreshadowing's been there all along that this was going to happen. I'm looking up the numbers. It's 1 year, $20 million according to the article that I'm looking at here. So it's in that range where he's not getting paid like a high-level starter. He's getting paid a salary that's probably commensurate with a lot of what he's done in the past, but not recently. So it's 1 year, $20 million. But I'm glad you brought up the age because as I'm reading the article yesterday, and somewhere early in the article says Rodgers, 41, he's 41 right now.
And he turns 42.
And he turns 42 during the season. It's sometime between now and then. Will this finally be the aging quarterback that gets us off of this? What seems like people don't regard the age, but will this finally be what washes Tom Brady away and everybody thinking that they can play football at a high level into their 40s?
Tom Brady, and I would say, I can't remember how old Peyton Manning was in that last Super Bowl, but, aging, having come off of a severe injury, et cetera, with Peyton Manning. I doubt it. I doubt it because people are so desperate. Quarterback in the draft, all of this stuff's going to keep happening because they're so desperate for quarterbacks. But this is a Tom Brady. Tom Brady is screwing the Steelers over once again.
Yeah.
He had the Steelers number while he was a player when he was with the Patriots.
Yep.
And yet again, yes, I do think that you look at Aaron Rodgers and it's tempting to think, well, hey, Tom Brady did it. Right. Tom Brady did it as one of the smartest quarterbacks who's ever played the game. Tom Brady did it as a quarterback who was maniacal about his health and aging gracefully and who never did really rely on his athleticism as a younger quarterback. Rodgers is the opposite in so many regards. I mean, you can look at him, and yes, he cares about his spiritual health and all the whatever he does, in terms of his just the journey he's on in that regard. But he always looks like a guy who's been hungover for 3 straight weeks.
Yes.
He looks like Vince Vaughn when it comes to. Do you look at Vince Vaughn and think, yeah, that's a healthy guy?
Right.
No, you don't. Yeah. So with Aaron Rodgers. And he's never been a guy who's just been obsessive about the mental part of the game the same way Peyton Manning and Tom Brady were. Those are the things that really hold you over. I mean, his whole his whole deal is he wants to run his own offense and do whatever the hell he wants to do with wide receivers that he trusts. And he's getting thrown into a role where with an offensive coordinator and Arthur Smith, who's going to want to run a very specific run-heavy.
Specific is the word. That's the exact word I was thinking of. Based on the play action. Yes.
Yeah. And the odds are stacked against them.
Well, I don't know how many there weren't a lot of options out there for Aaron Rodgers, so maybe it's one of those things he still wants to play football, but the musical chairs were getting filled up along the way. So yeah, this will be interesting. Now he will be there for minicamp, unlike last year where he was in Egypt for minicamp. So the timing of this, Aaron Rodgers had said publicly that he hadn't signed anywhere yet because he had family members that were dealing with cancer. But he's obviously sensitive. It would appear he's sensitive to the criticism that he may have gotten. I don't know. Aaron Rodgers may not be sensitive to any criticism. He's highly sensitive. I don't know that he enacts any sort of change to respond.
Yeah, I think he laid it all out about just why he was taking his time with it and everything.
Yeah.
And he has worked out with DK Metcalf.
Yep.
Sometime in the last couple months. They know each other a little bit.
Yep.
And that is where the Steelers would say, hey, no, we are changing our ways. We were just focusing on, hey, we're gonna have an awesome defense, and the defense can anchor us. Where now they've spent aggressively for DK Metcalf.
Mm-hmm.
They're now getting I wouldn't call it an aggressive move, maybe a bold move to just throw everything in with Aaron Rodgers. And my first question was, where's Randall Cobb right now? And how soon can he get to Pittsburgh?
What are they going to have to give up to get Alan Lazard on this team? Yeah.
Yeah, which recently retired or should be retired NFL player who has experience with Aaron Rodgers is on their way to,
Yeah, no, that's so we'll see. I'm anxious to see the cultural fit. I'm anxious to see how Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers get along. I'm anxious to see what Pittsburgh thinks of Aaron Rodgers when they're, if and when, they're 8 games into the season and they're 3-5 or something like that. Like Aaron Rodgers doesn't seem to me to have, and I've never lived in Pittsburgh. I was born in Pittsburgh, but I only lived there 2 years. I've not spent a ton of time in Pittsburgh, but from a reputation standpoint, it's a very blue-collar, hardcore football city. Yeah. It doesn't feel like an Aaron Rodgers kind of personality. I'm just curious how forgiving the city's going to be if Aaron Rodgers is failing halfway through the season.
If I had to guess, I don't think any Steelers fans are all that excited about this. Yeah. I think if he had shown up at the Pat McAfee event in Pittsburgh, he might have gotten booed. I don't know. Fans can delude themselves into lots of things.
Sure.
But the drama that's already happened by extending this out so long, and what I've said all along, with all due respect and deference to the fact that Aaron Rodgers apparently has some people in his inner circle dealing with cancer, is how he said it.
Yeah.
So not necessarily family.
Right.
Yes, that's hard. That's hard to deal with. The problem is that, okay, yes, that's a very serious thing, and yet young, hungry, want to win no matter what types of quarterbacks have also dealt with family adversity. And they figure out a way to, they're still laser focused on football while also dealing with things in their family. That right from the get-go feels like I genuinely don't feel like this guy is all in the same way Tampa. Right, had stuff going on with his family, missed time in training camp, and it was reflected in the performance that year. So it's great. People move on in their lives or at different phases and everything. That doesn't mean that your football team has to take all that stuff on.
There are certain jobs in the real world and in the sports world where the importance of your job is above the line of being able to take time off for things like that. It sounds callous. It may sound callous to people to say that, but if you're trying to be elite, if you're trying to be the best, there can only be one Super Bowl winner. There can only be one. You've got to things on the margins, especially at quarterback, matter. It's a really good point.
Especially when you're talking about a new quarterback coming in to work with a new offensive coordinator. And for me, that's where with Rodgers, you look at all of the issues in Green Bay. A lot of it reportedly just stemmed from Aaron Rodgers wanted to do his own thing, and Mike McCarthy not necessarily being on the same page as him, and all of that. And then when Rodgers ends up in New York, he's got a hand-selected offensive coordinator who's never actually demonstrated any competence as an offensive coordinator.
No.
And that's the guy he wanted because he was going to do what Aaron Rodgers wanted to do. And a lot of the things the Jets were doing offensively were kind of primitive 90s or early 2000s types of stuff that was good back then.
Yeah.
But Rodgers just wants everything just so that's comfortable for him. Like, the only way this works is if he buys in 100% on running Arthur Smith's offense.
Yeah, I agree with that. As you lay that out, I'm thinking, boy, this feels very familiar. What I'm going through as a Rocket fan, trying to envision what Kevin Durant is going to be like coming in.
Yeah.
Guy who's at a similar stage of his career as Aaron Rodgers is in football. Guy who suffered an Achilles injury a few years ago. Aaron Rodgers is a little bit more recent. But a guy who I think, like Kevin Durant, like, you can't come in here and spoil what we got going on. You carry a skill that the Rockets absolutely need in order to get to where they want to get to. But there's already a system in place here that you got to kind of – I know you're a future Hall of Famer and a multi-time All-Star.
Yeah.
There is an element where you're going to have to blend in. And I think quarterback, it's a little bit harder to do in the NFL because you got the ball in your hands on every play. But I think him – embracing Arthur Smith's system is the equivalent of that. Like, you got to do it the way we've laid it out to do it. You're not freelance Aaron Rodgers anymore.
Well, if you go back to Golden State, it wasn't just the exchange between Draymond Green and Kevin Durant that was like the source of any drama or anything. There was a general complaint of Warriors fans in that first season was that, man, Durant doesn't really seem to be on the same page or want to run our style of play.
Yeah.
And that's when he's stepping onto a team that's already a championship caliber team with or without him. That's where it gives me pause, and that's where I defer to Ime Udoka.
Sure.
And Udoka has experience with Kevin Durant. Does Udoka, because there's also a part of me that says, like, okay, step into what offensive system? Okay, can he step into this high-powered offense for the Rockets? Yeah, all right. Oh, no, he's going to destroy throws.
There is a little bit of clunkiness with the analogy, but it's and we'll talk about Durant in headlines. There was a little bit of news yesterday about Kevin Durant. Hey, real quick, back to Rodgers. The odds barely moved yesterday for the Steelers, which tells me that the odds makers knew this was coming. Like, they'd already baked Aaron Rodgers into the Steelers' Super Bowl odds and whatnot. Their win total right now is 8.5. Over under 8.5, and you'd have to risk more on the under. So the money right now from bettors out there, there's more on the under than the over 8.5. How are you feeling about the Steelers? If you had to bet over under, I mean, that's right down the middle, 8.5 on a 17-game season.
I would take the under because I think there's a really good chance it ends up being Mason Rudolph or Will Howard at some point for a huge chunk of the season.
Yeah.
They're probably going to get T.J. Watt back. They do. It's funny, I'm reading all these articles yesterday about the Steelers and their cap situation and how they could continue to be aggressive on offense. And I'm like checking the calendar.
I'm like, who?
I'm like, okay, I guess. Like the cap. I guess they have the cap space because they've got about $30 million in cap space before the Rodgers signing is logged in. But they've got a boatload of cap space next year, so they can get real creative. They're probably going to redo T.J. Watt's deal. Yeah. Unless I missed it and it was announced that he already did. But, I like, they've got cap space. I don't, like, free agency's over.
It is.
The potential trades are there, I suppose.
Trades, that's what I was going to say. Like, I looked yesterday, Terry McLaurin is agitated, and they've got the cap space still to do it if they want to. But, would that be something that, the Steelers, like, if the Commanders, I would recommend you sign Terry McLaurin. You got Jaden Daniels on a rookie deal, but something like that. Something where a guy comes available and they make a trade, I guess that would be where they would do it.
So, to answer our original question, I don't think anybody's really all that nervous about the Pittsburgh Steelers except for Steelers fans themselves.
I'm more.
And honestly, when you go to Mike Tomlin and what he's done since he won the Super Bowl is he's lost a bunch in the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Mike Tomlin where it feels like Jeff Fisher was for years.
Yeah.
Where – boy, you can guarantee. And Jeff Fisher got way more guff for it.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just because they lost that Super Bowl. If they had won that Super Bowl, maybe they would continue to say, yeah, look at that. They're always in the mix with Jeff Fisher. But he was 500 every single year.
All the time. And Schefter had one of the best stranger takes I've seen, if not worst takes I've seen yesterday. It was in writing, so it won't wind up on Take a Mania at 9 o'clock today. but it was something along the lines of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers need each other. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016, and Aaron Rodgers hasn't won a playoff game since 2020. 1,600 days since he won a playoff game, and I'm going, they need each other. The team that can't win a playoff game needs the quarterback that can't win a playoff game. Like, well, how does that make sense? They need each other. No, the Steelers need somebody who can win playoff games. That's what they need. It made no sense to me.
The other thing with Fisher is I should point, it was with the really 500 every single year.
Yeah,
it was. But it was like in terms of like judging him or viewing him in its entirety,
he was hovering around there with the Titans quite a bit too. He went to a Super Bowl, obviously, with the Titans, but
the last really good push they made was in 2002 when the Titans lost in the AFC Championship game. And I think after that it was a whole lot of losses in the wild card or divisional round and 500 records with the Rams and with the Titans. Like from 2009 through 2015, he was like right around 500 almost every year.
You could count on it, man.
But but there was a difference. He was just below 500, whereas Tomlin's just above 500.
Always above 500. Yeah. He does that consistently. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday, off and running. Let's get to headlines. Let's circle back to the Astros. If you missed it, you probably didn't stay up late to watch that baby last night. Good night for the Astros. Good night for Tyrese Halliburton. And the Rockets make a signing for the front office. It has an interesting wrinkle to it that we'll get into in headlines, and we'll do that coming up next. But I am about 4 hours away from strolling into
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
Paredes drills one deep to left field, and that one is gone! Isaac Paredes, another home run in this series. 3 in the last 3 games, and the Astros have now a 6-run lead at 8-2.
Get you some. Isaac Paredes going yard.
2 home runs for Isaac Paredes. That's his 3rd home run of this series against the Pirates, and the Astros win last night 8-2 in a game that was rain delayed by 3 hours and 22 minutes. This thing went from awesome, a 5:40 start in Pittsburgh, to they may as well be playing the Mariners. It started at 9 o'clock last night.
Yeah, and they were trying to figure out a time for one of the problems was that they would have called it all together, but it was really hard to find a time in the schedules.
These guys, they play them once a year. Yeah.
Dana Brown was getting agitated, just tearing into various people. There's a big huddle there in the infield, and Dana Brown's just yelling at anybody in any Pittsburgh gear.
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good, Dana Brown.
Yeah.
And they end up embarrassing the Pirates. People are starting to question whether the Pirates could win a World Series now after that exchange.
I don't
know if they got the. I don't know if they've got the fortitude for it.
Let me tell you, I love their gamesmanship there, Mackie, of these Pirates right here. So I said this earlier, and I'll stand by this. That's a nice, sneaky, good win for the Astros. One, you win a series against a team you're supposed to win a series against. One of the wins was against Paul Skeens. That was great. But, man, you sit around for 3 hours and 22 minutes, especially Framber sitting around. Like, Framber still has those moments where you just don't know if it's going to be even-keeled Framber or loco Framber. And you just don't know what getting mentally prepared to pitch at 540 is a very different thing than getting mentally prepared to pitch at 540 and then having to sit for 3 hours and pitch 9 o'clock at night in front of an empty stadium practically.
And there were some hairy moments, too, for Framber early on and then in the 7th inning as well. His last batter he faced, which ended up ending the 7th inning, that was probably going to be the last batter he'd faced.
Yep.
But then it also worked out, too, because, Hader started warming up when things were a little bit hairy in the 8th, and then you were able to sit him down because the Astros got you some insurance runs.
Yeah.
Offensively, they had scored 12 runs. That's not championship caliber baseball.
Nope.
So it's a little smidgen of let's do this, guys. Let's sack this on.
Yeah.
Let's do the Henry Winkler in the Waterboy. You've had a taste of scoring more than 2 runs in a game. Let's just keep building on that.
Keep doing it, man.
Yes.
Let's keep doing it. They're a game and a half up on the Mariners in the AL West. They've got Cleveland over the weekend here, and then they come back home, I believe, to play the White Sox. they're in the middle of this stretch right now that is a pretty forgiving stretch of baseball when it comes to the opponents. So Cleveland's all right. Cleveland's a wild card team right now. So that'll be a nice challenge. Colton Gordon tonight, Seth. Is that what you said?
Yes, Colton Gordon tonight.
Okay,
Let's do this, Colton.
Let's do
this. Let's do it.
Yes.
6 2/3 innings out of you. That's what I don't ask for much. Come on.
That would be incredible. All right, so we'll circle back to the Astros a little later on in the show. But a good night last night, 8-2. If you went to sleep, they won. So that's good. If you went to sleep early and missed the end of the NBA Finals Game 1, I tell you, yeah, that would have been a game that I would have gone to bed early because it looked like one of those games, Seth, and I was watching it much more intently last night because there was a rain delay with the Astros going on. But for most of the game into the fourth quarter, it was one of those games that every time Indiana would get within about 8 or 9 or 10 points of the Thunder would hit a big bucket. They just kind of kept them at arm's length all night. And then I'm looking up at that game. Once the Astros game started, I kind of put that one on a secondary screen. And I look up and I'm like, holy crap, this is a 3-point game or, whatever it was in the last minute. Cut to the chase. Tyrese Halliburton hits yet another huge shot in the waning seconds to complete a comeback for the Pacers. And the Pacers nothing in a series where they are as heavy an underdog as we've seen in an NBA Finals in a long, long time.
This is one. I'm glad this game happened because I don't know where I got confused, Sean. I was going through a confusing time in my life, and I had said, all right, I'll go back to just hating anything and everything from Indiana now that they've beat the Knicks. Yeah. And maybe I'll pull for Oklahoma City in this game. And it took last night's game for me to remember. Oh my God. Oklahoma City fans might be my least favorite people on earth. Yeah. That is like in a non-real world situation. Yep. I just despise them. Yeah. I hate them so much. And all of the nonsense they've pulled through the years. Mm-hmm. Various crimes they've committed against various Houston Rockets players and whatnot. I'm back into let's do this, Pacers. None of the players are from Indiana, so I still hate everybody from Indiana, but I don't hate them. I don't hate them as much as I hate Oklahoma City Thunder fans.
It is wild. Tyrese Halliburton has done this at least one time in every series so far. They had the big comeback against Milwaukee. He hits the game winner. They had the big comeback against Cleveland. Hits the game winner. He had the shot against the Knicks to send it to overtime, the one that bounced way up in the air and went in. And he did it last night. He wasn't really good last night either. He only had 14 points, but man, when it mattered, they had a chance. Oklahoma City did. They're up 110. They're up 110 to 109. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP of the league, has a mid-range jumper, which is his thing, and he misses about a 12-foot jump shot. And the Pacers did what they do. They don't call timeouts late in games like this. They like to keep things kind of scrambled. Don't let the defense set up. And Tyrese Halliburton, man, just took matters into his own hands, as they say. The Pacers committed 19 turnovers in the first half of this game, and we're still only down by 12. That was, to me, at halftime, I felt like, man, if I'm the Pacers, I feel pretty good about where I'm at right now. 19 is bad for a whole game, let alone a half.
That's such an easy. That's the sweet spot for a coach at halftime because you've got your halftime speech is already written when you walk in, and it's one in which you can be a hard ass and yet also focus on the positive. Listen, look at where we are right now. Get your heads in it. It just sharpen and tighten these things up, and we're destroying these guys. Yes. Tyrese Halliburton, face of the league.
It is funny though. Stephen A. Smith has had a few segments during the playoffs where he's claimed Tyrese Halliburton, not a superstar. And I'm like, all right, but if he doesn't fit your label as superstar, that's fine. I'll take him on my team. Dude's clutch as hell, man.
I like the shot of his dad after that shot, too. His dad always, whenever they zoom to his dad in the stands, he kind of almost looks like, am I allowed to show emotion here? We're like, okay, sorry, yay. Yay, team. Yay. Yeah. And he's like, look, he's got a head on a swivel, like waiting to.
And the league is probably like, hey, you're allowed to show emotion. Just don't stroll out onto the floor and start waving jerseys in the other team's face.
I know, but credit to his dad. He's hyper vigilant about it.
He's saying we'll mention it here for those who didn't hear it yesterday or just got into your cars. Aaron Rodgers signs a 1-year, $20 million deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Okay, this is funny. Seth, you had mentioned, what are people in Pittsburgh thinking about this? We had a texter text in. My friend is a diehard Steelers fan, she posted this news on social media, and her only response was pathetic. She channeled McClain. Another person replied to her pathetic with so pissed. I don't think Steeler fans are happy. Oh, and another one, this same texter replied with, he's a POS and the Steelers have gone to an all-time low. God, I wish he'd gotten introduced at that McAfee thing a couple of months ago, because I think you're right. I think he might have gotten like at best, maybe like a mixed reaction, a smattering of boos and cheers at that thing.
This is like, you know what this feels like with the Steelers? It feels like if your buddy came in to some dinner party or something with his girlfriend he's been bragging about, and you're not going to believe who I'm dating, and it's current day Lonnie Anderson. You're like,
current day,
like your 35-year-old friend is like, you're not going to believe who I landed, right. and he walks in with Lonnie Anderson. Let me show you some clips from WKRP.
Yeah.
That's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
he's present-day Lonnie Anderson.
Let me show you some clips of the 2010 Super Bowl. That's WKRP.
That's all natural there, buddy.
That's WKRP in Cincinnati, Lonnie Anderson. That's great. Is she still with us?
She's still alive, yeah.
Is she? Okay, good.
It says is when they're in their bio. I
always look at that too. What's the tense of the verb?
Yeah, she's 79 years old.
Good for her, man. That's a good run. DJ Augustine, former Rocket, NBA player for over a decade, hired for the Rockets front office. He has a non-disclosed, at least in the articles that I read, front office position with the Rockets. Set the wrinkle here. We'll get into this later in the show. Teammate of Kevin Durant at the University of Texas, DJ Augustine.
Oh, so many years spent together there. Those bonds really forge over the course of 9 months. You can never erase that time together.
That was the first year of the one-and-done rule, Kevin Durant's year. Yeah, so he spent almost a calendar year with DJ Augustine.
These guys were they had at least 9 or 10 meals together in a cafeteria.
Listen, smartass. I'm sure they've kept in touch through the years, all right? I'm sure they text all the time. Okay, all right.
So the Knicks are the leader on the odds boards for KD.
Yeah. We got to get into that. Like, what are the Knicks gonna? What are the Knicks trading? They traded all their picks for Mikal Bridges. What are we doing? But we'll get to that later in the show. Kelvin Sampson gets a new deal as well. 4 years, $23.5 million. Congrats to him and future Sampsons. That's a nice chunk of change to coach college hoops. All right, C.J. Stroud is not alone in the shoulder injury to quarterbacks in the AFC South category. What would we be thinking right now if the injury to C.J. Stroud elicited this answer from his head coach? Shane Steichen describing. We will get to that coming up next.
Underdog is one of the best places to
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We're gonna get into shoulder injuries. CJ ain't alone, man. In the AFC South, we got shoulder injuries galore. The quarterback.
Sean, while you were gone, I had a pretty good rant, like an old school rant of mine. I think it's on one of our promos now. It was vintage. It was like back in my day. I almost felt like Aaron Rodgers in the Jets game. Like, nope, you're going to see this from me every now and then. In the Texans versus Jets game. Yeah. It was because Brandon and I were talking about where D'Amico can improve as a coach, as a head coach. And it was like very, very fair. Very fair. And we were basically complimenting him as we were just talking. And we had a texter text in and say, guys, D'Amico isn't going anywhere. Houston doesn't deserve D'Amico, complaining about him after going to the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. And I flipped out because, obviously there wasn't anything close to us saying, oh, yeah, they got to get rid of D'Amico or something.
Yeah.
But it reminded me, so Brandy, I guess because she wanted to see another rant out of me, she reminded me of the time that I asked a simple question, I think Beyonce is attractive, but I'm 50 years old. Yeah. I'm in an older generation, and she's always been a young woman to me, whatever. I was curious. I was like, do teenage boys or young men, do they look at Beyonce? Because she's now almost 40 years old, is she not?
Yeah.
So it was a very simple question. Do young people look at Beyonce as, oh, wow, she's hot or whatever?
Okay.
And immediately we got 30 replies of people saying, what are you talking about, Seth? Of course she's hot. I'm 45 and I think she's hot. And there was no amount of explaining I could do to get people to answer the damn question.
Yeah.
And then at Thanksgiving, we were at Thanksgiving dinner around so I had teenagers there, my nieces and nephews and their friends, and I had the people my age.
Yeah.
And I asked the question, and immediately my mom chimes in, of course she's hot. I'm like, Mom, my teenage nephew is right there. He can tell me whether he finds her attractive or not. But you're insisting on telling me.
You're not the target.
That's the stuff that angers me.
Okay.
I don't get angry about anything hardly at all these days. But the inability to just understand the simplest instructions or just the most basic comprehension.
Right.
I know there's so many people that I can't even believe they learned how to read somehow.
Well, Seth, this is what I'll say to you. Yeah. She's 43.
The answer I got from my teenage
that's what I'm curious.
Nephew was no, he doesn't look at her that way the same way he might look at younger celebrities, you know?
I will say this, and I think this is across all age groups, across each gender, that 43 now, she's 43. 43 now is not the same as 43 when you and I were your nephew's age. I do think it's possible for the younger generation to empirically look at the older generation much differently than you and I probably did.
But then that's all I was curious about.
Right,
I wasn't curious about any 45-year-old and what he individually, personally thought of Beyonce.
You shut up, you shut up, you shut up. I want to know what these people think over here.
I blame social media.
Yes.
I think it's just because I see something, my opinion matters, and I'm going to tell you what it is.
Of course.
Well, let's consider other people's opinion. No, you're taking away my rights.
Oh, my God. That's funny. All right, so Anthony Richardson is going to miss time with pain in his AC joint.
No!
This is it's a recurring injury for him, yeah. And we know what his completion percentage was because I saw you pointed out with a healthy AC joint.
Yeah, this is it's either a huge blow to people who prefer their quarterbacks to have a greater than 50% completion percentage, because if Anthony Richardson is the quarterback this year, I don't think he's going to have a greater than 50% completion percentage.
I don't
But
either.
Daniel Jones does.
Yes.
And this is honestly, I think I texted this to you, but so Anthony Richardson, we'll get into the current dynamics of it. But he got to stay healthy for a sustained stretch in his 2-year career, right? Okay, whatever, it's 2 years. It's the diversity of things that he's missed for that's
He is
so amazing.
Operation the Wacky Doctor's Game guy with all the different injuries and the red nose that buzzes when you touch the sides.
He's missed 17 games because of injuries. 12 of those absences were because of the AC joint sprain that required surgery. 2 were for back spasms, which happened, by the way, after they decided, okay, maybe we just need to run Anthony Richardson more. Another 2 were due to an oblique injury, 1 because of a concussion, and on top of those, he was benched for 2 games last year due to what Steichen cited as a lack of game preparation. And that came on the heels of him taking himself out of the game on 3rd and goal when trailing in the second half of a football game.
Against the Texans. Yeah. It was against the Texans. That's funny. Two things when it comes to that. One, the back injury, if I recall, when he had the back spasms, he disclosed, like, oh, yeah, this is something I've had for a long, long time.
And it was after they, because people were saying, why don't they just run Anthony Richardson more?
Yeah.
And Steichen kind of agreed in his actions in that, all right, we're going to have to run him more. And that lasted all of a couple of games, then he got back spasms.
The last part that you pointed out there of him getting benched for a lack of professionalism, like, can you imagine having this conversation about a guy who's in his second year in the league, and just let's talk about the injuries, the medical stuff for a second, and you list all those injuries, and my response, if I didn't know anything about him, would be, well, I mean, you drafted him 4th overall. At least he's a pro's pro. You know what I mean? At least he's...
Right, yeah.
No. A couple of these games
he's learning how to act like a professional.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We've got all kinds of issues. Oh, well, but clearly sometimes people just have bad luck. Does he have a history of injuries? Yeah.
Sit down for a second. Let's talk. What do we want to talk about? All right, so here's Shane Steichen yesterday. Shane Steichen came right into his press conference yesterday and laid out the news.
All right, I'll start off. Last week in practice, Anthony sustained an injury in his throwing shoulder. Felt some pain in it. Doctors, trainers checked it out. He's got some aggravation in his AC joint. So we're going to set him out this week. Obviously, he'll sit out for mini camp. We'll see when he comes back. Not going to put a timetable for training camp on it, but when he does come back, we'll ease him into throwing. And then we'll go from there. The good thing is he's not going to need a procedure right now.
So is there a relationship to the previous injury?
It's the same AC joint, yeah.
Is this normal-ish?
I'm not a doctor. I know he's got some aggravation there, yeah.
So you said this happened last week?
Last week, yeah.
Just what the conversation been like with him? Obviously, he's been through a lot injury-wise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's frustrating, but he is in good spirits, so we're working through it right now.
Do you think he could lead into the regular season, or do you think in training camp he'll be back?
I think at some point in training camp, yeah.
All right, so I think at some point in training, I think 2 things about that cut, Seth. One, Shane Steichen, I'll point this out. I watched the whole press conference. Shane Steichen stood in for about 3 minutes and answered Anthony Richardson quarterback shoulder questions. So he stood in there and answered all the questions for that. 2 things stand out at me about that answer. One is the good news is he's not going to need a procedure right now. So door's still open to a procedure of some sort on that shoulder. And then the very end there, I think at some point we're going to get him back during training camp. Which
I think at some point.
Yeah, right. Like very open-ended.
He'll be fine, or he's ready to go, or anything else like that.
Very open-ended. We'll get to C.J. Stroud in just a second, but as far as the Colts go, like the Colts, I think most experts have the Colts as the next best competition to the Texans in the AFC South right now. Is Anthony Richardson at a level of quarterback where we're rooting for him to get healthy enough again because they're worse because I think he's the one they're invested in. They used the 4th overall pick on him. Daniel Jones is a 1-year hired gun. Would you rather face the Colts twice this year with Daniel Jones under center or Anthony Richardson under center?
I would rather. Okay, this is a more complicated answer than it sounds like it should be.
Yeah.
I would prefer that Anthony Richardson be the quarterback as much as possible for the Colts when it comes to the division standings, everything else.
Yeah.
Because I think Daniel Jones will just actually run the offense, be available, all that stuff, and especially because he's pretty damn athletic, and Steichen can do some really good things with the RPO.
100%, yes.
And yet I still remain on any given Sunday. Anthony Richardson's such a wild card in that he can hurt you with his legs, he can hurt you with the deep ball, and sometimes he terrorized me because you could be a vastly superior football team and still lose to Anthony Richardson.
3 plays, and then that wipes out all the bad plays.
Yeah, so I'd rather have it be Anthony Richardson for 15 games, except the 2 games versus the Texans, Daniel Jones, because it's a known quantity.
Yeah.
You can just, but not, and it's not like Daniel Jones is like so much better or anything than Anthony Richardson that I fear him, but it's complicated. Anthony Richardson is not long for this league. I think it's pretty clear. I would put the over-under on his career at about 4.5 seasons.
Yeah.
Because somebody will give him a chance, but he just can't stay healthy.
This
is going back to high school.
Yep.
He is injured all the time. And it doesn't look like he's the kind of guy who's wired to actually really commit himself to changing. I mean, they had to talk him out of doing parkour in college. He's just parkour. Sean.
We saw some kids filming a parkour video when we were on vacation. Like they were standing, they were standing high up on these walls, and 2 of them have their little, their cameras out and things like that. I'm like, hey, trying to remember, like, who is it again? Oh, that's right, Anthony Richardson, big parkour guy. That's right.
It's funny, you know how we complain about how kids just don't play outside as much as they used to, and yet at the same time, there's a part of me that's like, but then when they do play outside,
they're going to kill themselves.
We did some stupid stuff on bikes and ramps and everything growing up, but it was never like, I'm going to try to jump this 30-foot ditch on my Huffy.
Never at great heights. Everything we did was we were on the ground for most of it.
I never filmed myself on a skyscraper doing anything.
Yes. Yeah. As far as the quarterbacks go for the Colts, and then we'll get to CJ here, neither of them scare me. I 100% get what you're saying with Anthony Richardson. I just don't think either of these guys are good. I just don't think Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, and you're right, they're going to have good games. Every quarterback has at least a couple games that you look at on the game log at the end of the year. Like, all right, there was something there, and you just don't want to be that opponent that week. Happened with Aaron Rodgers last year with the Texans. Aaron Rodgers, by and large, was not great last year, and the one half where he was able to go back and get that old fastball was the second half of the Texans game where he was lights out,
What makes me nervous about Daniel Jones is that we've seen that, all right, he's definitely not the guy, but one of the reasons that they still wanted to stick it out and see what they had with him in New York is that, man, when Saquon Barkley was 100% healthy, then, boy, you saw a much better version of Daniel Jones. It just seemed to be so it was obvious he's not the guy that's making guys around him better.
Right.
But if you look at if Jonathan Taylor is healthy, and that's always a big if, but if Jonathan Taylor is healthy, and then you've got Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce and A.D. Mitchell, that's – like, I'm way more scared, for the total entirety of the season about what Daniel Jones could do with those weapons around him. It doesn't mean he's going to be all pro or anything.
No.
But I think he's good enough that he can take advantage of that.
And Tyler Warren, too, right? I mean, you had Tyler Warren.
I forgot about him. Yeah, I hate him now.
Tyler Warren.
I hate him now.
I do, too.
After really desperately wanting him, I now hate him.
Okay, so Shane Steichen, pretty forthcoming in that answer with what was wrong with Anthony Richardson. An AC joint. In practice last week. It's a recurring injury. Mm-hmm. He pointed that out. Even kind of gave sort of a timetable. He said, I'm not going to give a timetable, but then pressed on it at the end of that cut. He said, I think he'll be back at some point during training camp. We've gotten none of that, really, other than shoulder soreness out of DeMeco Ryans and the Texans. We know that C.J. Stroud has shoulder soreness, and they're not worried about it. And when the time comes for him to throw and practice, he'll be ready to go. So it's much more vague with C.J. Stroud. I mean, is it a possibility that it's a similar situation with Stroud as it is with Richardson, and we just don't know it right now?
It's very possible that he had surgery.
Yeah.
I think it's very, very possible he had surgery. The part where I think that Caserio is probably wired in such a way that he just, as a matter of policy, wants to release as little information as possible.
I agree.
And if you think about, to make an analogy to, say, the military, all right, listen, you don't overthink why you don't give information to the enemy. Any information at all, you're not going to give it to the enemy. You don't sit and make the decision about whether or not wait, is this okay to tell Putin, or is this okay? No, just don't tell him anything.
Yep.
And I think likewise a lot of GMs are wired that way. Mm-hmm. So their policy, and that would extend on into DeMeco, might just be to just hold everything as close to the vest as possible.
Sure.
When we had Clint on yesterday, I mean, the way Clint laid it out, and what I had been trying to tell myself is, all right, maybe this is as simple as the way you take your time with pitchers as you roll into spring training. Clint, very plainly explained that the playbook really knows it. it's not nearly as stressful on your elbow and your shoulder to throw a football, especially with a guy like CJ who has a nice, clean throwing motion and everything, and he's not out side-arming it or anything much at all, that it's like overuse is uncommon, right? Especially going into the. So the most likely, the explanation that makes the most sense is that he had some kind of procedure done.
Okay, well that's good. This is a good lead-in, actually.
Now Clint didn't say that part of it, I don't think, but that's my interpretation of it. That, that it's the most likely scenario is he had some kind of a procedure.
Okay, I've got a counterpoint for you here, not from me, but from Chris Sims, who was doing a show with Mike Florio yesterday, and they got talking about CJ's injury. And Chris Sims, obviously like Clint, a former NFL quarterback. This was Chris Sims' best guess, and we're all guessing right now. I think we can concede that. This was Sims' best guess at what's going on with C.J. Stroud.
First off, let me just say this. I think if he got shoulder surgery or anything like that, we would have heard it. We would have heard it. So I have a hard time thinking that's the deal here. This has all the signs to me, Mike, of tendinitis, general soreness. This, to me, has all the signs of we got back training, I started throwing, maybe I threw a little too much at first, and now the inside of my elbow hurts, right? It's how golfers get it at times, right? Tennis players, stuff like that, because of that hinging and all of this as a thrower. And if you're not in shape for that or don't approach it the right way when you get back into it after a long period of time, that's when that can has all the signs of that type of thing. Elbow, shoulder. I would bet it's more elbow than not, but we'll see where it goes. But it certainly looks like that to me in my experience around the NFL.
Chris, sorry to cut you off, Chris. This is the problem, Chris.
Shoulder.
You just said this in the same. You said this in the same paragraph. One, you said if he had surgery, we would have known about it. Right. Okay. I don't know. We just found out that Amon-Ra St. Brown had surgery. Right. The Texans are very, very good at keeping things close to the vest. They don't really have a lot of unintentional leaks. But two, are you telling us that the organization would have told us about shoulder surgery and yet lied to us about which body part it is?
Body part?
That it's not that it's the elbow, not the shoulder.
That was so
weird. What the hell are you talking about, Chris Sims?
That was so weird. It was very strange. And the part.
Well, they would have told us about. We would have found out about the surgery if he'd had it. But also, this could be an elbow, and they're lying to us about the shoulder.
Yeah, he makes it sound like there's like a surgery tracker on the internet that we all get push notifications for. We would have heard.
Guys have surgeries all the time.
Yahoo would have told me. I get push notifications from the Yahoo surgery tracker, and that would have told me. It could never be wrong. That was funny. I thought just his tone, where he's saying it sounds like he had a tone where he sounded like he was looking at an MRI or something like that. Like when he's talking about tendinitis, like he was
looking at the medical report.
This has the makings of tendinitis to me right here. I'm like, okay, Dr. Sims, thank you very much. But you're absolutely right. Like, no, the one is a shoulder issue. Like that's the one thing like that they're being specific about is it's a shoulder. I don't think there's any reason for them to be duplicitous about whether it's an elbow or a shoulder. Like neither is good if you're a quarterback,
Well, and then in Will Kunkel's last great act as the Fox Sports news anchor here locally.
Yeah.
For those of you who didn't see that, Will Kunkel was let go, and they're not replacing him with anybody.
No.
But Will Kunkel had a follow-up question, very fair, not like a jerk media question or anything, just asked if he had any work done on it in the offseason. And D'Amico just said, I'm not talking about it anymore, and reiterated what he had already said. Like, that's the part. If Will hadn't asked that question, I don't know. If D'Amico, if they just play it close to the vest no matter what, you don't divulge information, because if you start playing that game where you say, well, I'm not going to say that this guy didn't have surgery in this instance because there might be a situation in the future where I really don't want to give up any information.
Yeah.
It just seems like the simplest thing in the world to say, like, no, I'm telling you guys he's fine. He didn't have surgery. That's it. No more questions about C.J. Stroud.
Right.
That's what it's hard for me. It's hard for my brain not to go to the worst possible scenario, which is, well, like you could have just told us that he didn't have surgery there. Why are you just not telling us that?
Yeah. Yes, I would. D'Amico Ryans to me is a better coach than Shane Steichen. I think Shane Steichen handled the shoulder injury questions better than D'Amico did.
Well, and the fact that C.J. Stroud hasn't gotten up and spoken either, where he could have easily just said like, "Hey, everyone." Don't worry about it. There's been no pushback. Nobody that I can tell. Sometimes in situations like this, somebody will do a kind of reach out to the media and be like, hey, just so you guys know, no, there definitely was no shoulder surgery.
Right,
somebody from the team might reach out and say, listen, no, that part,
straight.
We get it. They're usually very cordial about it.
Yeah.
But they're like, listen, it's definitely not shoulder surgery. Like, as far as I can tell, nobody's gotten any kind of that information.
If I had to bet, I would bet CJ's not throwing at minicamp next week either. The mandatory minicamp. They got two mandatory minicamp practices coming up next week. Because if he has shoulder soreness enough to where he's being held out of these practices, then I almost feel like it's one of those things like, well, after the mandatory minicamp, you got 5 weeks until training camp starts. So you may as well just go ahead and get that long rest as opposed to potentially agitating it or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like the other one, Aaron Wilson usually is, as of late, he's the guy that kind of gets the inside info on surgeries and whatnot, and he hasn't weighed in conclusively, as far as I've seen, right, on whether he did or did not have surgery.
I've not seen anything about whether he did or didn't have surgery. I know the tone of Aaron's tweets about the whole CJ shoulder ordeal have been along the line, have been more to the end of how D'Amico's treating it than how maybe you and I are reacting to it.
And this isn't a criticism of Aaron Wilson. He's just relaying information, but that's also what he was reporting about Christian Harris last year.
Yep.
That's
fair.
it was a minor. Aaron Wilson was the first to report that Christian Harris definitely had an issue, but it was framed as it's not thought to be a big deal. And Aaron wasn't making that up.
No.
Like that's what they felt about it at the time.
Yep.
But it's dicey to say so. It's dicey, and that's why I don't like it when D'Amico says he'll be fine about anybody. Like, you can't say that about anybody who's 100% healthy. I don't know that anybody's going to be fine come week one of the regular season.
Yep. All right, so that'll be something we keep an eye on. Definitely 100% a storyline going into mandatory minicamp next week. So mandatory minicamp means that presumably, unless they're willing to pay fines, we're going to start to get some of these guys who have yet to get on the practice field. The Texans for OTAs, which is voluntary, did have I would say, I don't know what it is compared to other teams, but it was a somewhat substantial list of guys who weren't out there practicing. It felt like a list of about 8 to 10 guys, maybe some big names, including C.J. Gardner-Johnson. We've not gotten C.J. Gardner-Johnson at a practice yet. We touched on this story yesterday of C.J. Gardner-Johnson on social media, but I think either you and I hadn't seen the news on the deleted tweet or we missed it. But for those who missed it, the Eagles were having their OTAs earlier in the week, and Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles, of course, C.J. Gardner-Johnson came over here from the Eagles in the trade for Kenyon Green, and Vic Fangio was asked about the decision for the Eagles to move on from C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and Vic Fangio referred to it in his press conference as, quote, a salary cap thing. And he added, Howie Roseman, the GM of the Eagles, made that decision. I was fine with it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, as we pointed out yesterday, kind of clapped back against the Eagles. The post that we saw was him saying, just did me, with a 100 emoji and a flexed bicep emoji, right?
We hadn't seen that part.
Okay, well, we had talked about it. Yeah, no, we had talked about that yesterday. We did. I promise you we did.
Okay. I know we talked about the entire scenario, but gotcha.
Yeah, we discussed that tweet. It's the other part that I had not seen, and maybe you. I don't know if you'd seen this. The test dummy part, had you seen?
Yeah, we hadn't. That's the part that I hadn't seen.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that. Yeah, so this got deleted apparently by C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and he said, "quote I was a test dummy for them. Now they can be like, my scheme work." Or did my skill set make it work? I had zero issues. People had issues with me. So, yeah, let the salary cap be the excuse. End quote.
Yeah, I don't – this part of it, I feel like C.J. Gardner-Johnson may have taken a little too personally what Vic Fangio said. So what CJ's saying there, if I can, just clarify it a little bit, what I think he's saying is, like, they wanted to use that scheme. I was the guy, the veteran safety that they were using, as part of that team. And, like, they were, like, he's looking at it almost like he was a guinea pig that they were using him. And now that they know that it works, they can do it without him.
They can move
almost
on.
Like he's the inventor. Like Steve Jobs bought the intellectual property or something.
It's the C.J. Gardner-Johnson IP.
Yeah.
Yes.
I invented touchscreen technology, and then Steve Jobs stole it from me.
Yeah.
I think that all that Fangio was saying was exactly, it's not even inconsistent with what C.J. Gardner is saying.
Yeah.
Johnson is saying, like, yeah, but we have cap issues. The GM told me that this is why they're doing it. And Vic's saying, yeah, the boss is the boss. Well, I'm going to go with it. I'm cool with it. It's not an insult to C.J. Gardner-Johnson or anything.
It's not. Well, and this is a team that is at a choke level amount of deferred money on salary. Like, this is a team that is dealing big time with salary cap stuff.
They've gone all in on this version of the Eagles, and they have to make some tough decisions.
That's right.
If anything, it's kind of I don't know. A lot of veteran players get offended, like when they're a cap casualty. But when you get traded because you're still regarded as a good player and you're not taking a pay cut or anything like that, it's really a little bit of a tip of the cap in a way too. Yeah. That look, we have to make some hard decisions. Right. We're just gonna try to go with our young guys at safety and see how it all, and just that's one of the hard decisions we have to make.
Yeah.
I think it speaks to C.J. Gardner-Johnson has a lot of personality and a lot of energy and everything else. And for whatever reason, he's been on a bunch of different teams for short stays.
Okay.
Despite playing well, in various spots. So it's going to be fun to watch it unfold and see what the experience is like with the Texans.
1,000%. I cannot wait to see C.J. Gardner-Johnson out of practice and just see what his whole vibe is all about. We got a press conference with him already, but out at a practice, I had no idea. The article that I'm looking at here, Seth, that lays out what you and I just talked about, I had no idea that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was voted. They do that player poll every year of different superlatives.
Yeah.
He was voted the most 2024, and he was voted the biggest trash talker in 2023 by his peers.
But the biggest thing, he was also the guy that, as the Eagles did a masterful job of baiting the baiter with Travis Kelce in that game, where Travis Kelce was hit cleanly and legally in that game, got up and was looking for somebody to do that thing he does where he gets up in their face and then draws a penalty. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson just sat there with his hands behind his back, just kind of probably giving him a huge smile.
Yeah.
That big old, what are you going to do? The same smile a teenager gives you because he knows you can't punch him. It's just what are you going to do about it, fella?
Hands behind the back is a strong move. Strong move.
It might just be that, man, he's learned how to manage it a little bit. He knows how to walk that tightrope.
Maybe, although he was voted most annoying just last season.
Right. But that's all right. Being annoying is fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Being ejected, not fine. And I apologize, Sean. You're right. The test dummy part was the part that we didn't go over yesterday.
Yeah. He's definitely the most likely to start a fight in training camp, right? He's, especially in these joint practices. C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Maybe just a lot of chirping and everything, going back and forth.
Something,
I can't even remember who started the fight last year when it culminated with Derek Stingley
tackling Dalton Schultz.
But they didn't start. Derek didn't start the fire. Somebody hit Dalton Schultz, or somebody hit somebody over the middle.
I think it was Jimmy Ward hit Stephon Diggs. Because remember, Diggs got up and walked away from it?
And people acted like Stephon Diggs
started.
They were here we go again.
Yeah. No, you're right. The headliner was Derek Stingley Jr. basically sucker punching Dalton Schultz, or sucker pushing Dalton Schultz.
Sucker pushing him.
Yeah, sucker pushing.
The Giants had their practice cut short yesterday because of a fight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did they say who started it?
I want to say, Brian Burns was involved.
Okay.
It might have been. I don't know all the details or remember all the details. I want to say Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns were involved somehow.
Okay.
And Brian Burns kind of squashed it afterwards and said it was no big deal.
Okay.
But yeah.
See, I like to think maybe Abdul Carter started it by walking around asking various guys if he could have their jersey numbers, and they finally got sick of him.
Yeah.
Can we just beat this kid up and just hand him number 97.5 or something like that?
That's the kind of thing that fans probably love up there. These guys are just there. Yeah.
Blue collar. Yeah.
Let's see. The OTA practice ended with a full-scale fight, which included punches. You have to point that out these days.
Yeah.
You do. Because so many times the media will say, fight, and then you watch, and it's like a bunch of guys yelling at each other.
Shoving each other, yeah.
Brian Burns said the heat got to us. It's a violent sport we play. Guys are trying to get better.
Yeah.
But it isn't that deep. We squashed it. Tempers flared between Burns and left tackle James Hudson.
Okay.
So apparently that's how it all started.
Okay, there you go. Here's Kamari Lassiter from earlier this week at his press conference on C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Well, I don't like Florida, but C.J., I like the fact that he's himself. He's one hell of a ball player. He really understands the game. He's played for a long. He just comes with his own passion, and it affects the players around him. Like you can see, like just watching this film, how his energy and how he talks and how he just plays the game. Like it affects people around him, whether it's on the opposite side of the ball, or whether it's on his side of the ball.
Yeah, the one thing I had about that was I couldn't hear the question, so until right now I didn't know whether he was actually talking about C.J. Stroud or C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, the tell is the Florida at the beginning, because that's where C.J.
that's right.
Gardner-Johnson
He said Florida. Yeah, okay, good. The first time I heard it, I missed that part.
Yeah. The C.J. Gardner-Johnson's a Florida Gator, so we know Kamari Lassiter's a Georgia Bulldog. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, people weighing in on the Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson stuff. You can text the show, 713-572-4610.
And before we read those, as I talked my way through it, I realize now, in general, because of the weaponry and especially if Jonathan Taylor is healthy, I fear Daniel Jones more.
You do?
Daniel Jones can be the best version of whatever the hell he is with those guys, where Anthony Richardson is just not even going to be out there.
I wonder how invested they are in Anthony Richardson. You know, it's easy.
I bet Shane Steichen hates him.
You think so? Yeah, like it's easy.
Not hates him, but like, dude, like they had to bench the guy because he doesn't prepare hard enough.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's the 4th overall pick. That's the only thing. But you can't. But yeah, if you realize you made a mistake, you got to flush the mistake.
Well, and it doesn't mean that was Steichen's decision to draft him 4th overall.
That's fair too. Yeah, that's fair too. But I just think like Will Levis drafted in the same draft. He's already been pushed aside in Tennessee, but they drafted the number 1 overall pick in Cam Ward. I just wonder,
I'm not talking about how he'll be handled. I'm saying like emotionally how Shane Steichen probably feels about him.
Yeah.
My offense, the way it's supposed to be run, versus an offensive coordinator trying to deal with Anthony Richardson and all his issues.
Then to your point, if Chris, how invested is Chris Ballard in Anthony Richardson? How much say does he have in who plays? I think that's a fascinating question to watch play out. Like once Anthony Richardson gets healthy again, then who's the possession arrow pointed towards being the week 1 starter?
Well, right, and now you have the other dynamic, and I'm not going to speak about this lightly or anything, but Jim Irsay just passed away.
Yeah.
And with all the, Irsay had gotten more and more involved and was just really agitating a lot and maybe looking like a little bit more like a micromanager these last couple of years. And now his 3 daughters are in charge. So you've got all those dynamics of what's the GM, Chris Ballard's working relationship with them, and
Well, do they have an opinion? Like Irsay was a football guy, like he had an opinion on things. Do they have an opinion on that? I did the same thing as you did, Seth. I'm like, well, these things in the Colts oftentimes happen above the head coach, like the GM and the. Oh wait,
Carly is the one that you see on the sideline, I think, and I think she's been pretty involved.
Okay.
So, and I think I saw it reported that she'll be the one of the 3 sisters, she's the one that's kind of head sister in charge.
Yep. Daniel Jones will win enough games to where the Colts cannot draft Arch Manning, hopefully. I don't think Arch is coming out this year. These mock drafts that just have two things about the Arch Manning being like slotted in as the number 1 guy on all these mock drafts for next year. Mm-hmm. One, he's thrown like 93 passes in college. Can we know that he actually – like number 1 overall pick level, good at football?
Right now, he is. Hey, Spencer Rattler's going to be the number 1 overall pick in football next year.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I'm honestly dumbfounded by how so many people are so 100% convinced and certain that he's this next great.
It's the name brand appeal. It's the Manning thing. That's number 1, and number 2, I don't think he's coming out. His uncles both stayed in school the entire time. They stayed. Peyton
and his uncles are both now are very, very, very rich.
Yeah. Well, and to that point, Arch Manning, there's no money issue here where he's got to go
especially with NIL being
with
involved,
NIL. Even if and I think Cooper, his dad, does pretty well, and his, like you mentioned, his 2 uncles are probably approaching billionaire status. They made $300 million apiece as a player in the NFL.
They're a committee billionaire for sure.
They're a committee billionaire. You're right. The Manning LLC collective is a $1 billion entity. So yeah. So I just thought, I'm not worried about that part. I'm not worried about the Colts maneuvering and being able to get Arch Manning. I don't think he's going to be there for anybody next year in the draft. Our secondary would feast on Daniel Jones. That's a text, and I feel the same way. When we were doing the compare of which one we'd rather face, look, neither of them are careful with the football. Daniel Jones is extremely careless with the football.
Yeah,
I think they'd pick off Daniel Jones 4 times in that game.
Yeah, that's I don't. There's a wild card element to either of those guys that I don't like thinking about, but I don't trust that either of them are going to be the the key to roster. Yeah, the Chris Ballard watch and whether he's on the hot seat or not after, especially, man, Chris Ballard loves showing the war room shots. And if I recall correctly, when the Texans took Stroud, they acted like that's exactly what they were hoping for. Because now we're going to get the best quarterback in the draft.
They are what I would say is okay, guys, ready? 1, 2, 3, stand up and clap war room.
Yeah.
They're that feels like a very rehearsed, staged war room.
And it's one thing when you whiff on various old quarterbacks that you've brought in or whatever. Ballard's done a really good job putting together really good rosters, and yet he has whiffed time and time and time again on quarterbacks.
Yep. All right. Okay, that was good. Good discussion on the quarterbacks there and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. All right, up next, if you want to text the show, you can, 713-572-4610. Let's circle back to the Astros. Jeff Blum was actually on the MLB Network yesterday and talked about two specific Astros that are going to be very, very key pieces if they're going to continue to defend their division crown. And we'll get you all up to speed on what happened last night with the Astros as well. It was good news if you didn't want to wait out the rain delay. We'll get to that coming up next. Let's talk about Academy Sports.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hit hard into right center field. That ball is going to be down to the wall, towards the wall. Cruz cuts it off, and into score is going to be Jacob Melton. And the Astros lead 5-2. Jeremy Peña, another double.
Keep swinging at JP.
All right, there you go. Jeremy Peña, 3 more hits last night. On the heels of the last double check, this texter is right. D'Amico Ryans, and I had said that D'Amico said it was general shoulder soreness. He never did specify that it was a shoulder, D'Amico. He just said general soreness. D'Amico didn't name a body part, is what the texter says. He just said general soreness, didn't say shoulder, didn't say elbow, wrist, knee, bone, ankle. So do we let Chris Sims off the hook then, Seth, for supposing that it could be an elbow, since D'Amico Ryans was not specific about it being a shoulder? I guess,
Where are the reports coming that he has shoulder soreness?
I think maybe people are making an assumption because he's had shoulder issues before.
Yeah.
He had a shoulder issue last year. He had a shoulder issue in his rookie year. He had a shoulder issue at Ohio State.
You know what? Yeah, the old. You're right, but because I've succumbed to the misreporting on this. I suppose because it is all the headlines and in the articles they talk about the shoulder and that. Yeah, but we're the ones that are guilty of linking. Well, no, Aaron Wilson. Okay, so CJ, Aaron Wilson reported the shoulder tightness.
Yeah.
But D'Amico has never actually talked about the shoulder.
Not confirmed a body part.
Yeah. But Aaron Wilson has. So as far as D'Amico goes, yes, he never said shoulder, but Aaron Wilson has reported that it is shoulder/pectoral tightness.
So he's even less specific than Shane Steichen was when he was talking about Anthony Richardson.
Yes.
We don't even know what the body part is.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So as far as the actual reporting, again, sometimes we would. The Christian Harris reporting, Aaron Wilson wasn't misreporting anything. Aaron Wilson was accurate in reporting that it was tightness and that they didn't think it was any big deal.
Yep.
But it turned out to be a big deal.
Yep.
With CJ, he's reported that it's shoulder/pec tightness.
Yes.
But D'Amico himself has never actually said the shoulder.
Correct. Okay. So
general soreness. So if we're going to that, it could be he's just he had a tough workout.
Yeah. Right,
he had
a migraine.
He got after it on squats the other day. He's got general soreness all over.
Yeah. General soreness. Where? In my cranium. My head hurts.
So that it doesn't exonerate Chris Sims because I don't think that Chris Sims has actually read anything about the whole thing.
Okay.
I think that Florio tells Chris Sims what's going on.
There you go.
And then Chris Sims says okay in response to it.
I know we bumped in with a Peña RBI double from last night. I felt it was important to set the record straight on that, though. So let's circle back to the Astros here. Peña was great again last night. The Astros win 8-2 over the Pirates. They take that series. Framber was really good, 11 strikeouts in 7 innings, dominant at times in that game, and now they're off to Cleveland. Jeff Blum was on the MLB Network yesterday and was having a conversation with the guys on there about the Astros. Here's what he had to say, Jeff Blum, about the development of Jeremy Peña.
Jeremy Peña is one of these freak athletes. He's hyper twitchy. He's muscular. He's flexible. He can do pretty much anything you want him to do on the diamond. But I think what happened in spring training was he kind of simplified that swing a little bit and started to barrel the ball a little bit more. If you go back to spring training, he was driving the ball out of the ballpark, and we were kind of, can he carry that into the regular season? Altuve didn't want to hit in the leadoff spot. Joe Espada said, well, I've got a guy right here that's swinging the bat well coming out of spring. Let's put him in the top of the order. And the Astros have kind of taken off since that April 26th, 27th part of this. He's continued to drive the ball. He is a bona fide leader in this lineup, and he's also a bona fide leader on this team, I think, now.
Okay. Jeremy Peña. And, Seth, I said this earlier in the show. I'll say it again. And Jeremy Peña's numbers overall in this season right now are excellent. He's batting .318. He's got an OPS in the mid-800s. He's played elite-level defense. The version that they've gotten since they moved him into the leadoff spot in late April has been an MVP level player. And this version of Peña that we're getting right now, and I feel strongly that he's going to be some semblance of this for the rest of the year. I think Jeremy Peña has taken a leap this year, and I think it's a leap that's not a blip, maybe like the playoffs were in his rookie year. That was a blip that he played that level, and it was good thing he did. He was the MVP of the ALCS in the World Series. This one feels more sustainable. And this one is as good, in my opinion, as good or better than whatever the best version of Carlos Correa was here. He's hitting for power, Jeremy Peña. He's driving in runs. He's batting leadoff. And he unlike Carlos, I don't feel like with Jeremy Peña, knock on wood, there's a back issue lurking around the corner or a wrist issue lurking around the corner. Or, like Jeremy Peña answers the bell every single day.
Yeah, there is a little bit of the way he runs. Like, he's very, very fast, but he's got a certain stiffness to it a little bit. Like, he doesn't have a classically pure running form that makes me a little bit nervous, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Any of you kinesiologists out there can text weigh in on that. Yeah. The biggest thing, I think, is that the most notable thing, and I didn't really realize this until you had mentioned the stat about how he's been since he took the leadoff role in a while. Right, because people aren't citing it as much. For a while there, for a few weeks, it was like, oh, wow, this is a different version of Jeremy Peña.
He's hitting 272, but since going to lead off, he's 346. Right. Yeah,
he's playing well enough now that his season stats are to the point where you don't have to couch it. You don't have to. You can talk about it did happen when he went to lead off. But on the sum total of it, he's in the top 3 and wins above replacement. Like all the statistical categories, there's so many statistical categories among shortstops. He's in the top 5. It's been really, really good, and you can tie it to some of the changes he made during spring training. I think we've always known the ceiling. We've seen the ceiling for him, or at least the potential. It's just a matter of refining and hammering some things out.
The big number you brought up earlier that I had not seen, but it's a really good number, is his strikeout rate historically had been in the mid-20s. He was like a 24% strikeout rate guy. He's down in the low teens now. He's like 13%, right?
It's come down slowly. It wasn't his first year. It was like 23. It was high.
Yeah.
And he's kind of lowered a little bit each year. But to the point now, he's at the point now where he's almost half of what he was in his rookie season.
Yeah.
So it's he's made incredible strides in some of the judgment at the plate type stuff.
He's a pro hitter, man. Someone said, don't forget Correa's rib injury. I'm not. That's why I'm pointing out. Correa was injury prone, man.
So his strikeout rate his rookie year was 24%. Then it went down to 20%. Then it went down to 17%. And now it's at 13%.
Yeah, it's fun to see, man. Just steadily getting better. Here's more from Blum. They asked him about Lance McCullers.
The last couple of starts, I think he's developed a little more confidence in the spin. The slider's been absolutely incredible. The curveball's coming back to him, and he's kind of getting back into that vintage mix. I know it's only been 2 starts, but I think the mentality of Lance and the knowledge of what his body is capable of going out there and doing and the adjustments he's made to be able to get back to who he could be, I think is a lot of fun and very exciting to watch, because the last 2 times out, Lance McCullers has had wipeout type stuff, and he's getting back on that swing and miss with the spin, which I think is very encouraging for the Astros, because you mentioned it. You started to have some guys fall out of this rotation with injuries, and now you've got Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and I think you can throw Lance McCullers into that mix too. I mean, those are almost 3 aces that you have in this rotation now.
Okay, I had the same tendency, Seth, to after these last couple McCullers starts to go, look, we got a big 3. This is great. Are we getting ahead of ourselves on Lance McCullers?
No, I don't think so, because I think they're just slowly stepping into the cautiously optimistic pool.
Yeah.
You know, they've got maybe you're 1 knee deep in the cautiously optimistic pool.
Yeah.
And it's hard not to get excited, but you're still being like, you're talking yourself into it. You're like, it's not that cold. It's not that cold. I'll be good. I'm going to jump into this cautiously optimistic pool.
Okay.
But it's all there. I think the thing, and Lance has brought it up himself about his velocity, I was just simply not there and back to what it used to be, is I don't want him to get the velocity back. I want him to be
stress.
I want him to have 8 pitches, none of which that's not obviously that extreme, but the movement is still there, and as he's reined in the command, his stuff is good enough, you know, to really confuse guys. Guys don't know what the hell to swing at when he's got movement on his slider like that. So if he's a couple miles per hour below his top velocity on things, as he learns what kind of a pitcher he is and what pitch selection he needs, you don't necessarily have to see high-powered Lance, I think. And now batters are also, watching and learning what he is as this. So I'm not going to act like the velocity wouldn't help him. It's just you think about various other older pitchers as they kind of transition into their age. And because of his injuries, I almost look at Lance like a 35-year-old pitcher or something. You know, like Zach Greinke. Greinke became a different pitcher as he got older and as he lost velocity.
Yep.
And he just transformed who he was. I think that's where Lance is right now, is just who am I?
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. We told a particular NBA team to keep their greasy mitts off of our head coach here. The odds makers aren't hearing any of it. They still have Ime Udoka on the odds board for another job. We'll pour cold water on that again coming up next. But I want to get you guys in that brand new ride right now. This will be a great weekend.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 8 o'clock hour we go, Payne and Pendergast. And I have zero concern that Ime Udoka is going to be the coach of the New York Knicks next year.
I was glad. I was reading an article in The Athletic about potential Knicks candidates, and I don't think they even mentioned Udoka in it. Yeah. I kept scrolling down the list, and I said, please, Athletic, you're supposed to be, a standard or a notch above a lot of sports outlets. Please don't just throw, they could trade for Udoka. And no, but I do think the fact that people are even, suggesting that Udoka or what have you, given that they just fired a coach who had gone to the conference championship, and after they had not been there in over 2 decades. And yes, I understand the concerns about overuse and all of that, and perhaps player discord and whatnot. It's a messed up organization. It just flat out is. And there's no organization that's perfect. But Udoka, the thing about Udoka in Houston is that a lot of everything that they've done is it feels like the way that Udoka himself would have wanted to draw it up. Yes. The style of play they have, the guys like Amen Thompson that are willing to play his style. It's homegrown to a large degree with this young core. And yes, there's things that need to be improved. There's guys that might get swapped out. But any of the things that would make Udoka not want to be on a team, none of those classic hallmarks are there right now with Udoka and the Rockets. It would be a really, really weird scenario. It would be a huge shock to me if Udoka ever went along with something like that. Yeah. I don't see, it would be a huge shock.
Like the two names that got brought up in that report, that very report by, I believe it was Ian Begley conveying Mark Stein's report that the Knicks are intrigued by Ime Udoka and Jason Kidd, both of whom are under contract to other basketball teams right now. Right. The difference is between those two is that there were reports yesterday that I saw. That's understandable. You just had a GM trade Luka Doncic, for Anthony Davis and very little draft capital. Now, they did stumble into the first overall pick, so maybe that changes the calculus for Jason Kidd wanting to be there. But my point is this. There's no smoke of any sort like that with Udoka and the Rockets. Udoka is the most powerful guy in the building over there right now. Other than ownership.
That's the other big part of it is that, we know this. In any sport, any professional sport, it's not just the head coach. It's not just the GM. It's the relationship between the two. Yeah. And there's nothing between Udoka and Rafael Stone that hints that there's any discord. They seem to work really well together, and by virtue of some of the things they've done, including, giving a hard pass on James Harden last year, when that was I could have easily seen James Harden is still very popular in the building. That's the kind of thing that can really blow things up. If, let's say, hypothetically, Udoka didn't want James Harden, but Rafael Stone said, "Trust me, bro." Yeah. And then whatever. They obviously respect each other, and they're working with each other on how they're moving forward with the team. No question. You don't leave a situation like that where there's still so much tremendous upside. And I know it would be a trade, but there's no way in hell that somebody's going to trade for a coach without the coach actually wanting
of course,
trade to happen,
the coach has to agree to it. Yeah.
It just, I think, cool. It's nice that the Knicks are interested in Udoka. Yeah. But I can't, what did I say yesterday? That's like Steve Buscemi being interested in being it's there's just some things that aren't going to happen for you, okay?
Yeah, I'm interested in that too. Yeah. The favorites, for what it's worth, if you're into this sort of thing, Johnny Bryant -200, Mike Malone, the former Denver Nuggets coach, is 2-1, and Jeff Van Gundy is 6-1. Those are the top three. I believe Jay Wright is next on the board, the former Villanova coach, at 9-1. That, you may look at that and go, this is a college guy who's been out of the game for a couple years because of NIL or whatever. It feels like half the guys on that team went to Villanova. He's got Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart there.
I wonder, who says no? Jeff Van Gundy or Knicks fans?
Jeff Van Gundy. Yeah. Jeff Van Gundy. And I think it's because of ownership. I think and Jeff Van Gundy's been in the building there.
and he's Van Gundy, he's still relatively young. He's 63 years old. But, man, especially if you see what he's done in the last decade or so, it's not just, that he had a fun time with broadcasting, obviously.
Yeah.
He's still involved with basketball, but on the international side or on the working with the younger guys side of things.
He's on the Clippers staff. He was an assistant coach this year.
Yeah, but even before that, he's been working. I think he really enjoys working with the younger guys. Yes. And he's not old, but he's also at an age where he probably doesn't want to deal with BS.
Well, I think there's a few things, too. One, he would be taking the job of one of his former assistants. He's got a relationship with Tom Thibodeau. That matters to some people, like that they're, it's kind of like you're dating their girlfriend, kind of, you're dating your buddies. Matter to coaches. I don't know that it does with Jeff, but that does matter to some guys. I think that's number one. Number two, that's going to be a tough putt for any coach that steps into there. The conference championship round was not good enough for the New York Knicks. Mm-hmm. And if anything, they're going to do what they feel like are improvements to the roster. They're not tearing anything down there. They feel like they need a coach that's a different voice that gets them to the next step. That's tough for anybody, even a seasoned guy like Jeff Van Gundy. Jeff Van Gundy doesn't need that aggravation,
The weirdest story I saw coming out of this, all the dynamic, and where a lot of people suspect this is about players having an issue with him personally or whatever, was Mikal Bridges said that he told the media he'd had a conversation. I think it was Bridges that he'd had a conversation with Thibodeau about playtime and just overusing guys and everything. And then when Thibodeau was asked about it, Thibodeau just said that there was no such conversation. So I think that was weird. That was really weird.
Yeah.
So, and I understand Thibodeau's methodology, et cetera, and he's always been known for just playing guys into the dirt. I get that part of it, but I guess then it becomes ownership explaining to whichever prospective coach that, hey, this is a situation, this is, they got to be open and honest about it. Do you trust that the Knicks are going to be open and honest about it? I don't know.
Right. Well, I mean, it's and look at who the owner is. He's a owner. It's got his own band. Travels around playing with his own band, singing songs about Harvey Weinstein.
We were friends. Talk for hours about his latest story, how to deal with fame and glory. All the girls who adored him catered to his every whim. Nothing he could lose. All he needed to do was choose. I should have known, I should have thrown myself across his tracks, stopped him from these vile attacks. I should have known.
Oh my God.
New York Knicks
I hadn't
owner,
heard that song in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it was that bad. I
bad.
didn't remember it being that bad.
That's bad. That's the owner. Okay. That's the owner of the Knicks.
This is the thing. Okay, if I'm going to
singing that song,
if I'm going to go to my lyrics interpretation, so immediately you hear it and you really cringe because you're like, wait a second, no, that was not the case. The girls didn't throw it. The girls were not catering to his every whim. They were being pressured into it.
Yeah.
Or at least a lot of them.
Yeah.
But then, okay, from a songwriter's perspective, it's like, oh, that was my perception of him as his
That's
friend.
what I saw. Yeah.
This is what you can't do when you're the owner of a NBA franchise. Yeah, you can't mess around with the little nuances of your lyrics when it comes to a song about Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
Oh, I kind of like the melody.
You like the little folksy, little strumming coming into that thing,
He thinks he's Paul Simon, doesn't he?
It's a little Paul Simon vibe.
He really does. Yeah. He's like, there's some part of him that's like, I could have.
Yeah.
Garfunkel. If Garfunkel had me instead of Paul Simon, we could have stuck it out.
We could have stood enough feeling groovy. Yeah.
We could have made it some castrated version of rock and roll music for a long, long time.
That's right.
We wouldn't have broken up.
Dude, I'm telling you, I listened to 2 or 3 of his other songs while I was in that wormhole finding that one yesterday, and I'm like, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad. You talked about it yesterday. It's one of these guys that has billions of dollars, and he can travel around singing because people will be like, all right, that's fine. I don't have to I don't have to pay you very much to do this? Okay, sure.
I should have known. But it's so relatable, too, because there's so many of us that have been friends with a wildly successful movie producer and then realized during the Me Too movement that I had to pretend like I didn't know what they were doing.
It's a very relatable song.
The amount of, I should have known.
Yes,
yeah. You spent hours with him and you didn't know the way. Yeah,
Man, this Dolan speaks to me, man. Like, this is really relatable music.
Does he have a song about Epstein?
I don't know. Maybe.
Flew around all over this town. Women with ID that I didn't check.
Dude.
Oh, I should have known Jeffrey Epstein if I could have been there with whoever else was in there when you hung yourself. Yes.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that was a day yesterday, man, on the social media.
That would be my first question. That'd be my first question if I were a head coach interviewing for it. Like, okay, Epstein and you, what's the deal? Give me the flight logs. I'm not signing on for this crap unless I know for sure that you weren't buds with Epstein.
Do you have any questions for me? Yeah. Oh man, that's funny. This is an interesting text. I felt this yesterday too because we're having some fun with the Dolan thing, but the other news that's sort of tied into the Rockets where the Knicks are tangentially involved is the Knicks are the favorite for Kevin Durant to land Kevin Durant, and the Rockets are number 2 on the list. And I'm looking at this, I'm going, what are the Knicks going to give up to get Kevin Durant? They traded all their draft capital to get Mikal Bridges, and I suppose you can trade players or whatnot. Supposedly, according to Shams Charania, they had a deal lined up at the trade deadline, the Knicks and the Suns, and it fell apart at the trade deadline. But this texter nails it. Everybody in the Northeast thinks that it's their right to do anything they want, and we should feel privileged to do a deal with them. It's arrogance, and they all suck. That is so true. Like, the Knicks are getting dropped into Giannis talks. They're getting dropped into Durant talks. And I'm like, they can get outbid so easily by a team that wants any of these guys.
It's that Lakers element, too. Yeah. Like, that Lakers vibe of, like, ethos, the Lakers feel like, no, we're not. No, of course everybody wants to play for us. And, they can't even grasp it. Yeah. When somebody might turn them down, like when Dwight Howard turned them down. Jeannie Buss was like, besides that, she couldn't process it.
Go to Houston.
You know, like it was why? How on earth could anybody turn us down?
That's right.
We're the Lakers.
Yep. So it was funny. Ryan Glasspiegel of the New York Post put a list together yesterday. It was crazy on social media yesterday because of the big breakup between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And we're not here to take sides or anything on that. This is not a political.
So that's what's going on yesterday.
That was what's going on yesterday, but it was, if you were on social media, it was on Twitter, there was some funny stuff on there. There's some funny memes and things like that. And he put a list of the most memorable days on Twitter when it came to both sports and non-sports stuff. And it is true, like when it's at its best, Twitter is a great adjunct to whatever the current thing is that's going on. If it's something you can treat lightheartedly and whatnot and have fun with, or even stuff that's pretty drastic or has ties to drastic things, but it's like an incredible follow. Of the sports ones he listed, the two that resonated the most with me, one is just like non-serious sports. The other was a pretty serious event that was just incredible to follow. The DeAndre Jordan getting sequestered by his Clipper teammates, I think here in Houston, in a house here in Houston. Yeah. Because the Mavericks were trying to sign him. He had verbally agreed to go to the Mavericks.
Right. And that was when Mark Cuban was like driving around the streets of Houston looking for him, right? Yeah.
Yes.
It was like a Netflix series.
It was amazing. It was funny as hell on social media. It was really
was that
funny.
Also Emoji Gate? Is that when everybody
was Emoji Gate?
That
was Emoji Gate. Paul Pierce was tweeting out emojis, I think, because he was on the Clippers at the time. Yeah. That was a lot of fun on social media. That's when it's at its best. The one that I remember just going, man, following this with social media as an adjunct. Now, this is back in like 2012, maybe 2011, 2012, back before Twitter got horrible at times. The two kids that had bombs at the Boston that set off bombs at the Boston Marathon. Not the incident itself. That was horrible, but the manhunt to find them. If you had Twitter open and the 911 scanner set to Boston's police, that was it was like watching an episode of Law and Order, but in real time,
Like trying to figure out, like they had all this information.
Chasing them around town. Yeah, chasing them around town. That was wild. That was crazy.
It does. The hard part is, I try not to do it too much. Like when I like during football anymore, I try to stay off Twitter as much as possible because it's too easy to get distracted. But it's the gap between when it's happening and yes, there is valid information out there on Twitter, but then like to wait for like people to actually find the real story and give professional, responsible reporting on it. There's such a big gap, or at least it feels like it, that it's hard to not, because when you're watching in real time, you're going through, you might read 100 different posts and you're like, oh, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense, but wait, is this real?
Yeah.
And but you're desperate for it.
Yep.
I can't do it anymore. But then you find yourself waiting I got to wait until somebody actually sits down and writes a story about this, which is going to come out like 12 hours later.
Yeah,
it's hard.
And the hard part too is that the blue check mark doesn't mean anything anymore.
Exactly.
That used to be helpful.
At the very least, when you saw a blue check mark, you're like, all right, this might be an inaccurate report, but it's going to be held accountable for it.
Held accountable.
Where now it's just, it's just the Wild West.
Yep, it is. Text
you know what I get depressed about is when you see the fake report and it's from somebody with a blue check mark. But when you look at and you see how many times people have liked the tweet, and you're like, oh, this completely bogus. And the one account that sucks, it's one of those satire accounts that doesn't say it's a satire account.
Yeah.
It's like factsports.com or whatever. And they put fake quotes of players up.
Yeah.
Like a meme with a fake quote. And it'll be something like, it might say like, it's like a fake quote where CJ Stroud says, I always knew Caleb Williams was trash or something like that.
Yep.
And you'll see how many people in the comments and by likes and everything else, they will believe that for the next 10 years of your life. Oh, yeah, remember that time that CJ said that about Caleb Williams?
The worst satire accounts are the ones that post things that are actually plausible news.
Yeah.
Like that could, there's some that post and you're like, well, I know who they are now, so I know it's satire. But there are some that post it and you're like, okay, I could see that happening. But it's not funny. It's just false, those are the worst.
Well, the other one that bothers me though too is when somebody puts a skit up, like it's clearly like they're not even trying to fool you. It's a comedy sketch.
Yeah. Sometimes
you'll see old clips from Reno 911, and somebody will be like, "Yeah, I miss it when cops knew how to police properly," and it's like, Dangle shooting a perp without even being able to see him and everything.
Yeah.
And like the vast majority of people in the reply, like, I can't believe they're doing this, or like, guys, I think this is fake.
Yeah.
Like, it was on a TV show.
Yeah.
Yes. I think they're just shame on you for putting it on skits like this and trying to fool people. Like, no.
Yeah.
It was a produced television show.
I saw a text. I saw a report yesterday that Aaron Rodgers was close to signing with the Knicks. That's perfect.
Clearly satire, and yet 5% of people who read it did not know.
We'll be like, I didn't know Aaron Rodgers played basketball. Huh?
That's crazy. He's just out of control now.
Let's talk about Aaron.
He's just done too much ayahuasca.
He is, yes. All right, let's talk about Aaron Rodgers. The long-awaited saga is finally over. Is this the end of the road for Aaron Rodgers? We will talk about that coming up next. I'll tell you, the end of the road for me today probably lands in the
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texter says, hey, Sean and Seth, first take tossed around the Udoka as the best choice on the wish list for the Knicks earlier this week around Tuesday or Wednesday morning, but Stephen A. Smith said it will not happen. No, we all know it's not going to happen. It's the mentality of the New York teams in general, but I'll just specify with the Knicks here because of the Udoka thing and the desire that they think they can get Giannis or Kevin Durant or they think they can get anybody they want. It's the equivalent of going to a party and like walking around going, oh, you know who I like? That guy's wife right there. You know,
yeah,
like that's,
that's
like what? Yeah, then it's that more the Udoka thing than the Durant thing. But like that's like no, Udoka's in a committed relationship with the Rockets right now.
You know what the Knicks are acting like? They're acting like the cheesiest, most obnoxious young single guy from New York City.
Yes.
There's like walking into the park. Which one of these Phillies going to be lucky enough to go home with me tonight?
And they're all married.
As he's like adjusting his crotch and just
scratching.
Yeah, probably none of them, man. Unless they're super drunk. Like is Udoka? If Udoka's drunk enough, maybe he'll agree to it.
Oh my
but
God.
No, probably not. And you're gonna have to lie a lot, buddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of committed relationships, Aaron Rodgers is now in one. He was
With who?
He divorced the Jets, and now he's in a relationship.
I thought his last. Well, what's her name there? Danica Patrick said that it was. He's definitely not in a relationship with her.
No, trail of blood.
He leaves a trail of blood.
Trail of blood, man. So Aaron Rodgers signs a 1-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The reports I've seen, it's $20 million, whatever. He's going to be he'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback this coming season, assuming health, and that's not an assumption we should just cast aside. He's 41 years old right now. He'll be 42 at some point here when he's playing quarterback for the Steelers. The funny thing about this to me, Seth, is a couple of things. One, Aaron Rodgers is above the age of 40. I'm hoping that Aaron Rodgers is finally the quarterback that we can use as an example of, okay, not everybody's Tom Brady. I feel like anybody approaching 40, Brady played till he was 45. Brady's special. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, is there are people acting like this is somewhat of and now compared to what they've had at quarterback, they've had bad quarterback play the last few years, but some of the over-the-top compliments for being able to get Aaron Rodgers under center there is puzzling to me because he was not good last year. Like he was the quarterback all season long for a team that went 5-12 and was not exactly a positive force in the building. He's going on McAfee. He went on McAfee while he was injured, and he's just dishing on how the vibe in the building is bad. They won more games with Zach Wilson playing quarterback the year before than they won with Aaron Rodgers last season. They won 7 games with Zach Wilson at quarterback.
Right. And not even, and it wasn't just Zach Wilson that year. It was
like Tim Boyle in there
hodgepodge
for a second.
Guys.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and ironically enough, both Zach Wilson and Aaron Rodgers had some of their best games of their respective seasons against the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
That's where in the second half of that game versus the Texans, the Aaron Rodgers looks like classic Aaron Rodgers. The Texans have a really good way. It's almost sometimes I look back and think, man, if there's of the quarterbacks who had really good games, like the best games of their season versus the Texans.
Yeah.
The list is an annoyingly mediocre list of quarterbacks.
Desmond Ritter tore them up in week 5 of D'Amico's first year.
Zach Wilson.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers at age 41.
Dude, Levis last year in week 12 when he got sacked 8 times and still threw for almost 300 yards.
Tom Brady's not the only guy, obviously, who's played over the age of 40. The guy who had the most success over the age of 40.
Yeah.
So I don't want to put it all on Tom Brady as far as him being the reason that teams think, hey, no big deal, just sign an old guy.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, the weird part about it was Kirk Cousins, not as old as Tom Brady, right, but still Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers both coming off of Achilles tendons. and people saying, like, throwing all caution to the wind and thinking, oh, yeah, this is the guy that we're going to –
This will be great.
This is the guy.
Yeah.
Like Drew Brees, but he was clearly starting to dwindle.
Yes.
Brett Favre is the one that you could see I think it was when he was 40 was when he was in the playoffs, right? And he had that miserable game in the cold where he just looked like an old man that was in the cold too long.
It was
freeze to death.
when he was in Minnesota, yeah.
Doug Flutie didn't do much at age 41. He was either 9 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
Warren Moon was the guy who actually played productively over the age of 40.
He sure did.
He's still a solid player.
He sure did. What was Matt Ryan? How old was he when he hung it up? Because Matt Ryan was a guy at the end. He played that last year in Indianapolis, and he was awful that year. And he was a guy who answered the bell all the time. I don't know that Matt Ryan.
37.
Okay, so he didn't even approach 40.
It is.
But that's more. But Ryan is more the norm,
Right. Well, and Matt Ryan, the whole thing about Tom Brady playing as well as he did was that Tom Brady never relied on his athleticism in his career, and it makes sense that he could weather the effects of aging better because any diminished speed or what have you didn't really hurt his game. You could see at times, he was still. There were times where he still used his athleticism to buy time, etc.
Yep.
But by and large, he was just too banged up and too injured, and it just wasn't the same guy.
Yeah.
So now I feel bad for Steelers fans. I would guess if we go looking for a poll of Steelers fans from some sports radio host in Pittsburgh, I'm guessing it's 75% of Steelers fans aren't all that moved by this.
Yeah.
Or like all that excited
Or they're moved negatively by it. They're like,
what's the name of the guy that he makes waves a lot of times? He's friends with Meltzer.
Oh, Andrew Filipponi.
Andrew Filipponi.
Yeah.
I bet he's done a poll.
I bet I'll check that out.
He's got that kind of gumption and ambition that he can take 20 seconds to put a poll up on Twitter.
You know what's interesting about this, Seth, is that I'll tell you, the one guy who would definitely vote no on wanting Aaron Rodgers there in the poll is arguably the greatest quarterback, or the most decorated quarterback, certainly in the history of that franchise, Terry Bradshaw. He was very outspoken about his feelings that the Steelers were even courting Aaron Rodgers, let alone signing him to a one-year deal. And so that Florio pointed this out yesterday. Like, don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be getting his number 12 jersey there in Pittsburgh. Seeing as it would take Terry Bradshaw's approval, and Terry Bradshaw, I think he called it a joke or something like that they were even going after Aaron Rodgers. That's one voice at least. You're right. I bet you're right. I bet the polls up in Pittsburgh, the approval rating on the Aaron Rodgers signing in Pittsburgh, I bet skews negative.
For Pittsburgh especially, though, it's this higher decade. They kept trying to make it work with Ben Roethlisberger after he was coming off of elbow surgery, right?
Yes.
That was it was kind of like they took great pains to say it's not Tommy John surgery, but it's a lot like Tommy John surgery.
Elbow, yeah.
So him coming back at the age of 40 or however he was, and then you do it with Russell Wilson, and in both those instances you saw, whoa, at the beginning of the season, look, we might have something here. Boy, they're going on a nice run, and then in December you remember, these guys are not the same guys they used to be.
Yep.
So this is the third time in the last 6 years, that the Steelers are going to just go back to the same old well and try the same old quarterback, the same old aging quarterback.
It's one of the more fun markets in the NFL, as long as you're a team that already has your franchise quarterback. It's a fun market to sit and watch as opposed to participating in. But, Seth, it's the veteran quarterbacks that fan bases talk themselves into market. Aaron Rodgers is in that market. I think Russell Wilson has been in that market the last couple of years. The Steelers fans were trying to do that last year. I think Daniel Jones is a little of that, honestly, in Indianapolis. I bet there's Colts fans that are probably fed up with Anthony Richardson, that are certainly feeling a certain kind of way about this disclosure of his shoulder injury that Shane Steichen gave us yesterday, and are now trying to talk themselves into the 2022 version of Daniel Jones. There's like 4 or 5 guys every year now that are quarterbacks that are this layer below. Like, most teams want to find their guy in the draft, or they already have their guy. And then there's things in the NFL at times, but they're either old or they've fallen out of favor. I think Kirk Cousins is next up on that list. I feel like he's sitting on a shelf in the refrigerator in Atlanta right now, waiting for a team to open the fridge and take him out and be the guy that teams talk themselves into? You know, like it's
Sam Darnold. I mean, the Mike McDonald, the coach of the Seahawks, acting like it was the dumbest question in the world. He was respectful about it, but he couldn't believe somebody would ask whether Sam Darnold was definitely going to be the starting quarterback this year. Like, I had one really
good year
in Minnesota.
One good year.
Yeah. Well, like Colin Cowherd, this is where I'm personally invested in just wanting Colin Cowherd to be wrong. Colin Cowherd he had a clip a few weeks ago where he just could not believe that the Vikings were going to roll with J.J. McCarthy when Sam Darnold just had the year he had. And I'm looking around, I'm kind of like they drafted J.J. McCarthy pretty damn high.
10th, yeah.
And you're going to take, yes, of course they're going with the guy they drafted 10th overall.
Right.
The kid who had an injury, and that's the sum total of it. It's, ultimately, I guess the cautionary tale would be Drew Brees, getting replaced by Phillip Rivers, I suppose.
Yeah.
Rivers
was good,
And nobody was, nobody's at fault there because Drew Brees became a different guy when he was with Sean Payton.
Yep.
Despite having, had played well as a quarterback with the Chargers.
Yep.
I think Sam Darnold's the one I'm intrigued by right now. Is just, okay, what version of Sam, and does Kevin kind of how I was with with Kyle Shanahan, where I always said, look, if you think you're going to do a better job with a quarterback than Kyle Shanahan, and get more out of him than Kyle Shanahan did, then you're just deluding yourself.
Yep.
So with Sam Darnold, for all the good things he did last year, all right, but is your offensive coordinator, is Clint Kubiak as good as Kevin O'Connell?
Yeah.
And that Sam Darnold did kind of fall apart at the end there, too.
He did. He definitely fell apart at the end. Texans will see him Week 7, Monday Night Football in Seattle, coming off the bye week. We'll get our look at Sam. We'll probably have a pretty good idea 5-6 weeks in, kind of what Sam Darnold in Seattle looks like at that point. That'll be fun. All right, speaking of the Texans, speaking of play callers, is Nick Caley one of the most important people in the NFL for this coming season? That contention was made. We've got it for you. We've got it coming up next.
Oh, the most important thing when you're
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So Ken Clark, who covers the NFL, longtime NFL writer, podcast host, does a good job. He was on ESPN yesterday. He was on with Hannah Storm, and they were talking about Nick Caley and talking about the Texans. And Kevin Clark makes a contention about Nick Caley that I want to kick around here with Seth and with you, the listeners, a little bit. Here's Kevin Clark of ESPN saying Nick Caley is one of the most important people in the NFL for the upcoming season.
I'll start here. He's one of the most important people in the NFL this year because it's his job to get an elite quarterback back on track. He worked for Sean McVay and Bill Belichick. Those are two pretty good coaches to work under, if you haven't noticed. But when you're a passing game coordinator for Sean McVay, you're not calling the shots. So this is a huge leap up for him. For me with the Texans, do not attribute to the quarterback what you can attribute to the offensive line and to the play caller. Last year, it was bad. C.J. Stroud was pressured 50 more times in 2024 than 2023, and it showed. His deep ball went from 58% completion percentage his rookie year to 35% last year. So it's Nick Caley's job. What I like is in his first press conference, C.J. Stroud said that Nick is going to give him a lot of control at the line of scrimmage. Bobby Slowick did not give him that. I felt that Bobby Slowick's protection schemes were, frankly, it's at some points amateurish last year. You combine that with the personnel problems. Kenyon Green, who's now gone, was one of the worst offensive linemen in football last year. There's going to be a big step up here for the Texans. I think that C.J. Stroud's going to get back on track. He is as big a bounce-back candidate as there is in this league.
Okay.
Some of the protection schemes were amateurish. There were a few things about last year that was frustrating. One, the Texans struggled to pick up a lot of, like, some of the looks that you're starting to see more and more commonly when defenses, they'll line up in an unbalanced defensive line. Both defensive tackles are over on what you've only got, like, one defensive lineman on one side of the ball, and then they'll design some blitzes to come up off of that. The Texans really struggled with that early on, starting off with the Colts game, and there were times where, because they were struggling with some of the exotic looks so much, they would just go to full turn protection. That's where just everybody on the line just turns to your right, and you're going to be responsible for the guy in front of you. It has a place in the NFL, but good offensive lines, you do it sparingly, because what can also happen is what we would see is defenses would basically just start to dictate what pass protection they wanted to see. And the defenses would line up in a look that they knew exactly how the Texans were going to pass protect it, and then they would send a blitzer from the weak spot. Yep. And it was hard to watch. And you could get really complex into, like, all the reasons why they could not do that and everything. But it was bad enough that at one point it got better in the second half of the season, but there were times where teams were just dictating, basically dialing up what pass protection they wanted to see and then exploiting it. And yes, there's at the individual level amongst the offensive linemen, there was play that needed to be improved, but just systemically, everything was a freaking mess.
Yeah.
And the lack of hot routes or the unawareness of hot routes, everything about that offense was just kind of podunk in a lot of ways.
And it was really bad against the teams that you need to get through to get to where you want to go. If you're the Texans,
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was really bad against the Ravens on Christmas Day. It was really, really bad in the second halves, in the fourth quarters of both games against the Chiefs, both the regular season game in Week 16, and then certainly in the playoff game where CJ got beat like a drum in that game. He got sacked he got sacked 8 times in that game. He got hit a bunch in that game. And who knows, whatever general soreness he's dealing with right now might be from an injury that stems from that game. Who the hell knows with CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
I mean, he got banged up in that Chiefs play. I remember watching that game, Seth, in the second half and watching CJ stumbling around out there because he was so beat up. And I'm like, God, I almost feel like this is actually taking some of the sting about not playing in the AFC title game next week, because I have no idea what version of C.J. Stroud we would even get against Buffalo. You know, with
Slowick, there were parts of the way that he was operating last year where it reminded me of what Ryan Fitzpatrick was as a young quarterback, which is both super smart guys. Right? Super book smart.
Big time.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Fitzpatrick actually went to Harvard.
I had heard that. I was up there this week in Boston, and I was told that by several people, yes.
So but real smart guy. But I remember talking to a couple defensive backs when Fitzpatrick was still young, who were like, he's really, really smart, but you can use it against him, then he's gonna there's my window, and then you could force him into
bait him, yeah.
And I think it was just. So they were like, okay, this is a guy that likes to think 3 chess moves ahead, so I'm going to let him go ahead and think that he's the brilliant one, and he's, this third chess move is what's going to get this stupid defensive back. Yeah.
I will be waiting for him at move number 3. Yeah, I'll see you there.
Hey, you know what chess players really don't like? A punch in the nose.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just kind of like, you know what they can't anticipate? Me popping out of the dark shadows and cold cocking
That's
him.
right.
And that's what young Ryan Fitzpatrick and young Bobby Slowick had happened to him last year. There was enough film on Bobby Slowick and what he liked to do that, man, by the time year 2 rolled around, he didn't have a counterpunch.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is where Bobby Slowick, the most frustrating, looking back on it, when he just flat out said, early in the year we were seeing a bunch of shell coverage and we probably took too long to adjust to that. I'm like, how on God's green earth did you think that you were going to roll out there without having run the ball well in the previous year? How did you think you were going to roll out with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Stephon Diggs and not see a bunch of shell coverage?
Yep.
And then not be able to run the football game when you're seeing all these. It was maddening.
How much does the very first thing that Kevin Clark cited in that audio we just played, after he says that Nick Caley is one of the most important people in the NFL in 2025, and I think that's a good take. The part where he says, okay, and Bill Belichick, 2 good guys, 2 great coaches to coach under, and I'm going, no, they are 2 great coaches. Mm-hmm. And McVay's had a pretty good tree of guys to come off of his tree. The guys that have come off of Belichick's tree, and admittedly these are more head coaches that have gone from coordinator to head coach.
Right.
Bill O'Brien's probably the most accomplished out of all the coordinators and assistant coaches that Belichick's tree has yielded. I don't count Vrabel in there because he didn't coach under Belichick. Does that matter to you? Am I off base on that?
I don't. I think it's hazardous when you start looking at it as a positive or a negative.
Yeah.
Because it's just to run down some of the offensive coordinators or head coaches that have come from Sean McVay.
Okay.
Shane Waldron, so far not so hot.
Right.
Matt LaFleur, I'd say they've
success.
Done it, yeah, and he's running that offense up there. Zach Taylor. Brandon Staley, defensive coach, but still, Kevin O'Connell, I'd say, that's a good one.
Yes.
Zach Robinson, let's see. Oh, Raheem Morris, offensive coordinator. There you go.
No, Raheem's a defensive guy.
That's what I thought. It says here. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
It was written weirdly. Yeah. Zach Robinson.
Yeah.
It's
who I think is still a well thought of assistant around the league, Zach Robinson.
Yeah, there's some positives, there's some negatives. Yeah. I think with Belichick, I don't look at it because Belichick's offensive coordinator tree is all right. He's had when he was in New England.
Yeah.
Josh McDaniels as an offensive coordinator.
Correct.
It's just as a head coach where he's failed.
Yep.
Bill O'Brien was adequate as an offensive coordinator, so it wasn't like a disaster necessarily.
Yep.
And then, do we put in Matt Patricia
and Joe Judge?
And Joe Judge,
the two-headed
actually
monster.
Offensive coordinators.
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's dicey when you start looking at the offensive coordinator tree if you're not playing for an offensive coach.
It's probably different too that Caley he's going to be an OC, right? Instead of the head coach. Because the tendency for these head coaches that Belichick has put out is to imitate Belichick, and that just doesn't go well, with any of them that he puts out.
Yeah, they try
Matt
to
Patricia
they try to pretend they're doing Bill Belichick cosplay.
Yeah, cosplay, exactly.
McDaniels was the worst when he did. Just remember wearing his tattered sweatshirt or his trying to dress like Belichick on the sideline. That was rough, man. I felt bad for him.
How about this number? The number that Clark had. 58% completion percentage on deep balls his rookie year to 35% last year for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a monster drop in success on deep balls.
Well, and a lot of that, though, too, is that this past year, a lot of those deep balls were on second and long and third and long when everybody knows what's coming.
Their ears pinned back,
that's a part about Bobby Slowick that the old notion of establish the run is kind of antiquated, but it's not. But then some people try to pretend like the run game doesn't matter at all. The key thing is that when you're running the offense the way that Bobby Slowick wanted, you have to have credible rushing attack.
Yeah.
If you're going to line up in condensed formations, and if you're gonna run the ball no matter what on first and second down a bunch, then you better not be sacrificing that down, because if you get 4 yards on first down, great. You're starting to get ahead of the sticks. Once you get stuffed in the backfield on 1st and 10, it's really, really hard to convert that set of downs.
No doubt.
And that's exactly what his inability to engineer a run game was, like, really probably the most damaging thing, because you couldn't operate after that. You're putting CJ in 3rd and long behind an inadequate offensive line all the time.
Got to be better at that this year for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock on Fridays, the segment we've been waiting for. Will the champ get taken down? We call it Take-A-Mania. It's the bad takes from the week, trying to take down the reigning, defending Take-A-Mania champion, Andrew Perloff.
Excited about this.
We will play the champion's audio, and then we will run it through the Seth Payne filter, all the challengers, coming up next.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, let's do this. Take a Mania. Each and every week on Friday at 9 o'clock, we rehash or introduce at times. Some of these are takes we've not played yet, but the bad takes of the week, the ones that have popped up on the radar as what we deem to be poor takes in the sports world. And the way we do this is we have a defending champion. And there may be a new champ coming out of this week, but right now, boy, I believe, Seth, this goes back to the beginning, near the beginning of the NBA playoffs, because it is still Andrew Perloff of Infinity Sports Network, does the morning show on that network. You can hear the first hour of it before our show, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on the station. And it was the day after Steph Curry pulled his hamstring in the first game of the second round of the play. The Warriors had beat the Rockets. So it's been a minute now that Andrew Perloff has been the champ. It's been at least 3 go-rounds here. And so let's lay this out. Andrew Perloff, this was his take on Steph Curry's hamstring injury and how easy it should be for him to actually be able to come back and play on a gimpy hamstring.
You guys don't think that Curry has any chance to come back from this? I mean, we've all had little hamstring pulls. They're
the
tough.
Amount that he runs and how he has to move throughout a game, I don't.
What are you talking about? He goes from the top of the three-point line on one side to the top of the three-point line on the other.
Constantly moving.
That cannot be further.
Moving on offense is easy. Moving on, I mean, they'll hide him on defense. All he has to do is hit a bunch of threes.
Ask Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, guys who do that stuff, and Ray Allen, the kind of conditioning they do. It's grueling. It's like that is very hard. And it's terribly hard on the defenders to cover those guys because they're in better shape than them.
As a former big man in high school, I'll tell you right now, the guards don't do crap. They're running 40 yards.
Give me a break.
And Steph, running on offense doesn't count. It doesn't. Anybody can run around and get a shot.
He was like the most well-conditioned guy in the NBA because of all the stuff he did off the ball. Like this could not be more wrong.
Well, regardless, though, I mean, I think like he can be effective in a different way because he can hit his shot. Like a hamstring injury will, like if it's John Morant and he has an injury, as we saw, that's bad. But Steph can be effective a little bit, right? Like you still have to watch out for Steph. I don't care if he has one functional leg.
All right. This is why this one it's really hard to topple because he says so many wrong things back to back to back to back to back. Even with the other really good bad takes, who was the ring champion for a long time, he at least said a couple things that you could get with, but his ultimate conclusion that Andy Reid was the all-time fraud head coach in the NFL,
that was strong.
It goes too far. But he did at least say some true things. Yeah. Perloff just keeps stacking horrendous /false / wildly ridiculous take after take after take. But he is the reigning champion for a reason.
He
We're
is.
the contenders.
You know, one of the things I had, we listened to that cut no fewer than a half a dozen times now, at least. We've played it at least once a week for a month now. And the one thing that has slipped past me each time that if I have his reference correct, a basketball court is 94 feet long. And when he refers to the guards, as a former big man in high school, all the guards do is run. He basically saying from foul line to foul line. And he says 30 yards. I think he means 30 feet. Like 30 yards is how long the whole court is, bro. Yeah, he says 30.
That's a simple.
That's a simple one, but
he's probably just been talking about football.
Yeah. But it's more on me than on him. I'm like, how did that slip past me? All these times
as long as he's not surveying my property, I'm not going to begrudge him that one.
Yes, exactly. All right, so let's get to the challengers here, and we'll see if there's one strong enough to take down Andrew Perloff. This was one we actually played earlier in the show, so this is almost like a write-in candidate. During one of the breaks, I said to Seth, I'm like, maybe we throw old Chris Sims into Take a Mania and just see how this thing stacks up. See if we can feed him to Perloff and see if he can pin Andrew Perloff. This was Chris Sims making a wild Stroud shoulder injury.
First off, let me just say this. I think if he got shoulder surgery or anything like that, we would have heard it. We would have heard it. So I have a hard time thinking that's the deal here. This has all the signs to me, Mike, of tendinitis, general soreness, This, to me, has all the signs of we got back training, I started throwing, maybe I threw a little too much at first, and now the inside of my elbow hurts, right? It's how golfers get it at times, right? Tennis players, stuff like that, because of that hinging and all of this as a thrower. And if you're not in shape for that or don't approach it the right way when you get back into it after a long period of time, that's when that can flare up. And this, to me, has all the signs of that type of thing. Elbow, shoulder. I would bet it's more elbow than not, but we'll see where it goes. But it certainly looks like that to me in my experience around the NFL.
What do you think of Dr. Sims here, Seth?
I know it's fine because he could very well be correct.
Yeah.
So we have no clue. The biggest thing was that he said the elbow instead of the shoulder.
Yeah.
And as one of our listeners or several other listeners point out, D'Amico himself never actually even cited the shoulder. He was even vaguer than that. He said general soreness.
General soreness.
So it could be flu-like symptoms for all we know.
Yep.
So but the reports, Aaron Wilson reported, and it's out there in every headline that it's a shoulder issue. So, but that's not enough. That's just one bad take.
Yeah.
Perlap has like 9 bad takes in his one bad take.
All right. Perloff kicks out again, man. This guy it is unbelievable. Corey Graves. All right, this one is from, next one is from Craig Carton, who is co-host of Breakfast Ball on FS1. That's their morning debate show on FS1. We don't ever get to watch it because we're on the air while it's on, but little clips pop up on social media every day. It's Craig Carton, Mark Schlereth, and Danny Parkins. They were having a discussion about Jalen Hurts versus Brock Purdy, and apparently just to set the stage for who you got, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy, and just to sort of give a little insight into one of the things that Carton references here. They apparently make fun of Carton on the show, Seth, because when they ask him for a top 5, he names 9 guys every time. You're like, he can't come up with a top 5. Like, he just ends up naming 9 guys. So that little nugget will end up playing into this audio. It's a short clip here, but this is Craig Carton with his assessment of who he'd rather have, Brock Purdy or Jalen Hurts.
Who would you rather be the Jets quarterback, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
This is easy for me. This one takes no thought whatsoever. He's a far better quarterback. Brock Purdy does everything better than Jalen Hurts. And I think Jalen Hurts is a damn good quarterback. He's in my top 5, one of the 9 guys that are in that top 5. But the guy's the machine.
Brock Purdy does everything better than Jalen Hurts. Seth, every single thing.
Everything?
Everything better than Jalen Hurts.
You know what? It was fun watching throughout the playoffs because, during the season I watched the Eagles here and there and everything. But when you get to sit and watch Jalen Hurts game after game versus really good competition, there are parts of his game where you can see the old school person or just a casual fan or anything, the way, like his actual throwing motion and everything else, it doesn't look like the pure passers of the past. Like there's it's almost like this methodical throwing motion.
It definitely
is. Right. So as from purely the passing side of things, you can see where the argument is for Brock Purdy. But on the sum total of things, he clearly does a lot of things better, including running and everything else like that. So, yeah, that's a bad take.
Yep.
But it's almost so bad, and because he doesn't back it up with anything other than to say everything, it's almost too bad to even qualify.
Okay.
Because it almost just sounds like it's just something he wants to be true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can he do it? Cover!
He doesn't, at least in that clip, he doesn't impale himself on a stake as much as the other guys do.
Perloff was stabbing himself
by expounding on it.
Yeah. All right, this next one I don't think is going to win. It's Adam Silver talking about TV ratings in the NBA. He just says something in here that I think is, I don't believe him when it comes to something he says in here, and I figure take a Mania. This would probably be more of a palate cleanser before we get to the main event here coming up, with Kendrick Perkins and Lisa Leslie coming up in a second. But I just wanted to play this one. This is Adam Silver talking about the big topic that people love to bring up, the NBA's declining TV ratings.
I like the fact that people are talking about us. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It seems a little unusual how much discussion league. Again, as I said, I'm a fan of all sports, and I follow lots of media, and it seems like there's a lot more chatter. And even for me, it's just sort of just walking on the street and fans coming up to me that often, and it frustrates me, that the first thing they say is, how are the ratings, or what are the ratings going to be, as opposed to, wow, you just had them, 2 incredible, conference finals. What a great playoff series you've had. So I can't quite put my finger on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that is interesting, because I think a lot of people, like we in the media sometimes, we try to be self-conscious about or self-aware about, like, okay, wait a second, is this something we care about but the fans don't actually?
For sure, yeah.
But Silver in saying that the fans actually approach him and say that.
Do you buy that? Do you think
do
fans?
you believe it? Right.
I don't believe that fans walk up to the commissioner of the NBA on the street and the first thing they bring up are the TV ratings. And he said it with a straight face. I just don't buy that.
I don't know. I think there's a tendency. People do it. No, now with NFL ratings, it almost becomes, it's such a big topic that it becomes politicized. Then it becomes, well, maybe that's part of it too, because there's a whole woke is broke dynamic and all that. That's where it's kind of a crossover hit, because people start talking about it as a way to gauge the health or interest and what it means in other areas of life.
Yeah. I should, as somebody who does follow the TV ratings and actually brings it up on the show a fair amount, I probably should hope that that's the case, right? That the average fan is walking up to Adam Silver as somebody who's a ratings enthusiast and uses it as a topic from time to time.
Well, I think it's kind of like, it's not a good analogy, but it's like if you own stock in a company and you care about the company, you care about the price of it. Even if you're not looking at it as your retirement fund or like anything else, you're just like you want to monitor how is your company valued?
I get it.
So I think there's a little element of that, but
it doesn't win. I mean,
it's not the worst take.
Yeah. I mean, this is that's not even close.
Yeah, I guess I'm actually kind of sticking up for I don't even know who.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that I think Silver is lying when he says if fans walk up to him on the street and the first thing they bring up are the TV ratings. That's just
You're telling me we pulled a 9 share? Are you kidding me, Silver? A 9 share in a playoff game? What are we even doing here?
Judge is an all-star. All right, let's get to these last two. I just
They're
love that
crushing us in the 25 to 34-year-old female demographic.
All right, let's get to the last two. This was Lisa Leslie on The Shop, LeBron James's little sit-down podcast. And Draymond Green is one of the participants as well. And this is Lisa Leslie looking for a handout from the NBA for the WNBA.
I think I saw something that said like one player that makes maybe $12 million on the NBA team could cover the whole WNBA salary.
Yeah, that's insane.
So that's kind of like crazy. And again, we're what, 26 years young, so it's not like we're comparing ourselves to the NBA, but I do feel like the pay gap would be something that, we could just take a donation around the NBA, but I don't go to casinos.
I have something on this, though, because it pisses me off. It pisses me off because I don't think there's anyone in America that supports the WNBA more than NBA players.
100%.
The NBA players support the WNBA like
the most.
More than we probably support the NBA.
Okay.
And it bothers me.
Yeah, I had to let Draymond say his piece there.
You know why it makes me uncomfortable about this one? Is because it had a very Zelensky in the Oval Office feel to it. I didn't, and I'm like, I don't want to. Let's just stay away from it all. Like it, regardless of who you care about and who you think is right or wrong. But the part that makes this a bad take is, for me, not even like whether, like maybe you think that the NBA should subsidize the WNBA. The thing is, they do. They already do.
Right.
Like that is like the WNBA is in existence because it receives financial support, including a hefty initial investment, and then more than $15 million a year. It's like, yeah, I know it's a relative pittance by NBA standards, but they already do subsidize the WNBA.
It's not zero. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is where I let Lisa Leslie off, is that I don't, because of her tone of voice, I feel like she was, I feel like she was kind of trying to throw something out there. And if she had come in and said, Draymond, you need to get your act together and you need to pony up more dough or something.
It's a take that looks worse in writing than it does on the. You describe it like, you should give us $12 million to,
I didn't appreciate the fact that she acted like she was coming at it as if the NBA doesn't already help out the WNBA.
And yet, where are we with her versus Perloff?
No, she doesn't beat Perloff.
Yeah, she doesn't beat Perloff. right, here we go. The main event. This is it. Two-time participant in the last 2 weeks, Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins talking about Devin Booker. Devin Booker, the Phoenix Suns, could be on the trade block, might not be on the trade block. He's up for a big contract extension. This is how Kendrick Perkins would view Devin Booker if he were to choose to stay with the Phoenix Suns.
Not only trading KD, but trading Devin Booker. And this is going to tell me a lot about Devin Booker. Here's why. He has been activated. You know why? Because he's 28 going on 29. So that means Udik Shanae Malik, he's what? He's just starting his prime. His prime has been activated. This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for. Right now, and I'm just going off of right now. The Mavs, Lakers, Nuggets, OKC, Minnesota, that's 5. Houston, that's 6. And we can really keep going. So Devin Booker, I don't want to ever get to the point where I look at him and call him a loser. But if he comes to a place where he's okay with being there and not leveling up to go to an organization where you actually could compete for a championship and you're proud of that.
All right. Okay, this is the third or fourth time I've listened to this. And Sean, I think Sean Bijani was in when we first played this earlier in the week. And I said my personal side of this was, man, when I was the team that I wanted a guy to leave his team and come here, it was Chris Bosh. Wanted Chris Bosh to come to the Rockets. I was like in the Kendrick Perkins role. I was like, come on, doesn't he want it? What's wrong with him? And Meltzer shut me down because he was correct. He said, hey, wait a minute. Like, isn't this what we want out of can we really be mad at Chris Bosh for wanting to stay with his team, to be loyal to his team and be where he is? And I had no answer for him. And Perkins' take, purely in a vacuum, Perkins' take is not as bad as Perloff's take. And yet, the fact that Perkins, and one of the most visible people in sports media, is sitting there and acting like it's a scarlet letter to want to stick around for a rebuild, I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yep.
That is so far detached from the average NBA fan and where the NBA is headed over these last few years that, yes, this is the worst take of the week because it's pernicious. Is what it is.
It is pernicious. It is basically, if we translate it, Seth, it is saying that if you don't gang up and get on an already winning program, you're a loser.
Right.
You're a loser.
You're actually saying if you stick around and want to stay there for a rebuild, you're a loser.
You're a loser.
That's everything against a team sport or any kind of loyalty or old team spirit or anything else that you want to believe still exists.
Sounds like we got a new champ.
Yeah.
Winner. And this was just a matter of time before Kendrick Perkins held the belt. Let's face it. I mean, this is a coronation that's been coming for a long, long time.
Perloff, man, he has
battled.
Now there will be the end of the year tournament.
Well, there will.
We'll find. Are we going to do end of the year or after the Super Bowl? I guess we should probably do it after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. And do we do a tournament with polls and let people vote on it? We got to figure that out.
We started it the week after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think what we should do is in the bye week before the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's
when
a good
we'll start the tournament because that 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, there's a whole lot of people that aren't as much into previews as you would think.
Yeah,
we know this.
Yeah,
people they don't like listening to preview talk nearly as much.
We'll get that all figured out. You will hear these takes again. This we promise you for sure. So
don't worry, everybody. You're going to hear bad takes someday.
People love it
on this radio
John
station.
Harris has been texting me all morning about Take-A-Mania.
We have to. That's how good we are at this station. We have to import bad takes.
That's it. Yeah, we would love to play our own.
We should do a regional tournament of just our own.
Our own?
If we start, yeah.
Oh, that'd be a good project. If each producer just grabbed the worst takes from their show that they produce, then would have a pile of mile high.
For me, it's going to be a lot of just actual factual errors that I make.
Or Nate, like the wrong Jaden or Jalen,
Yeah, that's not as bad as my actual factual errors. Like yesterday when I said Trayvon Diggs, I brought up a Trayvon Diggs news story thinking it was about Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
that was pretty bad.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was a fun take of Mania. We appreciate you guys tuning in. All right, up next, make or break players. The NFL.com, Nick Shook actually has a list of make or break guys in a make or break year in the NFL. There are no Texans on this list. I think there are a few Texans, though, that definitely qualify as this season being make or break. A couple of names. We'll run through them coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers is the place.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. So Nick Shook of NFL.com has a list of 17 players in the NFL who are entering crossroads, make or break years. Got to get it done this year. And there's some on here that are really good players. He's got James Cook on here, really good running back for the Bills. But it's kind of a make or break year for him because he wants to get paid, that sort of thing.
He wants to get paid, and they stopped going to him in the second half of that game.
It's Tyler Johnson
game.
Out there.
I was just like, what's going on with it? They must hate James Cook. I could see why James Cook might be. James Cook, if I'm James Cook and I'm being as irrational as possible about it, in the second half of that game, I'm thinking like, oh, they don't want to pay me.
Right.
That was which obviously that wouldn't
in
be
the
the
AFC
motivation
title game.
In the right. They would that obviously, but you can see how a guy might feel that way.
For sure.
They're like, oh. I'm a non-factor.
Dude,
okay,
these running
great.
backs, I don't attach any boundaries to what they are allowed or think they can think about stuff. These running backs are insane when it comes to this stuff. I mean, they're calling Zoom calls to just bitch at each other about how little they're getting paid. And then there's guys on this list like, say, Treylon Burks, who was a first-round pick for the Titans back when they traded away A.J. Brown. It's a make-or-break year for him because he sucks at football. And his career dissipation light
They
is
got rid of
blinking.
A.J. Brown because they knew they could draft somebody like Treylon Burks.
They got rid of A.J. Brown, and I think used that very pick on Treylon Burks.
That was the Jack Easterby method of thinking. It's like, hey, all you got to do is go get a DeAndre Hopkins in the second round.
Going to be cheaper. Yeah. So they got 17 names on here. We're not going to go through those 17 names. We'll localize it instead. I had a couple names that immediately popped up for me, Seth, that if I were making this list and making it Texans-specific, where it's guys who are make or break, the very first name that pops into my head is John Mechie. Like make or break year, a make or break training camp for John Mechie. I mean, hell, they drafted two guys at your position in the first 3 rounds of the draft.
And I think, too, Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie have both had some drop issues at times. It's just, Mechie, it seems like it shows up in practice a lot more when we're observing.
Yeah.
So that skews it a little bit. But they both don't have as solid and secure hands as you want out of a guy who's a third, fourth, or fifth option on your team.
Yep.
But Hutchinson generally looks like he does a better job of integrating issues and everything else like that. So I think a lot of that might go back to why the team likes guys from Iowa State so much. I think they get coached up real well, and they kind of function well within an offense. So John Mechie now, like 2 years removed from really recovering from cancer, this is the year where you gotta just evaluate him as a football player.
Yeah.
He's not a guy who's coming off of chemotherapy or anything else like that. It's just it is a packed wide receivers room with a lot of competition right now.
Yeah, and I think to be clear, when I say make or break, like John Mechie will probably be in the league in some shape, form, or fashion for a few more years. I'm just, in terms of his Texans career, he was drafted 44th overall. There are a lot of wide receivers that have been drafted in the second round who have become elite wide receivers. Mechie, I'm comfortable in saying this, he's never going to be that. However, he can be a solid, I think his ceiling is probably like a solid 50-catch guy. A guy, You know what I want his ceiling to be, Seth? That if one of the main guys gets injured, you don't feel like there's this massive drop-off to John Mechie. And I think them drafting Higgins and Knoll, it's a subtle way of saying there's been a massive drop-off to John Mechie.
I think athletically, if you look at Jalen Noel versus John Mechie, it's night and day. Mechie does not. He was always a guy that you're like, even in coming out of college, like, I don't know if he's quite as twitchy as I want out of a slot receiver type of dude.
Right. So I think he definitely would belong on a list. If this were a Texans make or break list, I've got a few other names here. Dameon Pierce. Is this a make or break? I mean, it's a contract year for him. So, in terms of being a Texan year, might increase the chances that he's not a Texan anymore. I just feel like with Dameon Pierce, he had such a great rookie year, and not only has he been less productive, he's completely fallen out of favor with the team. Like, he doesn't get on the field, and yet he's their number 2 running back. So it's a very strange relationship with Dameon Pierce. Now, like Mechie, they went and drafted somebody at Dameon Pierce's position that they gave up draft capital to trade into this draft to go get. I mean, they essentially used the 3rd-round pick to get Woody Marks. It's a 3rd-rounder for next year that they traded to get him. Like Dameon Pierce, this may be more make or break for him just in terms of how the league views Dameon Pierce.
Yeah, I think that if Dameon Pierce were not to make this team, there's going to be at least one other team out there that wants to take a look at Dameon Pierce.
That's right.
So there is still there's people that like him, and that especially I think that maybe these last couple of years were just a mismatch.
Scheme.
So how does Kaylee see Dameon Pierce being used, and how much of it do we see in training camp? Yeah. And like last year when everybody loves to tell you not to worry about anything negative you see during training camp because it doesn't matter. Like, all right, fine. It wasn't great for him in the preseason games.
Yeah.
And a lot of that, though, it was hard to figure because the offensive line wasn't playing as a complete unit hardly at all during the preseason games. I would settle for going hand in hand with, man, I hope the offensive line looks better in the preseason this year, and I hope that also includes Dameon Pierce having some nice carries in preseason games.
Juice Scruggs, this is his third year already, Juice Scruggs.
Right. Yeah, this is a big make or break year for Juice Scruggs, I think. If you just look at what the competition looks like at center right now, between Jarrett Patterson, Jake Andrews, who's taken a lot of reps with the ones, they picked them up off of waivers from the Patriots. Eli Cox is intriguing, the center out of Kentucky. He's very athletic, but he's got very short arms, small hands, all this stuff, but he's very athletic. Like, there's competition and upside there, and then at guard as well. I mean, yeah, Juice Scruggs has struggled a lot when he's tried to play guard, but he's been playing there during the spring, in the spring here. Yeah, he's a big one.
Big one too. And this is the thing: like teams will say, "Well, it only matters where you were picked the day you get drafted. After that, that's just a way of getting you in the building." But let's face it: the fact of the matter is, he was a second-round pick. If you're a second-round interior offensive lineman, you should have taken ownership by your third year of one of those three spots on the interior. And he doesn't. He doesn't have ownership of any of them.
And it is true, like, anybody can earn their way into playing time. What you do get as a higher pick is more opportunities and more chances.
Yeah.
Because which is fine. I'm like, it's not always just ego. It's that your scouts and your personnel department sees upside in a guy for a reason. And a lot of times, if they're not taking him in the first round, they're thinking, okay, this is a guy that might need 2 or 3 years to develop. And so we're going to stand by our assessment and see how he does over 2 or 3 years. So now you're getting into year 3, and this is, it's time to, put up or shut up. But with all of them, a little bit of an excuse in that it was a complete mess and disaster on the offensive line, on a coaching standpoint, on a coordinator standpoint, like for a lot of reasons last year. But, yes, there's lots of competition this year, and I don't think the second-round status doesn't really bail him out anymore.
I think Christian Harris is a big one on this list, too, especially because he's in a contract year. He's in a contract year, and unlike Juice Scruggs Dameon Pierce is in a contract year, too, but he had a great rookie year, but it's been bad. Like, Christian Harris has shown a level of play at linebacker that I think if you knew he was going to be healthy, I think it would entice a lot of teams if he were on the open market. I think even more so if he had stayed healthy, it would have enticed the Texans to give him like a Jalen Petrie contract at this point. If he could have stayed healthy. Like Christian Harris was playing a better linebacker was playing a better version of linebacker at the end of 2023 than Jalen Petrie was playing safety at the end of 2023.
Right.
The arrow was pointed up more on Christian Harris than Jalen Petrie at the end of that season.
And it's weird because I feel like, not that the fan base's emotional state matters at all in how the team evaluates them, but I feel like people just kind of, because it was frustrating watching the injury because Henry To'oTo'o took a big step forward from year 1 to year 2, I feel like people are out on Christian Harris, and I'm not exactly certain why.
Yeah.
Other than just because they're tired of dealing with the injury issue. He has tremendous upside.
Huge potential.
It's like he really only started looking like the best, like second half of his first year with D'Amico.
Yep.
So that's why we were so excited about Christian Harris. I think because he's going to be a free agent. It's either it's make it or break it with the Texans, but I think he would totally get an opportunity somewhere else.
Oh,
if he doesn't
100%.
resign. Like he'll get an offer somewhere else if he doesn't sign here.
Yeah, he'll be in the league, and
unless he doesn't play this year because of this soft tissue issue.
Yeah. Well, I was told he's going to be okay for training camp. That's what I was
that's
told.
Where that's where I get like the report last year at the very beginning of training camp was, well, it's just a soft tissue issue. It's no big deal. Coming from like whoever was telling Aaron Wilson that. Yeah. And now Aaron Wilson is reporting the same thing. And I'm not faulting Aaron for this. He's reporting what people are telling him. But like there's nothing about hearing, oh, don't worry, Christian Harris will be fine, that I can take with any level of certainty.
No, if it was
that's exactly what we heard last year.
If it was any other player, I would choose to believe it. But like last year, we asked Nick Caserio on this show multiple times on his appearances here about Christian Harris, and Nick kind of implied that there were a lot of curveballs that came with Christian. There was a lot of unexpected that came. They really did think he was going to come back, and they got tossed a lot of curveballs with this injury.
The calf is really interesting because all we know is that it's a soft tissue of some sort. But we've talked before about compartment syndrome. Yeah, things can get really messed up because when you get swelling in your calf, it just it compresses a lot of things in a small area. Yeah, and it can get there can be a lot for what seems like a minor injury. It can have a lot of really hard in the short term, at least while you're still dealing with it.
All right, final segment of the week coming up here. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, find out what they've got going on. We'll set you up for this weekend with the Astros. And also, we had a texter send in a really good point. The big reason why you should be watching these NBA Finals, if you feel a certain kind of way, and we'll explain why you should actually like the way these NBA Finals have played out. We will get to that in the final segment coming up next. But first, you know what I like the way it's played out? My sleep. And it wouldn't have played out well. My life might not have played out well had I not got my sleep fixed by Dr. Ben Salento at Texas Sinus and Snoring. If you suffer from snoring or sleep issues, sleep apnea especially, because that can kill you. I had really bad sleep apnea. You need to go see Dr. Ben Salento.
Network.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Now that ball is going to be down to the wall, towards the wall. Cruz cuts it off, and into score is going to be Jacob Milton. And the Astros lead 5-2. Jeremy Peña, another double.
Keep swinging at JP.
Yeah, man. Jeremy Peña playing some really good baseball. Astros playing really good baseball overall. First place in the AL West, up by a game and a half over the Seattle Mariners, so that's good. And I feel like the Astros as a team have not really brought their A game yet. Whenever it is they get Yordan Alvarez back, then it'll feel whole again. But in the meantime, I know it kind of feels that way. Like I've kind of settled in, like, okay, knowing what the lineup is largely going to look like every night. And I'm a little desensitized to Yordan not being in there right now.
We did, I told you yesterday, I realized that there's part of me that wants to say, yeah, but one guy coming back can't make that big a difference. And then I forget about, like, oh, yeah, the fact that, the first three guys in your lineup are doing some really good things. And then there's nobody to bring them home, or to advance them on the bases or what have you. That one guy could actually, aside from his individual production, not to mention adding a lefty into the lineup.
That's a great point.
There are a lot of things where the things that orbit around Yordan right now are just kind of wildly flailing through space until Yordan gets back.
Yep. So they play the Guardians this weekend. It'll be Colton Gordon tonight. Be big if he could go in and get like you're selling something there a little bit, and then you got Hunter Brown on Saturday. Genuine. Like the Hunter and Framber starts for sure are ones you feel like, okay, we got to win these. These are two aces that are pitching at ace levels right now. And then what I had seen last night, and I don't know if anything's changed this morning, Seth. I probably should check. But there had been word on those Twitter streets last night was that they may give McCullers an extra day to McCullers right now is listed as the starter on the app that I use for this sort of thing for Sunday, and he pitched the day after Hunter pitched in this past go-through in the rotation. But I guess Joe Espada had maybe been toying with the idea of giving Lance another day. I hope there's not a reason for that. I hope it's just we want to give him – I mean, I know there's a reason.
Caution.
Yeah.
Is it general soreness or whatever term it was that D'Amico used?
Yeah, I hope there's not a symptom is how I should have said it. Like if you're just looking to give him an extra day, then cool. You feel like you got a guy you can plunk in there and go against Cleveland.
Gordon, the one thing about him is that I like how aggressive he is. And we've seen, hey, Hunter Brown was a guy who was young and aggressive, and it was wildly inconsistent, didn't know what to do with it. But his ERA is pretty bloated right now. Not Forrest Whitley bloated, but pretty bloated. But his WHIP is like a 1.3, and it's like we've seen some potential there.
Yes,
we just don't know exactly. I'm not as optimistic about Gusto.
No, I'm not either. Although he came close over the base in the last outing, and yet he came within an out or two of giving me my main request with these guys that are not named McCullers, Framber, and Hunter Brown, and when Arrighetti comes back, my main request is 5 innings, 3 runs. Because we know what the bullpen's going to do. Unless they're playing the Rays, the bullpen's going to shut it down the rest of the way. You give me 5 innings and 3 runs, and then it's up to the bats to actually go out and do something. It's on them at that point.
Yeah, and the other, by the way, Sean, the battle continues.
What's that?
Remember when I was more about J.P. France and you were more about Hunter Brown? J.P. France he's either throwing a bullpen or to batting practice, whatever it was. He's doing something, yeah.
More arms the better, man. I would
There's
love
still upside there, my friend. He's just been injured and banged up.
That's fine.
You'll quit on J.P. France and his funky glasses.
It's not his fault. I miss his funky glasses. They brought him back too quick, man. That's not on J.P. France.
That's just what we do here.
That's how they do, man. It's how they do. So we got a text from a listener brought up a really good point, because if we're previewing the weekend here, we got the Astros and the Guardians. NBA Finals Game 2 is Sunday night. And if you were on the fence about whether you're going to be interested in the NBA Finals, or you're going to watch them, I don't know, it's OKC and Indiana. I would say last night's game, especially the fourth quarter, was probably a pretty good enticement to say, all right, I may dip in on this. The other reason I think if you look inward as to how you feel about the NBA, I think by and large, unless you're rooting for one of the teams that's put a super team together that's been successful, then this is how I feel, which is I like these teams that kind of do things organically, and it's not guys ganging up with each other to take on the league, or it's not Kevin Durant joining a 73-win team to go win a couple of championships. These are two teams that are built through shrewd trades and draft picks.
Yeah.
And who have a ton of room still to remain competitive, especially OKC, at the highest level in terms of draft capital and cap space, and nothing irresponsible on the books or anything like that. You know, the Indiana Pacers traded for Tyrese Halliburton in the Domantas Sabonis deal. They brought in Pascal Siakam. They put some good complementary players around them that can shoot. Miles Turner's a guy who's been there forever. And OKC is almost a legendary rebuild, the way they did it, the way they accumulated picks in trading away Russell Westbrook and trading away Paul George and the development of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander into what he's become. If you're somebody who was disgusted back in 2010 when LeBron chose to take his talents to South Beach, which felt like it unleashed this era of guys trying to maneuver their way onto teams with their buddies and things like that, this is the finals for you. Like, these are two teams that play hard, they play defense, they were built and grown organically, not through the manipulation of friendships and things like that.
Well, no, and the other thing too is that people always like to conveniently leave out when they talk about homegrown teams for whatever reason, and I don't know why. The Golden State Warriors, they were by and large a homegrown team, the most dominant franchise we've seen. Steph Curry was drafted in 2009. So they made when was their first year with Curry? Oh, 2014-15. You know, it was like
first championship.
Yeah, that was their first championship, and they had done. You know, they lost in the semis, they lost in the first round, and then Kerr showed up, and there you have it. But that was after Steph Curry had been in the league for multiple years, and they were, by and large, a homegrown team that took a long time to really get to where they were.
They drafted Harrison Barnes. They drafted Steph Curry. None of these guys were top 2 or 3 picks either.
Right.
Curry was 7th. They drafted Klay Thompson with, I think, the 11th pick. They drafted Draymond Green in the 2nd round. And so, you're absolutely right. That's what made the Kevin Durant thing so offensive, to me at least, about them. Is like, man, I did not like the Warriors because I love the Rockets, but I admired the way the Warriors went about putting that team together. Like that, you're absolutely right. That was not a super team they put together because guys were trying to gang up like it's the playground or something like that until Durant got there. Like,
right.
Oh.
And that's where, because Durant got there, it kind of, in people's minds, they don't think of them as a homegrown team, but they were already a championship caliber team without Durant. Like the actual core of what made them great was all homegrown, and it took a long time.
It did.
So it's just not, you got to always remember, man, it's not, I think people start looking at is if you're not maneuvering to try to angle for this superstar or that superstar, that you're not trying hard enough.
Yep.
Because sometimes the best is to sit and wait and just let your guys develop. That takes a lot more discipline, and it takes a lot more toughness to just see things through when you have a good young core.
Yeah, no doubt. Text message. No need to read this out loud, just to share. No, I'm going to read this out loud. My 5-year-old said, "Are you listening to original Houston Texan Seth Payne?" Which is the only way me and my dad will refer to Seth. Anyway, it just made me realize my dad was putting 610 in my ear at around the same age as my kid. 20-plus years later, here I am doing it with my kids. I love that there's a 5-year-old out there who only calls you, who thinks that your first name is original, and your middle names are Texan and Seth, and your last name is Payne. I love
We're like cigarettes and chewing tobacco. We're like, this is a Skoll family.
That's it,
son.
man.
Yeah.
No, we build our own furniture in this family.
You know what I need to do? I need to do a little bit more, I think, sometimes of I try not to bring attention to other than like when I'm telling a relevant story. I don't like try to present myself as like, I'm a former player or whatever, except in certain situations. But I do like it every now and then when somebody is like, oh, I didn't, like somebody that's been that's known me for a while, like through social media or something, was like, "Oh, you played?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, yeah. That's I should mention that more often."
You're a large individual, but you were significantly larger when you played. You know.
Oh yeah, I don't even think about it from that perspective. I'm more like, this is somebody that's been consuming my sports content without realizing that I'm a former player. I feel like,
That's
oh,
a
okay,
compliment.
I kind of made it on my own merits.
Yeah, absolutely.
As somebody that actually things at least 70% of the time.
All the time.
If I say a name or cite a statistic, at least 70% of the time it's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Fact check me on that, because that is a statistic I'm citing.
Actually, 59%.
So there's a 30% chance that
keeping
it's not
track
70%.
right here. You're at 59%.
Yeah.
So thank you for the text, Texter. Appreciate that. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula in the house. What's up, fellas?
Howdy. How are you?
We're doing great, man.
Yeah.
It's Friday. The Astros won last night. Do you guys stay up for games that are rain delayed by 3.5 hours?
I stayed up for the start of it.
You did?
Yeah.
I stayed up for the whole damn thing. Man.
Agreed. Which I mean, that's more impressive for you than it is for me.
I'm not trying to brag or anything or puff my chest. Yeah, I am. That's exactly what it is.
Well, you know what? The key thing is, it's one thing to stay up that late, but the other is that you seemed very sharp mentally this morning.
Thank you.
You didn't seem like you're a mess. You didn't seem short-tempered like you sometimes get. Everybody knows about it.
Everybody knows that hair trigger temper that John's got. Have not consumed a drop of alcohol, most importantly, since our vacation earlier this week.
Well, that's big.
It's big. Like that is big. It affects your. If I have sober sleep, 5 hours is enough.
Yeah.
You know. Now, drunken sleep.
No, it's nothing.
It's not.
It doesn't
even
matter.
close. Yeah, it's not even close. So, what's the question of the day, fellas?
All right. So I fell in love again with. I became a fan again, I should say, of Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knowles.
Also, no love. He walked back the love.
We're working on the love. We're working on the love.
I want that to be on the record that he has walked back the love
for a reason that has nothing to do with football or anything they've ever done.
Okay.
On their, have you ever become a fan or who of a player or players based on nothing to do with what they've done on the court? Now, for those who don't know, they're big fishermen.
Yeah. They're and as are you.
Yeah.
And I'm encouraging you to do a podcast.
I've already reached out
on a boat somewhere.
Did you say you walked back your love for Jalen Knowles?
No. Reggie said that.
Yeah, he said I've fallen in love, and he was like, well, no. And I'm like, all right, so I just want that on the record that love has been walked back in this moment.
I'll tell you, for me, I like almost any athlete that's a big WWE fan. That gives me a few check marks because it means they look at the world through the same demented lens that I do. Like I'm a bigger George Kittle fan than probably most are because he is a WWE enthusiast and he's into it. I'll tell you what's an interesting one for me. It was probably like when I was younger when they would do cameos on movies or TV shows.
Oh yeah,
the big one for me was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. On Airplane, the movie Airplane.
Oh,
he was hilarious in that role. And I was not programmed to like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because I was a Sixers fan growing up.
Yeah.
So right, and everybody, if you're not a Laker fan, you hate the Lakers. I liked Kareem Abdul-Jabbar more, and there's probably more that I could think of if I really sat here. But that's what I was trying to think of. Like,
does it go far enough to this place for you with Xavier Leggett?
That's a great one.
That's a phenomenal
That's a really good one, man.
That's a phenomenal one. Yes. That has zero to do. Xavier Leggett could be on the Texans dropping passes weekly, and he would be my favorite Houston Texan. 100%.
I think, boy, it would be so much easier to name the athletes we hate for now. That's
Aaron Rodgers just signed yesterday. Yeah.
I would say I honestly feel like I never appreciated O.J. Simpson's athleticism until I saw him in the Hertz commercials. So
it got complicated
O.J.
for you later.
Of everything that O.J. Simpson has done off the field, I think most notably for me, the Naked Gun and the Hertz commercials.
He was
really
good in
stand
Naked
out.
Gun.
He was good in Naked
He
Gun.
was funny. He was Nordberg. I love that his name was Nordberg.
And he was hurtling. He was hurtling like baggage carts. In those Hertz commercials.
Was there an old lady involved there somewhere too?
Key here is not sweating while he was doing it. That's why I was always jealous of him.
That's
like
big.
there's a guy who's calm, cool, and collected under pressure. When he had to get to a plane or hide a weapon.
In any situation, yeah. Hey, by the way, Crosstalk is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. So do you have any like breadcrumbs you guys are going to drop for us here?
Well, my one was Anthony Munoz. I mean, here I am growing up in the 70s, in San Antonio in the inner city, and all of a sudden, every once in a while, NBC would play the Bengals on. I'm like, there's a Munoz.
Yeah,
that's
man.
good. That plays football.
He's great.
He might be the best ever.
I guarantee you that game you were watching, he was the best player on the field multiple times.
Yes.
He's arguably one of the 10 best players.
And he's in
the history of the game.
Cincinnati.
Yeah,
there's no internet. It's not like
No. Yeah, there's no right. He's on some team. May as well be a foreign country, Cincinnati.
I want to apologize to you personally.
To me?
Sean, yeah.
Why?
Because, I have gotten invested in Take a Mania myself.
Yes.
And so whenever I hear things, I'm like, I want to send them in. And I was listening to a podcast this week.
Okay.
I was like, this would be helpful. And I wrote a note in the text without sending it to you, because it was in a weird time, and I'm awkward about sending texts in weird times.
You send text to me anytime, just so you know.
And I should have done it because later I deleted it in order to send another response.
Yeah.
And then I lost it. I gotta find. I don't remember.
You don't remember what it was?
If I remember, I'm hoping that it comes to me, and it probably will. It'll be like Saturday at 9 p.m. I'll be like, oh, there it is.
See, because I want to know if this is like Perloff level bad, because Perloff got taken down by Perkins today.
And I am not going to apologize
Kendrick or Danny.
to you for something I said yesterday.
What?
You voted for Christian Walker?
On my All-Star ballot.
You voted for Christian Walker?
Voted for everybody.
I voted for all the Astros. Yeah, I voted.
Christian Walker?
He's on the Astros. I voted for Dubon in left field as well.
Look, he went the straight ticket. That's what they do in the
That's right.
Pendergast
It's a
family.
party lines, man. Yeah.
He went and he's like, I'm with the orange party, and then boom, up and down.
That's it.
You're never supposed to do that, by the way.
Sorry, I don't have the nuanced worldview that you do on the All-Star ballot.
So, Seth, can I ask
Apology accepted.
Is it weirder the way that Sean goes about it, like the straight party ticket, or is it weirder the way that John Lopez goes about it? Because he says during the entirety of the balloting period, in which you can vote not just every day but 5 times a day, he selects a single individual ballot during the whole time period and selects who he believes is the best. But just one ballot, which is weird in those
Just
sets.
one. That's
how
old
you're supposed
school.
to do it.
That's old school.
Like you refuse to do one because you feel like that's so. Even though I don't like this whole being able to vote multiple times. I know this.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now. Said games with you back when I was a kid, and it wasn't computerized, and you had the little Scantron things where you're poking the holes in it. Dude, I would grab a stack of those. I wouldn't even be watching the game. You have to get them at the game. You can't get them anywhere else. Yeah. And I would sit there with my dad's pen. Hey, Dad, can I have a pen?
Yeah.
Just poking holes in it the whole time.
How long does it take to submit one ballot?
On the computer, like
mere minutes.
Yeah, like
if that.
Yeah, like a minute. If you know who you're voting for.
Then it takes 4 more minutes to submit 5 in total, or
you
can't
go right
just
to the
copy
next.
paste somehow.
Oh yeah, you can easily do this while you're taking your morning. You know what?
Yeah, but I think your point is, can you just check a box that says just count me for 5 ballots, that kind of thing. Yeah, not that I know of.
So it's labor intensive.
I'm a little old
something
school that way.
Ultimately isn't. Yeah,
Listen,
I don't
man,
know.
I'm a little old school with my computerized ballots. I do them each one at a time. All right.
Yeah. You'll be surprised to find out that I would grab one of those little pieces.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Listen,
this is the most deserving second baseman.
1 man, 1 vote.
Yeah,
one kid, 1 vote.
And then you would give us all your political views.
Honestly, when they allow you to make 5 votes per day for however many days, I feel like I'm being played for a sucker a little bit. They're like, it's one of those things. They're like, hey, by the way, we're going to allow you to vote multiple times. And I'm like, oh, you're going to allow me to spend more time on your website. Wow, how gracious of you.
Dude.
You capitalist pigs.
The over-under on the number of mailing lists your email is on when you do that, too.
Yeah.
Your information shared with everybody.
Why is T-Mobile so interested in me now?
Yeah. Is that thing weird? On the weekend is here. Seth, antibodies to you. Have a great weekend.
Antibodies, and I will have my film review of OJ's performance as Jernigan in the Towering Inferno on Monday.
OJ's IMDb page. We need to go through that sometime. All right, we are done. We are out of time. The weekend is here. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
That was very insensitive of Sean Pendergast to say the weekend is here. You, dear listener, are probably hanging out at work. We are hanging out at work. He's going home.
He's done.
And so I don't.
D-U-N.
I don't blame him for it, but I am envious. But no, let's hang out together here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It is a Friday though, baby. Let's get into the vibes. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you on the text line, 713-572-4610, and also the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, where appreciate your kicks, Rocks. I love this hat myself as well. And also the Twitch page, 610 Houston. And, I mean, let's do this. He did it again.
Yeah, he did.
Like, I mean, look, there's a lot of things that we'll talk about over these 4 hours, but I can't talk about anything else because he did it again. Tyrese Halliburton might be like the most clutch player that we've seen in a very, very long time, and he might be like trying to contend for being like that dude, point blank, period. And of course, if you somehow manage to miss Finals Game 1, like you're on notice. This Finals feels like a sports fan. Like you might not even be like a particularly big basketball fan, but the drama is there, right?
I would encourage you if you're not.
The arc, the narrative is there. Like this is fun basketball. This is competitive basketball. I think a lot of the complaints that come up when people are watching basketball, it feels like this series is going to kind of go away from some of those complaints. This feels like it's just going to be pure, unadulterated fun.
It's entertainment. It's sports entertainment at its highest level. You just pulling back the curtain a little bit. We're talking for the show, and you're like, should we lead with the NBA Finals? I was like, yeah. Yeah. It's just it's the drama. Forget if you're invested in any of these teams. You're probably not, or not very much. And the drama of what was involved. And by the way, I have an ultimate confession at 12:20.
Oh, goodness.
About this game. But that's neither here nor there. Not just a comeback, but that you said it. It was him. It was him again. How many does this make now in the postseason? 5?
So he is 6 of 7.
Yeah.
Okay, this is just him being clutch. He's Tyrese Halliburton, that is. 6 of 7 when taking a shot to tie or take the lead in the final 90 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime in these playoffs. That's the most such shots in a single postseason since 1997.
Yeah.
Like this is legitimately generational clutch, right? Literally, if we're talking about a generation being something like 20, 25 years, we have not seen somebody be this level of clutch, whether you talk about necessity or what have you, but also 6 of 7 is a pretty good percentage in and of it. But I mean, it's not just about him. Obviously, he ends up being the face of it, being the dude who was voted on the poll as the most overrated dude in the league or what have you.
Yeah.
But then also, man, like the Pacers, they walked down an Oklahoma City Thunder team. Like this game was wild, right? The Thunders felt like they were going to walk away with it. What was it? 12 points at one point? Was it 15 at one point?
15 in the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter.
9 with 3 minutes left.
And the Thunder lose, or you can say it as the Pacers end up stealing a home game, stealing game 1 on the road, 111-110. Are you changing it all the way that you look at the series? Because I think you were a little bit further on this.
I said 5 or 6.
The idea that the Pacers had no shot in this. Are you changing this at all after seeing this game? Because I thought there was a lot of interesting things, especially in the final 7 minutes of the game when the Pacers walked down the Thunder.
I think game 1, if your ego is too big to say, oh no, I still think the Thunder are going to win, you're kind of fooling yourself because you get a feeling. And this happens in sports, and this is yet another reason to watch. We were talking about, like, even if you're not, a fan or whatever, even an NBA, huge fan or whatever, this is the reason to watch. The Pacers kind of feel, and I'm not saying it's going to happen. I still think there is obviously a good chance that Oklahoma City, they're the best team in the NBA, can win this series.
I think so.
But if you're sitting here saying, no, I'm still doubling down on the Thunder and it's going to be 5 or 6 games or whatever, that you're kind of fooling yourselves because the Pacers have this feeling of inevitability now because of him. Like people, it's something that people say a lot on social media. So-and-so is inevitable. Are the Pacers?
It kind of feels like to some degree because one of the things about the Pacers team this year, and I probably didn't give yesterday and earlier in the week, is that they just kind of are matchup proof in some ways. Like they have something for a little something for everything. And it showed up especially in this game where that the Thunder kind of hit a lot of the defensive notes that you want to hit.
Absolutely.
The Pacers had 24 turnovers in this game. 24, and somehow they managed to make this work.
Just 5 in the second half.
Yes, right.
That was part of the reason.
The Pacers found their way there. I thought one of the big things that Rick Carlisle, who again we have to come back to this coach of the Pacers, who is, we've seen him coach when the playoffs were like a 60 to 75 proposition, 67 to 75 proposition, and now he's coaching 111-110 games. Like he's been through this a lot. he made the decision to close with a smaller lineup where you had Obi Toppin and Pascal Siakam as your biggest players, and that forced Oklahoma City with Mark Daigneault to take out Chet Holmgren, to take out Isaiah Hartenstein, and that's how they were able to get rebounds and do those types of things. Like, I think the Pacers really are match up a lot better, and they took what was a pretty good defensive shot from Oklahoma City and still ended up on top when the push came to shove.
They did, and Carlisle is clearly going to be as probably the second biggest story behind Halliburton of this series if it goes the Pacers' way, and that is, his in-game stuff is just without peer. Like what he can do in a game. I mean, he took all 5 guys out at one point, and that happens. That's kind of a ploy sometimes, but it worked for him. 5-out offense that he likes to run.
Yep.
I'm not going to say it was impossible to defend because the Thunder their only lead was with 0.3 seconds left.
Yeah,
Indiana's.
That was literally the only lead of the game, was putting them up when this was what you heard on ESPN.
The Pacers will have a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 3/10 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game. This crowd absolutely stunned as the Pacers take a 1-point lead.
That's another thing. Like, that's not an easy environment. OKC, it's not a giant building, and they really turned up. So,
and they don't lose at home.
No.
Yeah.
They don't lose hardly at all.
Yeah.
Like, that was their 15th loss, or like, was it the 15th loss? No, that's not. But that was not. I mean, I don't think that they've lost 20 games, 25 games in the entirety of the season, regular season and postseason. Just a wild comeback. And the Pacers also locked in defensively. So there was a couple of things. And I guess maybe I'll ask this, and this is a very Sports Talk Radio question. Do you think the Pacers won this game or the Thunder lost it?
I think the answer is yes. And I'm not trying to be wishy-washy.
And the reason why I ask it is just, what does this then tell us about the rest of the series?
No, it's out there, too. I think they won this game because of some of the things that Rick Carlisle, which is how, what we were just talking about, made some incredible adjustments that clearly, at halftime, they started limiting the turnovers. They stopped the ball in transit, but they did. And that 5-out attack, I was really very impressed with. I thought they were going to lose the game, of course, but I was impressed with how they got back into the game because of that attacking, and good decisions when you drive, whether you're kicking out big 3-pointers. They made some big 3-pointers, down the stretch as well. So they won the game, but you can also say, hey, we talked about Jalen Williams yesterday, Chet Holmgren yesterday. Were they 8 for 28 from the field?
Yeah, and I think you can talk about those guys individually, but I think you can talk in general, especially in that final 7 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Thunder's shot making was poor. They were getting looks.
SGA could have almost iced it.
They were still getting some looks, especially from deep. And they were I know Casey Wallace missed a couple of 3-pointers that you had an opportunity to continue to, or at least keep your lead as opposed to seeing it shrink.
Yeah.
Whereas the Pacers rather had some incredible shot making, some of which were like open looks that they generated, and some of them were just I'm knocking down a shot in your face. Miles Turner knocking down a pull up jumper from about 17 feet, right? Like you're seeing guys do that. So I do wonder if that normalizes or if that's to be continued. But I thought the Thunder also, they kind of did some things to lose it. Like, do you remember in the fourth quarter when Pascal Siakam steps to the free throw line, he misses the first of his free throws. He misses the second, but there's a lane violation.
Yeah.
And then he gets another shot and he makes that free throw. That is, I know you do the butterfly effect thing, but that's a point right there. And that's a distinction between going into overtime and the Pacers winning it here. And also, I will bring this as SGA because, look,
what I was going to do.
I thought his scoring was increased, and it felt like 38 because it felt like the Pacers actually did a pretty good job of corralling him for a lot of this game. And yet I looked down, I was like, oh, there's 38 points on that, and it's not like it's super inefficient for him or anything. But he fell asleep. Like defensively, he, along with the rest of the defense, they got a little lax as this thing was a little bit later on. And some of this was they didn't have as much size to get defensive rebounds to end possessions. They got a little lax, and I'm interested to see if that continues because I have it's just hard to believe that a team of this youth with this level of hunger allows themselves to do that again. But was that some level of indication of the pace that the Pacers have and how that wore them down during the game?
Yeah, but I still think yes, to answer your question, but I still don't think it was like the Thunder, choking, so to speak, or whatever. Like all those things you just brought up, those were just little butterfly effect things that happened. It wasn't like you missed a bunny or whatever.
Mhm.
Although I thought, like as I mentioned, SJ's final shot.
Well, they did miss some bunnies,
Yeah.
and some of that is because the Pacers sped
Yeah.
them up, and
Yeah.
even as they were driving to the rim with the open look,
Yeah.
because they were sped up, they missed some easy layups.
Yeah, but like a choke, air quote. I don't think that was it. It was
Okay.
maybe there's some bad things that could have gone their way that went the other way, and maybe you define it that way. I don't know. But I go back to obviously Rick Carlisle. I mean, tactically, just pushing all the right buttons, getting it done. And he's the epitome of. You all talk about players that can be like chameleons, a little bit of anything. He's a chameleon coach. He can coach it any way you want. He's done it without flash and just consistently done it. And give him as much credit. Well, maybe not as much, but close to as much credit as Tyrese Halliburton.
Series now that we see this game one.
Yeah.
Kind of flips the dynamic for, I think, what a lot of people, because it felt like a lot of people were in this Oklahoma City, and I think probably the most prevalent prediction that I saw was OKC in 6.
Yeah.
I saw some Pacers in 6. I'm not going to lie. There's a few people that were going that way. Does this at all move you off of your space where you were looking OKC in 5 or 6? Does this make you think maybe it goes longer, or maybe do you think that the Pacers have an opportunity to really win this in a way that you had not previously?
I'm not going to overreact and just completely jump off the boat here. I think that the Thunder, are really, really in a good spot. They had total control. It came apart largely because of what the Pacers were doing in this game. Outcoached in the second half, and I don't think that's harsh. I think it was just, he was really good, Rick Carlisle. I'm not going to say the Thunder are all of a sudden, the Pacers all of a sudden are going to win the series, but it got very, very interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, this made me feel like that Thunder in 6 might be a Thunder in 7.
Yeah,
I could easily see that, but I still feel like there's some things that need to be adjusted from the Thunder, and I think that's the nature of this. It's going to be a chess match. I think they still have things at their disposal, like, hey, just go ahead and let Chet or let Isaiah Hartenstein stay out there, even with the Pacers going small. Like, commit to having that one big on the floor, or make sure you lock in those moments. Sometimes some of it might just be better shot making.
Yeah.
But I do think, hey, man, I see a little bit clearer the path that the Pacers can have to winning this series, because they make matchups
That's
really,
the best
really
way to
tough.
put it. That you can see the path now and how they can do it and how they got here. And, oh, by the way, people Halliburton done in this postseason. If you go back and you actually look at the best shot makers, best clutch players in history, Bird, Jordan, obviously, Reggie Miller, you can LeBron, has hit it. Have they done this in a postseason?
I don't think that was a question I wanted to ask.
Not to my knowledge.
It feels like
this brother did this in every series.
Every series.
It feels like it's blasphemous to say.
Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton, he's made 13 of 15 shots to tie or take the lead in the final 90 seconds of the fourth or OT this season, regular season and playoffs. At this point, he might be putting himself in the pantheon of clutch players, and that feels like maybe
it sounds blasphemous.
It does,
yeah.
And yet here we are. And so I think the way that they've done this, the number of times that the Pacers themselves have walked down teams, I think that puts us squarely in the situation where every one of these games is must-see until it's over. And I think that's exactly what you want from an NBA Finals. So I'm super excited to have that. Game 2 going to be Sunday on ABC as well. Just getting going here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And before we let you go, I do want to let you hear, because one of the things I absolutely love.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Is, getting the call, but getting the call in a different language.
Yeah. Because
the best part about it is the words don't matter. It's just what it sounds like. So how about Korean? You want Korean? Here is the final shot that Tyrese Halliburton had to put the Pacers up and stun OKC in Game 1, but just in Korean.
자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼. 와우!
Oh, man.
Did you get wow?
I got wow. I got Halliburton, so I know that they're talking about there, but I just love that they just lost it. I think as we all did watching that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, did you think Dana Brown had that in him? We'll explain what we mean, but also shout out to the Astros getting a victory in Pittsburgh on their way out. We'll talk about all that next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood.
Biggie, let's hit it big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Did you realize that Dana Brown had that in him? And obviously, there was a win before the game is what we're talking about, but also a win on the diamond, an 8-2 victory for the Astros. It almost feels like whenever we get to doing a little bit of wondering and pondering about this offense,
Every time.
Literally
every time.
Hard hit balls by every single player in the lineup, from Jeremy Peña batting first to Mauricio Dubon batting ninth. Everybody, including obviously the big slugger Isaac Paredes, two of them things out into the seats on the path to an 8-2 victory. But I mean, and obviously there's a lot of people to congratulate, and there's a lot of people who did good things. But I think the one that is kind of most interesting, at least for me personally here, Lopez, is the one that was, who had his moment before the game in a way, and that's general manager or executive Dana Brown, because this was a game that was
pointing his finger.
That was delayed.
You start pointing the finger, it's serious.
Huh? Okay.
Right? You don't point at somebody.
Yeah, you put your finger in somebody's face or their chest. It elevates.
Figgy, if I said, now listen here, Figgy. Listen here, Reggie.
Yeah, it does escalate the situation. Everybody's.
What if you kind of nice with it? Hey, what's up, Reggie?
I don't think there's a way.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Yeah,
man?
but I don't think you're trying to be all chummy when you put your index finger in somebody's face.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way to do that. Like, there's no way to bring that back down a little bit.
That's how a fight usually starts.
I was just going to say,
point, man.
In some places,
because once you point, somebody going to smack your finger, then it's on.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Like, that's that. The fight has started. Once you do that, once you swing. Once you spit on me, the fight has started.
Come on,
there's certain things where the fight has started, and if you don't know the fight has started, you can't claim you got snuck putting your hand in my face.
Yes,
the fight has started.
Yes,
you might not know it.
No hands have been thrown, but it started.
It has started.
100%. It's just like that Saved by the Bell episode.
Yeah.
When Mario Lopez and
Slater and Zach.
Yes,
but it was out there rolling around.
Yeah.
But the reason why we said this is like this was a rain delay. This was a weather delay game. In fact, over 3 hours of weather delay. Ultimately, the weather delay was longer than the game itself. I thankfully, because of my setup, was able to watch both the finals and the Astros game at the same time. But Dana Brown was like seen alongside with obviously the manager Joe Espada, up there, when they're talking with
call it. He wanted to call it, by the way.
He wanted to call it, right? They're talking with the Pirates and their delegation when you come to manager, you come to executives, all of that, and then obviously the grounds crew in conjunction with the umps, and they're trying to decide, what do we want to do? How do we want to play this? Like, is this something where we want to wait it out because it's game, the third game of a 3-game set? It's a getaway game, which honestly it's kind of funny that it's a getaway game that they were planning on playing at 5:40 Central, like 4:40 local anyways.
Yeah.
But then, what are you trying to do if you're going to, postpone it or what have you, you have to find that makeup day. They were having a little bit of trouble finding the days that would work. Would they have to like cut into their All-Star break, where they come back a day early in order to play this game, but then the Astros have a West Coast trip. And so Dana Brown was strongly in the idea of, we don't want to get out here. And some of the reasons that he threw out there was, you've got your starting pitcher, like one of your real great who only had a fantastic day, went 7 innings, 11 strikeouts. But you have your guys out there, and he's like, it probably, it's not the safest thing to be playing when that field has been drenched. I mean, there's puddles on the warning track and such, and he's pushing for it. And the Pirates are like, no, we want to play this game. Like, did you think that he had that kind of fire to like fight for his guys in that way, John Lopez?
Yeah, look, I've got an answer on the back end of this that I don't know if a lot of people are going to agree with, but I firmly believe it. First of all, I didn't think Dana Brown had that in him. I really didn't. He's not passive, but that just didn't seem to be like his personality to do something like that.
And apparently, according to him, because he was talking to Chandler Rome wrote up a good piece about this incident, saying that, apparently he keeps this, he tries to, keep it in.
Yeah.
Like he has this kind of fire. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm learning things about Dana Brown now, ain't I?
Yeah, so I was impressed. I was impressed. He was fighting for his squad. Salute, tip of the cap, whatever you want to say. Here's where it gets interesting for me, because I really wanted them to play this game. And I thought Dana Brown really should have wanted them to play this game. Like, I respect what he did. I admire that he was fighting for his team. But let's go through this. Framber had not yet begun his warm-up pitches. He's keyed up to pitch yesterday. He's keyed up to pitch that day. They needed a win, obviously, you always do. But also, you're playing a team that is very, very beatable. And the whole travel thing, you know how long the flight is from Pittsburgh to Cleveland, Figgy? Have you ever made that flight?
Pittsburgh to
40
Cleveland.
minutes.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's like a 2-hour.
It's not nothing. I was like, I respect what you're doing, Dana, but play this damn game. Worry about tomorrow. And, oh, by the way, it did work out that they played the game and Framber was nails.
Yeah, I mean, they won it, but there was a price to be paid. I mean, like, by the time that you get done, get on the flight, get yourself into the next town and get yourself arrested, I mean, you're getting into bed, 3 in the morning or what have you?
I don't even know if it was, because the game lasted till almost 1, but still, 40 minutes. It's nothing. It's nothing. And, again, worry about tomorrow. This was a very winnable game that you needed, and ultimately you got.
Yeah, and 6:40 Eastern time was what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I said 4:40. I went the other way with that.
Up a little late.
But yes, which is even weirder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the idea that they'd be playing a late game on a getaway, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying there, but I really do understand his complaints here. Like, and I'm glad that it worked out.
Mm-hmm.
In the way that it did, but I was like, yo, I get what he's going for here, because this game being this damn late, it feels like I was surprised that they ultimately played it, because when I saw weather delay, I was like, all right, so we're going to be waiting a short period of time.
No,
it was, quite literally numerous hours later that they ended up starting playing baseball. Glad that they did. Within it, can we talk a little bit about Jacob Melton?
Yes, please.
Because I feel like we have not talked enough about Jacob Melton since he's come up, and he looks like he belongs at this level. Like, I'm very impressed with what Jacob Melton has given this baseball team. And I mean, look, obviously Isaac Paredes was the one who seemed like he came up largest, right, getting those home runs or whatever. But Jacob Melton, being a left-handed bat, coming in, being comfortable, in 12 batting average. And so, like, he's comfortable, obviously very small sample size, but he's doing what he needs to do in that particular context. And he's holding down left field in a way that is very comfortable. I'm excited that you have yet another guy come up, and he looks like he's comfortable, and that, as this thing continues to go, if he gets more opportunities, that he'll be able to stand up and deliver in the way that you want him to.
Yeah, look, he's got, obviously the tools have been there. Even if you didn't know what he looked like or anything about him, you always heard about, the tools. He can play every position in the outfield, et cetera. Potential 20-20 guy with the speed, size, big dude, all that. But what you're saying is absolutely what I wanted to talk about. Like this all of a sudden becomes a very intriguing option. And to be honest, we still don't know about Jordan. Obviously, he'll be probably DH most of the time, but it gives you some options out there. We don't know about what McCormick's going to end up doing. So yeah, Jacob Melton looks the part, and I think it gives you some good options.
Yeah, and I think also, like, hey man, the idea of not having or maybe not having Chaz, like, you're still hoping, Chaz keeps coming along, that, you get back to a Chaz McCormick that you had previously seen. If Jacob Melton works out, how much is that absolutely necessary, as you talked about? Mm-hmm. But then one of the things that this lineup has desperately needed is left-handed batting.
Yeah, like that's the other big part.
That has been really awesome to have there. So like this has been incredible to have, like, in this space, and really happy to have him. It's been good seeing him come up and, like, land. I mean, when you have like a highly regarded prospect and you expect them to come up, but that doesn't always work out that way. We've seen numerous prospects come up.
We've seen it here.
Debut, and then it not really go the way that you want to. So it is good that it seems like he is finding his level at the major league level, that is.
Another quick offshoot of yesterday's game that I found fascinating. First of all, you mentioned Isaac Paredes, all right? And I have found myself more and more in the last month or so, every time I see an Isaac, like a person named Isaac, I immediately call him Isaac.
Wait, really?
I really do.
Now everybody's Isaac to you?
Every Isaac I come across is Isaac.
Honestly, that keep throwing me off a little bit because I be wanting to say Isaac.
Yeah, I'm all in on the Isak.
I think my wife used to teach somebody named Isak, and I think they used to say Isak.
Yeah.
So
because kids are not good people.
That's yeah. And then go ahead.
Oh no, yeah.
Then the other thing that I just found hilarious. Did you see what they did in the stadium to try to keep fans around? Which, by the way,
good luck.
Yeah, which, by the way, a gold star. They should get free tickets for life if they stayed around there. They played the 2009 Justin Bieber playlist, the entire 2009.
Oh God,
Justin Bieber.
So they were out. I feel like
they're trying to send people away.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like the Geneva Convention is against torture, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's, and not to say that Justin Bieber got his, right? I'm not out here, but I'm just like, I don't know what artist I'm good with playing. Like think about it, for 3 hours, a singular artist playing just that
Justin Bieber
for 3 straight hours.
Yeah,
I don't know.
If I had to listen to one artist for a long time, for maybe 24 hours, nowhere near close, to be honest. And he got a couple songs that's like obviously the songs when he got older.
Yeah,
but I can't listen to Justin Bieber.
Maybe you stumbled upon a question for our lovely listeners. 713-572-4610. One artist, 3 hour rain delay. One artist, 3 hour rain delay.
Kix Ross immediately was like, Bob Marley could do it.
Rolling Stones, because you got to go with the number of hits. Even though, as you know, I'm a big Christina Aguilera person, I get it. But the Stones, you've got 100 different hits.
I think it's probably a me thing. I want to bounce around. Mm-hmm. Like I'm the dude.
No, one artist.
I'm the dude who can't meal prep because after 2 days I want to eat something different. Mm-hmm. So like I don't know. I'm trying to say, is there an artist that I'm like?
Think about it, Figgy. Think about it, Reggie.
I will think about it.
We'll have those answers.
713-572-4610. Let us know if you have any answers to that. But yeah, the Astros get a victory there, and then they're back in action tonight. Of course, it was a getaway game in Cleveland, correct?
In Cleveland.
Got the Guardians.
I'm here
tonight.
40 minutes away.
Somebody said Lil Wayne, they could do it. By the way,
that's not a bad one.
That's not a bad one.
I don't know if you want to count this album he just released.
No, yeah.
Is that going to pop up in the mixtape?
It wasn't. I was trying to spare everybody a little time. But I might bring it up though.
Drake. Oh, we're getting some good answers already.
Tribe Called Quest. That's a person that is very much like me. Somebody said has to be Drake. No, it doesn't. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What player rather have you become a fan of based on nothing to do with what they've done on the field, just something entirely off the field? What made you become a fan as well? Next,
the good times keep on rolling.
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here. I'll put into 2 questions of the day here, John Lopez. So the original question of the day was inspired by the newest Houston Texans. Have you ever become a fan of a player based off of something entirely away from what they do as an athlete on the field? And who are those athletes? Why? But also, you were talking about the fact that during the rain delay that the Astros had up in Pittsburgh last night, the Pirates there at PNC Park, they decided that they were just going to play a whole bunch of Justin Bieber circa 2009 to keep people around.
What was the story behind it?
You know what I think it was?
He's not from Pittsburgh.
I haven't heard the story. You know what I think it was? Like the guy who does the music
was like, "This one I want to."
This is my moment, baby. That's his guy.
That's a hell of a
or
moment,
her guy.
Man. It does sound like a bit. It just sounds like a bit.
It sounds like a bit, but he's like, hey, Justin Bieber time. We got a rain delay. And he just went all in. Or she did, whomever it was.
Yeah, if you had to listen to a single artist.
You were in control.
for a good period of time. You had to subject a whole stadium of baseball people during a significant rain delay to one artist. Who would you pick? Because a lot of people are in here. And, of course, going along the lines of, hey, you're probably trying to find people with hits so that you can give yourself enough time here. George Strait pops up a whole bunch, which fair. Wouldn't necessarily do it for me. Not that saying that I don't like George Strait, but after, an hour, I'm probably like, all right, I want to move this around. Someone said Gwen Stefani easily. That is not the easily that I would have anticipated. Okay. Somebody said Vanilla Ice, and I know you playing. Throughout the team in that instance, Michael Jackson came in, which I could see that. Some other people.
Oh, that's a good one.
David Bowie.
Yeah.
Or Journey. I could see that. They said Kiss for 3 hours.
Let's go.
Prince is a good one, I think. The one that I started thinking about for me, especially because I was like, extensive catalog, maybe I could bounce around a little bit. I kind of went to the Isley Brothers. Because the Isley Brothers have been kicking for 60 years.
Yeah.
I saw them in concert in high school.
They literally have been doing
They got
this
stuff from the 50s.
Correct.
All the way, stuff in the 2000s.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm like, they got decades and decades. They got hits across all those decades. And obviously it's Shout is the Isleys, you know what I mean?
50s.
So I'm
50s,
like,
60s, yeah.
So I'm like, I feel like that would move around enough to where I feel
Who's that lady?
Yeah, I feel like I'd have enough stuff that's different. Somebody said Marvin Gaye, Outkast.
Marvin Gaye, it'd be like a baby boom.
Somebody said Kendrick Lamar, but only because someone else said Drake. Okay, all right, guys. But going back to this, the original question of the day, right? The players being fans of a player for something entirely off. I think I've always been interested in this because, we get invested in these guys, and for sometimes it's just like, yo, that dude catch the ball real good, or that guy throws the ball real good, or that guy shoots the ball real good, or what have you. But sometimes it's like, yo, I just really like this guy as a dude, and I'm always interested in that. And it feels like you have a little bit of a couple of man crushes developing,
or just
in that way.
Maybe even not as a dude, but they got to be a good dude because they fish. You never meet a bad dude that's a fisherman.
There's no way that's true.
No. Have you ever met an avid fisherman?
Didn't we have a story recently about a dude who somebody else boat?
Oh, whoa, yeah. Well, that guy. Well, that
I think
was
O.J. Simpson used to fish a lot
He
too.
did not fish. You're lying.
I think I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure I've seen him fishing
all the time.
O.J. Simpson. Well, he made people swim with the fishes.
All
but
right.
that's about all.
Okay.
That one dude. There's always an outlier. That was assault. But have you ever met an avid fisherman and you're like, yeah, he's an a-hole? No. Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Wildly into fishing, and I'm like, I'm a fan. Some others that jumped. Go ahead.
Steven Nelson is a fisherman.
Good dude. I don't know. You're lying too. I don't know.
No, I'm dead serious. No, he did used to fish a lot.
Yeah, but OJ didn't.
I think he did used to fish.
No, he did not.
I have no idea. Wait. Also, if you're talking fishermen, Deion Sanders,
good dude.
Randy Moss,
great dude. Somebody said
Aaron Hernandez used to fish a lot too.
He did not.
Figgy, I don't understand. What is the common denominator on these fishermen that you're throwing out?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, exactly. So this is one I mentioned earlier, Anthony Munoz, just because I thought that is so cool growing up. A guy like that could play in Cincinnati, and I related. But the other one that came up, I was reminded. Someone said when JJ visited that kid in the hospital and then did the wheelchair celebration and all that. Mine goes back further with JJ, and I remember it very distinctly. Before he even signed his contract, like after getting drafted, he flew to Houston. Kids in the hospital and donated some money before he even signed his contract. And I was like, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that dude. Yeah.
All right, so some of the ones that came to mind for me as I was thinking about this, like Wally Szczerbiak is one. And you would be like, why? Because Wally Szczerbiak was like a nice shooter in the league, but he was a role player. I think now he covers college basketball, I think for CBS Sports. And you want to know why? It's something very stupid. The Jamie Foxx show once had, I think, was it Kevin Durant or Kevin Garnett on the show? But when he was with the Timberwolves, and Wally Szczerbiak was his teammate, and I guess it was like a joke that he couldn't get a Kevin Garnett jersey, so he got a Wally Szczerbiak jersey, and he was like making fun of the names, like Wally, and just the name Szczerbiak then stuck with me to the point where I was like, I think I like Wally Szczerbiak without any real concern for who he is. Like, I feel like sometimes a name can do it for you.
That's the point.
Or a nickname can do it for you.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, it has nothing to do with what they did on the field.
None whatsoever.
You mentioned Xavier Leggett.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
He is everybody's favorite at this point. Somebody else mentioned it, right? Like, he is just everybody's favorite just because he says quaint, folksy things in that accent that he has.
Yes.
It is very fun to listen to him, and that makes people fans.
He kind of been making the news a lot too, man, recently, because was that him on the cover of Glorilla's new single?
Was it?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I imagine conversations between them.
Which the Carolina Panthers actually retweeted that. They actually posted that. And I'm not sure if that's him or not, but I seen him.
According to USA Today.
I have no idea what that's about.
Well, then he's literally quite
like, I don't even know if they're dating or whatever, but she got a new single.
She likes him for no apparent reason other than his
Carolina Panthers actually reposted that picture too, which is crazy.
Now people are just sending mass murderers that were fishermen.
That's right.
But they weren't. They weren't.
Oh yes. Are you familiar with this cat for the Aggies? Is Bear?
Who?
He goes by Bear. He is on the Aggie baseball team, and I love the SEC. Like, it is very particular in a way. And I was actually talking about this with a group of friends earlier in the week. But like, I've got to remember what his name, what his full name is, because he just goes by Bear. He goes by Bear. His last name is Jones. I can't remember what his first name is again. Bear Jones.
Bear the catcher?
Yes. Hit a home run, giant home run earlier in the College World Series that went off of the Tony Chachere's bottle out there in center field. And like, SEC baseball is hilarious, but no, he just sometimes you got a good nickname, and a great nickname like Bear will do it for you. Or I am very fond, and he just came up in news recently, DeBrickashaw Ferguson.
That's a great example right there.
Who was a lineman for the New York Jets.
Just a name, too,
incredible name.
I remember when he was drafted, I was like, I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
And now he's a nurse. He's a registered nurse. Apparently his mother, his grandmother were nurses, so he actually went back to school to become a nurse after
I didn't know that.
playing the game. Yeah, man, it happened very recently. Some other guys that people were fans of for no other reason. For PJ Tucker, just because his shoe game was crazy.
That's a fair way to do it.
Good one.
Yeah.
He was out here playing in like really, really expensive, like, sneakers that people wouldn't play in, but because he just had so many of these.
Some people said, one said, I should say, David Robinson, Roger Staubach, anyone that had the military hitch.
man, yeah.
Yeah, had the military hitch. You become a fan. You go back to Ted Williams and Yogi Berra and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a great one. Like, I think absolutely there's folks that, hey, man, that guy served as well. Big Country, the basketball player, that's a good one. How about Tree Rollins, just as a nickname? J.R. Smith and the folklore of the Henny guy. That's it. We also enjoy the wild folks. I think sometimes it's just the stature, which I guess it's kind of because, Jose is great, Jose Altuve, but I think some of us is just like, look at him, he's so little.
Well, that's a great one, too.
He's so little.
Yeah.
Or we go the other way, where we get like Jared Lorenzen, rest in peace. Or we get like
fat guys.
Yes, the portly athlete.
Tractor trailer.
Yeah, man, you get the big boys. But then this is a great one from the 936. Dudes who are just like that guy, John Daly.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he could have never won a tournament, and people would have been in love with him.
Yeah, wearing those colorful pants, smoking his cigar, being
hanging out at
quirky.
Hooters. R.I.P. to Hooters, by the way.
That's right.
31 more closings?
Man.
Yeah.
You've been keeping up with that, huh?
Oh, I just came across this morning.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah.
When you were at Hooters? Is that what happened?
No,
there?
Devin Booker's sick.
To be honest, I thought they were already all closed.
So yeah, Billy Joel for music, Livy Dunn, no idea what she does, but I like her. I wonder why. Fan of Paul is the what happened there?
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Yeah,
you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we have to talk about here. Aaron Rodgers! He is now a Steeler, finally, after weeks and months. Is it a good idea? Is this going to work? Let's talk about that more. Next.
All right. D&M Auto Leasing, and let's get you that vehicle. You think about purchasing a car? Hold on now.
Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
A couple more athletes that people liked for things off of the field, just because they were fun or what have you, before we go around the NFL. From the 832, Jose Lima for the Caso Ole.
Oh, perfect.
Again, that's right in my wheelhouse because that as a kid, that was how I knew him. That was the one, like that Caso Ole commercial. So that did it for me. And then from the 409, Vince Wilfork in overalls.
Hey, you know what? That HBO has made a lot of stars out of just kind of personalities and stuff.
That's kind of the whole idea of Hard Knocks is like, hey, I mean, maybe obviously you see them do some football things, but usually, hey, these are some personalities here. That's the whole idea of those. The Drive to Survives, all of those is like get people involved in the sport from the human story perspective side.
Yeah, that's how I kind of got with Jameis Winston. Just
that's
like,
a good one.
I don't give a damn about what he doing now, man.
And there are probably a lot that don't even know that Jameis Winston is really that has that kind of career. It's just like, oh, he's the guy that was walking around New Orleans.
Yeah, or honestly, you forget he was the ¡1 overall pick at one point.
Yes, yeah.
Like we never talk about the conversation of his career, kind of being. I don't want to call it a failure, but he didn't live up to that #1 overall pick status.
Yeah. Well, let's go around the NFL now and talk about a different quarterback who is now signed up, and his name is Aaron Rodgers. He is now they've put out the statement and everything. It's official, right? That we're no longer doing the will they, won't they. They will. And Aaron Rodgers will be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. Don't worry about seeing if he makes it for training camp and whether Mason Rudolph will have to, start week 1. None of that is necessary. He is now the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hooray. We've gotten over this.
Hooray.
Is this actually going to work?
Did you say hooray?
Where are we now on how the Steelers look? Because obviously this is a much better option quarterback-wise than Mason Rudolph. We've discussed that quite a bit, the idea of like that portion of this. But now that it's actually been consummated to some degree, what do we actually view of this pairing? Because I don't think that it is as celebratory as like I would have imagined or I would have thought in years past for certain. But it doesn't feel like it's that great of a pairing anyway.
No, it doesn't. And I'm sure Steelers fans, being Steelers fans, always, for the best in the big splash. And, boy, it's really going to be good now. I'm sure they're happy with this. I'm guessing the majority of Steelers fans are happy. I don't think they should be, for the same reasons that we've talked about a bunch of times. Like, what is the ceiling, even with Aaron Rodgers? What is the ceiling with the Steelers? 10-7, first round exit. That's the ceiling to me.
Yeah, I think the thing, especially because as soon as you get Aaron Rodgers in there, and we talked about this a little bit with Clint, right? He always wants to run his offense, but even if he, kind of is a new and improved Aaron Rodgers in this one regard of, okay, I'm not going to be as demanding when it comes to being in charge of things. We're going to let the offensive coordinator call things. That offensive coordinator's name is Arthur Smith, and I'm not very fond of him as an offensive coordinator. On top of the idea that, have you noticed that Mike Tomlin kind of has a type?
Yeah, he does.
Like Mike Tomlin, in my mind, is the baddie that can't pick him. You know what I mean? Like in theory, right? And I say that to mean, we've all seen the woman who is like, in theory, she can get whoever she wants. And yeah, she seems to always pick somebody who is not good for her or what have you. Like just don't work out.
She likes the bad boys.
I don't even know if it's the bad boys, but the ones that don't work out, like toxic, just always unhappy, right? And this is not the hey, she's picking the dude who is out kicking his coverage, because sometimes they be happy and it's all good. Like this is not happy necessarily because, like, do you remember when they had Matt Canada as the offense coordinator and they kept Matt Canada for too long? Like you remember, obviously Arthur Smith you've had in there at the Pittsburgh Steelers, and do you remember a few years back when they had they started their year 11-0, and everybody was
some were buying in.
Yeah, some people were looking at it like, yo, are the Pittsburgh Steelers for real? And I was like, are we watching the same game? Because this Pittsburgh Steelers team does not look good.
Mm-hmm.
And I went and I was like, all right, so who was the offensive coordinator that year? And that year, I believe, was, if memory serves me, that year was 2017, right?
Yeah.
I was like, who was the Pittsburgh Steelers coach, or offensive coordinator, rather, that year? Are you familiar with Todd Haley?
I am very familiar with Todd
Haley, another one of those offensive coordinators that people were like, it's just a whole bunch of, hey, what's happening with this offensive coordinator, despite the fact that, Mike Tomlin seems to get it done. And it feels like this is another instance with Arthur Smith where I go, I don't really love him as an offensive coordinator. He does not seem to be, particularly innovative. He does not seem to be amongst the top 10 of the offensive coordinators in the league. You bring in Aaron Rodgers, and obviously he comes with some offensive things, but if Arthur Smith is still the one running point on this, I don't know how high you can get just to begin with.
I agree with the toxic relationship that could possibly be happening there, but for a different reason. With Arthur Smith, remember when he was with the Titans, rising star, boy, he's really getting a lot out of this squad, all that. He was one of the big favored names out there with the Titans. But he's also very inflexible.
Wait, when you said he was there with the Titans and he had a lot of good offense, did that also happen to coincide with Derrick Henry being really good at football?
Look, no, I'm saying how.
But Ryan Tannehill has some good years. Say what you want about what was around him.
I'm not saying how, but he was. That's undeniable. It's like, hey, Arthur Smith, that guy is going to be this, this, or this. And then we saw in Atlanta, and this is why I think it's going to be a bad mix. Arthur Smith is headstrong. Arthur Smith is very much inflexible. He's very much my way or the highway. And you got Aaron Rodgers? Keep in mind, Kyle Pitts, when he was with Atlanta, Bijan Robinson, is like he is just like trying to put the square peg into the round hole because that's the way he wants it to be done. That ain't going to fly with Aaron Rodgers. And it's never flown with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. The Aaron Rodgers is a dude who can be at times too smart for his own good in some ways, which good, bad, what have you.
Yeah.
If things are not working, he's looking at it like this does not make sense. I imagine even if he is trying to acquiesce, that will not go over nearly as well because he'll be looking at it and being like, hey, why are we not doing the better thing?
Yeah.
And so, I'm still very interested to see this, but at the very least, you're not running out Mason Rudolph here, right? Like I feel like that's ultimately the win there. And another win is that they actually got this. They actually got this done. Because when did you think this was going to happen?
I thought he was going to wait all the way to training camp. Yeah, and then just come in and be Aaron Rodgers, and try to just run the whole show. And I'm here now, and I'm here for the rescue and save the day and all that stuff. And then it was going to be a mess. I still think it's going to be a mess, but for a different reason.
Yeah. So best of luck to the Steelers. Congratulations with that ultimately means for them in that AFC North. That's not going to be very fun. The Ravens are still, really tough. And then you look at the Bengals who are probably trying to resurge, and then whatever the Browns are going to be. I don't know. But as we continue around the NFL, it looks like the Colts might have dodged a little bit of injury news here because Michael Pittman had to leave practice early yesterday, which made you look up and go, we just had the news of Anthony Richardson dealing with a re-injury or re-aggravation or what have you of that AC joint sprain that he had dealt with last year. Then it's going to have him out essentially indefinitely at this point. We don't know when that comes back, but they said no timeline is what Shane Steichen said. Well, it seems like there's not an injury there because Pittman, I guess when they were wrapping this thing up, they said that there's not major injury there. Like their further evaluation kind of put him in a place where it seems like they're going to be okay. So I thought that would have been there. But going back to the Anthony Richardson situation, why are there so many shoulder injuries in this division?
It's crazy. You're talking about, obviously, who knows with exactly what it is with C.J. Stroud and him and Trevor Lawrence. It was a shoulder, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was a shoulder that he was doing.
Sure, it wasn't a hit on his from his Z's.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that too.
If you so choose to view it that way. No, but yeah, there's a lot of shoulders happening in this particular division that makes you go, oh, that's interesting. But thankfully, I think we're in a place where you feel good about. You feel good about the CJ shoulder thing? He's
I feel good that he'll be able to start the season.
That's right. Yeah. Around the NFL. How about this? Because obviously Sean Payton has done a fantastic job there in Denver, and one of the things that we've seen this particular all season as we're trying to find things to talk about, and of course as the NFL has allowed players to go play in the LA 28 flag football Olympics, or the Olympics, and with where you will have flag football being played. Sean Payton has been kind of asked, as a lot of people have been asked about this. He was asked not just about would you be willing to let your players play, about whether he would want to coach. And he said, quote, "I don't want to answer questions in 2028 when I'm focused on Friday," which I think, great answer, which I think a lot of these folks could have utilized something similar. Hey, man, like that is a few years down the road. Do you think it's even a good idea to have an NFL coach that flag football team?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I go back and forth, in terms of like concepts and, utilizing speed and, deception and all that. I think they would have a leg up on a lot of people. But they've never coached flag football. That's a different animal, man.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know that they'd have a lot. I imagine it being such a different world in the way that you play this, right? It does not operate in the same way as touch football, as gridiron football as we have it. It seems entirely odd to even like consider that. So I imagine that probably was part of it, but I don't know how you say, or maybe I guess you could say that part. Like I don't know that feels like an entirely different sport.
I wonder if this is going to be a situation where the NFL has said, yeah, we're going to let our players, we encourage our players to play in the Olympics, but we want to kind of control the Olympics. The NBA had a lot of say in everything.
Yeah.
Players, rosters, they reconfigured the U.S. Olympic, basketball program, put a lot of NBA people in there.
That was when Brian Colangelo got at the top.
Colangelo got in there. You go back, some of the Daly, Chuck Daly and all that stuff. They said, we're going to do it, but we're going to have a big, say in this. I could see the NFL doing that. I just hope that the NFL does it largely for like clicks, marketing, etc., but still let flag football people kind of do most of the heavy lifting when it comes to
the actual strategy
and stuff like that. Like make an icon the head coach. 79-year-old Pete Carroll. It kind of ties in with the Chuck Daly thing. Back in the day, like he's the figurehead. We've got our players there, but hey, can y'all help us with this flag football thing? Like the real people that do it. One of those things.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
We'll see what that ultimately looks like
Yeah.
in years and years, literally 3 years from now, or probably not 3 years to find out what the actual apparatus will be, but 3 years to actually see them play some football now, or some flag football. When we're actually talking about playing real football, we mere months away. We're really
90 days from the first game today.
Is it officially 90 today?
90 days.
90 days from getting football back in our lives in a official capacity. We'll get some more football when it comes to mandatory mini camps that are starting up for the Texans next week. And, Texas obviously in division with the Jacksonville or the new head coach of that team. And now really the offensive play caller. He's looking at his quarterback, and he thinks that he's drastically improved, talking about his footwork in specific, right? He said, I think just the rhythm of playing the position in every system is different, right? Drop of a quarterback is different, what have you. And he went on to just kind of praise Trevor Lawrence in this way. Does this give you any level thoughts on what he might be able to do with Trevor Lawrence this year? Is this the year that Trevor Lawrence puts it all together?
I just can't buy into it, man. I just can't buy into it. I've on the record, I don't know how I feel that it's going to be a bleep show over there, but it's going to be, at minimum, it's going to be worth watching with Jacksonville, with what they're doing over there. I mean, at what point, all the technique, all the footwork, all that stuff, at what point does it become, nah, man, it's too late in the game for this guy to really change that significantly,
But the thing about him is, like, you could see the raw assets that he has. And it seems like Liam Cohen, who, I mean, look, I do wonder how good he is, because he had good results, but you look at Baker Mayfield, and he might be a kingmaker.
Yeah.
In some ways. The last 3, is it offensive coaches that he's had have gotten head coaching jobs? We talked about Dave Canales, obviously talked about Liam Cohen, and there's one more that I'm forgetting in this very moment. But like he's done a good job, and he might be a guy that is kind of helping and allowing these guys to be better versions of themselves. So I'm interested, but I mean, it does feel like he reimagining what Trevor Lawrence's game is, and maybe, just maybe, allowing him to actually exist in the
what year is
potential
this for Trevor Lawrence?
Is this year 5? I believe.
Yeah, because he just got his contract. He just got a new contract. What, last year?
Yeah.
Last season?
That's kind of late.
This is the last one, though, right? Like, this is the last year before we just lock you into what you are at this point, right?
Year 5, I mean, talk footwork all you want, man.
Maybe this is him. Maybe he's just an average quarterback, like kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Type of quarterback.
And maybe you can give him above average in some cases. You know, he's thrown for over 4,000 yards and all that. But year 5, and you're like, oh, okay, do your feet this way, and all of a sudden you're going to be all pro.
I'm just,
you know.
And I mean, well, you could. The reason why I can maybe see this is Doug Peterson, who is an offensive guy, right? Who's the previous coach of the Jaguars. It didn't feel like he was, he had the level of investment that you want, whether it was because of infighting or what have you within the organization. It feels like Liam Cohen, obviously fresh, having more opportunity coming in with that exuberance. Maybe that will help him, be a little bit more tight end and on his P's and Q's. But yeah, man, I think we're getting to a place where we could probably write the book on who Trevor Lawrence is
after this year for sure.
Right.
Unless he works a miracle and that little foot adjustment makes him all pro, we'll know.
Yeah. All right. So you're around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Really, Aaron Rodgers, we can put one of it off.
Thanks for joining us. We've been expecting you.
It'll be, yeah. And now we just have to watch Aaron Rodgers play football again. See if he's still got it in the arm and everything. So we'll see what that looks like. All right. Coming up next, Lopez has a little segment for us that he is entitled "You Good With It," right? So NFL list season is going up this week. So he's compiled various lists to see how the Texans rank in these various places. Are you good with these various lists? We'll start that next.
Coach D'Amico's preaching hard work to take the Texans. 610. The Texans play here. Live from the Mokaram Intro. Lawyer 16 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Wait, so is it a Funky Friday at this point?
I guess it is,
All right,
man.
I guess it's a Funky Friday.
Once you hear Word Up, you don't even have to ask that question.
That's right. In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Funky Friday. Appreciate you hanging out with us. By the way, a heads up, because I always forget to do this, and I want to make sure that today is not a day that I forget to do this. The Drive will be live on location, the 10th stop of their crawfish tour. I believe that it's Christian's Tailgate in the Energy Corridor, right there off of Highway 6. I've already been committed to going, so I guess I'm going out there to get me some crawfish as well. Don't let that stop you. Go. The guys will be out there. There'll be prizes to give away as they always do, and of course,
who working today?
The Drive. I know Clint's there. I actually don't know who is, because I know Ron is still in Aruba. I don't know who's rolling with Clint today. I don't know if it's B. Scott again. I don't know if Luke Morrow jumping in.
Luke? I'm gonna go with Luke.
Yeah, I think it's Luke Morrow jumping in. The man who wears gloves when he eats crawfish too. Yeah. But either way, always the show is always fantastic. So come out, see what's happening with the fellas, get you some crawfish, and then of course see if you can win some prizes out there. But Lopez, you put this together because it is kind of list season.
Yeah, you gave me the idea.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
Because yesterday we had a really good list. What we were talking about.
That was not a really good list. What you mean?
Yeah, it was a bad list.
No, we went.
Okay.
It was a really good. It was a fun segment.
Okay.
Yeah. Going about the new first year duos of quarterback receiver, and I went.
Still can't believe of the new combinations. Yeah, man. And the football, but Tyler Shuck and Chris Olave over CJ and Christian Kirk, huh?
So blame you though, because I saw
me
because you said
I ain't write that.
You said it's list season. I said it sure is.
That's right.
Let's see if we're good with these lists.
Okay, so we're just let's dig into more of them. See how these lists, and let's get a better understanding of how some of the national media is viewing this Texas team heading into year 3 of DeMeco Ryans, year 3 of CJ Stroud, new offensive coordinator coming off of the year in which your offensive line, or really, your offensive coordinator, and however you decide to parse the blame there, we're kind of exposed on the national stage a couple of times. At least 2 real national embarrassments. Like, how are people viewing this Texas team? And where do you want to begin here, Lopez?
All right, so I think it says a lot as you look at them all. What the national narrative is on the Texans going. And by the way, these lists are all after OTAs started. So the most recent list.
Okay, so we're getting that new.
Yeah, the most recent list. I got team rankings, cornerbacks, offensive lines, edge rushers, and quarterbacks. I'm going to start with team ranking.
Okay, so just up and down. Where are they viewing?
As we go into, as we're in and past now, OTAs. I'm going to go through the top ones relatively quickly because you know it, and then I'm going to talk about where the Texans are in relation to others. Number 1, Eagles. 2, Chiefs. 3, Bills.
He not letting us guess or nothing. That's crazy.
4,
bro. Texans?
Lions.
Okay.
Over the Ravens? Okay.
Yeah, that is interesting. The Ravens are slipping here. But the way that you stopped, I'm just conditioned to when somebody stops like that. It's like, oh, this is the part that we want to know. Okay, never mind.
What?
Really?
You gotta be lying.
Hold on.
What?
I am not lying.
Is there a write-up on why the Commanders are there?
Where's the Ravens at?
We'll get there.
The Commanders, surprise team last year, doesn't come close to accurately describing how impressive their 2024 run was. Jaden, this sounds a lot like they were talking about the Texans.
Yeah, last year. That's what it is,
That's
man.
Exactly what it is.
They drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. 6, Ravens.
Okay.
Yeah. 7, Rams, your opener. 8, Broncos.
Ooh, okay.
That's pretty high.
9, Vikings.
All right.
Keep in mind, you haven't heard the Texans yet.
No, we have not.
Yeah. 10, Chargers.
Really? The Chargers?
See, and the Texans beat the Chargers, man.
Yeah.
Right, so there's that head-to-head there. But then also, this is where I am going to have, some of the other ones I can kind of see. I'll have some complaints here because the Chargers I don't think they made their defense markedly better talent-wise. And that was a thing that was tough with them, is that it felt like their defense did the right things, was really solid. But I did not look at their defense as highly talented. And it's kind of the same this year. And I don't think that you can look at the way that the Texans played them, and the way that the Texans are constituted, and without having them up their defense, say that they are better as a team, whether you talk about construction or play.
They leaned heavily into Jim Harbaugh and the additions on the offense. Mekhi Becton, Mike Williams, Najee Harris, Trey Harris, and such.
Did you read the bet? See, that's kind of crazy too, man. It seemed like they leaning heavy into the AFC West.
Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, Lions, Commanders, Ravens, Rams, Broncos, Vikings, Chargers, 11, Packers.
All right, so this is disrespect.
Well, that's kind of the exercise.
There's disrespect.
Like, what do people think about the Texans now?
The Texans defense last year was one of the absolute best in the league. Like top 5 defense, just to put it conservatively at this point, right? And it feels like there's not enough respect for that, or there's just no belief in the offense.
That's it.
There's reasons. We've talked up and down about the reasons why there is to have some skepticism of what's happening here, right? Did they do enough with building the offensive line? We'll talk a little bit more about the offensive line at noon. You have a first-time play caller stepping up in Nick Caley, and the added wrinkle of that is he's coming from like the tree of guys that you look at and you go, oh man, they are touched by God or what have you. But one of the things that ends up being funny is as you get to like a particular coach's coaching tree, their assistants, after a while, you're getting further and further away from the guys that have like the system down pat. And you're getting guys who have had shorter and shorter tenures in there. And in theory, you might be getting further away from the guys who can really bring you what you're thinking that you're getting from that tree. And Nick Caley might, if you looked at the way that he's situated, where he had 2 years with the Rams, you might be able to argue how strong of a grasp does he have on what that system is. I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm excited to see what he has. There's been his attention to detail and intent and trying to make sure that his players know what they're doing and some of those things. But I think all of those are fair questions. But questions enough to put you behind the Chargers, what the Chargers are doing here, behind the Green Bay Packers, who, admittedly, I like. It feels like there's too much disrespect happening here.
But wait, there's more.
Really?
12, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 13, Bengals.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, it seemed like the Bengals got a chip on their shoulder, man.
Yeah, the Bengals will definitely should be in that. 14, Arizona Cardinals.
Wow. It's still going.
15, Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
What?
They were assuming by this was yesterday. I looked it up.
Yeah.
This was NFL. One of the NFL, websites, and I'll look it up and get it to you. 16, Niners. 17, Houston Texans.
Wow.
17.
What do they write about the Houston Texans here?
It's confounding. That's how I would describe the Texans' offense in one offseason in one word. Traded away Laramie Tunsil. Instead of attacking the offensive line's woes head on, they made a series of moves that should be labeled as questionable when assessing true upgrades. On a more positive note, adding Christian Kirk in the slot and Jaden Higgins should give third-year quarterback C.J. Stroud plenty of weapons. Defensively, they got plenty of talent. This should be a 10-plus win team on paper, but as we learned last year, the expectations, either way, they need Stroud and get this offense on track.
And all that accounts to being the 17th best team?
Yeah, honestly, the way they put it, it kind of makes sense.
Oh, you could tell from the start it was about the offense.
Yeah, it's about the offense.
Yeah.
And then when you, from the outside looking in, you trading your best offensive tackle and not really having a sure replacement or a better replacement. I could kind of see where they're going with it. I disagree, but I could kind of see where they're going with it. I just can't. Like, dog, they beat the Chargers in the playoffs, man. I felt like the Chargers was a little more disappointing to me.
Yeah.
Like, that's a reason to be kind of further down the list.
I'd be mad if I was a Bengals fan.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
You're shaking your head.
Yeah, I mean, like, all those things, we understand them. I think we've discussed them at great length. That still feels like that is very, very low, and maybe it does not give enough credit. Talking about the defense was a throwaway line, and there's a lot of talent on the defense.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent on the defense.
We didn't talk about you already had a lot of talent, and you added to the places where you had a little bit of weakness, and this defense looks almost infallible. Like, that should get a little bit more love than it does there, and it doesn't. I think that list is awful.
I'll make you feel a little better, and we can follow up on this some more. ranking the best cornerbacks.
Oh, we don't even have time to get in this, but I imagine
in
just
the NFL.
cornerback group, and this is what, Pro Football Focus?
This one is Pro Football Focus. Sauce Gardner, right? In order,
like individuals, because this has Derek Stingley 5th, right?
Yep, Derek Stingley 5th, and get this, number 32, Kamari Lassiter. No, 31, Kamari Lassiter. So this was the 32 best cornerbacks in the NFL. You got Stingley 5 and Lassiter 31.
I appreciate the love for Lassiter. The top of the list makes me feel a little uncomfortable, though. The idea that not only do they Sauce Gardner above.
Now, Surtain you get.
Above Derek Stingley Jr. seems to not make sense considering that those guys came in at the same time. And I know development isn't linear. Sometimes you take steps back. But Stingley has been nails all the way through.
Stingley never took a step back.
Correct.
Yeah, I feel like he got better each year.
But even that is weird. But then putting Sauce Gardner above Pat Surtain as well, who also has not taken a step back, makes it all feel very uncomfortable to the place where I can't even appreciate the idea. They're one of the people that is starting to be very cognizant about showing Kamari Lassiter love, because Kamari Lassiter doesn't feel like he's gotten enough as cornerback. Yeah, so even then, that list does not hit me the way that I wanted to. We're just getting going on whether you good with it on these, and it's 2 no's for me, Lopez.
No and no on the first 2. We got 3 more.
Are you good with either of those?
I got no.
Okay, all right. So let's see if the Houston disrespect continues when we get that a little bit later on in the program. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Revisiting another Astros victory as they continue in their road trip on potential Rockets target. Let's talk about that and more next.
Is Coach D'Amico's
International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And, of course, a big-time victory versus the Pittsburgh Pirates late last night after a pretty extensive rain delay. What was supposed to be a 5:40 Eastern first pitch ultimately ended up starting right about the same time as the basketball game, the game one right there. Actually, it was like 9. It was like 9 local or 9 here in Central Time that they started playing baseball. The time did not matter, though, when it came to Framber Valdez throwing that heat. 7 innings of work, 11 strikeouts, a season high for Framber Valdez. So if you want to think about whether he is getting better throughout the season, the answer is absolutely yes for him. Like the last two have been his best, right?
Yeah. Well, and even before that, I need to go through all his game logs. But even before that, it was really, it was only really one day where you're like, oh, is that the good Framber or the bad Framber?
Yeah, no, you got a great iteration of Framber throwing 99 pitches in this one and ultimately getting a victory 8-2. And, of course, the dudes that you really have to salute in this one, I mean, you give everybody a little bit of love because everybody at least hit the ball hard and everybody except for 3 had hits. But top of the order looked really solid when you talk about Jeremy Peña on a 3-for-5 night, a couple of runs himself. And then Isaac Paredes, obviously with the 2 home runs, which really pops off. Those 2 home runs, I did want to note, helped create a little bit of separation between him and one Alex Bregman, another third baseman in the league.
Sorry,
Have you heard of him? Alex Bregman?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this gentleman? Bregman with 11 home runs, Isaac Paredes now with 14. And interestingly enough, like, Isaac Paredes is now third in, well, I mean, he had been prior as well, third in home runs amongst third baseman in the American League. And I just remember that as we're talking about, all-star voting opening up. Like, he is probably your best best position field player that when it comes to securing a potential starting all-star.
I was just going to say, like, where would you rank him? 1?
When it comes to Astros?
Yeah.
I think he's probably 1, assuming that we're not putting Hunter Brown in here, right? Like, we're not talking
pitchers. They just.
All right. I think Isaac is up there. The thing that's tough with Jeremy Peña at short is that, I mean, Jacob Wilson, the young cat for the Athletics, has been phenomenal this season. A 925 OPS for the young man with a pretty solid slug. He hasn't really struck out as well. He's just been really good. But Peña right there with you. I mean, he's second in OPS amongst shortstops in the AL. But that guy being there and the way that he's come on the scene, I think that he's also flashy in addition. So I imagine that he'll get a little bit of love there where Jeremy Peña might not be able to start. But, I mean, he's situating himself very well to be an all-star, Jeremy Peña is. Outside of that, like, I don't know who I point to necessarily. Like, Jake Myers has been good. Does he feel like
he's not going to be voted?
I was like, does he feel like all-star voter? Especially if we're talking about like all-star starter, feels like that's way outside of the.
Don't even hold out hope. That's not going to happen with the big names that play the outfield. But I mean, if the managers have a say, he might get in there. You know what? I want to cast my one ballot.
Have you cast it yet?
No, I have not.
You're going to wait till the last day?
No, but I might do it this weekend because you
You're
guys
going to vote for one person.
No,
she's not even going to put a full ballot together?
One ballot.
He's going to be like, this Pete Crow Armstrong cat, he's been out here cooking. 23 years old, dominating the National League.
I'll just vote for one person.
You are the one guy that is the John Lopez All-Star.
Those Hall of Fame voters, yeah, you're going to have to wait. There's really only one guy that I think is a Hall of Famer this year. No, I'm going to do one ballot. But no, what I was going to say is Jose Altuve is listed as a second baseman on the All-Star ballot.
Okay.
He might get it because of the name popularity, because of the, force of habit. Oh, Altuve, I hate him, but dude's an all-star, that kind of thing.
Let me see, because who do you have here playing well as maybe.
Right? Wouldn't that be wild?
That'd be very weird. Yeah, that'd be very weird.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see what that looks like.
Do you have the second base numbers in front of you? And really, name recognition is the main thing.
I mean, I have. I'm just kind of looking at OPS, but OPS is not going to be the end-all, be-all when it comes to who you ultimately have up there. But I mean, Gleyber Torres has been playing well on a team that is that is looking like the best team in baseball at this point in the Detroit Tigers. So he's up there. Brandon Lau? I always remember which, because they got two.
Oh, they got two.
They got Lowe and they got Lau.
Spelled the same way.
Yeah, and that it gets me every time.
Yeah.
But one of them cats been swinging the bat decently himself. And then Jackson Holiday for the Orioles, especially as they heat up a little bit, has been playing pretty well. So I do wonder what's happened there. 713 asks, do you think Framber and Brown both make the All-Star game?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say no, but I think it's a good argument.
Reserve the right to change your mind later. And I think maybe the most interesting question that we probably need to think about a little bit is, as Framber continues to pitch really well, and especially as this team continues to look like they're going to be in contention, probably not going to trade him at the deadline.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Does that mean that you got to get yourself ready for Framber to walk, possibly? Especially knowing this team's MO when it comes to time to pay dudes that want big money?
I think absolutely you do. I mean, you just explain the reason why. I mean, this is how they play things. I would love to see Framber make it just because ultimately they're going to look at how many pitchers and the record. He's been pitching so well, but he's 6-4, and is that really All-Star right now or whatever, depending on what happens.
It feels so antiquated to be looking at the record, knowing how much of this is dependent on what kind of run support you get. It's so frustrating.
You know how it works.
It's so frustrating. It's like you're not isolating the variable on how good that dude has been by looking at what's his record.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Yeah,
I get it, but I hate it. Some other things that are popping right now. Mind you, because I know that you've been wanting to talk about this. Have you been watching some Women's College World Series?
I watched last night where a little bit.
University of Texas gets their lick back, and they'll take this to a Texas won the first one. Apologies, I'm a day behind in a way, but Texas Tech rather gets their lick back. It's tough when you have. I think this is the first time in a good minute that we have two teams from the same state.
Long live the Southwest Conference, baby.
Duking it out for a Women's College World Series there, but you got Texas Tech and UT. And they're going to a winner-take-all, right? And you wanted to shout out this particular young woman who is, one, killing it on the diamond, but also, two, killing it in the NIL. She's making big money. Najari Kennedy, who she's pitched every inning for the Red Raiders since the start of the Super Regionals.
Okay, say that again.
She has pitched every inning for the Texas Tech Red Raiders since the start of the Super Regionals.
That's 7 games in a row. 5 games since the World Series has started. She's pitched every inning. Every inning.
This is why she's making all this NIL money. It's like you turn on Texas Tech, you gon' see her.
She's making $1 million in NIL. Money well spent. I don't care what anybody says about what this or that. She's gonna pitch 8 straight games of every inning if they win this thing. Pitch.
Now I kind of want them to win off of that. It just feels like that's the type of performance, right? When we talk about championship performances, that's the type of thing that you want to be able to talk about when you're talking about a champion. She is operating like a champion.
Yeah, I mean,
this is a very much I want the ball type mentality, especially as we fawn over, MJ and Kobe and like I want the ball. Like this feels like that's a I want the ball.
Well, she's gonna have the ball.
That's right.
She's gonna have the ball.
We'll see what Game 3 winner take all looks like there. But there was a rumor that came up just today. I'm amazed that it seems like the New York Knicks have popped up as since they've been bounced from the playoffs as now some level of favorites to be in contention, not just for Giannis Antetokounmpo, for KD. I'm just like, so all of a sudden the Knicks just gonna get everything, and I'm like, how much is this bias or how much is this something else entirely? But Gary Wolfel,
long-time NBA writer. He's been doing it a long time. He's got numerous NBA Writers Awards in there. He's legit.
Yeah, he is throwing out there something that looks very interesting, is the possibility of a Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jason Kidd reunion in New York. That's where he sees like the report of the Knicks trying to, having interest in Jason Kidd, and he also mentioned Ime Udoka, which we were like, no, that's not happening. But that possibly just seeing if they could poach Kidd, especially as Kidd might not be happy in that situation in Dallas with the movings and shakings that have happened there. Yeah, I remember like Jason Kidd when he was able to finagle his way into being the head coach in Milwaukee. He was tough, but Giannis loved having him as a coach. Like if that happens, I could easily see that being like a big deciding factor on Giannis's end on wanting to play in a particular place. I don't know that I'm interested in what they would have to give, because it feels like they don't have draft picks really, at least not a package that would be appealing to the Milwaukee Bucks. So I'm like, is this like we're hinging this on Karl Anthony Towns? Would you want a Karl Anthony Towns? Is that kind of the backbone of a deal that they do there? But if they're able to do that, that would kind of run counter to the Rockets having the best services.
And he said, Wolfel, who is reporting this, said the Knicks are preparing to make a, quote, tsunami-type offer for Giannis. But to your point, that's big-time players. I mean, right? That has to be just players?
Yeah, it feels like it, because, I mean, unless they are going to do the thing where they get really active this offseason, they start moving guys in order to get picks that ultimately then they'll use to package together.
And how are they going to get Kidd?
I mean, I imagine that would have to be some level of trade as well.
Yeah.
Which, more assets they have to go out the door in order to do that.
Well, they're just so desperate right now.
Yeah, man.
Like, they were that close.
New York basketball,
We were that
baby.
close.
So, but I think that makes it, and maybe this is part of what Rafael Stone was pointing to all along, right? The idea of these guys that you're looking out there, they might not be as easily accessible, and we're not going to go out of the way to break the bank in order to make these things happen. Of course, these are all rumors that are happening right now, but we'll continue to watch those in that space. From the 8-2, the Astros are in first place, have the third best record in the AL. You guys talk about them like they're some ragtag team that could barely function.
Do we?
I mean, there are things that are in front of them that make this a little tough. I think also, like, you had a fantastic Framber Valdez day, but you see what happens when you have to have someone else like Colton Gordon or Ryan Gusto, especially because of the lack of depth that they can get into games, the pen and the ways that it can be taxed. And then the offense popped up yesterday, but you go back a single day and you see the ways that the offense can be rough. So it really is fluctuating, and going to be a natural fluctuation, but it feels like this is more so. Plus, I mean, there are challenges that are ahead.
And by the way,
challenges ahead.
Vast difference from the way you talk about the Texans. You need to listen a little more.
I think the key thing when talking about the Astros is early, man. It's still early.
That is true. It is always
it's
worth
still early,
remembering.
man.
Yeah.
A lot more baseball.
There is
a lot more
indeed
baseball.
A lot more baseball, including a weekend set against the Guardians that starts tonight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's something that happened online yesterday when it comes to a Houston Texan. And I thought, is this the proof that that shows that mindset shift that D'Amico Ryans has talked about and that we've all been looking for on that offensive line? Let's discuss that next.
The Good Time. TFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope it's going well. Looks pretty solid outside.
Gonna be a good weekend.
Okay, very good. Yeah. Are you saying that because you're about to be out on a boat?
I can confirm that.
Okay. Yeah, I was like,
it ain't gonna be like Aruba though.
Yeah,
all that wind.
Yeah, is it gonna be windy? Is that
if you weren't listening, I mentioned that that Aruba is not my primary.
He's not a fan of Aruba at all.
No, it's a gorgeous place. It's
Everybody else, when they hear Aruba, they think, "Oh, nice vacation." His first thing was, "I don't know, it's a little windy."
No, it's a nice vacation.
We brought up show like, "Oh yeah, show us Aruba."
Yeah.
The first thing you brought up was, "Oh, it's windy there."
Yeah, no,
I wouldn't go there.
Did I say it like that?
Yes.
Did I say it like that?
That's what it sounded like.
I wouldn't go there.
Aruba is a nice spot. It's a gorgeous place. All that. What I said. And I'm leading something here, and we'll get right to it.
If you say so.
Is it's extremely windy in Aruba. It really is. And I probably wouldn't go back because of that. It's on the trade winds. It's always blowing. Sometimes it blows harder than others, but it's really.
And he said this after we said, "Oh, Ron is vacationing in Aruba."
I hope he has a fantastic
My
time.
first thought was, "Ooh, okay, okay."
Yeah. I hope he has a great time. Here's what we're going to do. Don't give him any tips. Just say, how was it over there? How was the weather? How was the weather?
Okay.
I'll bet you he's going to bring it up.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. That's the way that we'll test this. And I really and truly hope that he goes, "Oh man, it was beautiful," so that you can feel.
Well, it is
silly.
beautiful.
The weather was nice.
You were saying that the first thing out of his mouth is, man, it was so damn windy out there.
I did not say that. I
almost blew over.
And then we gotta ask him, "Would you go back?"
Oh
Where
yeah,
do you
okay,
rank this?
okay, yeah. But
you're gonna lose this. I hope you know this.
Am I?
Yes, you are.
There's no way in hell Ron coming in, man. You know what?
No.
That's probably about 6.
This way at a time, hopefully anyway. And I'll bet you at some point he's like, man, kind of windy. Or we'll ask him about the weather too.
Okay.
If he doesn't say that. Yeah.
All right. Enough weather talk in this moment. But how about a little bit of offensive line talk here, especially since apparently some publications are knocking the entire Texans offensive ranking down in the bottom half of the league because of the offense. That's unbelievable. But Titus Howard, who it seems very clearly is your new right guard on this team. I mean, he's lined up almost exclusively there in OTAs. And he looks bigger, as discussed by Ron and Clint when they were out there at OTAs. And he confirmed it himself on his Twitch. Apparently, he went live on Twitch yesterday and was talking to fans. And some of the kind of takeaways, I was like, I wonder if this show is some level of proof of what we've been looking for a long time last year, and then what D'Amico has talked about in a mindset change that he feels is palpable with that offensive line. And within that, when Titus was on this live stream, some of the things he talked about on his Twitch, talked about adding muscle during the offseason. So that's a confirmation that he is making himself into a bigger dude, which makes sense, right? You play on as a tackle, you want to be able to move a little bit more. You move into guard, you're playing in here with these big boys. There's not as much of the movement. You got to just be able to be strong and play in that phone booth, and you want to have that strength. And that seems like, boom, that falls in line with what has kind of been, observed and what is reasonable to think in that moment.
Right.
He appreciates being valuable on the line. And he went further talking about how Cole Popovich is a dog and that we'll see improvements this year, and that he's enjoying this new Nick Caley scheme much better. Those are some of the quick highlights that were talked about. In addition to, and this was the thing that really got me, he also said that he didn't like being moved around a lot before he knew how valuable he was to the team.
Yeah.
And if you'll remember, December of 2024, not more than 6 months ago, when the Texans had Titus have to play left guard for you. His response to that and talking about that, he said, I'm a tackle, but if I can play guard and help us win, I'm going to do that. He still viewed himself as a guard. So he talks about, I feel valuable and moving around. I didn't like moving around until I learned how valuable. That still feels like a dude who's don't really like moving around. But now he is very much in that space where he's I'm a guard, basically.
No, would he say that again? I don't think so. I think he feels.
About the I'm a tackle?
Yeah. I feel like his eyes have been opened, and it has nothing to do with money. He's gotten paid.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of guys want to be able to fit and excel and get the next contract eventually. Especially on the offensive line where you can play for a long time. So I'm feeling this as a real testament and commentary on, again, I've always hesitated to bash on it, but it just seems so obvious now, what they were doing in the past.
Correct.
What they were doing in the past, it's he didn't like guard then for a number of reasons, and he thought of himself, and you pointed to it. You said, well, at guard it stands to reason you're going to be bigger, you're going to be in that phone booth, you're going to be more power, but not really in Slowick's offense. Not as much in Slowick's offense. They want those guards to be able to move and get to the second level and all that. But in this offense, see, I think it's a
whatever this offense is.
Well, we know what it is now. We're not even going to discuss that anymore, are we? We're going to discuss it. It's a power gap scheme.
It does seem like that's the case.
In my mind, it's not even a question anymore. I'll put it.
It really does seem like that's the case. From the 832, they said they saw Titus at they said Cosmic Air. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I'm gonna be completely honest. On Saturday, they said they're 6'5", 315. He made them feel tiny. Dude is a giant. Yeah. And he was. I just looked at it. He was listed at least last season 6'5", 322. And if you feel tiny as 6'5", 315. And we've had guys out there at practice saying he is noticeably bigger. What are we guessing? 330, 335?
Yeah, at least 340.
And he always been a big guy,
Big dude. And now he's bigger. I look at this as he loves what they're doing now. It fits him better. And, adding all this muscle and size over the offseason, I think he's buying in. You know what? I can make a long career right here.
But isn't he now, in some ways, the Laramie Tunsil of this group in that, he seems like he's the leader in this group, right? He seems like he is at least situated to possibly be a leader in this group.
I'll go with that. Situated. I don't know, who's who up there. Cam Robinson would be the most most obvious other one.
Right. Or maybe you go Trent Brown. He is a veteran guy, but I don't know what his play.
Where's he going to be?
PT the show this year?
I'm not saying no. I'm just saying the second way you put it, right. in line to become that. I would agree with. But I think he's comfortable, and I think it fits him. And, Popovich, that's another sort of indicator of how things were last year, and it wasn't great. Popovich seems to have the support of the players, and there was always this, was it Aaron Wilson had the report? Popovich was the guy that kind of put his arm around the guys figuratively and said, hey, this is what we want to teach you. But then, Strasser was like, no, or whatever, because the system didn't fit. The style didn't fit. The technique is something that I've mentioned a lot. I think the technique of how they're blocking is going to be vastly different, and I think Titus Howard feels that and sees it.
Right, and it's confirmed by what he said to his Twitch stream. And from the 832, thank you for clarifying. Cosmic Air is an indoor playground for kids. And don't you love that I don't know that as a 33-year-old single man? Aren't you happy that I did not know that off the top of my head?
I had no clue either.
I'm glad. There we go. But when you look at it, you talked about this being a gap scheme, I think that we're getting pretty good confirmation as we put the dots together. And I imagine there's people that have been in this place already, but Brett Coleman, who does writes about football, creator of the Film Room, he was talking about it. Nick Caley, and one of the things that he understands is that McVay brought in Caley to help, from the Patriots, because remember he was the tight ends coach there, came in as a tight ends coach run game coordinator
in New England,
in L.A. with the Rams. I know he
pass game coordinator.
Pass game rather.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
And apparently, he was brought in to help move the Rams from where they were with Gurley era, doing kind of more zone running, into a gap scheme that they started doing a little bit more, especially seeing, Kyron Williams, right? Seeing him excel more in that gap scheme, which that's what he knows. And that probably points to that. I mean, if that, we're talking about that with the Rams as well, where we're like, hey, Rams also have these different styles. If that was the idea, he's here to help them transition. The idea is not just that, he can do that, but he's maybe being viewed as some level of expert in gap scheme type situations. And if you have a level of expertise, that feels like something that you would bring to the table. On top of the idea of gap scheme is more for these bigger, stronger guys, which we talked about with this offensive line.
Yeah.
It didn't really feel like your guys fit your scheme. If you're talking about fitting the scheme, here are just some of the guys. We talked about Titus Howard and the size that he has been added. Some of the guys that we're seeing at least consistently. Cam Robinson is a 6'6", 335 tackle. Laken Tomlinson, who has been the dude who we've seen more frequently at left guard. Not saying that he's definitely going to be that guy. Of course, they've talked about moving guys around. Laken Tomlinson, 6'3", 323, as a relatively bigger guy. And then we talked about how, Titus was listed at 322 with his 6'5" frame, and he's already kind of looked bigger and built up more. It feels like they are really situating both the talent that they have, but then also Nick Caley with the scheme that he's bringing, with it seems like an expertise that he has for that gap scheme type situation.
And you're not even mentioning the draft pick. Monster.
Yeah, with Ariante Ursa. That's true.
I was kind of laughing when Nick Caserio was on with the guys and said, No, we never really draft for need. Well, you kind of did because it also is a tell on the offense because they have these big guys. And I think as far as Caley and what Brett Coleman was talking about, no, I definitely feel not only because we talk about the pass game and all that, and he's going to lean so heavily on Gerard Johnson. I think he's going to lean heavily on Gerard Johnson because he's bringing in exactly what he was supposed to do for the Rams.
The run game.
Yeah, just the run game, the power, the scheme.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I feel like all of this leads to a situation where the offensive line and the mindset that it feels like we could see viscerally while watching these games is changing, because one thing I know for certain is if you task dudes with doing things that they can't do, frustration is inevitably going to be
or not total buy-in.
If you task things with doing things that task dudes rather with doing things that they're built to do, you give yourself a better opportunity for them to latch on and feel good about it. And it feels like maybe I'm stretching too far, but this kind of Titus Howard in his free time of his volition, talking to people directly in a Twitch situation, kind of talking about the ways that he feels valued, because that doesn't just speak to Caley, but I imagine that is in part because of Caley. That speaks to the ways that DeMeco Ryans has managed this, the way that obviously I think Nick Caserio just as a whole has managed this, if you can give him credit for that as well. But I think that also speaks to like the system that they have there and looking at it, and I imagine if you're being explained to, hey, this is why we're doing it, makes sense and it feels like something I can go dominate, I think that's going to change the mentality for him, and it feels like he has an opportunity to be the kind of point person that helps to change for the entirety of the offensive line.
How did DeMeco put it when he was talking about the mentality of the offensive line? Was it vastly? No, it wasn't vastly different. It was like just so obvious is what he was saying. The difference between the offensive line
drastically changed.
That's it. Drastically changed.
Drastically changed. If I can read my own chicken scratch.
Yeah, drastically changed. That says a lot, and that's not just their play because the play improves, and it's just been OTAs. The play improves when there is that buy-in, and you got the right guys for that system.
Yeah, and so I mean, this is where I will look up and I go, okay, I see what you guys, at least the type of guys that you brought in the offensive line. I still think, hey man, I would love to see a level of talent that's different here, right? You can't tell me that Kevin Zeitler would not have been a fit for this. A dude who was what is he? I can't remember exactly the height. 6'4", 340. Like you can't tell me that size does not fit in with what we're talking about here. However, I can see at least the thought process. I can kind of follow in line with the line of what we're talking about here. And I could see the pathway in the same way we were talking about with game one of the NBA Finals where, okay, I'm seeing the door open and the path to get the victory. You may not have a lot
of confidence, and clearly outsiders don't. But you could see where it would get.
I can see the path to having not just an offensive line that is passable, but an offensive line that could actually have a little edge to it, which is something that people were clamoring for. And so I feel great about that. And then also, in a way, this could be a rehabilitation opportunity for Dameon Pierce as well, right? Because that's one of the things we talked about with running back core, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's if you unlock Dameon Pierce.
Because year one, Dameon Pierce was a menace.
He got some work done. That's for darn sure. And then it just completely fell off. And he fell out of their graces as well. And it couldn't have been just Bobby Slowick that didn't want to play.
You sure? The way that Bobby Slowick said, of course, this is afterwards, hindsight. Maybe it could have, but and I just like the idea of not just DP as a running back too, but DP as a tandem back.
As just
right, because if you get year one Dameon Pierce along with Joe Mixon, that causes some real problems.
That said, they did bring in Woody Marks, so they're going to try to find that tandem or that backup one way or another.
Yeah, so I just found that interesting, and maybe I'm extrapolating a lot from a dude who got on Twitch on a Thursday night, but it really does feel like
you was actually on there.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't.
Okay.
I was trying to do a lot of things on.
I'm about to say
night.
you be watching the Twitch.
I didn't know he had a Twitch, but you know who's about to subscribe to that mug just in case he pops on there and starts talking again. Your boy.
Now, was he on there just talking or was he playing a game?
I don't know for certain
because I know he a gamer.
I didn't get a chance to actually watch it, unfortunately, but thankfully somebody was watching and decided, hey, Texas Nation, I want you to know what I heard on there. So shout out to Titus Howard for one, I think finding a level of growth within himself, and I know that sounds kind of paternalistic to say it that way, but just the idea that he was like, I didn't really like being moved around, but I now better understand how they value me and what it means to the team, and so I'm willing to do that, and I feel comfortable doing that. Like that kind of idea, I love that for him, and I love that. I love the entirety of the offensive line, what was clearly a weakness of this Texas team last year that they're trying to turn into some level of strength. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
Nick Caley. Framber and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, what a finish last night, huh?
Yeah.
What a finish, Figgy.
Yeah, did you see it?
Whoo, man. Well, I saw it, but here's my confession.
Mm-hmm.
So every Thursday, go to my oldest son's house dinner. He's a fantastic cook. We've talked about that. So watching the game, got close all of a sudden. Got real interesting there at the end.
Yeah.
I'm all in. I'm like, is this going to happen again? Well, then my granddaughter.
Oh, he blaming this on the baby.
Yeah.
Look,
unbelievable.
Dude.
Have some shame.
And I got questions, too.
Dude,
man.
she snuggled up right
Have some shame.
She put her head on my shoulder.
Unbelievable.
And she said, well, I'm not going to say what show, but she wanted me to watch something with her.
You afraid of the show?
No, you're going to hear it. So she asked very nicely. So, of course, I agreed. I mean, it's my granddaughter. She had her head on my shoulder, and she was snuggled up nicely to me. So while Tyrese Halliburton was doing it again, I missed it. This is what I was watching.
Do this, and a bus will come out. A bus! Good job! Can you say beep, beep? Say beep, beep, and maybe the bus will beep. Beep, 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 beep. The bus beeped.
So
that's some good television
The
there.
wheels on the bus together.
And then we sang
The Wheels on the Bus?
Of course. I was doing the hand gestures and everything.
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
I just want to see how long he wants to do this.
I can do the whole song.
Oh, okay.
I got it by heart.
All right, yeah.
I got it by heart as a as a brag about a nursery rhyme. It's hilarious.
Because I go all the way.
I know this song by heart.
I can go all the way to Mama.
I know all the lyrics on this one.
Hey, I know your karaoke song coming up.
I can go
Itsy Bitsy Spider, bro. I know all the words to that one, dog. I got him, man.
So I can go all the way to Mama on the bus. I can go to Daddy on the bus. I can go to Driver
Don't
on the
even
bus.
get me started with Baby Shark, dog. I got that one all the way down.
So here's the thing. The confession is,
how dare you blame your child?
or
your grandchild.
I actually missed. I mean, obviously I circled back, but I actually missed the final shot, and I think I would do it again.
Look at this guy being a good grandfather. What a dork.
But my thing is, I feel like you're the grandfather because you're heavy into sports, right?
Yeah, I think.
I feel like at that moment you would have been like, man, baby, wait, watch this.
No, she likes it. Like she always says, watch basketball? Watch basketball?
At that point, when the game is that close, you be like, hold on, wait a minute.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no.
Hey, you
Most
gotta
of
watch
us-
this one.
Yeah,
right
most of us
here.
been like, give me 5 minutes.
Exactly,
And we
man.
will watch this after.
I feel like that's law, man. You setting the standard for because you don't want her doing that when there's a Houston Texans game going
It's right
on.
here.
No.
It's right here. She got her around his
Yeah,
finger.
you gotta
It's
be
too late.
you gotta be like sports first.
Yeah, Reggie's right, though. I mean, that's what it is. Like, she'll watch basketball, but she doesn't get the concept of, like, a last-second shot. Oh, they made a 15-point comeback, all that stuff.
You're supposed to teach her that.
I
though.
will.
He said eventually.
And
He
also,
ain't about to teach her that.
also, I know for a fact the vast majority of parents out there listening, 713-572-4610, can speak to the Miss Rachel is a monster. She's how many followers does she have? You have the YouTube in front of you?
I don't. It's a lot.
It's millions.
Nah, it's a lot,
It's
man.
millions that Miss Rachel has.
Like if she decided to have an I don't know, some level of coup or what have you, the army of children would be unbelievable.
It would be 15.1 million subscribers on her YouTube channel. So when granddaughter asks, you watch it.
Would you let your daughter watch Pee Wee Herman?
My
Granddaughter. I
wouldn't pick it.
I just thought about it because I think he got a documentary.
Oh, yeah, he
that
does.
Just popped up on HBO Max.
Somebody said Miss Rachel is the worst. Yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, you don't like Miss Rachel?
No, I love Miss Rachel for what she can do, and she keeps these kids educated and at a very early age and all this other
but
stuff.
you're like, compared to what you want to put on the TV.
Oh, one is more than enough to watch. Not 17. not 17.
I'll be happy that's not Coco Melon. Coco Melon might be the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Watch Miss Rachel. Go home tonight and watch Miss Rachel.
That's also a great point from the 832. It was almost 10:30. What time is she supposed to be in bed?
Exactly.
It was 10:08.
Man.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, Miss Rachel? No, you're supposed to be asleep.
No, it was
If it's
10:08.
basketball, go to sleep.
I would have been like, it's basketball time.
No, it was a solid question. She had already taken her bath and her pajamas, and that's part of the reason she did that. I was brushing her hair. I always brush her hair on Thursdays, etc. But she had slept. No, that's a valid question, but it was 10:08.
Okay.
Yeah, and then she went to bed.
From the 281, I'll be the one to tell you, good job, John. That's how you be a good granddad. These dudes don't have kids. I said that he was being a good granddad. I was just making fun of him.
I was just saying sports come first in my house. If I have kids,
Maybe not your house.
That's a religion, man. I don't know what state y'all stay in, but sports is a religion
what
here.
states y'all stay?
Yeah, I thought Texas was a state of sports.
Faith family
Like
football,
religion.
baby. What we
Yeah,
talking
man.
about?
Yeah.
Not Faith family and Miss Rachel.
Okay, I say again, Miss Rachel.
Lopez is about to miss a bunch of games this year, man, because his granddaughter want to watch Miss Rachel.
She gonna have him wrapped around.
He gonna miss a bunch of good games, man. Disappointed, man.
These are my confessions.
So last night, I think I saw the greatest thing that I've ever seen in my life.
Wow, that's a bold statement.
I think I did.
The greatest.
The greatest thing that I ever seen in my life.
Okay.
And it wasn't Tyrese Halliburton hitting that shot, or really even the Pacers all together finding a way to come back in that game. It is the innovation of a lifetime.
And that is?
And it is, I saw this man on a video eating himself a burrito, and he wanted to add a little bit of sauce to his burrito. So he took out a spray bottle filled with hot sauce and sprayed it onto his burrito. And I was like, this man is a genius.
Because it covers the whole...
Give him a Nobel Award.
I never thought about that. Damn, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the most brilliant advances. And it's so simple.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I would have never gotten there.
Yeah.
I would have never thought, take the hot sauce and put in a spray bottle, because you get just enough for the flavor without having too much. It's not dripping all over stuff. It's not soaking
on just
things up.
one part.
Exactly. Just all covers it. I was like, this man is a genius. And whatever governing or sanctioning body on food technology advancement, they need to find this man and give him the appropriate award, probably some grants, something to that effect.
Grants,
I don't know,
dude,
right? I don't know. Is he going to be a part of the MacArthur grant? Can we call him a genius? This guy did something so special that is going to change my life, and I imagine the life of our listeners all the way across the world.
The sauce to whatever, in this case, burrito ratio or tacos, that's like the most key thing of the whole experience. Like how you do the ratio.
Yes.
To spray it, I'm not going to argue. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Although, literally a friend of mine, as we were talking about this last night, because yes, I did start proselytizing and teaching other people about the ways of the spray bottle hot sauce, was like, man, that'd be terrible in your eyes. And I was like, yeah, you mean pepper spray? I was like, how did we not get there? But apparently Brandon on the YouTube said he saw someone use pepper spray on their food to see if it worked, and then it cleared the whole room.
Oh, God.
Cleared the whole room. And
Lord,
that's
Lord,
the
have
thing.
mercy.
Use that pepper spray improperly. It'll mess with you.
Hey, just warm up some fish in the microwave at work, man. If you want to clear out everybody, don't do that.
Yeah, but the fish won't have your eyes watering. That's the problem there. But yes, put your hot sauce in the year of our Lord 2025.
Yeah. And that texter said Miss Rachel is the worst. Said we responded again. I only know that because I've watched almost every episode.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I love good nicknames. So I'm totally fine with, especially NBA players, just athletes with a good nickname, especially when it comes on social media, where people on social media just give somebody a nickname. However, I'm a little uncomfortable with the nickname they giving Tyler Halliburton. So they calling this dude, and they keep photoshopping his face on.
Oh yeah,
yes,
yep.
Haliban.
Yeah.
I keep saying Haliban strikes again. I don't know how I feel about this one. I'm very uncomfortable with that nickname, man.
If I can interject a slight a confession within your confession, kind of looks like the Photoshop.
What is wrong with you?
I mean, okay, look at that picture, Figgy.
So I saw the picture.
It looks pretty dang close.
I see the picture. So the picture they're photoshopping Tyrese Halliburton on is Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
And so they keep saying every time, he been coming up clutch all postseason, and they keep saying the Haliban strikes again. Look, man, it's a line.
Oh, for sure.
I think that's crossing the line a little too much, man. And I love some dark humor on social media, but I don't know if I ban.
You're not wrong. All I said is an observation. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yes, people are good at Photoshop, Lopez. I feel like that's the part that I will agree with, but I'm not. Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable to the point where I might see it. And I might chuckle, maybe. More, you won't find
me.
Would you
repost it?
I will not be. I will not be.
I didn't
trafficking
repost anything.
Yeah,
There's a question about that.
Yeah, and it was even worse, even with the last season against the Knicks.
Yeah.
So they was throwing all the 9/11 stuff in there. So I was just like, man, this is very uncomfortable, man. If I was Tyrese, I would be pissed.
Yeah.
Yo, don't put me in the same sentence as that dude, man.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. But he did do it again. I just don't want to say that it was that thing. But,
Haliban strikes again.
He's very clutch. He is very, very clutch. All right. There you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here on In Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to the Men's Clinic for bringing us that. Somebody said, man, I thought it was a crossover with Caliban from the X-Men. I keep thinking that because maybe that'll make it feel a little bit better. I would have
thought that too, but they showed the picture of Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
A Photoshop with Tyrese. So.
You got to do whatever you got to do to try and make some things shake if you need to. But that was wild. But coming up next in Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk a little bit about a former Texan here. His name is DeAndre Hopkins, and he does not necessarily believe that he has the resume to make it into this particular honor. Do you think that he is right? 7-1 next.
Should we be
Open. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hey, Funky Friday, baby. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Is DeAndre Hopkins right about whether or not he deserves this particular accolade? DeAndre Hopkins was on a podcast recently, and obviously, long time Houston, now is a Baltimore Raven, and honestly, I'm super excited to see what he can do there. Felt like he was utilized to some degree with the Chiefs, but I think that this will be a really interesting circumstance for him with the Ravens, with Lamar Jackson. I think the way that they've built their wide receiving core is kind of nice. Like Zay Flowers, obviously a dude who can really get yards after catch. You know, Rashad Bateman has become a little bit more sure-handed in being, I guess, a consistent there. Isaiah Likely has been a really nice athletic player, while also Mark Andrews, who, mind you, in an interesting place. People are thinking about the possibility of him being like traded or something away there. Of course,
absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. As he's
especially after last year.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
the age starting to show for him a little bit to some degree.
No,
but then
it's going to be rough for him.
you get DeAndre Hopkins in there. I'm like, oh man, you add like a dude who always is. It feels like he's always open. Like that has always been the MO of his game. Like even as he ages to some degree, he's still able to be that guy. I mean, immediately, what was that when he signed with the Chiefs, where he went deep on, like, it was like in triple cover, still came down with the ball. Like he's still that guy to some degree. This was him talking on a podcast about whether or not he believes that he should be in the Houston Texans Ring of Honor.
Hey, I didn't say it, but I'm not gonna say I don't think about that as well. I am human, of course. I love Houston. I still live here. My family live here, so of course that would be cool, man. Just to be in the Houston Ring of Honor one day. Even though I only played 7 years here.
Yeah, but those 7 years.
That's short. Man, that's not long.
7 years. Let's put it this way. I
don't know, man. Now I think about it. Do I deserve to be in the Ring of Honor?
Does he deserve to be in the Ring of Honor? This is still a relatively young franchise. And Ring of Honors are really interesting because some teams kind of establish their own benchmarks for who gets in, right? You have some teams that'll have, it's just an opportunity to celebrate everybody. Let's get guys in here. And you'll have teams where, like the Dallas Cowboys, where one of the best coaches in their history outside of like Tom Landry had to wait, forever in order to get in there. You have how many guys in the Ring of Honor currently?
What is it, 3? Is it Bob McNair, Andre Johnson, and JJ? Yeah.
And those guys, just completely undeniable. All of them, like, staples of what this team has been. Do you agree with DeAndre Hopkins that you're not sure, or he's not sure if he should be in the Ring of Honor?
I do, and by what he did on the field, he deserves to be up there, right? 7 years is. He said it's not that long. It's long enough.
In a football career, that's wild. And I understand you could say that when you're a dude who's played how many years? What is it now?
11 now, 10? 11?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Kind of wild to think about it. It's been that long. I came to the league in 2013, if that doesn't make you feel just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit older.
So I think he, hey, as a football player, if this was a football-only kind of thing, and it's not, by the way.
13 years, by the way.
Ooh. God, that's more than I thought. He probably
12 years. Sorry,
he probably deserves to be up there. Keep in mind, when DeAndre Hopkins left, it was very much like Easter hates him. It was a personality clash, etc. But let's remember this, and I don't know this for a fact. I don't think the organization from the top down was all that crazy about some of the stuff they were seeing from DeAndre Hopkins. And if you don't think that's a factor in the Ring of Honor, it's absolutely a factor in the Ring of Honor, because who makes the ultimate decision on that? The ownership.
Yeah, that's an ownership call.
And so that's why I think on the field deserves it. I also would bet that he probably will never.
Really?
Yeah, will never.
See, I'm kind of curious too, because how do y'all feel about him possibly as maybe a Hall of Famer? I ain't saying first ballot, second ballot. Do you think it's a possibility?
Too many receivers. And I'm not down. Look, you know how. Yeah.
No, I'm just curious because
too many receivers with a lot more, as you guys like to say, bona fides.
Yeah. No, I'm just kind of curious if it was a point. Let's say he got in just off the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
don't you feel like the Houston Texans would probably have to reach out to him to get him in the Ring of Honor?
Boy, they would, wouldn't they?
Because
that's a great point.
Wouldn't they?
It would look kind of weird having a Hall of Famer that played for your team and his glory days was on your team, but he's not in your Ring of Honor.
Yeah, that's actually a great way of looking at it. And what's tough is I think this actually brings up a question that I've had to some degree when it comes to the Hall of Fame and wide receivers getting in, because I think that we might be actively or might have to shift the ways that we look at wide receivers getting into the Hall of Fame, seeing as one, there's just kind of went from typically having 2 wide receiver sets to frequently having 3 wide receiver sets, maybe 4 wide receiver sets at times, where you just have more of them and a lot of them playing in a more pass-happy game, playing and getting some of the stats. So I feel like some of that, I do wonder what exactly the shift is, but it does feel like we need to be actively or in the future shifting kind of the parameters of what it takes for a wide receiver to enter the Hall of Fame. But even with that being said, you look at DeAndre Hopkins, 5-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro.
Yeah.
And those are the accolades.
Yeah, those are the accolades.
And those are
in. They can get you in.
Those are solid.
Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Those are solid. You are all in on this Carrington Harrison.
Hey, that's more than Mike Evans.
He's all in on turning the knife.
You're all in on that. Carrington Harrison really put you in a place there, didn't he?
I can't believe he said that, man. I can't unsee it.
But you have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 yard seasons out of 12 years in his career. As we mentioned, the 3 All Pros. Like it feels like it's borderline, and that feels kind of sacrilegious. And maybe some of that is because you end up sending him because he goes to Arizona, because he ends up in Tennessee, and he's not in play in a situation where he can ever really find a good situation to play with. But I do think that he probably should be in the Ring of Honor. Like this is still he's still one of those names that's really big and looms large. And I understand what you were saying about like ownership and being the ultimate decider, and you're right about that. Like they set the tone for this. But don't you think that the ownership and the organization has shifted their mentality?
That's a factor, and they have. It's going to be just very interesting to me. Except personally, I would say that he wouldn't be. He deserves to be in, and obviously, I hope I'm wrong. I don't know if they feel all that good about just how things ended here, and it wasn't just Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby and all that. It's curious. He wasn't ever really looked at in that organization the same way, who would, as an Andre Johnson or even other players at other positions.
And that was the question that I was going to come to, because at this point, and the no-brainers that you've put in, and J.J. Watt and Andre Johnson, do you think that they, in some ways, kind of skew what the standard should be or has to be or what have you, because both of them are such like incredible, exemplary dudes on top of being incredible and insane players, to where the standard might be kind of high?
I don't think they've skewed the standard. I think they've revealed the standard. I think that's what the Texans standard is. It's not just – Arian Foster's going to have a hard time. Arian Foster's going to have a
getting
hard time.
in the Ring of Honor?
Yeah, because he's just kind of that offbeat kind of never – he criticized not criticized, but he was never really embraced the way other players were. And I'm not saying – it's their Ring of Honor. Do what the hell you want, but I don't – I think it's not – skewing any qualifiers or qualifications you need to be on the Ring of Honor. I think it's just revealing this is what they do. This is their standard and how they do it.
Oh, well, this is the easy one, Corey, on the YouTube page. If D-Hop did make it to the Hall of Fame, what team would he go in under? Clearly the Texans.
Yeah.
That's, in fact,
that was his glory days.
Exactly. His strongest.
And he still has some good he had some good moments in Arizona. I think the first year for sure he had a good year.
Correct.
But after that, that's when the fall down started going.
Somebody said if Arian isn't in, Hop shouldn't be in either. Okay, so I thought that this might be a little bit more clear. I'm interested because you're talking about kind of the team dynamics there, and I would lean on you, especially being somebody who's covered this team, especially all during that time in a very particular way. Do you think that DeAndre Hopkins kind of is factoring that in? I want to play for you again what he said, what brought up this conversation in general on him making the Ring of Honor, because the reason that he threw up there, as we mentioned, is one that feels a little so-so. Can you kind of hear it in his voice that you think that he might have the same thought that you did?
You think Babe Ruth was black, and does it?
My bad. I was getting some.
What?
It's some audio for the mixtape.
That was very unexpected.
Your thoughts, DeAndre. Your thoughts.
I didn't say it, but I'm not gonna say I don't think about that as well. I am human, of course. I love Houston. I still live here. My family live here, so of course that would be cool, man. Just to be in the Houston Ring of Honor one day. Even though I only played 7 years here.
Yeah, but those 7 years.
That's short, man. That's not a long time to be on the team, man.
That was 7 years. Let's put it this way. I
don't know, man. Now I think about it. Do I deserve to be in the Ring of Honor?
I think it's complicated with DeAndre Hopkins. Like you said, you could almost state a Hall of Fame case, almost, which would kind of indicate that he would deserve to be in the Ring of Honor here. But I think there's a lot of mitigating factors here.
And speaking of the Hall of Fame case, I always like looking at the Pro Football Reference Hall of Fame monitor, where they kind of just look at some of these things, and they tried to put together something that is like comprehensive to give you a general idea of who might make the Hall of Fame. Just boil it down to a single score, and of course that is not by any means an exact science. But DeAndre Hopkins, his Hall of Fame monitor score is a 77.2. which is just above Cliff Branch, who is in the Hall of Fame, but below like an Anquan Bolden, who is not in the Hall of Fame, and I don't know, like he's kind of been on the borderline, below Harold Jackson, who is not in the Hall of Fame. And then right around there, when you talk about Hall of Fame monitor scores, Devontae Adams, how do you feel about his chances of making the Hall of Fame? He's not, obviously he's still active. Hines Ward just below that with the 76 and change as well, right? Like, so it does feel like he is kind of on that borderline, which you would think, one, would obviously, if he does make it in, would make it a little difficult. But then, two, you'd imagine that would give the Texans an opportunity to really have to think on this.
Yeah. Hey, look, I think it's a great discussion, and it'll be very revealing, just how much the Texans at the top have changed. Texter brought up a great organization. They had Arian lead out the team this year in a game.
Yeah.
So that was a good indicator, because he had disassociated himself. That's the one difference. He extracted himself.
Yeah. Like when Miko got here,
right.
He started being,
right.
I don't want to say involved, but he was more seen at the games and stuff like that.
No.
I do think it's up to the organization if they want to reach out to, because we all talked about the Aaron Rodgers thing where he said, they will have to reach out to me and not me reach out to them type thing. I do think it's up to the organization if they want to go that route and stuff. It's attitudes and all that stuff can change after somebody's retired.
And that's why I'm trying to be fair here.
So if DeAndre Hopkins retire and a couple years go by,
mend the fences.
Yeah, y'all talk it out or whatever it is. I do think it's up to the Texans to actually reach out to him and say, you know what, let's do this.
All right, before we put a fork in this one, are there any guys, because again, it feels like what you're talking about, a relatively high standard, and of course, you feel like this, I'm not trying to warp your words or anything, you're pointing to the idea of like some of the behind-the-scenes possible feelings or what have you playing the part that would keep him out. But
there are some scars.
If we're trying to find where is kind of the line, who are the other guys that you would consider putting in the Texans Ring of Honor? Like someone talked about J-Joe, like Cushing are some names that obviously like beloved guys, but how do you view them when we start talking about Ring of Honor type guys?
I think Arian.
Aaron is the only other one that you look at.
That should be the next one to go in. I've been saying that for a little bit now. That should be the next one. I think J. Joe should probably eventually, maybe, but I think Arian should be in there, man.
Yeah, he would be the one candidate that I would absolutely, arguably the best at what he did for a good,
and remember
good
this,
stretch.
and remember, this is not like a Hall of Fame type.
No,
thing.
It's up to the team.
So, because I know you got Andre and JJ in there, and they are Hall of Famers. But we talking about people that had a really like a good run with the team, man, that made a big impact like that.
And one of the things, just to finish this off, I think when in the Hall of Honor, you want to be able to look up and have good feelings about various times in the period of the lifespan of a team. And I feel like DeAndre Hopkins absolutely feels like that dude.
Yeah.
Like he is one of those dudes you talk about.
You could come up with a bunch of moments from DeAndre Hopkins.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Owen Daniels, the name that comes in on the text line. Yeah.
A candidate.
I think that'd be an interesting one as well. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we were talking about a You Good With It list. Like there's various lists that are coming out this time of year. Let's seeing where the Texans fall. Are you good with these ones? Because the first two were absolutely no, not good with them. Let's see if the lists get any better next.
The good time. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John and Tuna.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about the Ring of Honor there. DeAndre Hopkins seemed to, on a podcast, not be sure if he deserved to be in, and seems like that's also the feeling that's held on the amongst the people on the text line. A lot of people in a lot of different places, and then obviously when we were talking, I was just trying to probe out like where do we set the standard, where do we set the line, both as a player and as a human, because that seems to matter to some degree to the Texans just as an organization. We know that's kind of how they built teams for a good amount of time. And from the 832, you don't put people who were never All-Pro or Pro Bowlers into the Ring of Honor. What are we talking about? Owen Daniels, please stop it.
That's not true.
And I think that's the thing about the Ring of Honor is it's
not the Hall of Fame.
It's a different meaning to some degree. You want great players in there, don't get me wrong, but I also think with Owen Daniels, the reason why I entertained it is that's a different time in the period of this organization.
You grade on a curve.
Yeah, and then right now as we speak, was that the best tight end? Is he still the best tight end in history of the Texans?
I don't think it's even close.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not even close.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think if the Houston Texans decide to honor him and come to him with this, he's the best tight end in franchise history right now.
Yeah, but I think the thing that you also want to be careful about is not, I guess, and maybe this is why they've been selective early, is that you don't want to get years down the road and go, look at all those great names, and how did that guy get in there? Because one of those ways, the ways that I look at that, and maybe I'll put the dollar in the helmet if I need to, is going and covering the Dallas Mavericks when I was up there. You're like, hey, Ro Blackman, oh yeah, real good. Brad Davis, huh?
Yeah.
Because Brad Davis is the first one to go win. And it's just like, yeah, that one feels like.
But you graded on a curve there too.
Yeah. I mean, but if you're a Mavericks fan and you remix some moments there,
and he did,
then it's like, okay, I can understand it. We won't understand it from the outside.
It's not the Hall of Fame. But that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Anyways, we might have to circle back around to that at a different point. But, shout out to all you guys getting involved in the program. 713-572-4610 is the text line. Also, the Twitch and the YouTube. And one thing I will remind you to get involved with as well is if you're out and about on a Friday, get in touch with the Crawfish Tour, the Drives Crawfish Tour, stop number 10 out there at, oh my goodness, and of course the name leaves me as soon as.
Christian's Tailgate.
Christian's Tailgate, there we go. Yep. Christian's Tailgate in the Energy Corridor. I need to remember that because it's going in my GPS here in about an hour when I'm headed out there to go get me some mud bugs myself. So make sure you go out and see the fellas out there at Christian's Tailgate, Energy Corridor right there off of Highway 6. But we've been doing today a segment that you've entitled, You Good With It?
Yeah, and I was actually very proud that I spelled with W-I-D.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, I started to take that out of the podcast, man.
Do that.
Like, this looks stupid.
This is silly.
But I'm like, you know what?
I was proud of myself.
I made sure I put your name right next to it.
Lopez, is that AP style? You put sick right next to it?
Yeah.
Do you even get that joke?
Yes.
Figgy, is that too very much journalism?
Yeah. But I was proud of myself. Are you good with it?
Are you good with it? All right. There's been lists coming out, and we're trying to see if there's
lots of lists.
We're trying to see if there's disrespect in it as it comes to the Texans. And in the first two instances,
first two were the team
rankings and cornerbacks. I felt like there was disrespect.
In as much as the team got 3 coming. 17th, and the cornerbacks were. I was okay with it. I don't know. I guess I was good with it.
I seen another group of them grading the whole PFF grading the whole. I guess the whole just secondary.
Okay.
In general, it was like 5 Houston Texans there, and
yeah, that's what I'm like. What do you?
And last year there was 31.
Yeah, so
last year was 31 cornerbacks.
It was like 5 of them, man.
And then Derek Stingley was ranked 5th out of cornerbacks behind the likes of Patrick Surtain. And Sauce Gardner, who was one, which that was the one that was a little uncomfortable. You have him, like, even if you had him above Derek Stingley, having them close would have made some sense to me. Having them 4 spots apart, maybe.
And last year it was 31. All right, so I got 3 more lists. You want what I feel might be the good vibes, or you want the ones that we need to talk about?
I want some good vibes because the first 2 made me upset.
All right, the latest list, and these are all, by the way, since OTAs have started.
Recent.
And this one is best edge defender ranking.
Okay, I'm going to be good with this.
Top 32.
Go ahead and stretch out. Let me get ready to be good with it.
I'll go through these. Stop me.
We should be top 5 for sure, right?
Whenever.
100%.
Miles Garrett is number 1. This is players.
Oh, individual edge defender.
Okay.
I thought we were talking about edge defender.
I thought you were talking about
pairings. Yeah, I was like, if we're talking tandems.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
We're talking individual. Okay. Number 1, Miles Garrett.
Not mad at that by any means.
Micah Parsons.
Not mad at that by any means.
TJ Watt.
Understandable.
Nick Bosa.
All right. I get these there.
Aiden Hutchinson is 5.
All right. Get some names in here soon.
I'm
but
actually
I get why.
okay with. I'm actually okay given what they've done.
I'll be fine.
For sure.
Yeah,
I'll be fine if somebody was on the test was 8.
I'm actually good with 7. Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
17.5 sacks, man.
Yes, he did. You did. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hard to
He
argue.
probably could be a little higher, to be honest.
Yeah, he could. Okay, so here's where you start looking for names like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
Which is funny because I was trying to think to myself, which one do I put up first of those two?
Well, stay tuned. 8 is Jared Verse from the Rams.
Okay. All right. He's been very good early.
9 is Will Anderson.
There we go. Okay. So Will above Daniil Hunter. How do we feel about that? Because I was trying to he especially younger, like a little bit more raw, but still I think the upside is still there in a great way for Will Anderson Jr. But Daniil Hunter was steady, incredibly steady. He is a fully actualized version of the football player that he is. How did you feel about Will Anderson being above Daniil here?
Not only did I like it, I think it was probably understandable. I think he does so much. Now, look, we all know Daniil Hunter is oftentimes underrated or forgotten, however you want to put it. But I think he does deserve there. Number 10, Khalil Mack, L.A. Chargers.
Okay.
11, Josh Allen from the Jaguars.
All right.
I mean, if they graded him against Texans in Texans games only, he'd be like 2. Number 12, Daniil Hunter, behind Josh Allen and Khalil Mack, and just 3 spots.
Man who had the same number of sacks, although in a few more games than Micah Parsons. More sacks than T.J. Watt this past season as well.
Yeah.
I feel like T.J. might be a little too high on this list, to be honest.
He's got a big.
I don't know about being 3rd.
Yeah, but he's just regarded.
And he has bona fides. He has the defensive player of the year.
I think it's the last name, to be honest with you.
Could be what he's got his own. He's got his own stuff working as well. All right, so we're good with this list, right? 2 in the top 12.
I don't think I can get myself to being particularly mad.
I'm okay
about
with
this list.
All right, let's go to NFL offensive lines. Are we ready for that?
I'm
gonna go to the bathroom.
I'm just curious as to where they have this.
All right, let's get to the offensive lines here, and it starts with the number 1 offensive line, Denver Broncos.
Okay,
yeah,
that's interesting.
A little bit of a surprise to me, but they're really, really good.
They have been putting some good together there.
Baltimore Ravens 2.
Yeah. Wait, Ravens 2.
Ravens 2.
Okay.
Offensive line, very good pass and run blocking. They get into some advanced stats as well. The Ravens ranked 26th overall in pressure rate, 22nd against the blitz.
Yeah, that pressure rate's kind of interesting now, ain't it?
Yeah.
Especially with Lamar kind of holding the ball a good amount, which we saw last year. That kind of got him in trouble turning the ball over, getting those strip sacks that happen, but then also his ability to evade. But all right, cool.
All right, I'm going to have to take a deep breath here. 3 Tampa Bay, 4 Buffalo, 6 Arizona, 7 Commanders. They talk about the Laramie Tunsil edition. 8 Packers, 9 Vikings, 10 Falcons, 11 Eagles, 12 Chiefs.
11 Eagles, huh?
13, yeah, that surprised me.
Are they doing the Mekhi Becton gone and what happens? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah, let me see what they're talking about here with the Eagles. A little unfair is what they're saying, but at the same time, they're talking about all that stuff
with Mekhi leaving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm just
that feels pretty low for an offense that we've given. I mean, that they was about to change a whole play behind that because that offensive line was supposedly too good at pushing and mushing up front.
And I take you to we're going to advance the conversation.
We're skipping forward.
We're skipping.
We can't read all the names.
We're going to 32.
How many teams are there?
32. Houston Texans.
Okay.
Man.
Okay.
Dude.
I mean, they were terrible last year.
Yeah.
I cannot blame them for being in that place.
Yeah.
But this is after OTAs, and this is after we've started kind of trying to piece together what this offense.
They actually tried to give the Texans some credit. The first part of it is how bad the Texans were. C.J. Stroud's propensity to hold the ball didn't help.
Now that pops up. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. The line struggled with the run game. And then they go, I'll just read this part. Trading Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders only serves to hurt this line further. They now need to make improvements across the line, starting with adding a left to block the blind side. The Texans then traded, obviously Kenyon Green. The arrival of Ed Ingram is an improvement on some of those losses, but this line, is at least a left tackle away from getting off the bottom of the list. Trading out to get Jaden Higgins, finally taking a lineman at 48, trading up for Tay Ursery, highly experienced player, but they're just saying that it ain't there yet. 32.
I don't know how much I trust this person's valuation of these things because,
Pro Football Network, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think I'm with it just off of the idea of some. I mean, also when you start talking to acquisitions, and I didn't hear Cam Robinson's name come up, but I did hear you mention Ed Ingram. That makes me wonder how much.
Yeah, you didn't like the way he went there.
I was like, no, and it's just like it feels like I don't know how tapped in you are to all of this per se. But I do think that if you do have any level of value in this list, I think you step up and you go. When the question comes up of how much could it possibly be worse than last year, the answer might not be no. But then what could it look like on the other side of that? I think is a question. And at least this person viewing it, which I definitely I don't think I would have gone 32. However, to be fair, I have not done the work of ranking the whole league and going through it. So maybe if I got there, it'd be in a different place. But yeah, man, the idea that is it definitely going to be much better? There are some people at least that look at it and go, no, worse than the league.
Yeah, still. I think looking on the outside in, I think it's kind of fair because if you look at how bad it was last year, our left tackle. Then it's like, man, I feel like that. I feel like that's kind of accurate a little bit.
The Texans won't be ranked anywhere, no matter who does it, higher than the bottom third of the league.
Yeah, no, it's going to have to be a prove it situation.
Yeah, they got to prove it. Man.
I think what just hits you different is that they got them DFL. They got them 32nd.
I know what you mean.
Oh, you do.
It took me a second. I was like, what?
Quarterback rankings.
Okay.
And this one was made, I know I made note, June 5th, yesterday. This was updated. 1, Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
2, Joe Burrow, I found interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. 3, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
4, Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, so we're really going like recently what's been going and maybe even a lean towards production as opposed to just kind of like the general who do we think is nebulous best? Because I think even then, we start talking about best quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes' name is still going to pop up first.
Yeah.
But last year he was kind of in that role of being like 4th or 5th or 5th production-wise.
5th is Jaden Daniels. Oh, Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
This is so much.
He's getting that CJ.
A lot of love.
The thing is, I'm not even mad at it.
I know.
Man, because we were sitting here, with the pom-poms last season about how he was top 5 and stuff.
Sure we were.
So I can't
is
even
he
be
top 5? Oh,
I can't even be mad at it.
But the question then is, do you think that he lives up to it in a way that I guess if you look from a national perspective, they would say that CJ did not live up to the pom-pom hype that we had.
Man, he is
last
getting
season.
it. He is
Yeah.
6 is Jared Goff, hurt 7.
God, the Jared Goff love is
I love
so
8.
interesting to me.
I love 8. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean,
come on.
I've had to eat my words on Baker Mayfield a few times.
Justin Herbert 9. Matthew Stafford 10.
Justin Herbert 9 is going to make.
Are y'all sitting down? No, Figgy's not sitting down.
Really mad.
Are y'all sitting down?
Really mad.
11. Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh.
I told you to sit down. I told you to sit down.
Goodness gracious.
What? I need to get to where CJ is and understand what
they say about Tua. The only doubt about Tua's career is whether he can stay healthy.
Injury.
Yeah, is whether he can stay healthy.
I think there's some other, I guess, questions that you throw up there, which is how much of a scheme can you build with the particular strength of his arm or the demonstrated strength of his arm?
Or put him in some weather under 50 degrees.
Fair. What they noted is when healthy, he's become one of the most accurate passers in the NFL, finished with a league-high 72.9% completion rate last season.
Also true.
Yeah.
12. Also true.
Dak Prescott. 13, Brock Purdy. We're into the 14s now.
This is incredible.
Kyler Murray.
Okay.
I'm
at this point, I just want to hear what they have to say about CJ Ware.
Exactly.
No, because I think that this is going to be another one of those, like, how much are you actively close enough to C.J. Stroud in his game in order to feel the things that we have as positive.
15, Jordan Love. 16, 17, C.J. Stroud.
Is this the same people that did the first one? They were just like, the Texans go at 17. 17th best quarterback is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Especially if you were looking at this offensive line, I think everybody did, and said that offensive line was really, really bad. To see a team then that put up any offense whatsoever, and also you definitely looked at Justin Herbert and had some love for him. Did you watch the game in which they were played against him, where C.J. Stroud was out there doing what he could to keep this thing going?
You've heard me say it, and I'll say it again. I think you could argue he had a better season last year in terms of how he played in his circumstance.
Lopez, did you find the bad list in order to make me mad?
No. What I was looking for, I did the old news search, the most recent posts, and then I searched them, and I was like, this is the only one of all the ones where I was like, damn.
Man, that's again another place of, and I'm not trying to do this to just like drink the Kool-Aid per se. This is pretty patently disrespectful. Like just
I mean, I'm not arguing,
and it's all Bobby's fault, man.
Man, Bobby.
So I mean,
damn it, Bobby.
Yeah.
This is absolutely going to need to be a year of prove it on multiple levels, clearly, because from a larger perspective, there is a lot of depth that is clear, or doubt that has crept in when it comes to this offense all the way around. And I guess where the issues lie, because I mean, obviously we've looked at it, and we've put a lot on Bobby Slowick and the schemes that he's done, and obviously the offensive line, the lack of ability being able to do that, putting guys in the wrong position, the position to succeed rather. But man, I thought C.J. Stroud was one of the things that most people would step up and be like, but we have a feeling about him, especially if you're doing this thing with Jayden Daniels on the other side of it, where you go, oh man, he's top 5. You've seen C.J. Stroud be that already.
Yeah.
And 1 year of having a bad offensive line put him at 17, that feels. I'm not with none of this. Just to answer your question here. And that made me mad. It made me upset. I'm going to be completely honest. It's supposed to be a Friday. I'm supposed to be feeling good. How can I get back to that? Well, 1, I can't wait till 2 when the drive comes on and join them out there at, one more time because my brain is stupid.
Christian's
Tailgate. Thank you. Out there in the Energy Quarter. But next, this time is where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape, and I know that'll make me feel better. What you got for us?
Yeah, so today is National Donut Day, and
heck yeah.
that I got a confession that I want to share. It's kind of a part 2 confession relating to National Donut Day. Plus, it's Beirut Black. 713-572-4610. And we are actually having this conversation on social media.
And have been for a while, so we'll do that next.
A friendly suggestion.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there, and happy National Donut Day.
Heck yeah, man.
So today is National Donut Day.
Krispy Kreme,
We'll
baby.
get some Shipleys.
Krispy Kreme, baby.
I don't know what you're talking about, dog.
Yeah, so speaking of Krispy Kreme, man, Lopez, you might want to go there today because they are giving everyone a free donut, any kind.
Really?
A free donut, no purchase is necessary. Just walk in and get you a donut.
So you can just go get one donut for free.
Yep. You ain't even got to buy nothing. Nope. And if you do want to get some donuts,
why would I want to go get a free donut if I don't want the donut?
So they are also doing a buy one get one glazed deal.
Mm-hmm.
So your second dozen would be $2.
Their glazed is the best.
Agree to disagree.
That's exactly where I am there, brother, but I'm not going to do this argument for too much longer.
Also, Duncan, I think Sean Pendergast is a Duncan guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a Duncan guy. So they also got a deal where you get a free donut if you buy a coffee or any beverage.
Okay.
So happy National Donut Day. And this kind of leads to a confession. I have another confession that relates to this.
These are my confessions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I had to play the drop, man. It's a confession.
Got to do it.
So I was on my way to work, and I found out it was National Donut Day.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should bring some donuts into the job.
Oh, look at you.
I was going to stop
the
at
thought that counts.
Yeah, I was going to stop at Shipley's to get a donut.
Yeah.
Or
Again,
some
it's the thought that
donuts.
counts.
Yeah, I was going to get some donuts. I'm like, you know what? I pulled over. I went to the Shipley's in 3rd Ward.
Mm-hmm.
Pulled up in the drive-thru. It was like 10 cars ahead of me.
Of course it is, because people want Shipley.
I'm like, oh, man. So
people know what's good.
So the one thing I did, I never did this, and we talked about this with the restaurant when you go in, how long do you wait and all that stuff. So I set a timer on my watch. I'm like, I'm going to give it 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If 2 cars don't pull off in 3 minutes, like if this line ain't consistent, then I'm out. 3 minutes was up and nobody moved. I'm like, you know what, man? The fellas probably appreciate the thought.
The thought, I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I was gonna get some donuts, just put them in the kitchen, just for National Donut Day.
See, now you was out here like, yo, that's how you do it. Free donut on National Donut Day.
Mm-hmm.
Allow me to raise your bet here, brother. Shipley Donuts is extending its celebration by offering a free donut deals every Friday through June.
All right.
Ooh,
how about that?
I like Shipley.
How about that?
I like Shipley's. But
Whole lot.
But it ain't Krispy Kreme.
Yeah,
it's better. Clearly.
So happy National Donut Day to everyone out there. Get you a donut or something.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the question everybody on the internet wants to know is Babe Ruth black?
Everybody?
Everybody want to know. The 713, including his family, 713-572-4610. So Babe Ruth, he popped up on the social media streets as far as the conversation about is he's black, is he Hispanic, and everybody posted pictures.
Who said that?
Yeah, a couple people said that, man.
That's wild.
I see somebody said Babe Rodriguez.
Babe Rodriguez.
Yeah,
wild.
so they show the video, and I kind of like that they do this where they post an old black and white video and make it color.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And so they show him swinging the bat and all that, and he had some waves on the side of his head.
Oh no, he definitely had that. Any picture will show you that.
Show me a white guy with some waves like that.
Oh no, the white guys have waves like that too.
Yes, there's some waves, but maybe not exactly the 360s. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that's what I say. Those look like some Puerto Rican waves.
All right,
I ain't gonna lie to you. So I ran across this. I want to say it was an interview with Torre. Torre asked the question: do you think Babe Ruth is black?
You think Babe Ruth was black, and does it matter?
It does matter. And I don't know if Babe Ruth is black, but I will say this. If you look at a picture of, say, what's my man's name? Walter White. Old school NAACP.
Yes.
To whoever's listening to this, go pull up a picture. If that man is black, how is Babe Ruth not? And they are contemporaries. Like, we have to remember, who we looked at and said was black was much different then than it is now. You drive Jada's, I'll call these cats like him the Opelousas All-Stars. You drop Babe Ruth off in Opelousas, Louisiana. He has to explain white if white is what he is going to explain.
Side note, well, it's not a side note, but this is one of my favorite theories and conspiracies.
This is the one that you got?
This is up there with the Stevie Wonder conceit.
Yeah. Oh, it's been out there forever, man.
No, it has.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's because like there's certain features that, as I was kind of pointed to, like that, very much associated with black, especially in a time period where we were very strict on the ways that we define these things, especially as you go back to the one drop rule, so on and so forth. And Babe Ruth got that wide nose and such, and people will get to clamoring.
The waves in his hair,
especially when you got a dude who's like really damn good. It's like, nah, man, that's ours. That's ours.
Everybody wants. I think he's Hispanic.
You think so? You think he's
not
Hispanic?
really? Not really.
Oh, he's just trying to claim him.
To your point, like everybody wants him. Everybody wants.
Babe was very good, and I mean, also to that end, like though, if he did have some like black within his family, and I was looking back on Wikipedia for whatever that's worth to you. I mean, families from Baltimore, parents or grandparents supposedly from Germany. So like that is what is on paper, on record as his parentage and everything. But if you did have some level of black within your family, like that notion rather of white passing would be very important, like in changing your life, especially if you have a capability of passing, right?
Yeah.
The German thing is what people have always said, because I forget the term, but there is a darker skinned, wavy hair German, sort of culture, society, whatever you would call it. So that's what I've always thought of this because this discussion came out when I was in college or high school or whatever, and I always remember. My father actually used to love talking about the one time he saw Babe Ruth play in San Antonio, because they had all these barnstorming tours, and Babe Ruth was barnstorming with the Negro League All-Stars, and they played a game in San Antonio, and my dad got to see Babe Ruth play and all that stuff, and then I come to find out he barnstormed with the Negro Leagues and the All-Stars like 4 or 5 years in a row. And would pay.
Felt pretty comfortable with him, huh?
And would pay those players to play with him on the tour.
Right. He probably was talking to them. I'm in the MLB. Hey, you should be playing with us.
Unbelievable. And obviously these are the parts of the place where people get to trying to do some like, oh well, is he? Because like obviously very, very open in a time period where maybe not everybody, well not everybody was on that same time.
Very soft spot in his heart for the Negro Leagues.
Yeah. He kind of
I'm saying.
He kind of see himself in it.
All I'm saying, he was very much had a soft spot in his heart for the Negro League players.
See, like, and I can see the people who try to like actually make the the logical argument that okay, maybe he was like a white passing, and then the funniest part to me is the people that like make the far flung, like I know that Desus and Miro, particularly the kid Miro, who is Dominican in his own right, like he's done things like, nah, Babe Ruth was Dominican, like as a baseball player, he's Dominican. I was like, all right, guys, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So we talked about the Pacers and how they always find a way to come back and beat teams in the final minutes, which is pretty amazing. I think it's a damn good job by them. I think we got to talk about the opposite with this one. So the Texas Rangers, they lost to the Tampa Bay Rays in Rangers fashion.
Yep.
I want to say the score was 4-3, and they were up 3-2 in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs. And here's what it sounded like on the Rays broadcast when they lost in Rangers fashion.
Ground ball right side. Nobody's covering first. The tying run will score, and the winning run will score. Aranda scored the tying run, and Caballero came around to score. Nobody covered first. There was a hesitation out there on the infield.
Man, just ugly.
Yeah.
Ugly.
Did y'all want to hear the Rangers TV broadcast?
I would love to.
Sure.
Well, here you go.
Here we go. Bouncer, right side. Simeon is there. Garcia was late covering, and now the winning run to the plate. Oh, no!
That's right.
2 infield ground balls win the game. With 2 out.
Damn, losing on 2 infield ground balls is real nasty work, in fact, because that very much speaks to, hey, man, defense. Y'all want to do something?
He said they were late to cover. There was no one.
It was nobody there.
Covering.
Yeah, it was nobody there.
Like at all. Late to cover. What?
Yeah. So when I saw this, I was thinking like, damn. Like I felt like that's kind of familiar. Didn't they have a loss like this before?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the loss from earlier this year when they were facing the Giants. And you want to see a little lead home run?
Oh wow!
Remember this?
1 for 2. Taps this one to third. And he sails it down the right field line. Robinson's on the move. And he is going to stop. No, now he's going to go to third. Here's the throw. It gets by him. Here comes Ramos. This game. The Giants win the game on a Little League home run.
Did you put the music in the background?
Yeah, I did, man. I think it was the perfect time to play some Benny Hill music.
That's funny, man.
But how did they keep losing like that, man?
Because they are MALO bad.
Yeah. They are malo. They are.
They've had a lot of troubles. Which again, like looking at the Rangers over the last few years, like there was a question when they won in 23. Like, all right, is this going to be a fluke or is this who they are now? And it's really starting to look.
Yeah.
If not starting, is probably. Yeah. It's really looking like, hey man, they found a little bit of gold in a mountain of you know what.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what it feels like at this point because they are having a lot of rough. I mean, with a lineup that you thought like, hey man, there's some dudes on there that's pretty tough.
There are some good players. It's an embarrassment.
It's the way they lose.
Yes.
Like it'd be one thing if you was losing like the Rockies or something like that, but damn, you losing with 2 outs in the 9th inning like this
because you didn't cover.
Like not even just a home run or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
2 infield grounders.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they also need to fire like other people? Because I remember they fired the hitting coaches. Other people need to get fired within this. Is that what needs to happen for the Rangers there? Either way, they're sitting in 3rd in the division, a good 5.5 games back of your Houston Astros, who are atop the AL West at this moment. And somebody was saying, we called them war babies in Germany. Served there. All right, I see. But from the 713 said, as long as we have Henry, Hank, Aaron, we're good. And I said, don't forget Josh Gibson as well, because Josh Gibson.
Yeah, no, I think we did this
being greedy.
We being greedy.
All right, that's another fantastic iteration of Figgy's mixtape right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every day. In fact, at the Figgy Fig on social media, if you see something that is mixtape worthy, Fig might shout you out. But coming up next, we get ready to chat with the fellas of The Drive that are broadcasting live from Christian's Tailgate out there in the Energy Corridor. Aren't you proud of me for remembering the name?
Christian's Tailgate.
There you go. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about
now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
That's not what they're doing, John.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, it's been a fun Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all day long. And here in a little bit, we'll talk with the fellas that are out at Christian's Tailgate in the Energy Quarter right there off of Highway 6 for stop number 10 of the 610 Crawfish Tour. So I'm excited because I'm about to go out there and meet the five fellas. We'll see what they've got going on here in a second. Before we get there, did want to let you know that the Astros had added to themselves a little bit by that's a really weird way of saying that, but you get what I mean. They signed Cooper Hummel, a utility player, deal going to Sugarland, and I don't know what I actually make of this. Is there anything to be made of it for you? This is a guy who been in the majors since 2022. I mean, this guy is how old is he again? I mean, this would be his age 31 season. Played some outfield, corner outfield, played a little bit of, he caught in the 2022 season, in fact, which I find to be kind of interesting, but never been an offensive, never been a bat worth really much discussion in the 4 seasons that he's played. Obviously, he was with the Astros in 24 for a period he played, he had 8 at-bats, played a couple of games, 6 games rather, with the Astros, so, just bring him back in, just add him to the AAA roster. I imagine his depth, but I can't imagine that this means anything of real consequence for the Astros.
No, that's it. Let's see. Let's see. Like a lot of teams, probably were interested in him, but that's about where it would probably end with me anyway.
Yeah, that was and I mean, with the guy who's kind of maybe primarily an outfielder, does that maybe make you consider what they might be thinking for Chaz or something? That's the only place where I start wondering, are they trying to add a level of depth because of things like that?
Don't sleep on Jacob Melton, man.
I mean, he's been good.
Yeah.
I feel good about him to this point. Where if you need him to continue playing, I don't he has not looked overmatched by any means to this point.
No, I don't think so. I think he's put himself. He's been high on the list. A lot of people have been expecting him, had high expectations, hasn't really disappointed, and so I think it definitely.
That is a little addition, a little bit of news. Now I wouldn't say that it's anything particularly huge or anything to write home about, but something that is happening with your Astros as they're back in action tonight. They will be on the road out there in Cleveland. But this, one of the things we talk about with the Rockets, I want to mention them real quick because this is an offseason that is worth watching to see what they do. You see the teams that are in the finals, teams that are, that were really young, that kind of built their teams up from being in similar places as the Rockets are right now. And there they are in the finals. This is where the Rockets aspire to be in some time, especially kind of like the Oklahoma City Thunder, where
more so that way.
So what are they going to do this offseason has been a prevailing conversation and question, and potential trades have popped up here and there, and the Rockets have been thrown around in a lot of rumors. And I want to ask you if that has anything
a lot
to
of
do
new
with
twists in this whole discussion.
If their name is just kind of getting thrown in things now because of all of the assets they have and they're being used as leverage, or do you think that this is a thing? Because one of the things that popped up a couple days ago, and it popped up in one of those ways that I don't know what to do with, because it was on one of these aggregator accounts, NBA Central, that I think people have gotten used to utilizing, but I'm like, I don't believe that, they don't have reporting power that would move me. So I'm like, who is reporting this? And in this instance, they're quoting Nets Daily, which is a blog in its own right. So I'm like, who are they getting this from? And I tried to go down the rabbit hole, didn't get a good grasp of it.
You never found it, did you?
So I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. Yes. However, the rumor that they threw out there now is that the Cam Johnson could be up for grabs from the Brooklyn Nets. Cam Johnson, 6'8", shooter, not great defensively, but, clearly, absolutely a shooter. The two teams that they discussed as possible, suitors, the Toronto Raptors and the Houston Rockets. Again, I don't know where the reporting is. I can't even get close to trying to substantiate anything like this. However, just in theory, especially in this places, if you were not making a big move, a swing for like a Giannis or a KD at the very top, could something like a Cam Johnson get you interested? Remember, we talked about this in a hypothetical situation before. Now you're in a place where there's people trying to throw this up as a possibility. How would you feel about adding him now that you look at where the Rockets are after the postseason run?
Yeah, look, I'm with you. First of all, let me be very clear here. I saw this, and we actually talked about it yesterday, I believe.
Off air.
When aggregator quotes aggregator who reports from aggregator, I'm generally like, all right, sure, okay. So I don't buy it, first of all, that this has got any legs to it. Where I am with it, though, is if it does become one of those things, and you're right, this is where like any little report or rumor like this, has to be some level of feasible. It's because the Rockets have so much to offer. Like, they're going to be in everybody's discussion. Well, what about the Rockets? Let's talk to them. So some level of being feasible. I don't think this could ever happen here because we know, well, I shouldn't say ever, but I think it's very unlikely that it could happen here because we know what Rafael Stone has said about the standards and the kind of compromise that Ime Udoka would have when it comes to defense. And if you're going to maybe sacrifice a little bit of defense, whether it's on the outside or the inside with a big trade, why would you do it here? Why would you do this even though you need the shooting? Why would you do it here?
Yeah, he'd be a $20.5 million player next season, two more years on his deal. And, I mean, he can shoot the rock, 39% three-point shooter over last season. And, I mean, the season before, a slight tick above that as well. I'm just like, where do you match the salaries in order to get him involved here in order to get that shooting?
Are you in the same place?
Yeah, interestingly enough, because I think earlier on in the season I was interested, but I feel like with you where you are as a team and you still need shooting in a desperate way. I know that they want to get Reed more involved, but somebody with a level of height. I'd be interested in seeing how you would fit Cam into a defensive situation there, especially if he is not so much of your offense that, he dictates or mandates being on the floor. So, again, this is one of those things that I was like, that's interesting that it's out there just kind of generally, but I don't know that I see the salary match unless you're talking about like Dillon Brooks, and at that point, do you really even want to do that? Because Dillon Brooks feels like he gives you enough shooting while also giving you a lot more when it comes to mentality and defense. But I was like, okay, well that is interesting that's a rumor that's out there. But more than anything, that makes me go, okay, the Rockets are in such a place where teams are or rumors are just going to throw them into all of these things because it makes the rumor sound good because the Rockets have so much available to get out here and utilize if they were to do that.
Yeah, and you mentioned Reed Sheppard too. They're going to clearly try to implement his game into when he's on the floor. Yeah, you don't want to sacrifice too much defensively.
Yeah. We mentioned this a little bit earlier when it comes to like the New York Knicks kind of being highly regarded in all this. Does that make you change kind of your stance a little bit? Because I know you were on the idea.
I'm very high on Giannis.
You're high on Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis coming to the Rockets.
The idea that the New York Knicks is supposedly going to like throw out preparing themselves
tsunami type trade,
which is still such a weird way. How is that your descriptor?
It's a tsunami.
Tsunami type?
Yeah.
Right? But you throw out that kind of if they throw out a big trade, if they're trying to utilize Jason Kidd as a level of draw, if you're going to have to like try and do a little level of bidding with the New York Knicks, does that change your excitement or enticement of the Rockets maybe getting involved to try and acquire Giannis?
Not really. I think he could be that important to this team, and you have the assets. You can get in a bidding war, and people don't want to get in a bidding war with you. I think where the problem is, where the hurdle is you mentioned it earlier. Like Giannis and Jason Kidd have an incredible relationship. Maybe there is no such thing as being able to counterbid.
Yeah, maybe not. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and always appreciative of D&M Auto Leasing for giving us an opportunity to talk with the fellas of the drive, talking to us live from Christian's Tailgate out there in the Energy Corridor. I'll be seeing you fine fellas in a little bit. Those fellas being Clint Stoerner and Chris Partee in for Ron the Show Hughley. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Man, we're good. Chris like a bull in a china shop over here. He's over here grabbing that damn. So all that shaking around you here. We're all right. It's not windy in here. Chris just got out the weight room, boy. You got a little meat on set today. Now I'm gonna tell you, you might. I mean, anybody want to get into a bull contest? You got a weightlifting contest or anything? We got some meat on this table.
It's funny. My grandma used to tell me that all the time. Like a bull in a china closet.
Yeah,
all the time. I heard it so
yeah. Well, hell, you didn't take you long to prove that to the drive listeners. Sure. Hey, check it out. Y'all come hang out with us, man. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. We're at a Christian's Tailgate, Energy Corridor, location 1010 Highway 6. Look, when you exit I-10, when you exit Highway 6 off of I-10 and you take that quick right now, don't blink. Don't blink because it is immediately on your right side right there. Don't look down at your navigation. I'm just telling you. Just when you take that right, it's right there on your right, and you pull in the parking lot and you can smell the bugs boiling. This is my first time in a Christian's tailgate. And I'm gonna tell you, man, it's now I don't know how many. I don't know what this does for our listeners, but it is my kind of spot now.
Oh,
it is my kind of spot now. It's got obviously TVs everywhere, live sports rocking and rolling. I mean, there's beer taps all over the wall back here. They got the hard liquor if you need that as well. They got a patio set up outside that is a good time. And come on through, man. We're obviously got our prizes, our drawings, our giveaways. You got to be here on site to win. And them boiled crawfish and cold beer, man. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light for making it happen once again. But Highway 6, 1010 Highway 6 over in Energy Corridor, location of Christian's Tailgate. Come on through and hang out with us. Boys, so I've been doing a little listening.
Thank you.
And I like the way that the younger fellas there in the loop.
The younger fellas.
I don't know if I like the way that they handled John Lopez's thought that the glazed donut is the best. And look, I'm not on here. I'm not on here to have this hard stance that the glazed donut is the best. But I mean, if you guys did that, and then you didn't even add what you think is the best. You piled on and then moved on.
Glazed Krispy Kreme is the best.
Yeah, it wasn't about the glaze itself. It was about the idea that Krispy Kreme is the best.
Melt in your mouth.
Ironically enough, that is what I had for breakfast, and I hadn't had Krispy Kreme probably in 2-3 years.
You can't go wrong with Krispy Kreme. Come on now.
You can't.
It's good.
Yeah.
Well, that glazed donut is the way to go.
Yes,
and the other thing, y'all went on for 10 minutes, but you almost made me stop and get a damn donut. But y'all went on for 10 minutes about that one free donut. Ain't nobody eating one donut. I mean, unless you got 1 3-year-old in the car, you ain't eating no damn one donut.
But that's how they get you to order a dozen.
That's right.
You know
That's
what?
how they get you.
I hadn't thought of that. You're right.
That's right. That's right. And hey, on Babe Ruth's blackness. Now
Yes.
look here, Reg.
What?
Look here, Reg. I don't know. You know, I mean, y'all, you played a good case. He has some waves in his head. You know, I mean, I've never looked at Babe Ruth's nose that you were talking about, Reg. But look, I mean, here's the deal, man. You can only have half of him if you can't have all of him. I mean, look, y'all
joint custody?
Hey, yeah. We get into that the black-white quarterback conversation. Yeah. Everybody just takes Pat Mahomes. No, you get half a Pat. you don't get all of Pat now. Damn it, that ain't.
I think like we operated under such a context.
Yeah. Hey, Reggie, I feel
once you
you
jump
on that,
on the
Reggie.
team, we just have you.
I don't think you're getting all Jordan Love now. I'm not positive. I don't think you're getting every bit of Jordan Love now.
I don't think so either.
I mean, I'm just here to tell you, we got to set that damn record straight. I don't know how everybody else is going to do it around here.
We need to have a draft about this.
You ain't getting all.
Oh my gosh! Now that's an idea.
I'll leave that one to Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle got that one. Yeah, for sure. Because people started going, if y'all want Babe Ruth, y'all going to have to give us Hank Aaron on the guy.
Yeah, we're going to have to work out some deals here, man. Come on now. Work it out.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm driving down the street, and I'm like, now, damn it, you can't. I mean, you got a good point, but you can't have every bit of him. Damn, I mean, not all of the Babe now.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Hey, man, it was fun listening to y'all as always, man. That hour drive in is tremendous. Listening to In the Loop. I encourage everybody out there to stay plugged into these boys, man. They do a good job.
Hey, I appreciate it, and I will return the favor. I always enjoy listening to you fine fellas. In fact, I will be raw dogging the drive live. I'm driving right out here.
Wow.
Easy now.
Hey, live and in person. Who gonna stop me?
Nobody.
Exactly. That's what I thought. So right now,
not touching that.
which is fair. That is why I do it that way, to give me the space to go ahead and get out the way. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for allowing us to have this fun. Lopez, fun week. I'll catch you next week. But right now, I got to go see these fine fellas. You're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live. I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
Yeah. Hey, Tyler, man, I'm going to tell you, man, they done took bareback and raw dog and switched it up to something about how you ride the subway and how you get board a plane. And I was like, man, y'all can't have some of these terms. These young kids, y'all can take them and run with them all you want. You don't get raw dog and bareback.
Nah.
No,
learn a lot about
in the 90s, that is something completely different in the 90s.
Hell, in the 90s, it's 2025, and it means something different to me. We ain't getting on no plane naked or get on no plane without checking in or whatever the hell these youngsters are talking about, man. We got to He figured this thing out.
Sounds like a party to me.
Speaking of party, Chris Partee is in the house for Ron Hughley, man. We appreciate you sliding through. I tell you what, it's always a nice little gig to fill in on the drive, and it's always good times. But boy, when you fill in on the drive, when we're on location in an establishment like this, boy, you can't help but have a good time.
It's just that much better, man. When I walked in, just the aromas just hit me, and I'm like, I'm in the right place.
Yeah, that's right.
I am in the right place.
That's right. If you can fit in here, we can have a cold beer. There ain't no doubt about it. Christian's Tailgate Energy Corridor location of Highway 6. Again, it's 1010 Highway 6. When you exit Highway 6 off of 10, whichever direction you're going, when you take 6 north, don't blink because it's right there on your right. Now, you can't miss it. If your windows are down, you're going to smell these crawfish now. They're boiling the bugs out front. That's another look. I really don't care where an establishment boils their bugs at all, but I know when I pull up to a restaurant, when I pull up to a place and they're boiling them bugs out in the front, like right in the parking lot, and you know right then and there they know what the hell they're doing.
I'm a Californian.
Oh,
so
hell.
you're going to have to teach me about the crawfish.
Oh, hell. We'll get down and dirty now.
You're going to have to teach me.
It ain't hard. If you're coachable, we'll see how coachable you are. I mean, you work hard. Look, you're in the weight room. You work hard, but are you coachable? But y'all come on through Christian's Tailgate Energy Corridor, 1010 Highway 6. We got some prizes, as we always do. Is that what we got? We got them $4 $25 Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. So if you're in the house, right over here to my left, right here, Shay's got the golden wheel right here. Dump your name. We don't need your phone number. We don't need your email. No, you got to be here to win. So all we need is your name, and we'll call your name. We'll give away one $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, one every hour of the show. That's 4 of them. Got to be here to win. Stop on through if you're out there listening right now. When you walk in, before you sit down, put your name in the little raffle box right over here. And we'll be giving those away, as well as we got some QR codes somewhere around here. There's where we can register for the grand prize, which is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors gift card, as well as Bud Light, Budweiser, free for a year. So that giveaway's got to be right around the corner as well. So come on through, hang out with us, and let's have us a day now. As I said, Ron the Show Hughley is out. Chris Partee is in. You probably heard Chris Partee on the Sports Radio 610 airwaves plenty of times recently. Does a lot of work at night. Does a lot of fill-in work throughout the year. And he is in for Ron the Show Hughley today. Chris, man, it's good to have you, big fella.
Clint, I'm happy to be here. Like I said, I walked in, the aromas hit me. Man, I'm happy to get here and talk.
Now that
a lot going on.
I didn't know you were a California guy, and
yes, I am.
And you was going to get schooled up on these bugs. I didn't know that, so that made my day. Well, let's crank this thing up with them Stros, man. I mean, it's never a bad day to start the show talking about the Stros, especially when they take Game 3 and they take 2 or 3 from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Pittsburgh Pirates. They ain't beat the Steelers yet. We'll see if Aaron Rodgers can get on the diamond.
We haven't set that one up yet.
Tomlin puts together a great game plan, man.
We're going to work on it.
I bet the Steelers can put together a hell of a softball team. But the Pittsburgh Pirates, I'm sorry, but Framber Valdez is the headliner here, y'all. Framber Valdez wins, by the way, fifth straight decision here. Framber Valdez is absolutely rocking and rolling. Guys, I'm going to get into the game last night, but I'm going to tell you, when you look at Framber Valdez and you look at Hunter Brown, and I don't know how real the Lance McCullers hype is right now. It's early. It's a small sample size. But I don't know, Tyler. You guys got to go back and look at the Astros in a sense of what the rotation. I know we've been deep. I know we've had 6 or 7 arms. I know we've had guys that have been impressive chewing innings up throughout a 162-game season. But right now, with Lance pitching the way he's pitching, when you got your top 3, Framber, and you got Hunter Brown and Lance doing what he's doing, that is a stout top 3 starters in a rotation. I mean, that is, and Framber didn't disappoint last night. 7 innings, a season high, 11 strikeouts, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and 3 walks. Worked his way out of a couple of tough situations with his patented. I'm going to get stuff in this inning real quick. Yeah,
that's his thing right there.
He even punched out. He was in a tough spot, and he punched out one of the Pirates. And so it was a hell of a night for Framber Valdez, man. Chris, he is absolutely rolling along with those other guys, man. The top of this rotation right now is absolutely stout.
I mean, the past few starts for Framber, I mean, he's been dealing. The one thing that you worry about this season with, when a lot of the pitchers are out there, are they going to get the run support?
Sure.
The bats woke up last night. Mm-hmm. Only 3 guys didn't have a hit last night in the lineup.
Yeah.
So
They are alive.
Yeah, exactly. They are alive. So you'll take that every game, especially with Framber, when you know he's not going to give up a ton of runs. More than likely, he's not going to give up a ton of runs. Give up some hits. I mean, like you said, I think he gave up 4 hits last night, 2 earned runs.
Yeah.
Not a bad deal. When Framber's out there, it's usually going to be a good day, especially if he gets that run support.
Well, you're talking about the bats, and the interesting part about the Astros for me this year with the bats, because I think it's interesting to me when the Astros go out there and they lose a game 2-1, or they lose a game 3-0, and I know, look, from an RBI standpoint, they're bottom third of the league. I get it. It hasn't been a year where the entire lineup is just not going to cover off the ball, but it's interesting to me that when we lose a 2-1 game, or we have a problem pushing runs across the plate offensively, how we go, oh, well, this is the concern for the Astros. But yet when you go out there and you throw up a crooked number with no Yordan Alvarez, with Christian Walker having 1 hit, with Yainer Diaz going over, it's viewed as, well, that was just a good night. Like, to me, I kind of look at it one and the same, man. I mean, Yordan Alvarez and Christian Walker, when they get cranking, I think that the overall production is going to be better. I look at the Astros right now, what they are doing with the bats, although it's not as consistent as you want.
No.
What they are doing with the bats and the guys that are actually doing it, I mean, it gives me a ton of confidence. Peña was 3 for 5 last night, scored 2 times. He's hitting .318 on the season right now, y'all. I mean, you talk about a guy that is absolutely in love with that leadoff spot, and with that speed. Last night, I think he hit a chopper to third base down the third baseline and legged it out for his 3rd hit there, and his third hit there. Yeah. And I mean, it was after midnight, man. I mean, when it rains for 2 hours before the first pitch, I mean, and it wasn't even raining for the first hour of the rain delay. But Chris, that's what I love about Peña in the leadoff spot. We've talked about this a lot, and obviously it's hard to have the conversation when Altuve's there because nobody takes it serious, right? Yeah. But now that he's there, man, it's one of those deals where that speed at the top of the lineup, like that last night. And look, the game was out of hand; it didn't really matter. No. But that is a perfect example of, if you were in a 1-run ball game and you needed to manufacture some runs, you got a guy that didn't get the ball to the infield, legged one out after midnight, getting after it. So I love Peña in that leadoff position. Go ahead.
Is Peña, is he an all-star right now for you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's one of the guys that makes it this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't cover the rest of the league. And I know my man Bobby Witt in Kansas City's having a hell of a year. There's only I got just throw out at you right now, but I don't know how Peña's not an all-star right now. I mean, he's hitting .318. He's been clutch as ever. He is literally, if you want to just talk about the publicity behind it, I mean, Altuve came to – who else in the league has got a first ballot Hall of Famer, the best player ever in an organization, going to management and going, hey, man, move me on down in the lineup, get this kid up here. And then when the kid gets up there, he absolutely rakes.
Now,
I don't know how he's not, man.
Talk about a vote of confidence. Like you said, when the guy that is the best player in the franchise goes to management and says, let's make that switch.
Yeah, now we got to see what he does when Yordan comes back and what they do. Because Paredes is raking as well.
When we get Yordan back, we still don't know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, fair point.
Which is a big deal the later we get into the season.
Yeah, fair point. But that conversation is Peña in the leadoff was 3 for 5 last night. Paredes hit 2 bombs last night. I tell you what, I don't know why anybody would pitch him on the inside half of the plate. When he can pull the ball, it gets out of there. And he is a dead pull hitter as well. Paredes was 2 for 4 last night with 2 bombs. He's got 14 on the season. Back to that point, if Yordan Alvarez comes back and you put him in the 3-hole, do you move Altuve to the 4-hole, or do you mess with that 1-2 combination that you have with Peña and Paredes? I'm not going to be mad at any of it, but that is a hell of a conversation. Ron and I had it about a week ago, and I think it could have went one of several ways.
That is a good question. I mean, I don't know if I want to move Altuve into the 4-hole, though. I'm not sure about that. Personally, I prefer Yordan in the 4-hole.
Yeah.
That's just me. Now, maybe not right away when he gets back.
That, but yeah.
Maybe ramp him up a little bit to that, or you put him back in the 3-hole. That's fine. Two-way back.
Yeah.
Maybe move him to the 2 slot.
Well, the two that you can't mess with right now, in my opinion, is your
Peña.
1-2 hitter, Peña and
Okay.
Paredes. I mean, those two are they where they are right now is exactly where they need to be, and they are rolling, son. I wouldn't mess with that at all. I'm with you. You do have some flexibility with Jordan. I'd have Jordan in the 3-hole, and I'd have Altuve in the 4-hole.
Okay.
That's where I would go with it. But look, I'm not going to be mad about it. We're talking about Jordan and Altuve and the two hottest players, the hottest hitters on the team.
So then we're moving Christian Walker down to the 5 slot.
Yeah, you do whatever the hell you want. You move him down to 7-8. You want. Christian right now got some soul searching to do, man.
A little bit.
But luckily, you got some guys that are swinging it well, and they're making up for Jordan being out and Christian Walker not swinging it well. So we'd be patient with Christian Walker. I know the PTSD of Abreu, and hell, let's be honest. Hughley's last year wasn't beautiful either until we got to the playoffs. Yeah. So I know there's some PTSD right there, but with that first base position. But we've got the luxury, I think, right now with the way the team's playing and where they sit to be patient with Jordan's injury as well as Christian Walker's struggles. I do think we talk a lot about veterans. We talk about a lot about guys that are kind of proven and are really making statements. Jacob Melton, man, in left field. Is it Jacob, right? Am I right on that?
Yep.
I didn't know if I spelt it right. The only way I know how to spell it is like my middle name. But he was 2 for 4 last night with 2 RBIs, brings that left-handed bat to the lineup and another left-handed bat to the lineup and plays in left field, allows Altuve to DH, allows Altuve to play some second base and rest his legs when need be. So he has fit in really nicely since he was moved up.
Why he was brought up, and he's proven that management was right to bring him up.
Yeah.
I know there was an injury involved in that, but hey, when your number, you know this very well. When your number's called, you got to show up.
Yeah.
You get in there, you show up, you show out.
Well, they got a bunch of guys, Chris, doing that this year. I mean, whether it's guys moving up in the lineup and getting the opportunity, guys that are new to the team that came over in a trade, trying to fill big shoes at third base with Alex Bregman. Paredes is doing that for damn sure. And then you talk about, we talked about Jacob Myers. It was almost a laughing conversation, and I understand why. It was almost laughable at preseason. We would talk about guys. Hey, what guys do we need? I was big on Peña and Yainer Diaz being two guys that needed to step up. Peña's done it big time. Yainer's still struggling a little bit, trying to find himself. But I was big on those two guys. And then my third one was Jake Myers, and it's almost laughable because because Jake has been so bad at the plate, and not only the numbers has he been bad, but he's also the visual of it for me has been painful to watch. But man, he's been great. And so that guy right there, he does look like he wears some starched up khakis, doesn't he? Some more Hardballs. He does look like he runs around in some New Balance, some white New Balance, and some starched up khakis, don't he? But
with the grease.
Yeah, that's right. That's
with
right.
The grease.
But he has been he's had a really nice start to the season, man. So I look at it as a huge positive, man. And again, I know it's not as consistent as it is when you've got those other guys in there. But right now, man, if Christian Walker comes around and you plug just an average, a below average Jordan Alvarez into this lineup, they're gonna make some damn noise.
That's an improvement.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
And even with all the issues we've just disclosed here. Talked about a team that's first place now by a game and a half over the Mariners with all the injuries they've had this season, especially to the pitching staff. And we haven't even gotten there yet, right? Yeah. So we talked about this plenty of times at the station. It's not time to, when they weren't in first place, saying that it was not time to panic.
Yep.
It's definitely not time to panic. There's guys coming back. Jordan should be back at some point. You have to, think that right.
Oh yeah, look, there's no panic whatsoever. Whether you're in first place or second place, the way these guys are playing right now, given what they've dealt with, is it's encouraging, man. So get well, right? Get whole, and let's see what they can, what the team can do when they are whole. Obviously the struggle right now that I worry about is, getting through 162 games with really just a three-man rotation and a bunch of fill-ins at the end. No disrespect to Gusto and Gordo; those two guys have done the best that they can, and they've given us chances to win games.
Yeah.
But it is one of those where you look at it and you're like, man, how you gonna shoot through 162? We usually have a surplus of starters. How are you gonna do it with this bunch right now? We'll see. That the Astros right now, we just mentioned they're done in Pittsburgh. They're going to slide over to Cleveland tonight, man. The Astros, they're in Cleveland tonight. First pitch is at 6:10 p.m. Speaking of Gordo, man, Colton Gordon is on the bump, right? There you go, Big C. Let's see if he can. Let's see if he can give us a chance to win. That's all we want, man. Just give us a chance. Hopefully, them bats stay hot, and we give him a little run support, and he can get him a W.
Clint, based on what you've seen out of Gordon so far? Like, what do you see?
I'll be honest. I have not seen a whole lot out of Gordo. I've not seen enough to really have an opinion. Definitely not long term, but to really even have an opinion about what he's capable of or not. Man, you just hope that this run of Astros, depth in the organization and in the system, pulling these guys up, whether they end up being a Hunter Brown or they just again end up being guys that can chew through innings in 162. I just hope that they're those guys, right? Are they? Is he good enough to give you 4 1/3? Is he good enough to get you through, a run of, till the games start really mattering late in the season? That's where I'm at with him. But I hadn't seen him enough to really know one way or the other. Again, we're up at Christian's Tailgate, 1010 Highway 6, just off I-10. Come on through, hang out with us. Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards will be given away every hour. Come on through, hang out. Chris Partee is in for Ron the Show Hughley. Tyler Milner is on the 1s and 2s. And before everybody comes in here and asks me about Tyler Milner, he cannot leave the building. Tyler cannot leave the building. He is not on location with us. He's got a board that he runs the whole show on. He keeps us not in line, but he keeps us on air. How about that?
It's a little important,
Yeah,
just a little bit.
So he's there. He is not here, but you can look at him on the YouTube over here. We'll let you do that. All right. So, all right, we had the NBA Finals, man. They cranked up last night, and they did not disappoint. Not one bit. Shocked OKC in dramatic fashion. We'll cuss and discuss that game. Game 1. And we'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Is Coach D'Amico seeing a culture change in the O-line room?
Our offensive line, the mindset, I see it drastically changing. You want to be a great unit, you have to be connected. So Cole has kind of spurred that connection, that intensity, the
Football conversation in town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Contact Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Chris Partee is in. You've heard Chris Partee on the Sports Radio 610 air several times, filling in, and he's with us today. Ron is on a boys' trip to Aruba. I don't.
Ron out there chilling, man.
Yeah, he's damn sure out there chilling. Hey, man, we get chilling headshots from Ron. We've already talked about that this week.
That is a selfie taking some buck.
Is that right, Tyler? It's just a random boys' trip to Aruba? Or was there a
as far as
party?
I know, yeah.
That's a hell of a deal, man.
Just a bunch of dudes being dudes.
He's got 6 of them out there. I don't know.
They got the whole crew.
Well, I mean, it's hard. When I think of dudes being dudes, Aruba's not it.
That's not what you think of.
It's not what I think of. I'm not above it. I mean, I'm sure they're having and I know Ron Hughley's having a great time out there. I just think it kind of took me aback a bit.
Think they're all chilling in their Speedos?
I
would like to not envision that.
Well,
thanks, Tyler.
He's got a couple of buddies. He's got a couple of buddies that may slide out there in a Speedo, but I don't believe that Ron is one of them.
I can't remember if you were were here, Clint, when we talked about it, but were you here when Ron was asking me if he could borrow?
Oh, no, I did
not. I forgot to get it to him, but he was trying to see if he could get mine, that American flag banana hammock I like to rock.
I mean, is that something that you share, though?
You don't typically. They're bros.
As long as he cleans it.
They're bros, though, so I guess they'd be all right. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. After all that talking that Ron's done over the last 6 years, if you and him got the same size pocket in your banana hammock, I'm gonna be disappointed.
I probably got to be by a little, but
well, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Every time it comes up, he's got a real confident, look.
Swagger, right?
Oh yeah,
a real confident swagger.
That's how you know he might be exaggerating.
Well,
a little bit.
Look, I don't know. I'm just saying, if you and him have the same size pocket in your banana hammock, I'd be disappointed. I would call him a liar, and I'm not. I peeked over that partition a time or two next to you, so I know. I know.
King Ding-a-ling in there.
All right, let's move on. How about them NBA Finals, y'all, man? Last night. I mean, look, Chris, I don't know if you heard us talking about it yesterday, man, and here's the thing. I think your NBA fans, the Brandon Scotts, the Ron Hughleys of the world that watch NBA every single night. You want him?
I'm a hoop guy.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're going to watch no matter what the matchup is, no matter what. You're going to watch it, right? To me, I'm a casual fan. I'm one of them guys that, if it's not the Rockets and it's not the Finals, it's going to be tough, especially with the two kids I got running around. It's going to be it's going to be tough for me to park my ass on that couch and watch random NBA.
You're not going out of your West Rockets or like I guess maybe a big matchup in the Finals with two stars.
Well, I'm not. See that's where it gets
tricky.
Well, for me personally, I don't like iso ball. I don't.
It doesn't win. It's not winning basketball.
Well, once you see superstars, once you've seen them once, or in this business we see them a lot, obviously,
all the time.
It's just not. It's not. Boy, I got to tune in and see what LeBron does. Like we've been watching LeBron for 20 years, man.
30 years.
Yeah, right.
Feels like goodness gracious.
But like that, where I'm going with that is I think this is. I don't know how big it is for the NBA because I don't know what the end game is for the NBA, but I've got to believe that your old traditional, just pure basketball fans that enjoy the scheme, that enjoy ball movement, that enjoy the ridiculous weaponizing of cardio that the Pacers have done, and the way both of these teams play ball. One plays defense, one plays offense. Now, obviously, they got the MVP in Oklahoma City, so they can score at will as well. But it's just to me one of those like, I'm gonna sit down and watch this one.
No,
I'm gonna stay up an hour late, and when I'm behind in sleep already.
Yeah.
But typically it's not that for me. These two squads right here, Chris, I'm doing that with.
So you're tuned in.
I'm tuned in. Absolutely, I'm tuned in. And the Pacers last night, they won in dramatic fashion, 111-110. The Pacers literally, once again, which Brandon Scott told us yesterday, that once again they come from down 15 points in the fourth quarter. He gets to Indianapolis. Indiana Pacers took their first lead in the game with 0.3 seconds left.
0.3 seconds.
When Halliburton hit the big shot, and yes, Halliburton did it again. When he hit the big shot, there was 0.3 seconds left, and that was the Pacers' first lead in NBA Finals Game 1.
Yeah.
And it was a hell of a game, man. By the way, Halliburton, Papa Hallie was in the building.
He was in the building.
That's right.
He was right down there, front row watching.
His dad, which, by the way, I understand why he was not allowed after that incident with Giannis.
Yeah, you can't be on the court, dog.
Come on, man. What a damn fool.
You got to relax.
But I'm going to tell you, as a father, as a man, and as a guy that played a little bit of ball, and my mom and my dad were in the stands, and they were the proudest humans in the world at the time, I hurt for him, man.
Not being able to be at some of those games.
Well, the ones, because it was like once that one happened, you thought, okay, it can't get any better. Well, no, it did. he did it several times, and you're like, my man's pops is at the house, man. He ain't even in the building to see it all go down. Yeah. That was painful for me, man. So to see him back in the building and to see Halliburton do it again. By the way, hits a mid-range jumper, another part of the game that I just absolutely love. Instead of camping out behind a three or trying to get to the rack and dunk, a guy settles for a elbowish type mid-range jumper and knocks it down. Like I just greatly appreciate that.
That's the thing about Tyrese Halliburton. he's one of the few, I guess, in this era of the NBA, guys that can score at 3 levels.
Yep.
You used to see it all the time.
Well, you got two of them right there. The one on the other end of the floor does it better than anybody in the league right now.
Yeah. I mean, he may be the best mid-range guy, right? For a long time, it was Kawhi Leonard.
Sure.
I think it's SGA now, as far as the mid-range goes. But
you only got a handful of them that
won't
commit
even
to
take
it,
that
right?
shot. Exactly. Well, I mean, that's what the NBA is about. But that's why the Pacers are able to get back in so many games, because they're so deep and they have so many guys that can get hot from 3 as well.
Yeah.
You can't take your foot off their neck. When you get them down, so I was on last night with Patrick doing Area 45,
right.
And we're obviously keeping up with the Astros and what's going on there, going through the show, and we're looking at the Pacers game back and forth, trying to keep up with the score, and they'd be down by 13, they'd be down by 9, then it'd go back to 12, and then I look up, it's the fourth quarter, they're down 6, now they're down 3, and then I look up and they're up 1. That's what this team can do. And Halliburton, it seems like ever since that article came back and the players voted him, his peers voted him the most overrated player in the game, which was a lie then, he's just exploded on the scene.
Seems like he took that personally.
I think, Tyler, would you not take that personal?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Because
exactly.
I know I'm damn good at what I do. You know?
We all know you're damn good at what you do, bro. We know that. So, of course, he took that personal. And then the thing with his father, Pops was wrong for what he did, but then they suspended him for however many games. He couldn't go to the building is to watch his son. So he's been playing with a chip on his shoulder, to say the least, I would say.
Yeah, and look, the biggest thing here is Halliburton hitting that last shot. Obviously, that's the headliner.
Definitely.
The company that he is keeping now, right? Listen to this. The most go-ahead or game-tying field goals in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter and overtime since the 1997 playoffs.
Yeah.
LeBron James has 8, Reggie Miller has 5, and Halliburton has 5. He's right there. He's
working on that list, man.
He's off to a hell of a start, man. It's unbelievable what he's been able to accomplish there. Sunday is game 2. By the way, before we get out of that, Nembhard. Nembhard and Toppin. Those two guys now. It's obviously a ridiculous team effort out of all of them. They played 10 guys last night. And everybody contributed to some degree, but Nembhard and Toppin were two guys that were huge down the stretch. Halliburton's getting all the love because he hit the one shot, but when you talk about coming back from 15 points, Toppin hit a couple of big threes, and Nembhard was just an absolute. He was really the MVP down the stretch.
So Nembhard 8 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Miles Turner, 8 points in the fourth quarter. Toppin, 6 points in the fourth quarter. On the other side for OKC, Chet Holmgren only scored 6 points, 0 in the fourth. Lou Dort, 15 points, 0 in the fourth quarter. So if you want to know why that comeback happened, look at that. Look at those
you don't
stats
need to look
right
any
there.
further than that, huh?
Yeah.
All right, we got the Texans talking. I put a little segment out there yesterday, man. Texans talking, segments that are birthed from audio coming straight out of NRG Stadium. We're hearing from D'Amico Ryans as they go through. He's hitting a couple of the biggest topics. Yesterday we talked about the current state of the offensive line and whether he's happy with what he's seeing from those guys, the adjustments. Today it's about these rookie wide receivers. Is this fair of D'Amico Ryans to make this comment? We'll have the audio and we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Rock and roll, meow.
Nick Caley expects physicality from the new-look Texans offensive line.
Everybody will block. We're going to be committed to
SportsRadio610.com. Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
First day of OTAs, we're very excited to get on the grass and actually be able to go against each other, compete in a controlled environment. Thought guys did a really good job of handling the way we came out today. And I told our guys this is a great first day, great starting point. Now it's just about stacking days and getting better each day. I feel like we have the right guys with the right attitude who will do that.
That's D'Amico Ryans talking about OTAs, talking about how important OTAs are. And, again, I'll tell you, they let me drive this thing every now and then. I don't care what you're, if you're just a fan. I don't care if you're in the media. I don't care I don't care where you're at. Boy, the OTAs don't matter, and it's no big deal. Boy, that approach is a tough pill for me to swallow, and it's for reasons like that. You just listen to the head coach, you listen to the quarterback, you listen to Will Anderson, you listen to these guys talk about how important OTAs actually are. Being in attendance, working hard, getting it right, communicating. It is hard for me to stomach the conversation of, it don't matter, move on. No, man, how about your ass moves on? How about that? How about if you don't like it, don't get up and go to practice and cover the team if you don't think it's important, man? How about that? It's wild to me. But nonetheless, Texans Talking is a little something little segment that I dreamt up and decided that it'd be a good idea if we bring it to the people, man, and we listen to every piece of audio that comes out of NRG Stadium. Some of them are used to help support a point or a topic that we're already discussing, and here every now and then there is a piece of audio that you're like, ooh, that right there, was good. That just needs to be responded to.
Yeah.
Right? That don't need to support anything. That right there needs to be responded to. Yesterday we talked about the offensive line and kind of the D'Amico's thoughts on where they're at and how they're coming along and whether it's so far, is it what you planned? And he was very, very positive about that. Look, now I want to move on to the wide receiver room in Houston. Look, it's a huge watch for me this training camp. Heck, there's some folks out there that thought the wide receiver room bigger worry than the offensive line struggles from last year and the need to field the offensive line, I guess, replace some of the offensive line and fix the offensive line this offseason. And there's no question about it. With Nico Collins being the lead guy and Christian Kirk being the number 2 receiver, which is a true smaller-bodied slot receiver, I know they're going to try to lead us to believe that these guys can play inside and out and yada, yada, yada. That Christian Kirk is an inside receiver 10 out of 10 times. And so they are really dependent on ultimately the rookies, Higgins and Knoll, that were drafted, both guys out of Iowa State this year. And D'Amico Ryans has really high expectations for the former Iowa State wide receivers. Here's D'Amico Ryans when he was asked specifically about the rookie wide receivers and the wide receiver room for the Texans.
It just reminds me of last year, like some rookies like Kamari and Kalen, watching them last year in these settings, watching how they competed, watching how their impact showed instantly. They showed up, they were making plays, and you see how those guys perform throughout the season. So I think we have a similar situation this year with some of the rookie wide receivers and Knoll and Higgins, just seeing their immediate impact on our offense, the plays that they're making, like seeing the way they work, the way they compete. I'm hoping that translates to the season as well, similar to Kamari and Kalen. I think Jalen and Jaden are 2 guys who can really help us out this year.
Yeah, see, to me, that right there hit me like a ton of bricks right there, Chris. I mean, when I hear him say that, like D'Amico is one that typically he's not afraid to talk about rookies. He's not afraid, but he doesn't typically gush about guys. He doesn't typically go on and give you more than you expected about rookies and about the playing time and things like that. I thought this was out of character for D'Amico Ryans, and I absolutely love it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, there is what we saw them do with Kamari Lassiter last year, and then what we turned around and saw Kamari Lassiter do during the season. I'm talking about they anointed him. They gave him the starting job. And from jump, by the way. Yeah. And then he turned around and went out there and said, let me prove y'all right. Check this out. And he balled out, right? He proved me wrong, proved a lot of people wrong. I got to believe that he was significantly better than most people expect him to be.
Definitely.
And then you look at Kalen Bullock, and he's a guy that was on the depth chart to start, was getting a lot of run in training camp, was getting a lot of run in preseason games, had a couple of injuries, and he worked his way to the top and ended up being a phenomenal player. When I look at the two wide receivers, I think the question is it fair for D'Amico Ryans to think or expect or even verbalize to the public that these guys, the expectations are that they contribute or in any way, shape, or form, their start in the league is similar to Kamari Lassiter or Kalen Bullock's. That's a big
That's a big
ask.
order there.
That's a big ask.
It's a tall order. I mean, I'm going to say it is fair simply because and one thing that auto, 2 words, immediate impact.
Yeah.
Talked about the guys from last year. Mm-hmm. Immediate impact. When you draft wide receivers to a wide receiver room where you're short on guys already, these guys are drafted, Noel and Higgins, in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. They're expected to come in, not only make the team, right? They're going to get a shot, the best opportunity to make the team, but they're expected to come in and do something.
Yeah.
Like, that's why you brought them in. We know Dale is going to be out all year, more than likely, right? Or at least most of the year.
I mean, that's what I would lean to if I were the Texans. I wouldn't expect it. If it happens, I would think that they're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. If he comes back, great. But if not, this is why you went on and drafted these kids. So, no, I don't think it's unfair that some people might say he's putting a lot of pressure on them. But, hey, you're in the NFL, dog. Put your big boy pants on. It's time to get out there and show, what you showed them for them to draft you in the 2nd and 3rd round back-to-back like that. So you got to show it.
Look, I'm with you, Chris, from a standpoint. I don't live in the fair world. Is this fair? Is that fair? Did so-and-so get this or so-and-so get that? How come I didn't get it? I don't live in that world. That's
we don't like that.
Yeah, but I think of who it's coming from. D'Amico Ryans doesn't do stuff like this, and he is either seeing something from these guys that he's like, these guys will contribute to me. He didn't typically say stuff like this if the jury's still out on whether they can. I'm gonna tell you, I have been two sides to this. I've been more, and look, this is OTAs. It's they're obviously not hitting, so it's take it for what it's worth. But Noel, he jumps off his change direction, his ability to separate in small space, which is very, very quarterback friendly. He jumps off the field. Now, you look at Higgins, and when he walks in a room, he jumps. Well, that cat's. I mean, he's 6'4", 6'8", and he's long. He's not as big as Nico, but he's long, right? And so he's a good looking, but we hadn't seen a ton from him. I haven't seen a ton from him. Yeah. But here's the deal. I think bringing up Kamari Lassiter and how they treated him and what we saw from Kamari Lassiter, I think it's foul.
Really?
I think it's foul. Those are unfair expectations. I expect both of these guys to take the Bullock route, which he would be completely fine with, right? I expect both of these guys to be guys that start, with the 2s, maybe getting some run with the 1s simply because there's not enough. They don't have bodies, right?
Body out there.
But they'll maybe get some run. And then I expect them to play a lot in the preseason, which Lassiter didn't do. They treated him like a starter from jump. Bullock did. So I look at it with these two wide receivers. I look at it as the Bullock route to becoming who he was last year, which was a big-time contributor for the Texans on the defense side of the football. That's the route that I could see these two wide receivers talking, which is beautiful because we're going to get to see them. I think we're going to see them a lot in the preseason.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot in the preseason, see if they can make plays, see how they can separate. You got Davis Mills as the backup quarterback, which say what you want about Davis. He's got a lot of experience. The ball's going to get out on time. They're going to have opportunities in the preseason to make plays with Davis Mills getting a lot of those second team and extensive play in the preseason. So I expect more of the Bullock route than the Lassiter. The Lassiter route is wild, man.
Now, Clint, let me ask you this: is it more that of the expectation, or is it more the fact that coach actually voiced this publicly, putting that pressure on them, or is it just the overall expectation that they're going to play like like Lassiter did.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, when I say foul, like it's to each their own. I'm cool with it. I'm not worried about it. I just mean it's one of those that it's a tough ask. You know what I mean? And look, maybe he's seen something, and maybe when they will go out there in training camp, maybe the day one they roll out there, they break the huddle, and Higgins is up there with Nico and Christian Kirk. Maybe that's what we see. I just think right now, I know how rare it is for any position, but damn sure a corner, arguably physically the toughest position to play in the sport, to go out there as a prospect that some would say slid in the draft to the second round, and that team puts all their chips in the middle of the table on you, and then you go out there and do what you did. that is rare, man. That is rare, and on the offensive side of the football, it's even more difficult because ultimately the play caller and the quarterback got to believe in you, and they got to throw it your way.
Exactly.
And it's less reactive and more proactive, in what you do and how you produce.
You're really dependent on others in that position.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what you're like when you're thrown out there, if and Nick Haley have to have a lot of confidence in you to even call your number. Lassiter's out there, and it's like, hey, we're going to come at you, young pup. And and he goes out there and makes plays, and you're like, hell, this kid can play. He's
got to do it.
Like when as a quarterback, I go up there and go, okay, well, maybe we're running the ball pretty well. I can turn and hand it to him, or, hey, man, I can throw it to Nico, or, hey, man, I got Christian Kirk, my security blanket in the slot. I hope we get more out of Dalton Schultz. Hey, man, Dalton Schultz is a reliable target. At what point does that rookie get become the guy that we're going to design for and we're going to make priority? That's the difference. But hey, maybe D'Amico's seen something. When I heard that audio, I was like, wow, that really
jumped out.
Yeah, that was really good stuff. I hope D'Amico is right on that wide receiver front. And be honest with you, he ain't got to be right, but on one of them.
Exactly.
It don't matter which one. Just be right on one of them.
Two would be a plus.
Because you look at it, Nico's a great player, but Nico took 3 years. Now, he was in dysfunction, but Nico took 3 years to become Nico, right? You look around and it's some guys are – John Mechie's really struggling reaching that next level. And there's some guys that were drafted late that why they were drafted late. They just have a lower ceiling. They don't have the ability to get there. And so, man, it's not as easy as Lassiter made it look. That's for damn sure. All right, the Altuve experiment. The Altuve experiment in left field and playing very little at second base. How is that going? Not the opinion of how's it going. There are some numbers out there right now that whether you love or hate it, these are numbers that are hard to. The picture we'll discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Really, really happy.
Should we be concerned about C.J. Stroud?
People, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Ron Hughley is out once again. My man Chris Partee is in the building hanging with us. We're at Christian's Tailgate, Energy Corridor, 1010 Highway 6. I'm telling you, when you exit I-10, exit Highway 6 off I-10 and you head north, don't blink now.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I blew by it and had to hit about 2 or 3 U-turns to get back now.
Right there on the corner.
Yeah, Christian's Tailgate's right on the right-hand side. Hell, if you just roll your window down, you can smell them crawfish boiling. So go ahead and get down here, hang out a little bit. A big shout-out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We are giving away gift cards, which, by the way, you can tell I'm a rookie at this driving thing because I ain't gave away that old 2 o'clock gift card yet. We'll do that at the end of this segment. So we'll be giving away 2 this hour. Don't leave. Give me 15 more minutes. Just hang around. We're going to give away. Time got away from me, man. When you're driving the old ship, you don't want to get distracted, if you know what I mean.
We're just building up the anticipation. That's all we're doing here, Clint.
That's right. We'll Academy Sports and Outdoors, Bud Light, Budweiser. Big shout-out to everybody. I'm assuming that the Bud Light girls are going to be here before we get out of here. But this is my first time.
Hope.
Come on.
Yes, we can.
We'll spin the camera around, Tyler, and let you see. We got.
Please.
Yeah, man. That's it. We've got. This is my first time at Christian's Tailgate. Any of their locations. I'm telling you. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, I love their spots.
Yeah, I know it's not for you, man. I know you frequent one of their locations. It's the first time for me, and I'm telling you, it is not disappointed. There's not a bad seat in the house. TVs everywhere. I've not hit the bugs yet, but several people here have, and they're obviously. Very, very good, and it's a popular place, man. It's 3 o'clock in 3 o'clock on a Friday, and it's jumping. So
it's rocking in here already.
Yeah. So
we got it going.
So come on through and hang with us, man. We got, like I said, I got some giveaways to do here, and I'll get to that. Before we do that, though, I want to, the Altuve experiment, or experience, however you're experiencing it.
However you look at it.
Yeah, I thought I made a mistake, but there probably is a level of Altuve experience that all of us fans are going through. But the experiment, right, I was not a fan of it. I thought it was silly. I thought, look, there was never a time as an Astros fan, and I've watched more Astros baseball in the last 5 years, definitely the last 2 years than I ever have.
Go Astros.
Yeah, and definitely with a keener eye of watching for certain things. There was never a time when I sat there and I was like, boy, Altuve is getting our ass kicked at second base. Now, I understand that there's guys that their job it entails the advanced analytics and breaking the game down to that degree, and then their responsibility is to make sure that they put the team in the best place to age well and the best place to have success, and they put Altuve in the best place to age well. And Chandler Rome wrote an article. Chandler Rome of The Athletic does a tremendous job. He wrote an article, and the article – it covered several things. Jacob Melton coming up recently and playing left field and swinging the bat well and being a true outfielder. I think maybe put some questions in some fans' minds about Altuve playing left field moving forward. I think if you look at leading up to the All-Star voting starting on Wednesday, Altuve had played second base in 6 of 15 games, so one third of the games leading up to it he had played second base, and so I think the Jacob Melton thing kind of I think piqued fans' interest.
Of course, it should.
And then the Astros listed Altuve as a second baseman. A lot of people think the MLB did it. No, the Astros submit positions. An MLB All-Star fan balloting opened Wednesday. Well, the Astros listed him as a second baseman. And here's the reality of it, right? 61 games. He started 32 in left field, 14 at second base, 13 as DH, and I guess that if we do my math, I think there's 2 games where he got his rest day, I guess. Altuve's not a second base. Right, so
he hasn't been this year.
Well, him being listed as a second baseman, along with the Jacob Melton coming in and playing 2 of the 3 games against Pittsburgh in left field, it could lead us to go, well, wait a minute, is Altuve coming back? Right? It's not happening. Joe Espada said no. We're going to move forward with the plan. The plan is going to stay the same with Altuve. So I started doing a little bit. I read a little deeper in this article, and the thought of Altuve, this isn't just a conversation, Chris, of has Altuve been good in left field or not, right? Because Altuve has been terrible in left field.
I don't know if he's been terrible.
Well, I mean,
he hasn't been great.
Well, all things considered, he hasn't cost us any games. Yeah. But when you start looking at the advanced stats, Altuve is worth fewer defensive runs saved than any left fielder in baseball. He's been worth -3 outs above average according to Baseball Savant. Only 6 left fielders are worse. You look at Altuve; he's gotten 6 total chances. Which, by the way, I like this metric right here, or this thing. Altuve has gotten 6 total chances on 5-star and 4-star catches. I like they started putting stars on catches, right?
Degree of difficulty, man.
Really happy. Altuve hadn't converted any of them. So I mean, it's not. Look, I mean, he's making the routine plays, but it's not a conversation to me about, boy, is he great in left field, because clearly they're just trying to keep his bat in the lineup. They're trying to get more opportunity, more positions he can play to keep his bat in the lineup, to rest his legs some, move him around. The part of this article that really stuck out to me was the Astros' ability to hide Altuve. I guess I've never really looked at it in that light. Yeah, I've never really looked at it in that light. And there's 2 things that really stick out to kind of support what I'm talking about. I mean, Altuve has had what advanced stats will say, 51 total opportunities in left field. Right? No other left fielder with 30 or more starts. Remember, I said Altuve has 32 starts. No other left fielder with 30 or more starts has fewer opportunities. So clearly, putting him in left field has. I mean, he's getting less action than any other left fielder in baseball. Wow. Right? So they're protecting him there. Yeah. Just physically protecting him, and him not being an outfielder, they're protecting him there. And then on the flip side of that, if you look at the Astros infield, right? The Astros infield finished last season worth -19 outs above average, right? This is all according to Baseball Savant, by the way. After 2 months of this season, it's already worth +12, right? You do the math. I think that's 31. That's a 31-pint swing right there. Wow. I don't know what each point is, but that's a 31-pint swing right there. No American League infield has been worth more. So one move has allowed your infield to be absolutely tremendous. And again, I'll be honest with you, I've never watched the Astros and thought, boy, that move putting him out there has really made a hell of a difference on this infield. Like there's been a couple of plays, and Dubon almost made one last night, and Christian Walker made an error, but he almost made one last night. But I was like, I don't know if Altuve's making that throw, because it was hot.
Yeah,
it was hot.
Point,
yeah. So there's been a couple of plays, and I'm like, I don't know if Altuve's getting there, but I don't watch it and go, well, man, we wouldn't be the same team without Altuve at second. But the numbers over an extended period of time will tell you that the Astros infield is significantly, not just better, but significantly better with Altuve not in it.
Yeah.
And the Astros found a way. So tip my cap, which I don't typically do. I don't find myself doing a lot with Joe Espada. And I know it's the higher ups in the operations department, and it's Dana Brown. But tip my cap to the Astros for finding a way to make the infield significantly better. I mean, flip it on its head.
Yeah.
Right? You lose Bregman, and you lose, although he wasn't who we thought he was, but you lose Abreu, and you replace those guys with Paredes and Christian Walker, and get Altuve's ass out of there. And now you got Dubon, and you got Brendan Rodgers, and you got a bunch of people, and the infield is the best infield. According to these advanced stats, the infield is the best infield in baseball. Like those 2 things, guys, like the experiment, whether you love it or hate it, agree with it, I thought it was silly. Hell, I still think it's silly, to be honest with you. I think playoffs coming out, I think he plays second base. But nonetheless, the experiment is working.
Well, that's interesting you mentioned when the playoffs come around, but even before that, we talked about Melton earlier. It's a very small sample size of him being up on the main roster, but he's shown so far that he belongs. But if you're not going to – if you want to keep Dubon in there at second, you can't play Altuve a DH all the time. So there's going to be – it's just like, how do you solve that problem of shuffling guys around? If you want Melton to stay in the lineup.
Well, I am assuming Melton's a non-factor for me in this conversation.
Really?
I mean, he's been good for a week, but he's a non-factor in this conversation for me. I hope come playoff time he is a factor.
I think he will be though. But I think they're expecting him to be. I'll say that.
Well, here's the deal: is I'm just assuming that Yordan Alvarez comes back healthy. And Yordan is a significantly better, to me, he's significantly better in left field than Altuve. He can get to the warning track and catch a ball that is going to hit a foot off the warning track on the wall. Like, he can get back there and make those catches. He's not an all-star, but he can get back there and make those catches. Altuve struggled with those kind of catches. We talk about 4 and 5 stars and not making those, but even some plays he's made, you can tell it was a shot in the dark now. I mean, he was shaking.
But, I mean, when you haven't really played that position, it's tough.
Yeah, no. Look,
you're just getting moved out there.
I'm not doubting that one bit, but the reality of it is I think when the games get to a point where they're that important, I just don't know. Like right now in 162 games, it doesn't matter if Altuve doesn't catch the ball off the wall. Doesn't matter.
Not
right? It don't matter.
Yeah.
In a playoff series, it could change. It could change. Like in a series where it's a fly ball to the warning track in left field, and you got Altuve out there.
He's got to get there.
Yeah, I just don't. To me, I think it's going to be Yordan Alvarez, and Altuve's going to be either at second or DH, and that's the way they ride with it. They got options. The key is they got options, and to put a bow on this thing, the reality of it is the beauty is the Astros organization has done a hell of a job with this experiment, because I thought it was silly as hell. What are we doing? Y'all got to be kidding me.
So you weren't a fan of it going in?
No, and I'm still not a fan of it, to be completely honest with you. If the end game is, hey man, we're just trying to get through 162, and we're trying to keep one of our best bats in the lineup, I ain't got no problem with it.
Okay.
If the end game is we got our left fielder, that scares me a bit.
Then we got problems.
Yeah, that scares me a bit. So, nonetheless, the experiment is working. You look at the advanced stats. The infield is the best infield in baseball, and Altuve is getting less action in left field than any other outfielder in Major League Baseball. Those two stats right there make me a believer in what they're doing.
But that's probably what you want, is him to get the least amount of action possible in left field.
Absolutely. I'd like for him to make a 4 or 5 star catch every now and then, but I'm okay with him getting little.
Do you think we get one by the end of the season?
Oh yeah, he's too good of an athlete. He's too fast. He's got big cojones. I mean, he about ran over Jake. He about ran over Jake Myers in game 1. Yeah, I mean, he's going to give us effort. I think he goes and gets one in the gap as he's running back to that funky corner by the Crawford boxes. I think he gives us one back by that corner at some point in time. But again, tip the cap to the Astros for, and this is this is the stuff that the Astros and the Jacob Melton thing, right? The whole reason that Jacob Melton played left field 2 of the 3 games was to hide Altuve in a park that could chew up a left fielder if you're not used to playing left field. And then what do the Astros do? They put Altuve back out there when Framber Valdez, your ground ball pitchers on the bump, so you protect him in.
Exactly.
It's just the mind games and the deeper thoughts that go into, which obviously I know they're there, but very rarely do you just kind of see them come to fruition. Tip my cap to Chandler Rome of The Athletic for putting all this. It's a tremendous article. If you're out there and you're an Astros fan, it's a really, really good read on several fronts. Again, I don't know why the Astros listed Altuve as a second baseman in All-Star balloting, but hey, if it gives us more attention and gets Altuve more love, then I'm here for it.
I think it's simply for that, is to get him on the ballot. He's not going to be on the ballot as a left fielder.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's simply for that. Get him on the ballot as a second baseman.
Yeah, well, they did that.
If there's no limit to how many games he has to have played at the position, throw him on there. Why not?
Well, the interesting thing is Major League Baseball allowed it to happen. So why the hell not? You can just put him at whatever position that you want to put him at.
Throw us on the ballot. Why not? Throw us in there. Let us get some votes.
Well, unless it's all-star balloting for the way I lived my first 43 years on Earth and how I got after it, Chris.
It don't matter.
I ain't winning too many of them, brother. But we're at Christian's Tailgate, y'all. 1010 Highway 6, Energy Corridor location. Come on through, hang out. I ain't going to lie to you. They got a crowd already jumping around at the spot. I can't see an empty table right here in front of me, but they got some on along the edges. So come on out and hang out. We got some boiled crawfish. We got cold beer, obviously. The bar has everything you could possibly want. We're going to give away some Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. We got to give away one of those right now because I've already dropped the ball. Imagine that. I've done it before. I just did it again, y'all. So that is what we'll do in this break. And then, we'll give you a little update on Ron Hughley and his headshot game. It is struck again, as well as, hey, them Texas Tech ladies, they're putting on a show. I got to see if Chris Partee thinks I'm crazy for my Diamond Sports take that I had yesterday. We're going to get Game 3 tonight, y'all. Check it out. That's all next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ability Tree Experts, man. Look, it's hurricane season is here, and now is the time to make sure that you
with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access, the countdown to training camp is official. Have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
What a son of a bitch.
Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Not today. Ron Hughley is out. He's in Aruba with the fellas. Aruba, a fellas trip. 6 of them went to Aruba. I got to get the details on this, man. I kind of let that fly under the radar, but he is out today. Ron the Show Hughley is out today.
Him and his banana hammock.
Yeah, well, that would even make it fishier. That'd make it fishier, no pun intended, if he's out there in a banana hammock on a guy's trip. At least Tyler was going to rock his with his old lady.
Yeah, it's the best way to get a real even tan across the whole body, to be honest. It's just smart.
Oh, is that what that? Okay.
Look, I would imagine your tanning goals and Ron's tanning goals are probably different.
Yeah, they on two different spectrums right there.
That's a good point.
It ain't close.
Kind of like I'd imagine that banana hammock's gonna fit you a little different than it does Ron in several phrases.
Yeah, I ain't gonna have as much room for sure.
Yeah. But Chris Partee is in today. We're at Christian's Tailgate up off Highway 6, 1010, Highway 6 to be exact, the Energy Corridor location. So come on through, hang out with us. Academy Sports Now just gave away Academy Sports and Outdoors here in probably the next break, and we'll be giving one away every hour of the show. And it's kind of been, look, I mean, Tyler brought it up yesterday. Our guy Ron Hughley, he is the headshot king. You know, when we talked yesterday, it starts out with the headshot where he's not even looking at. You can tell he's taking it by himself, but he's not even looking. He's looking off kind of in the sky kind of deal.
Okay.
And it's kind of one of them profile pics.
He's pondering.
Well, he's feeling himself. He thinks, he's feeling a little sexy.
Smolder.
So he likes his edge up, his line up, whatever, and he likes the glasses, whatever.
Showing off.
Yeah, well, just put it out there. And then it's been followed up with, how many do you think we got, Tyler? How many have we gotten? 4 since he left for Aruba?
I was just about to say, I think 4 since he left.
Yes. Yeah, it's
if you want to see the latest from Ron the Show, who's feeling himself, go to my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal.
There we go.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. I need everybody to go to, what is it, at T-Mill Real Deal?
Yes, sir.
At T-Mill, T-M-I-L, Real, R-E-A-L, D-E-A-L. And I want you to look at that headshot and realize we've gotten 4 of them. And I mean, what's the proper response there as one of the fellas? The most recent one, the hat's on backwards, and you can clearly tell he's not posing, trying to be cute, trying to be sexy. No, he ain't licking his lips before that pose right there.
Raising them eyebrows.
I mean, he's got the hat on backwards. He's got the glasses slid halfway down his nose, and he's got one of them frozen pink drinks. From drink guy, and
that's what you do on the beach, right? That's the go-to on the beach.
Yeah, no, that's his go-to anywhere. It don't matter where.
Anywhere.
Oh yeah, he hammers them down. But go to T Mill's web. I mean his web. Go to his website. Tell him what you'll see. Banana hammocks and everything else. Go to his Twitter and tell us what you think about Ron Hughley's headshots he keeps sending us. I don't know what to think about this. So.
Selfie king, bro. King.
I mean, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to when he comes back to explain it on Monday. Is he coming back Monday or is he coming back Tuesday?
Oh, I don't know.
He'll be back at some point.
He'll come back and explain it at some point. Chris, I need you to tell me if I'm crazy with this take right here.
All right.
Yesterday I told the boys, when I'm talking about sports that are played on a diamond.
All right.
Women's softball is the most exciting for me.
I call BS.
Now look, I'm excluding for everybody. I'm not talking about an Astros World Series game. Clearly, the Astros World Series game is not trumping it. Clearly, a Rockets championship, NBA championship finals game is not going to trump it. A playoff game with the Texans, it's not. I'm talking about games where I have no skin in the game. If I'm just simply watching because
just for the love of the game,
because it's what I choose to watch, not because the Razorbacks are playing or I'm hanging out with Tyler and the Aggies are on. No, I'm talking about at the crib, just watching random sporting events. I'm going to tell you, I get good and excited watching two random-ass softball teams play in the World Series.
It don't matter who they are.
Don't matter. No, because at that point, when you get to that point, it's the best of the best.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, we like I said earlier, there's it's almost they're 1 through 5 hitter. At least two of them are going to have some crazy stat. They're hitting over 500.
Oh, of course.
One of them I watched the other day, one of the Texas gals. Her last 3 hits were all home runs.
Oh my God.
And then you got the true superstars like the gal at Oklahoma that just walked off Arkansas, and then I watched the game where they walked off UCLA or something about Tennessee after that. And then you watch now you got this girl that's the first $1 million softball player in college.
NIL?
Yes, NIL, and she's pitching for Texas Tech, and she's taking them all the way to the College World Series in the final, now the final game, not just the final series.
So she's balling out then.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just and it's fast paced. You know what I mean? It's fast paced. They don't jack around on the mound. They get the ball. They get rolling.
They get it going.
They get in the box and they roll. It's only 7 innings, so it happens quicker. I don't know, man. It's just and when a ball is hit to an infielder, it's almost like every ground ball is a great stop because you're like, damn, that jumped on that because they're so close.
The field is so much smaller.
Yes. So and the other point that I did make the other day is the other beautiful thing about softball is like the $1 million gal at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Guess who's pitching again tonight?
Oh yeah, no 5 days of rest.
We're going to get 3 straight. We're going to get 3 straight nights. I believe we're fixing to get 3 straight nights. But I say all that to say that the Texas Tech Red Raiders they won last night. They're giving us game 3. They won 4-3. And again, I did not get a chance to watch it because the weather delay really threw me off.
Yeah.
The weather delay really threw me off. But think about this. Oklahoma City had NBA Finals Game 1 and College World Series Game 2, College Softball World Series Game 2, all in the same city, and it was pouring down rain, so the softball couldn't get started. And by the time I remembered it was on, the damn the NBA game was so good, I was like, I can't.
It was getting going.
They're coming back. I can't change it. But am I crazy? You laughed at me. I think you're going to side with Tyler on this one, because I'm dead serious. I mean, I'm giving it back to the ladies, man. I am dead ass serious when it comes to no skin in the game. Would I rather watch a long College World Series game that the Hogs aren't in, or would I rather watch a random girls softball World Series game? It's not even close.
I do understand some of the points you made, just about as far how the game is. It's nonstop. It just keeps moving. It's exciting.
Paced,
It's faster paced. You talked about the picture, the girl that's getting a $1 million NIL deal. She doesn't have to rest for 2 or 3 days after that start. She's coming right back.
Live action.
She's coming right back. She's going to get out there and do her thing. With that said, yes, you are crazy, sir. With that said,
I did not. And I'll be honest with you. This was not something that I sitting on the edge of my seat watching Texas Tech and Texas. And it lasted for 3 innings. I'm on the edge of my couch. Everybody else is asleep, and I'm on the edge of my couch. Right?
You're the only one in the house awake.
I made my little girl watch the first couple innings, and we watched WNBA. We watched girls softball. So I watched, and that's kind of what hooked me. Well, I took the little bitty one. I took her, laid down for about 30 minutes. Well, when I came back in, actually,
it was rolling.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like. I'm literally on the edge of my couch, which usually I'm at that time of night. I'm laid back like, whatever,
ready to lay it down.
I'm on the edge of my couch like this, and it lasted for 3 innings. And I looked at myself. I was like, what am I doing? I ain't done this for a damn Super Bowl game. What am I doing over here? So it's not like I'm not making this up. I'm dead ass serious. I caught myself in the middle of it going, I've not done this in an Astros baseball game unless it was a World Series game.
Yeah. So it sounds like you found a new sport to follow.
Hey, man.
That's what it sounds like.
I might. I don't know what my little girl's going to do, but I might need to learn to like it a lot more than I already do.
Well, if you got them watching it, they might be into softball as they get older.
Well, we'll see. We'll see exactly how that works. That's Chris Partee. He is in for Ron, the show headshot. Ron, the headshot Hughley.
I went and checked out one of those pictures. Yeah. I'm going to call him Cool Breeze, man, because he out there, he just cooling it.
The effort is there.
Cooling it, man.
The effort is there. Ron,
Keep doing it.
Headshot Hughley. Y'all can take that for however you want to take it. I'm talking about a picture, but you take it however you want to
You can twist that so many different ways, Clint. You really can. You got to be careful with that one.
I gave y'all the freedom to. You do whatever the hell you want with it. I know what I mean with it. I'm talking about the picture that he's in. Bud Light girls are in the house. Bud Light girls. Bud Light and Academy for making this happen, man, and we greatly appreciate it. Christian's Tailgate, we're out here, Highway 6, 1010 Highway 6 location, just off I-10 on the west side. Come on through, hang out with us, man. We got a lot going on. Good vibe in the building, good atmosphere in the building. A lot of beer being drank right now, y'all. A lot of mud bugs being ate. Y'all come on through and hang out with us. Chris Partee asked me a random question a while ago, and it was so damn good I made a segment out of it, y'all. Christian Kirk. I have not personally talked Christian Kirk enough. I know he's a local favorite, having been an Aggie, having played well in the league since he's been in the league. Now he's a Texan.
Yeah.
And no Tank Dell, no Steph Diggs. Hey, man, Christian Kirk, he's got not big shoes to fill, but he's got a big role to fill. What are the expectations for Christian Kirk this coming year with the Houston Texans? That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, whatever it is you need, and I mean this dead serious, this isn't a cop-out, whatever it is that you need right now, Academy Sports and Outdoors has it, and they've got it at prices that you'll love. You're going to play a little golf this weekend, you're going fishing this weekend, you need something.
get you where low prices live.
Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, there's that guy, Tyler. Guy.
What guy?
We ain't in no damn Crafty Crab.
Is that what it said?
Yeah, that's what it said. And he said Ron Hughley was here today. Hey, what's he talking about?
Uh-oh.
He's 0 for 2, man. Uh-oh. Crafty Crab. We're at Christian's Tailgate, man. Come on through. Christian's Tailgate.
For the record, that is not my Bobo.
Boy, I tell you what, you damn sure ain't going to take the blame. You ain't going to let nobody even think about that being your fault, are you?
Hell nah.
He's going to get out in front of that one, y'all.
Ain't no way.
Hey, to hell with the fact that it was wrong. I was going to let y'all know it was not me. I did not do it.
Hell nah. And before any of you trolling ass fools out there text in and say something to that effect, not on me.
Let them know, T. You may oversleep on that on nap, but you ain't putting in that wrong down. You're going to know exactly where we're at, ain't you?
I knew where I was headed, too. Damn it.
Set yourself up.
I can't say anything.
Hey, come on through, man. Christian's Tailgate again, 1010 Highway 6. We got the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, stop number 10. Steve and Shannon are in the building. They've made all 10 so far. They even brought some balloons, man. Steve and Shannon, we greatly appreciate y'all. I'm saying that. Both of them are in the restroom.
Giving them a shout out.
What are they doing in there together?
They either had poo-poo cramps or they had bad timing, one of the two, man. But nonetheless, we come on out and hang out with us. We got Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. We're giving away $25 gift cards every day. If you're in the building, make sure you put your name in this raffle wheel or whatever you want to call it right here. You can't win if you're not here. You damn sure can't win if your name is not in the raffle box. And all we need is your name, man. All we need is your name. Don't waste the ink to put your whole address on. And if you're not here, you're not winning. So we don't need all that contact information.
So don't leave.
Yeah, that's right. Big shout out to Academy and Bud Light for making this happen. And big shout out to Christian's Tailgate for having us out here. This is a tremendous establishment. And here's what I encourage you to do. Look, we'd love for you to come see us. Again, we're right off Interstate 10, Highway 6, head north. Boom, we're right there. Right. I mean, you can't blink. You're right there. But if you can't get here, get to your nearest location. Christian's Tailgate, they got, I don't know how many, Tyler, what location do you frequent?
Man, I used to, I think COVID may have taken this one down. I used to love the downtown location, but I go to the one in the Heights a lot, the Christian's Tailgate over off White Oak.
That damn COVID, boy, I tell you what, ain't worth a damn. But yeah.
White Oak is probably where I frequent most.
They took a lot of greatness from us, didn't it? But yeah, if you can't get here, get down to your nearest Christian's Tailgate, have a good time. It is a tremendous establishment. You pull in here and you can smell the crawfish being cooked. You know when a place is cooking crawfish literally on the front porch, they know what the hell's going on.
You're at the right spot then.
That's right. Ron Hughley is out. Chris Partee is in. You hear him on Area 45 at night a lot. You hear him a lot when he's filling in, up and down the
lineup, man.
Up and down the lineup, man. So we're glad to have him today, and we're rocking and rolling. Chris asked me a question. We hadn't worked together a lot, and hell, we hadn't really hung out a lot. It's hard to cross paths nowadays with a 1- and 3-year-old brother. But he asked me a question. He said, what do you expect from Christian Kirk? And I said, that's a hell of a question. I think there's the expectations are really high, probably unfairly high, given that I think he is a true blue slot receiver that's got some twitch and some speed to be a bigger play guy. But I think everything he does, and everything's a big word. Let's say 99% of what he does, I think needs to start inside the hash or inside the numbers really. So I think he's a true slot receiver. I think the expectations are probably a little bit unfair. He's got right now he's the guy that's going to be tasked with two things, which one is being the security blanket for the quarterback, that slot receiver, seeing the game through the quarterback's eyes, and anytime he gets pressured, which really haunted this team last year, I think he's got to take care of C.J. Stroud. And number two, he's got to be good enough to take pressure off of Nico Collins. Last year in critical situations, we saw teams really tilt, whether it's tilting man coverage or tilting zone coverage, to Nico Collins. And right now, before we see any of these rookies do anything and know what they're capable of, I think Christian Kirk is going to be expected to do that. Now, I don't know that he's capable of doing that. I like Christian Kirk. I don't know if Christian Kirk is a good enough wide receiver to do all of those things. and we'll see. But I think first and foremost, to answer your question, first and foremost for me, Chris, is he's got to be an answer for C.J. Stroud versus pressure. I think he has got to be a guy.
God bless, brother.
Sees no problem, CJ. Hopefully he is exactly what I'm talking about. But he's got the defense the same way a quarterback does, and in particular, he's got to be a guy that can break the huddle, and the offensive coordinator is sharp enough to line him up the majority of the time in tight. So if they are pressuring, then you have him as an option. But particularly what's going on in the box. He's got to have a keen awareness of where the linebackers are. The safety stacked over the nickel defender? Is the safety stacked over a linebacker? Is the safety walked up in the A gap? Like where? And it's not always going to be to his side. He's got to see it. To me, he's got to see it numbers to numbers. What's going on inside the numbers? Where are the safeties at? What are the backers' depth? Who's stacked behind who? Who's giving you the telltale sign that they're coming? And if C.J. Stroud doesn't see it, you got to be the guy to, hey, right here. Hey, C.J., boom, right. As soon as you break it, look at this formation right here. He's got to be an extra set of eyes for C.J. Stroud and a security blanket for C.J. Stroud. And the reason I'm really hammering that home, Chris, is because I don't know how they're going to correct what we saw last year. He was the second most pressured quarterback in the league. He was hit a ton. If you watch the Texans, you know that they were hardly ever versus good defenses, hardly ever in a rhythm. They're hardly ever in a rhythm. He has got to be one of the answers for Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud versus pressure. Just flat out has to be. It's that important. It's the number one priority. Not big plays, not mentoring young receivers. No, I mean he's got to be CJ's go-to when they get pressure.
But how long is it going to take for, I guess, the chemistry between him and CJ? Because they haven't played together yet. OTAs, but CJ's not out there. I mean, he's working out, but he's not throwing right now. So, I mean, how long is that going to take for them to get that? We know Nico and CJ, they got the chemistry. Yeah. That's a done deal. But what about Christian Kirk?
Well, I think it's easier to develop this kind of chemistry. What you mentioned, the Nico Collins chemistry. We're talking a lot about not Devontae Adams. We're talking a lot about Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf. Like those outside back shoulder throwing. A lot of the timing routes where you got to let the ball go before you just got to trust the guy's going to do what he's supposed to do and be where he's supposed to be. That to me takes more time than, hey, do you see what I see?
Okay.
Right? And here's the part that to me gives me confidence is we've seen C.J. Stroud be an absolute, elite processor when it comes to his rookie year. I heard Reggie and him talking about it earlier, and I can't remember how it was phrased. I know what John said that in some ways the second year was better than his first. And while I know what John's trying to say, I couldn't disagree more. Like I agree, the second year was not as bad as it wasn't bad per se. But that first year, man,
wasn't the same.
Oh man, that first year was impressive. We've seen C.J. Stroud do it, right? There's no way that Christian Kirk, all the football that he's played, there's no way in hell that he's not aware of it and doesn't understand it and hasn't been taught, because he's always been a slot receiver. He's been talked to. Now, maybe he hasn't been asked consistently to do it, but he's been taught, hey, man, keep an eye on what the hell's going on in the box, man. When quarterback eyes, man. Yeah. Like he's done those things. And he's a veteran, right? So those seeing C.J. Stroud have done it before, and knowing Christian Kirk's been in the league for 8-9 years, whatever it's been, gives me a lot of confidence.
7 years, yeah.
That's more of a mental chemistry than it is the physical chemistry that you saw. Like the Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams just seemed like the back shoulder, the over the top, the where you're going to place the ball. Like that's a different animal right there. The mental chemistry of just, you see what I see, and we don't need to communicate. I just know you're going to see it, and boom, there's the ball's out. That part of it, I think they can get to.
Yeah, I mean, so with that as well, you mentioned him being a security blanket. Now, I know many times for quarterbacks doesn't matter what level it is, but especially in the NFL, a lot of times tight ends are looked at as security blankets. Now, I know last year you were not a big fan of Dalton Schultz and what he brought to the table last year. Do you see him getting back into those good graces and improving? Because the year before it was different for him, right?
Yeah. That's a tough question because I don't know what to attribute him falling off the cliff last year. Right, because I heard
you talk about it a lot last season.
Well, I'm disgusted with the inability, or really the unwillingness, the lack of physicality, the just disinterest in putting your body on the line to protect your quarterback. I don't give a damn if it's a bad spot. I don't care what the offensive coordinator's doing. It doesn't matter. That's your quarterback just got much quitting him for me. But there's the bigger part of that as it pertains to this conversation is, you know, he also didn't separate last year the way he did the previous year. He also dropped balls last year in critical situations when he didn't do that the previous year, right? And so there was a backslide, I think, on several fronts with Dalton Schultz. Can he get back to where he was 2 seasons ago? Or maybe even better with Nick Caley being a tight ends guru? Can he get better? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if you're ever going to do it, a guy like Nick Caley, you would think would be a guy that could bring it out in you. And look, I'm on record, 100%. I'm on record of there is nothing more valuable to an offensive coordinator and there's nothing more valuable to a quarterback than a tight end that sees the game through the quarterback lens. And a quarterback, I mean, a tight end that can do a little pass protecting. He's gritty. He'll pass protect. He can also, create separation. He's athletic enough to create separation. Yes. He'll block in a run game. Like, that is a quarterback and an offensive play caller's best friend. So when you talk about the Christian Kirk thing, Dalton Schultz, I would rather Dalton Schultz be a killer. I'd rather Dalton Schultz go, hey, man, this is my best year. Yeah. I would prefer that over Christian Kirk, to be completely honest with you.
But I mean, it feels like right now, just looking at the depth chart, it almost looks like Christian Kirk is going to have to be that second option as far as receivers, because you got 2 rookies coming in as well, and Tank Dell is out.
Look, now that's a different conversation. Look, I think the pressure on Christian Kirk, as I mentioned, to take the pressure off of Nico Collins and to be a bigger threat than just Wes Welker.
Yeah,
Julian, and like to be, and those are all great players. Really, don't get me wrong,
really good players.
But you like, he needs to be the guy that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans were talking about. Oh, he's got the speed to take it over the top to go make big plays. Well, we need that.
Yeah, definitely.
We need that out of the gate. There's no doubt about it, because right now there's a lot of unknown beyond. I guess beyond Nico Collins, there's just a ton of unknowns. So we shall see what happens with the wide receivers. I'm excited to watch Christian Kirk. I'm a big fan of his style. I'm excited to watch him play, and I think he can be one of a handful of weapons that really change the game for this offense. We'll see if that happens. All right, the Pacers, NBA Finals, Game 1 last night. The Pacers win in dramatic fashion, and that man Halliburton did it again, y'all. I got a question for you. Is Halliburton a superstar? I heard this conversation a little earlier. Is Halliburton a superstar, or is he just a clutch player? We'll have that conversation next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. Look, it's hard.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey.
Hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do. It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by McCullers Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. McCullers Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. And this is my kind of party with my kind of people, baby. Christian's Tailgate. the Energy Corridor location, 1010 Highway 6. Come on through, hang out. There's been a nice crew, nice flow of folks in here drinking cold beer and eating mud bugs since we got here. Come on through, hang out. They got crawfish rocking and rolling. I'm hearing they're pretty dang good. I ain't had them yet, but I'm hearing they're pretty dang good. Clearly the beer's good. Everybody has got a cold one in their hand. The Bud Light girls are here walking around and with a smile on their face, handing out a couple of cold Bud Lights. And good times to be had, man. It's Friday. We're on the front end of this weekend, and let's go ahead and get it started and have us a good time. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light for making it happen. Hey, y'all, the Ron Hughley is out. Ron the headshot Hughley is out today.
The headshot.
Yeah, headshot. And Chris Partee is in.
Yep.
You've heard him across the lineup here quite a bit over the last few weeks.
Yeah, really.
They've been working,
place, man.
They've been working you, man.
I'm here for it.
So he's in for Ron Hughley today. T. Mills behind the glass, back at the studio on the ones and twos. Tyler is not in the building, y'all. He came in that producer studio with him. He's got to have the buttons. He's got to make sure that we have Dusty Baker on the show, that we have my mom on the show quite a bit. You know, all them drops. There you go. Hate to tell you.
Got to have the whole roster ready.
Got to have them, man. Got to have them. But the NBA Finals, Game 1 cranked up last night, and it did not disappoint whatsoever. The Pacers, Indiana Pacers, shocked the hell out of all them folks in Oklahoma City, man. And when they came back in dramatic fashion to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, they beat them 111-110. The final score is not the story. Obviously, the Pacers winning is, but the way in which that the Pacers were able to come back, they literally trailed the entire game until there was 0.3 seconds left in the fourth quarter, y'all. They were down 15 points in the fourth quarter. They rallied back to 6 and got it back to 9, and they got it back to 4, and all of a sudden, boom, it's a 1-point ball game. And Halliburton goes down and hits an unbelievably clutch shot with 0.3 seconds left on the clock to give the Indiana Pacers the win in Game 1. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting there and I'm watching that damn game, and there's 0.3 seconds left after Halliburton hit that shot, and I'm expecting everybody to be like, it's over. But I'm listening to these commentators and everybody talk about, they got time to get a shot up. What shot?
Well, technically, according to the NBA, 0.3, you can still get a legal shot off. That is the minimum amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, you can get it. You can get one off with 0.1. I mean, if you just touch it.
But they won't count that. They came up with this years ago and said that won't count because it's not. They don't think it's enough time to get that shot off at 0.1.
So there ain't no sense in even shooting. Even if they throw it up near the rim and you just poke it with your finger and it goes in.
Now they're going to look at it, yeah, but 0.3 is supposed to be that limit right there.
Well, I mean, there's got to be human error in that, right? I mean, the human on
that's why they look at it.
The human on the clock, if it's done right, the human on the clock cannot watch you touch the ball, start the clock, and the clock run out.
Yeah.
But they're talking about catch the ball and take a shot. I'm thinking,
it's one of those quick,
Well, they did move on. They did move on to say you can't catch the ball with your back to the basket, or you can't catch the ball in the air. It's got to be literally you got to be faced up when you take the shot.
Much.
And they tried to throw an alley oop to I think it was Chet Holmgren
or something.
to tip it in. But the conversation was just like I was thinking, man,
like, are you serious?
Yeah, like it'll take a miracle. What the hell are y'all talking? Y'all acting like this is likely to happen.
A literal miracle to make that shot.
But here's my question, because I think this is we're watching obviously. SGA. We're watching SGA do crazy things. I mean, in the biggest game of his career, he goes out there and takes more shots in the first half than he has in any game in the playoffs so far in the first half. He was a man on a mission, and he was flat getting it done. We're watching him. He's an MVP. To me, call him the free throw, whatever the hell you want to call him. Talk about his mid-range game. Talk however you want. He's a superstar, man. He's an MVP. He's carried his team to the finals, possibly. They're my pick to win it all. I mean, he's a superstar. There ain't no doubt about it.
So what's your definition of a superstar, just to piggyback on your question real quick? Like, what's the definition there?
Well, I'm talking about a basketball superstar. I'm not talking about the guy that acts like a superstar and gets paid like a superstar and is treated in Hollywood like a superstar.
Well, no,
when you go out there and when you're averaging 30-plus points for a season and you win an MVP and you carry your team to the finals, you're a damn superstar. When you're a guy that's out there, doesn't matter who you're playing, that doesn't matter who you're up against, doesn't matter what their forte is, you go get your points. You're going to get your shots. And there's no doubt about it. It don't matter how hot or cold you are, SGA is going to get his shots in Oklahoma City. He's a surefire. I think he's a superstar.
Okay.
The question is, where does Halliburton fall on the superstar spectrum, or the star? Let's call it the star spectrum, if you will. I do. What brings this to mind is he's in the company of some superstars.
He's in some great company.
I mean, the company he's in is this right here: the most go-ahead or game-tying field goals in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter overtime since 1997 playoffs. LeBron James has 8. Reggie Miller has 5. Halliburton has 5. He's in some rare company. He's doing some crazy things. He is unbelievable. Anyone can deny that at this point. It's been what, 4 or 5 times this
clutch for sure. You can't deny him the clutch gene.
You look at Halliburton's numbers. As they're interviewing him last night, I'm looking. He's 6 for 13. He ends up with 14 points. On average in the playoffs, he's averaged 18.5 points. The box score doesn't scream super before star. Star maybe, but super no way.
Halliburton, I mean, but like a lot of guys, Halliburton is one of those guys you have to watch him play. You can't just be the person that goes to the box score and say, okay, he scored 18 points, he had 5 rebounds, he had 7 assists. He's a good player, but is he great? Nah, you kind of got to watch him, because what he's done in all these comebacks that the Pacers have had, even if he's not, because he did not have a great game last night. He did. Like, if you just look at the numbers, he didn't have a great game.
I mean,
but when
at
halftime,
Chris, they were all hammering him.
Yeah. Oh, of course
5
they were.
shots. I think he had 5 shots at halftime he put up.
But I think the separation of from good to great players is, are you there when your team needs you? Even if you're having a crappy game, can they depend on you in the clutch when it matters? And I think we've seen that now. I don't think he is the Pacers' best player. I think that's Pascal Siakam. I think he's the best, most consistent player they have. But when it comes to maybe the most important, I think Halliburton might be that guy because of what we've seen in this run. And I need to see more than one great run. That's me, to call a guy a superstar.
Well, to me, you've got to, especially if he's going to do it in this fashion.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not a big box score. You can't average 18.5 in the playoffs. You can't have 14.5 or 14.5. You can't have 14 in game 1. You did hit a clutch shot.
Yeah.
But you can't have a stat line and stat lines in the postseason that look like that and be a superstar. You can't do it. I don't care how many you win.
So it doesn't matter to you how many.
Now, when we're talking superstar, to me, you got to be a guy that consistently goes out there. I mean, look, the second best player with the Oklahoma City Thunder is averaging 22. You got 18.5.
Yeah,
he's got 4.5. He got 4.5 points on you.
And I'm also a guy. I don't believe there's a ton of superstars in the NBA. I'm not someone that just. Some people.
I'm a casual fan, so take it for what it's worth. As a casual fan,
I think there's a handful, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe. I don't think he's one of those yet. Now, if he continues this, even if they win the finals this year, I'm not going to call Halliburton. And I picked them in 7 before last night's game.
Yeah,
I'm one of the few people that thinks they can win this
series.
series.
Like the Pacers in 7?
Pacers in 7. Yes.
I got OKC in 7. I think we're going to get a hell of a series. And
I do too.
The styles makes fights thing. I know we've used that phrasing a ton here recently. I'm just a big fan. Like I enjoyed the hell out of watching that game last night and watching the Pacers come back using so many different guys. It was Halliburton.
10 deep.
Halliburton made the shot, but he was not the
he wasn't the catalyst.
He was not the most valuable player in the fourth quarter of that game.
No.
I mean, there were several guys that did more than him and hit huge clutch shots and were consistently better than him. So, yeah, man, it's just fun to watch. Again, put a bow on it, man. The Indiana Pacers beat Oklahoma City won in dramatic fashion when Halliburton hit a last-second shot, left 0.3 seconds on the clock, and Oklahoma City couldn't get a shot off there. So
it's amazing.
Yeah,
really.
man.
I mean, what he's doing is amazing. And what they've done, they're the number 4 seed in the East. No one expected the Indiana Pacers to be here.
Yeah.
So what they've done, what they did to the Knicks, they beat the number 1 seed in Cleveland in 5 games.
Yeah. Well, my favorite thing I've heard in basketball breakdowns, if you will, maybe ever.
Yeah.
And I can't even remember who said it. I think it was Jay Williams, but he was talking about how the Indiana Pacers have weaponized cardio. And I was like, that is tremendous.
The pace they play at?
Yeah, they're just in that much better shape than everybody else that they've weaponized their cardio.
And one thing real quick before we move on, shout out to Rick Carlisle. I think he's one of the most underrated head coaches in the NBA.
Yeah.
People forget about his run in Dallas and even his run in Detroit before that. So, yeah, shout out to Rick Carlisle. I think they have the better coach in this series, the more experienced coach for sure in this series. Does do the Indiana Pacers?
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. Looks like what is game 2? Sunday?
Sunday night.
We got a Sunday night game.
Got a few days here, a couple days here.
We got a lot going on this weekend, man. The Astros are in Cleveland.
Yeah.
By the way, we're going to circle back to them Astros here pretty quick. But I got a question for the boys. Saw something on social media. Social media is a beautiful thing.
Is it really?
And I absolutely love it. I mean, there's times when it's awful, but I'll be honest with you, man. I've got it allowed.
You have to.
I'm pretty good at getting getting that out of my world.
You have to do that. Got to filter it.
I saw something on Instagram, and I'm curious. It got me to thinking. So this old boy, and he's a youngster. It's one of this younger generation thing.
Okay.
He's on a job. He's 2 miles into a 5-mile job.
Ooh.
So he's nowhere close to home.
No.
And he's got to take a dump.
Actually, I saw this. I know where you're going with this.
He's got to take a dump. And Tyler, he goes and he knocks on somebody's door and asks if he can use their restroom. And the first guy slams the door in his face. No chance.
What a jerk.
The second guy.
Everybody poops, man.
The second guy actually says, yeah, well, let me go put all my dogs up so you can come in. He goes and puts the dogs up and lets the guy come in so he can take them. And here's the question. If you're sitting on your couch, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night, somebody knocks on your door, and it's clear they've been jogging. They ain't running from the police or something. It's clear they're in athletic gear. This old boy had had his headphones on. He had no shirt on. Would you let somebody that knocked on your door and said, hey, man, I'm in the middle of a jog, I'm 2 miles from the crib, would you let them in your house to take a dump?
Without hesitation, 100%.
With no hesitation, you're letting them in.
100%. Come on
Tyler,
in, fella.
You're a good
Get
guy.
in there.
Tyler, you are a fabulous person. You really are.
I appreciate that, my friend. This does come from, myself, a guy who once let a very intoxicated sleep in his living room because he was lost on my street where my rent house was after a night at Northgate. So, yeah, man, get on in here, get that out of you, get that demon out of you. I got a commode you can use.
Man, I don't even answer my phone if I don't somewhat recognize the number.
So you're not opening the door.
And there's family members I won't pick up my phone for. So, no, I'm not opening the door.
I'm torn, man.
Hey, I'm cold with it, Tyler. I'm cold with it.
I'm torn. I'm torn because there was a time I would have to take my kids into consideration. I got two little girls. I don't know.
And that's
if I'm
very fair.
I don't know if I'm letting you in the house. And
my kids will eat your ass if you come at me wrong.
Right. Yeah, I would. There was a day when I'd be like, hell yeah, you need extra toilet paper. You like toilet paper. You like dude wipes. Which one you want, man? Which one you want?
Go with the dude wipes.
Yeah, man. I would be. I'm a little torn, and I it'd have to be a pretty clean cut old boy.
I would definitely assess the situation. I would have to assess the situation, but
yeah, it would have to be a pretty clean cut old boy right now for me to do it. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
If you rough around the edges, nah, man. If you look like there may have been a chance that you may have killed somebody in your past just by your appearance, yes, I'm judging. Then maybe you probably ain't getting in.
But Clint, your situation is different. It's not just you that you're worried about.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And even if it is just you, you're still worried about it. But you have a whole family to worry about, so it's a little different.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, I wonder what the video just created a little thought for me, a little Food for thought.
Funny. I mean, yeah. I would have to assess the situation.
I tell you what, boy, if I had put the shoe on the other foot, if you had to take a dump, would you knock on a stranger's door?
I'm going in the bushes.
In the bushes, really?
I'm going in the bushes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Tyler, you knocking on a door? What are you doing?
I think so. I mean, praise be, knock on wood. I haven't had something hit my large intestine so hard yet that I had to. But I'd like to think, I probably would.
That is a bad predicament to be caught in, man.
Right?
I would think, I don't know if I'm knocking on a door, though.
If their restroom ain't clean, I'm leaving, though.
I'm going to catch me a stop and go somewhere, man. I'm going to hit the corner store.
But I mean, if you're out in the middle of nowhere jogging, though, like, you're 2 miles out.
Well, I'm going to tell you, let me tell you what I ain't going to be doing.
What?
Jogging out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I wouldn't either, but that's why I have a gym membership. But, that's
Clint goes to the gym, but he doesn't wipe off the machine.
I ain't worried about wiping the machine, but I'm getting it in. Hey, look here, we got to circle back to these Astros, man. We got the lineup. Tonight's lineup is out. So we'll hit that lineup, and we'll talk a little bit about the action that went down last night. Them bats got hot, y'all. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Dr. Matorn, man. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, right? You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept. And here's the deal. If you're out there and you're struggling from breathing problems, we're talking sinus issues, allergies, we're talking sleep problems, snoring, right? It's all issues that Dr. Matorn can handle. He takes a list of
have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Who's your daddy now? Should I say the Astros?
Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
10:02 Eastern Time. And it finishes with a ground ball potentially to short. And at 8-2, they take 2 out of 3 from the Pirates on the road. Their first road series victory since winning 2 out of 3 against Minnesota in their first series on the road this year.
That's right. The Astros, they take Game 3 last night versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Pittsburgh. I said it earlier. Pittsburgh Pirates. Damn.
Pirates.
I got that Aaron Rodgers on my mind. Pittsburgh Pirates played the Astros last night, and they regret it because them Astros whooped that ass.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, man, that was a hell of a game. The headliner last night for the Astros. Sorry about stepping all over your toes right there, Tyler. The headliner for the Astros last night was obviously Framber Valdez. He was absolutely tremendous. He gets wins his fifth straight decision. 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and 11 strikeouts. Season high on the strikeouts. And look, with Framber Valdez rolling, with big game Hunter Brown doing his thing, and I don't know how real the Lance McCullers situation is yet. I don't know that we've seen a large enough sample size, but with those 3 at the top of the rotation, rocking and rolling, man, it's hard to not get excited about the potential with these Stros, man.
Yeah, it really is hard not to get excited about it. And as far as Lance McCullers goes, I mean, especially coming off the injuries and dealing with what he's dealt with the past month or so, with all that craziness and family and everything, you really just hope the best for him. We've seen a little bit from him. His last start, played great, but you really want this pitching staff to get healthy. The rest of the rotation, I should say.
And look, that's the thing that I think is that's the thing that is going to be different for this year's Astros is I mean, it's been a while since. Now I know injuries have obviously created this at times, but I have felt really good about the depth of the Astros starting rotation for a long time. Now we got to the point where the playoffs are right around the corner, and you're gonna cut it down to 4 starters, and who are those 4 going to be? Who's the third? Who's the fourth? Beyond Framber and beyond Verlander, like is Hunter Brown there yet? Spencer Getty yet? It's just the depth has been there to chew through innings throughout the regular season, but when it comes down to it, did you really know who were going to be your hammers beyond a couple of guys? And I think it's shifted a bit. Obviously, the injuries have taken away the depth that we've become accustomed to here in Houston, but it's hard for me to focus on that and hard for me to get down and out about that. Yeah. When Lance McCullers goes out there in the last 3 games, what did he strike out? 8, 12, and then 7? Yeah. I mean, he struck out 27 in 3 starts. I think that's a number. I think that number's right.
That ain't bad.
I mean, he is, and he's gotten consistently better, locating better. Is obviously control better. In that, I think it was his 4th start. You look up and he's thrown his 91st pitch was 94 miles an hour. So the velo that everybody's wondering about. And then again, back to Framber Valdez last night, man, he was unbelievable. And Hunter Brown's doing his thing in that Cy Young conversation. So it's just hard to think past those 3 guys. But last night with the Astros jumping all over the not the Steelers, the Pirates, the bats were awfully impressive as well. Framber Valdez's numbers were absolutely ridiculous, or I would have led with the bats. But Jeremy Peña, once again, 3 for 5. He scores 2 times. He's hitting .318 at this point in time. There ain't no way in hell he's letting go of that leadoff spot, man.
He shouldn't.
There's no way he's letting go of that leadoff spot.
Endorsement from Altuve.
Yeah, no doubt, right? And then you look up and Paredes, 2 for 4, 2 bombs. He's got 14 bombs on the season. I'm not going to get out over my skis on the third base situation right now. I mean, I was a big Bregman fan.
Okay.
But the thought that we could potentially get more production. Now, I'm taking the injury to Bregman into account because I know Bregman didn't have a typical slow start. Bregman, he went up to Boston and
he was hot.
He came out of the gate swinging.
He was hot.
But I think there's not maybe not a conversation, but definitely something to watch is at the end of this year, do we end up getting more production out of Paredes than the Boston Red Sox get out of Alex Bregman?
At this point, you would have to think so, right? Where the injuries come into play, as long as Paredes stays healthy,
yeah,
you would have to think so.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's playing well. He's playing pretty well.
I mean, he's swinging the bat really well. I mean, he's swinging it as well as anybody. I mean, anybody not named
2 homers last night?
Yeah, 2 bombs. and I didn't see the first one, but that second one was a no-doubter, man. It got out of the park in an absolute hurry. As I said earlier, if I were opposing pitchers, I wouldn't throw him inside half of the plate. I mean, if he can pull it, he is a dead pull hitter. He is giving it everything he's got coming out of his shoes.
Inside, that's his zone right there.
No doubt
that's
about it.
Spot.
And Jacob Melton has been good since he was called up. I guess over the last week or so.
Yeah, about 5 games.
You know, again last night he's 2 for 4. Ends up with 2 RBIs playing that left field. He allowed the Astros to I guess, for lack of better terms, hide Altuve, keep him from having to play left field for two of the 3 games. And
the experiment.
Yeah, and the experiment, right? But the thing is how clutch was it, right? He didn't just play. I mean, he's out there and he's producing. Giving another left-handed bat option in the lineup. And so the young guys, the guys that you didn't expect to carry the lineup, the guys not named Christian Walker, the guys not named Yordan Alvarez, those guys are swinging the bat really well. I'm jonesing for when the Astros can get those 2 bats going. Healthy Yordan and Walker going in the middle of this lineup, man, the sky's the limit.
I think with going back to Melton, you just talked about him, I think if the Astros get consistency out of him at the plate, as long as he's in the lineup, every day, that's what you can't ask for much more. Just be consistent. Or 2 ribbies, you can't ask for much more than that. You really can't.
Right. Well, tonight the lineup's out. The Astros are in Cleveland tonight, and first pitch is 6:10. Colton Gordon is on the bump, and Tyler will have his, there you go. Tyler will have his best bets tonight. By the way, he had a rough first half of the week, but I think he got things back on track.
Praise be.
Got things back on track last night, so now's the time to dial in on Tyler's best bets. But in Cleveland tonight, and here is the starting lineup for the Astros. Jeremy Peña leading it off. Isaac Paredes is in the 2-hole. Jose Altuve's DH in the 3-hole. Christian Walker at first base in the 4-hole. Jacob Myers in that 5-hole. He's swinging it well. Caratini, get that left-handed bat in there. You talk about clutch, and has been really good this year. In that 6-hole, Cam Smith, another guy. I think he had another hit last night.
He did.
Another guy that is exceeding expectations in the 7-hole. Mauricio Dubon is, I believe, in left field, and he is in the 8-hole. And then Brendan Rodgers playing second base is in the 9-hole. And as we mentioned, Colton Gordon is on the bump in Cleveland for the Astros. Any thoughts on that lineup? You good with that lineup? Obviously, I'd love to see Yordan Alvarez in there somewhere, but Myers climbing up.
Speaking of Yordan, from what we've heard, the few updates from the Astros on Yordan. Do you see him back by the All-Star break?
Oh hell, I don't know. Don't get me that. I don't
get you into that.
I don't like guessing on injuries, and I damn sure don't like guessing on Astros injuries. It seems like every time I feel good about an Astro injury, they end up on the IL. It's a lot worse than it's just a hand. It ain't no big deal, man. He's swinging, hitting off. If he's swinging, hitting off a tee, they've already got imaging. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it got a fracture in there. What the hell are we doing? Yeah. So I don't get into that game with the Astros for damn sure. All right, we got D'Amico Ryans is speaking. He's talking about these wide receivers, y'all. He's putting some big expectations at the feet of a couple of rookie wide receivers. How fragile How fragile is the Houston Texans wide receiver room if you really look at it? D'Amico Ryans, what he says, I don't know if it's going to give you warm and fuzzies. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, y'all. Look, you can go yard all baseball season long, man, with Underdog's Pick'em game. They're the leading place to make all your sports picks, and you can play now in the great state of Texas. That's right. Right now, you can download the Underdog app right here in the
Farmers there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability amount by state.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We are supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser, but we are not at the Crafty Crab. We are definitely at Christian's Tailgate, right off Highway 6, right where Highway 6 and I-10 meet right there. You want to head on, we're on the north side of I-10, and when you get off I-10 and you head north, immediately on your right-hand side is where Christian's Tailgate is at. And this is a tremendous establishment, TVs everywhere. The tables have been full damn near the entire show today, so we're rocking and rolling. Big shout out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light Budweiser for making that happen. I just got me a couple of pounds of crawfish. I've settled in here. It took me 10 shows to figure it out, but I've settled in to where my sweet spot, I eat crawfish fast. My sweet spot is 2 pounds in a break is a breeze. I can get through.
Really?
If I go to 3, I'm in trouble, but I can get 2.
Teach me your techniques over here.
Well, I don't know if you're ready for my techniques, but I can teach you.
No, I'm not. No, you're not. Reggie just shook his head at me.
I can teach you how to eat crawfish to a point where you can enjoy yourself.
Okay, well,
I'll tell you that.
Let's do that.
I promise. By the way, that voice you hear right there is Chris Partee. He is in for Headshot Hughley. And my man Reginald Atatula, as he always comes out and supports, he is in the building. So I wanted to jump on the mic with us and have a little conversation about these Texans wide receivers. Reg, what's good, man?
Hey, man, I'm excited to be out here. Already got me a couple pounds myself.
As well you should.
So, you know,
so you've already dug in, huh?
I did it. It's done. It's been a fantastic Friday to this point.
Yeah. Well, Reg, you know the radio game, right? Typically we all listen to the audio, and a lot of times the audio is used to prop up or support some kind of topic or conversation that you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, sometimes you listen to audio and D'Amico or some CJ or Will or somebody of significance says something, and you're like, well, hell, I don't even need to introduce that. I mean, that right there tells the story, right? D'Amico's being really good at that. So I come up with this little idea of Texans talking. We're talking about audio that is birthed. A segment that is birthed from the audio coming straight out of NRG Stadium.
That's right.
Right?
Yes,
I heard it, and I was like, boom, the people need to hear that right there. Why? Yesterday it was the O-line. O-line was one of the biggest topics, obviously, in Texans with the Texans this year. I wanted the people to understand from D'Amico, hey, man, how does he feel about what he's seen so far with this offensive line? Right? Today, it is all about the wide receivers. Because I think there's some people out there, and the closer we got to the draft, the more I may have agreed with them a time or two, is the wide receiver position, the wide receiver room was needed to be addressed just as much, pretty close to as much as the offensive line. And the Texans did that, right? No Tank Dell, no Steph Diggs. What are they going to do? They go out and draft 2 guys out of Iowa State, 2 receivers, Higgins and Knoll out of Iowa State. And I'm sure everybody out there is wondering, Reg, like what the hell's going on with them young receivers? We need them. We're dependent on them. And D'Amico Ryans told us, he caught us up on exactly what's going on with those 2 young receivers.
From the guys last year, when you look at, I talked about Kalen and Kamari, the cool thing about them is, and I hardly had to coach Kamari because he showed up with just this extreme work ethic, this mindset that he was the best guy out there. So when you get guys and you scout guys who have that mindset, it's a lot easier to work with guys. There's a lot less to work on. There are always a few technical things, but for me, the main thing what I challenge guys on is that mindset to be great. I believe in anything you try to do, if you're going to be good at it, you got to put hard work in. Everybody who has a job and whatever you work to do, whatever you work to serve and your purpose, like you have to work hard at it to be effective, and that's the same here on the field. So we get guys with the right work ethic, getting better, growing, it's going to be easy.
Here's where I want to go with this. There's no doubt, it's obvious if you're a Texans fan and you you listen or you follow the team, you know that they're dependent on 2 young wide receivers this year. You got Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, and you got a bunch of guys. Somebody's got to step up, and they just drafted receivers with 2 of their top 3 draft picks this year. When I heard D'Amico Ryan say, I mean, you were just asked about 2 rookie wide receivers, and you said, well, hell, why can't they do what Kamari Lassiter and Bullock did last year? And my meaning, like, man, that's rare. I mean, we watched Nico Collins. It took Nico Collins 3 years to become Nico Collins.
Yeah.
Right? Hell, Tank Dell wasn't even starting last year. Before he got hurt, he wasn't even starting the first few games. The year before that, it took 6 games before he got some significant action. Like, it takes guys some time typically, and when I hear him say, hey, man, it happened last year, I watched Kamari Lassiter be handed a starting job from jump and then go out there and prove my ass dead wrong. He went out there and balled out all year long. It seems to me like those are some lofty – now, I love hearing it from the coach because I trust his evaluation.
For sure.
But, boy, that seems to be aggressive when you're setting expectations for these receivers.
Aggressive on 2 fronts, right? Because you use the word rare, and that's perfect verbiage to use here because you're talking about it, right? You had 2 guys who were rookies amongst the defense that had a lot of expectations, and, I mean, obviously they far surpassed them. Yeah. But those guys individually surpassed them. Kamari Lassiter with, we talked about the 4.6, 40 and all that. He shut us all up in that regard. And then you talk about Kalen Bullock, who, I mean, he had his fine points that he needed to work on, obviously the deep ball, and I'm sure he has worked hard to try and progress that, and he will continue to do that so that we see a better Kamari Lassiter. But he was fantastic. What was it, 5 takeaways last year for the young man?
Bullock.
Or Bullock, sorry. I said Lassiter again. But, yeah, those guys both fantastic in that way. That is far from the norm. Like, that is above expect for another batch of rookies. Is kind of it's lofty, as you said. But I think the other part, and the part that I find to be more interesting in that, the defense is his domain when we talk about D'Amico Ryans. Yeah, that's true. The part that he puts together. That's the part that I think he knows, not only obviously internally from knowing what it is, but knows it's going to work. He can trust that because it's his. He has hands on that. The offense isn't his. In fact, the offense is entrusted to somebody that he is just meeting for the first time and really getting to know. And so, like, with Kamari, with Kalen, he could be like, yeah, we have high expectations for them because I am actively working with them. There's a level of trust not just in Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, but there's a level of trust in what Nick Haley is bringing in, that not only will he have these guys here, but then he's also on top of that going to utilize them well. We were talking about, 5-headed monster last year, and how do you distribute the ball, and how do you handle all these things? Yeah. Those are still questions that you're going to have on top of having an entirely new offense this year.
But is it possible that D'Amico at this stage, been with the Texans for a few years now, is it possible that he's taking more of an interest in the offense now, having brought in a new offensive coordinator, new offensive line coach?
There's no question, but I would couch it, and some people say this is the negative side of it for me, but I think it's real. I would couch it as he's paying more attention to what's going on the offensive side of the football because the last regime failed miserably.
Yeah.
Or what he thought was failed miserably because he ran him up out of here. Yeah. But yeah, there's no doubt. Being at OTAs, I mean, D'Amico's watching. I mean, I watch defense on that end, offense on this end. O-line watching the line do individual drills. And then I look up and D'Amico's watching inside run on the offensive end versus a scout team instead of watching his defense work on the opposite end. There's no doubt about it. D'Amico Ryans is locked in and dialed in on what's going on the offensive side of the football, which I think is huge. I think, I mean, I've said it a million times. I think we point fingers a lot of times on, and rightfully so. If guys aren't performing, Bobby Slowick or Chris Stroud, if you're not performing, get the hell up out of here. But when it comes down to it, at some point, we're going to look at D'Amico Ryans and go, hey, man, like when we're talking about basic communication, when we're talking about like the identity, the swarm identity, the physicality that your defense has, like as a head coach, you got to make sure that you instill that in your entire team. Yeah. And I think he's to that point as a head coach where he's spent a lot of time with the offense, and is going to do it. I tell you, back to the receivers, Reg. One way that I put it, and I think that this makes more sense to me. I could see, and I hope, at least one, if not both. But let's be more reasonable here. One of these 2 wide receivers, if they can follow in the path, let's call it, of Kalen Bullock, right? I think that is a reasonable expectation is for one of those 2 to follow in that path. When I say that, I mean you're not anointed the starting receiver, You're going to work your way up. You're going to play a lot during the preseason. I remember Kalen Bullock playing a ton when we were at the damn Hall of Fame game right out of the gate. He was playing in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And showing up and showing out in that fashion. Now, I could see one of the two guys doing that and becoming a starter.
Okay.
Right? But the Lassiter of like, hey, this is my guy, get in there.
Yeah, that's going to be tough.
I'm not going to question D'Amico if he does it. Because last time I questioned him, I was dead wrong. I was the donkey. I was
so
the one.
You had a lot of doubts about Lassiter, as far as coming right in.
I had doubts about any corner after watching Stingley kind of meander for a couple of years, and I had any doubt a second-round corner coming in and just being handed the keys to the starting spot.
Yeah.
We had never seen this organization do it. In fact, they've over-preached competition, and then you hand that kid a spot, and I'm like, and then you watch him. I don't care what anybody says. You watch Kamari Lassiter, even the Kamari Lassiter fans. If you watch him, he doesn't run as smooth and as loose as most starting corners that just take the league by storm when they get there. He's a stiffer, more physical corner. Yeah. And I think he's very cerebral. He's got great instincts, so he knows how to not get himself in trouble based on his limitations. And so does D'Amico. So I don't think it was like what I saw and what some other people saw was wrong, other than I was dead ass wrong, and it didn't keep me from playing outside corner.
No, exactly.
I thought it was going to be, hey man, that's on an island outside. Ooh, that's in the league. Ooh, that's rough. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I mean, he went. I mean, it didn't just prove me wrong. He passed with flying colors. Now, they messed around and let me see him play the nickel position later in the season. Yeah. It was week 13, 14.
Right.
I'm still not sure that with his physicality and with his instincts and his cover ability, I'm still not sure that the best spot for him in terms isn't inside.
Really?
Yeah. I'm still not sure that's the case. But he can play both. We've seen him play both. We've seen D'Amico Ryans play him in both positions. That is a tough comp for me with any rookies coming in. What he did was rare, man. So we'll see. I hope D'Amico is right on these wide receivers because we need them. We need them big time.
Right. Well, I mean, I think you do, but I think it would also be really cool if you didn't need them in that big time way. Like, obviously, if they're capable of doing it, fantastic. Yeah. But it'd be really cool if you have a run game that's substantial enough to handle up, and then you look up and you go, then Nico Collins, then Christian Kirk, and then, man, what's left over after that with some of these other guys? Getting Joe Mixon maybe more involved in the pass game between Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, whoever gets a piece. Yeah. And then, Jaden Higgins and Noel picking up things as well. Like, that's a lot of people that we're talking about. If your game is strong enough where some of the two guys that you talk about as actual superstars alongside C.J. Stroud on the offense are doing a lot of things, it'd be kind of nice if it's like, hey, you guys are actually not having to carry the load necessarily, but you guys are adding in on what's an avalanche.
Well, that is a great point. All right, fellas, it's a great point of just because and not purpose. I know a lot of people think I do it on purpose, but like Dalton Schultz and can he be the guy that he's capable of being with this offense? The run game you mentioned. It's almost I'm at a point really since I've been here with the Texans of like. I'm just hoping for a complimentary run game. Just something that, hey, man, don't let the defense just completely bail out and take CJ out of the game. Let's be complimentary kind of deal. But you're right. You get that thing rolling with this, and that's maybe their strong suit versus leaning so heavily into pass protecting. You get that rolling, man. That's an absolute game changer. All right, Reg, I appreciate you jumping in with us, man. Everybody out there, make sure you stay plugged in to In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 10 to 2 every single day, Monday through Friday. And follow my man Reginald Attitulo on all the socials, man. He keeps it rolling there as well. So appreciate you joining us, my man.
For sure, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Reg.
5 o'clock fire. 5 o'clock fire is next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Lights. Yeah, there it is. Damn. See what happens when you mention that cold Coors. Oh, that was Reggie. I thought it was.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is the 5 o'clock fire, baby, and there's a lot going on around the city, man. There's a lot going on around the city. I want to start with them Astros. We mentioned them a couple segments ago, but they did put an ass whooping on the Pittsburgh who? The Pittsburgh Pirates last night, and Framber Valdez went out there and pitched a gem. It's these top three pitchers in this rotation are absolutely did not disappoint last night, y'all. 7 innings, 11 strikeouts. I mean, he was absolutely phenomenal. Only gave up 4 hits, 2 earned runs. He only had 3 walks, and he was absolute nails again last night. Jeremy Peña 3 for 5. Scored twice. I'm telling you, he is fun to watch at the top of that lineup. Paredes 2 for 4 with 2 bombs. He's got 14 bombs on the season this year. He has been absolutely clutch. And then the young fella, Jacob Melton, he was 2 for 4 with two RBIs last night as well, adding another left-handed bat to the lineup, and has made that transition from Sugarland to the bigs.
To the big show.
He's made it smooth, man. And so, look, last night's performance for me, a couple of things is again, Framber Valdez is rolling. I mean, he gets his 5th straight decision. His 5th straight decision. He's rolling, and the young bats that have either arrived this year or just slightly improved uptick this year. They did it again last night. So it was never a game. The Astros handled business, and Framber Valdez, did what you needed him to do in a time when you're short on arms in the starting rotation.
They did what I always say they should have done. You got to beat the teams that you know you're better.
That's
than.
right.
I'm still, that middle loss there, 3-0.
Yeah.
That really shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
It should. I get it. It's a long season. It's going to happen every now and then, but they should beat the Pirates just about every time.
Yeah,
out of the box.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, the overall point I think is right, but until we get Yordan Alvarez back, and until we get Christian Walker swinging the bat well, I mean, I know it's happened more than once, but I watch the Astros damn near every night, and I damn sure look at the box scores every day before we do the show.
No, of course.
I mean, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been one day when I've looked at the box score and I said, the meat of this lineup won this game.
That feels right.
Sounds about right.
Altuve, Walker, and Yordan Alvarez.
That sounds about right.
There was one game when those guys, they all had multiple hits, and a couple of them hit home runs, and they were responsible for 90% of the runs. And you're like, yeah, that's what you're. So I mean, you look at the Astros, and
been the bottom of the order.
They're leading the division, and it's not just the bottom of the order. I mean, it's Peña doing this. It's Paredes that come that. I mentioned it yesterday to B. Scott. He said, well, he's an all-star. I mean, this is beyond all-star stuff.
Talking about Peña?
No, Paredes. I'm talking about he was just saying he's been an all-star in the past. Okay, that's fine. But I'm talking about, like, what he's doing right now is this guy's going to hit 30 bombs. Hell, he may touch 40.
It looks like it. He'll get close.
I mean, it'll get close. 14 in 60 games?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 100 games to go. I mean, he's
think about it like that.
He's on pace to blow the doors off 30. He could get to 40. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I didn't expect that from Paredes when they traded for him. So that's what's carrying this squad right now, and the fact that they're able to lead the division, the fact that they're able to continue to get wins without that meat of their lineup either being healthy, swinging that well. So I think it was impressive. The Astros tonight, they're in Cleveland tonight. First pitch is 6:10. We're about an hour away from that first pitch.
Hey.
What'd I do?
6:10.
Oh, I thought, you usually say that when a curse word slides out or something.
My bad.
I don't think I said anything.
Didn't hear nothing right there.
I don't think I said anything. Astros are in Cleveland tonight. First pitch is at 6:10. Colton Gordon is on the bump. This is one of those games where you hope the bats stay hot to give that young fellow a little bit of support, give him a little bit of margin for error. I know this is one of Tyler's guys. You get one of those Gusto or Gordo games. Tyler gets good and worked up.
I like what I've seen as well from Colton Gordon so far. I do. I like
Big
how
C,
even in his first couple of starts, even if he got hit a little bit, you never saw bad body language. You always seen him. He's in the game. His head is in the game. Yeah. So I like that from especially a young guy coming up.
Well, we'll see if they can keep this thing rolling to you. At the end of the day, man, at some point, and we are going, and we do. Well, I mean, we have seen. We have seen, I think, the impact of not having your big guns throughout the season, whether we're talking about pitching or hitting. I mean, you've lost some guys, but they've somehow weathered that storm. And now if you can just start getting those guys healthy, if we can get guys to kind of follow suit from Lance McCullers, with the way that Lance McCullers has come back and come back strong and come back consistent, and he's constantly getting better chopping wood. If Jordan and Christian Walker starter and do that, then we're going to be in really good shape. I'm encouraged about what I'm seeing out of the Astros, knowing that we've got some, knowing that the cavalry, so to speak, is on the way.
It also helps that it doesn't look like anyone in the division is really going to challenge them late.
Yeah.
Like as we get down the stretch or get through the season, so that also helps, especially when you got all these
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the game one of the NBA Finals was last night. The Indiana Pacers win 111-110 on a last-second shot by Halliburton. Once again, he is the clutch shooter down the stretch that wins the game. The Pacers were down 15 in the fourth quarter, and they come screaming back and take the lead. Very first lead. This is a crazy stat. It was the first time that the Pacers led in the game when Halliburton knocked down that shot. There was literally 0.3 seconds. They did not lead game one of the NBA Finals for a second. They led for 0.3 seconds, literally.
It's crazy to think about that.
Yeah. It's crazy to think about. They come back from 14 again. How many times they've done it, and how good they are from behind. Let me be careful. I got Tyler over there. how good they are coming from behind. And how clutch Halliburton is, man. Halliburton, he's got on the short list of the most go-ahead or game-tying field goals in the final 5 seconds of fourth quarter overtime. Wow. Since 1997, LeBron James has 8 of the 5, and now Halliburton has 5 in a short career in just a handful of playoff games, playoff series. He's putting his name up there with some of the greatest to ever do it. So Halliburton was an absolute monster in that game in the final few minutes.
Man, is he? I mean, you said putting his name up there among 2 of the greatest. I mean, most people will say the 2 greatest.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? So, I mean, yeah. What we've seen from Halliburton is just amazing. I mean, the fact that they did not lead for almost the full 48 minutes and still won the game is crazy.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is Halliburton hitting that. Halliburton had 14 shots, hitting that last thing. He's the obviously the media darling. He's the hero. Good call. He's the hero. But if you look, the Pacers were great in that fourth quarter, man. Toppin was great in that fourth quarter. What's my man's name? The little guard that took over and scored 8 points in the fourth quarter.
Andrew Nembhard.
Yeah, man. I mean, it is literally a team approach. They don't force feed the ball to any one player.
No.
And they all get theirs. And last night it proved to be the formula that got them the W. So. Game 2 in the NBA Finals will be Sunday night. The Pacers are up 1-0. There was a lot of pissed off Oklahoma City fans last night in that all-white.
You can see those faces.
We'll see if OKC can right the ship, even though they outplayed the Pacers last night for 99.9% of that game.
They surely did.
Yeah, we'll see if they can rebound from that tough loss. Y'all know I got to give it back to the ladies. I've already done it once today. We've already talked about these Texas Tech Red Raiders and these Texas Longhorns, man, in this College World Series. Y'all, look, I'm dead serious when I tell you that I'm sitting on the edge of my seat in these games, and I am absolutely stoked. Texas Longhorns in dramatic fashion won game 1. The Texas Tech Red Raiders won 4-3 last night, boys. We're getting a game 3 tonight at 7 o'clock, and guess what? One of the things I said that makes women's softball so interesting.
Yep.
That $1 million gal, Kennedy.
Yep. Is she going again?
Going again.
Oh, there we go.
Going again, Chief. And guess what? Texas did not use their ace except for late in the game last night. Got a little shaky for their starters, so they used their ace, I think, for just a couple of innings last night. So it should be best on best.
Ooh, so it's going to be a showdown tonight then.
Winner take all, baby. This is one of those. Mark my word. Mark my word. There's going to be them final 3 innings are going to be sit on the edge of your seat worthy. Guarantee you.
I might be tuning in then.
I'm telling you, man, that you got a chick on the mound that's throwing the equivalent to 100+ mile-an-hour fastball. Ooh. Come on, man, and it is they're hitting them out. They're hitting bombs out of the park. Every time somebody takes lead, the next team comes up there and at least makes it interesting to get bases loaded. Or it's wild, man. I'm telling you.
I mean, it does sound exciting.
Stay plugged in. Red Raiders, Longhorns tonight. It's going to be.
Who you got?
Me?
Based on what you've seen so far, the 2 teams.
I married a Longhorn, cuz.
Okay, so yeah.
I married a Longhorn. I'm
you locked in.
I'm gonna root for who makes my wife smile other than me, and it's them Longhorns. I guarantee you.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, little news here on Ronel Blanco front, talking about the Astros starting pitchers. Right-handed pitcher Ronel Blanco to have surgery. He'll miss the remainder of the season, of the 2025 season. Houston Astros right-hander Ronel Blanco underwent surgery on his right arm earlier today. The procedure included a repair of his ulnar collateral ligament, the UCL, with an internal brace, as well as a repair of the flexor tendon in his forearm. As a result of the procedure, Blanco will miss the remainder of the season. This doesn't surprise me. I don't think it surprises anybody, to be honest with you, with what the reports were immediately. But it does bring up the talking point, Chris, of what do you I think once the Astros get to the playoffs, I think we're going to be fine. Okay. I do wonder how long the Gusto Gordo
combination there
starts, where you're getting 4 innings, you're putting a lot of strain on your bullpen kind of deal. I do wonder how long, as long as Framber Valdez is going 7 innings and Hunter Brown is absolutely dealing and putting you in a position, then it may work. But I do wonder when that's going to bite the Astros.
Yeah, you just really have to wonder, how long can they go with this, like we've said, patchwork of a rotation?
Yeah.
Before it becomes too much on your bullpen.
Right. And look, maybe it doesn't. Maybe those guys work themselves out of the patchwork, role, and they actually become legitimate starters. Like I said, I hadn't seen Tyler's guy, Colton Gordon. I hadn't seen him enough to know if he's got a chance to actually be a guy that sticks or not. I don't think that Gusto's he's got it. I mean, out of the pen, I think he can help us in the long run, but I don't think that starting thing is necessarily his forte. We'll see how that goes. But Ronel Blanco to miss the entire 2025 season after having surgery on that elbow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the New York Knicks fired Tom Thibodeau, their head coach, and the word on the street is the New York Knicks are interested. They hadn't hired anybody, but the word on the street is the New York Knicks are interested in speaking with Jason Kidd. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could interview active coaches.
Well, actually, what happened? I guess you can if you get permission. If you get permission from the team.
Yeah.
I think the Mavs are leaving it up to Jason Kidd as to whether or not he wants to actually even pursue
a true contender. That's made true. I don't know if they. I think all the moves they did pan out. I don't know if everybody loved the Mikal Bridges move early on and what they gave up to get Mikal Bridges and all that. But at least they're making moves.
Gave up a lot too.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't like how much they gave up in that move. But so I'm not saying that the Knicks front office is great. But damn, I mean, it's hard for me to think that Dallas Mavericks, that Kidd wouldn't be running from that situation.
Well, they're basically in rebuild mode now. Or not even full rebuild mode,
yeah, but you gotta. If I'm my problem is if I'm Jason Kidd, I've got to look at this thing as, can I trust these guys with our superstars?
as far as the Mavs go.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if I'm
after trading Luka,
trading Luka was an absolute disaster. I mean, I don't care if they turned around and got the number 1 overall pick and Cooper Flag and all this kind of stuff. That was an absolute disaster. And if I'm Jason Kidd and they legitimately didn't run it by him and he didn't have any kind of input in that move, and I'm worried about my GM and my organization trading away my best guys, why in the hell would I want to stay there and rebuild with them?
But then you also got to worry about the Knicks because, I mean, until the last couple of years here, they haven't really been known as the most stable franchise. And they still have the same ownership. So how long do you expect it to really last with the Knicks?
No.
You have to weigh that out, too.
Well, what was it? I think Tyler maybe was saying it earlier. I mean, it's like they've gone through like 14 coaches in 15 years. Not really, but you get my point.
But it's
I mean, they're very long leash, and clearly Tom Thibodeau had done some really, really good things, and they still bounced him up out of there. So you're right. That's not necessarily the ideal situation for a coach to feel warm and cozy either. So we'll see. But Jason Kidd, apparently the Knicks want to talk to Jason Kidd. To your point, the Knicks have yet to request permission to speak to Kidd, who has 2 years remaining on the contract extension. He signed with the Mavericks in 2024 after that run to the NBA Finals. So we'll see how that unfolds. The Knicks just seem to be interested there. All right, the Altuve experiment. I think that's captured everybody's attention at one point or another, probably multiple times. The Altuve experiment. I was not a big fan out of the gate, but as I've said many a times, I just need to see the method to the madness. I don't need to agree. I think I may see the method to the madness. There's some stats out there. Chandler Rome put out an article, and there's some stats out there that I think paint a really convincing picture that the Astros are making the right decisions as it pertains to Altuve in left field. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 16. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man. There's 5 lodges around the city, y'all. And, look, they got top-shelf bourbons, top-shelf tequilas. The happy hour is off the charts. They got 29 degrees.
sensation in town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. With Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out today. We are not at the Crafty Crab. We are at Christian's tailgate. And y'all come on through, baby. Highway 6, just off I-10, Energy Corridor location. 1010 Highway 6. You got plenty of time to come on through. Chris Pardee is in for Ron Hughley. Come on through to Christian's tailgate. This is a tremendous place. There's not a bad seat in the house. And I just had 2 pounds of crawfish. The crawfish are absolutely tremendous.
You ran through that over there.
Yeah, man. A lot of butter, a lot of spice. Perfect.
Clint coached me up a little bit. Clint and Reggie coached me up a little bit. I'm learning. I'm from California. Man, I'm learning.
I mean,
all right.
You got to ease up on that squeeze, man. You squeezing that damn tail so tight that meat, I mean, it ain't got no chance to get out. You ain't giving it a chance to slide on out yet, man.
I got to learn that technique. I'm working on it, though.
If you're wondering about old Chris Pardee, he is a strong-arming son of a gun. There ain't no doubt about it, boy. I mean, he is aggressive with them bugs now. But come on through. By the way, if you're in the house, get your name over here in this gold raffle wheel right here. We're going to give away one more $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. I'm going to do it in the next break, so you got about 5 minutes to get up here and get your name in the raffle box. Again, a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Big shout-out to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light, Budweiser for making this happen. Our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. This is our 10th stop. Big shout-out to Steve and Shannon, who, again, I guess they're outside smoking. Yeah, they're outside smoking. 10 into every stop on our circuit. Every week we've seen them, hung out with them. Big shout-out to them for making it happen. Big shout-out with them for the balloons. We appreciate the love always. Come on through Christian's tailgate, 1010 Highway 6. All right, the one thing that I think has all Houston sports fans have been dialed into, definitely all the Astros fans have been dialed into, is the Altuve, the Jose Altuve experiment, moving Jose Altuve from second base to left field. Whether you're tired of talking about the move or it's tough to watch him in left field when he's botched a few catches. So it's something that I think everybody is watching. At least I'm watching on a nightly basis. But the Altuve experiment, how is the Altuve experiment working out? I didn't like it. I still don't like it, to be completely honest with you. But all I need to do is see the method to the madness. And I think for the first time in a long time, I think I'm seeing that. And this is a two-pronged approach here to get me to this place on the Altuve experiment, right? Altuve has not been good in left field, so I'm not going to come on this radio and try to tell folks that Jose Altuve's been good in left field.
I'm not going to sell that dream.
No. Look, I mean, nowadays these advanced stats, man, they rank these catches 4- and 5-star catches. And Altuve's had a shot at 6 total, 4 and 5. And not that I expected him to, but he's completed none of them. There's been a couple of times where he's, I think botched some fly balls that should have been caught. And so he hasn't been good. But it's not about Jose Altuve being good in left field. And I'm learning this. As I was reading the article that Chandler Rome wrote in the article in The Athletic is tremendous. I'm learning this as I'm reading, right? It's not about Altuve being great in left field. It's about removing Altuve from the infield so the infield could be great and playing him somewhere where he gets little to no action on a nightly basis. And according to these advanced stats, the Astros have accomplished exactly what they want to accomplish on both fronts. Check out these numbers. Altuve in the infield last year, with Altuve in the infield, the Astros were minus 19 outs above average. This is according to Baseball Savant. So they were not good.
No, not at
all.
Right?
After 2 months this year, with no Altuve at second base, they're plus 12. That is a 31 pint. I don't know how you get to 1 point. I don't know how you get to one. I have no idea how they get to one. But I know I'd rather be plus 12 than minus 19.
Anytime.
There's no American League infield that's been worth more. The Astros infield with no Altuve has had a huge swing in the positive direction to a point where, according to this stat, they're the best. I can't argue that. I mean, I can sit here and try to poo-poo advanced stats away. I can't argue the fact that this infield is the best American League infield with no Altuve in it. Right? Now let's shift to Altuve in left field. He's had 51 total opportunities in left field to make a play. No other left fielder with 30 or more starts has fewer. Altuve has had the fewest opportunities of any starting left fielder in baseball this season. So not only did you move him and the infield get better, hell, they're great. You moved him to a position where he is getting the least amount of action of any left fielder in baseball. And this is the first time that I've been able to kind of connect the dots and go, okay, look, I still think he ends up playing second base or DHing in the
more often than not moving forward.
Well, no, Joe Espada has said, like right now, you look at what Altuve's done. 61 games that Altuve started, 14 of them have been at second base. 32 of them have been in left field, and 13 of them have been at DH. So, that breakdown, he's a left fielder. And Joe Espada said, no, we're going to continue with the plan. Jacob Melton playing in left field and Altuve playing 6 of the last 15 at second. That doesn't matter. We're going to continue with our plan of playing him in left field. And so they're not going to change course. My thought is games that matter, they will change course. And that's just because I think right now, to get through 162 games, I think you can live with Altuve misjudging a few fly balls in left field.
I mean, for the time being, but like you just said, as we get closer to the end of the season and definitely into the playoffs, when the games are a lot more important, you got to think that they may revert back to moving around left field.
Chris, the reality of it is right now, if Altuve drops the ball or misplays the ball off the wall or whatever in the seventh inning of a 1-1 ball game, when you got 162 of them, who gives a rip? When you're in a 7-game series and it's 2-2 and you're in Game 5 and you got a chance to take a 1-game lead, and you can't have it. And I think Yordan Alvarez is a better left fielder, a more dependable left fielder than Jose Altuve. And so at that point in time, we're not worried about knees. We're not worried about health. At that point in time, you're worried about putting the best guy that you got out there to give you the best lineup. And I personally think that's Yordan Alvarez. But to put a bow on this thing, man, this is the first time for everybody out there that has, and I know most Astros fans, if you give a rip, you may not, and so be it. But if you do, you've thought, like, how is the Altuve experiment going? Yeah. How is the experiment going? Well, I'm telling you, man, and I'm not typically the guy to do this, is I'm not a fan of it. The experiment is going swimmingly well.
It sounds like it so far. Based on those analytical numbers that you just gave us, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. I mean, I just
can't argue it.
Chris, I just never watched the Astros and thought, boy, this infield sucks without these numbers. I don't know what those points mean, but that's 31-point difference. There's no doubt about it that, there was, with Altuve at second base, there was only six teams worse than you on the infield. Yeah. With Altuve in left field this year, there's nobody better than you in the infield.
Yeah, I mean, that bears it out right there.
Yeah, so it's tough. It's tough for me to get to a point where it's like, hey, this doesn't make sense. Although I desperately want to, it's hard for me to get to that point. We'll
to where you actually like the experiment.
Yeah, I like the experiment more right now than I ever have. I've been okay with the experiment right now because I think it's just to get through 162 games.
But did it take that article for you to read to actually come to the point to where you actually like it now?
Yeah, it's a tremendous article by Chandler Rome of The Athletic. For me, it was really good. Yeah, it was very
insightful.
It was very informative. Yeah, it broke things down in a way that I just can't deny it.
Yeah.
I can't deny it. When you're talking about one guy and one advanced stat, it's hard for me to really buy into that.
But there are multiple here.
You're talking about a whole infield. You're talking about all of the American League.
Yeah.
You're talking about all left fielders. I mean, it's hard to deny that large sample size to any degree. For me, it is anyway. So, we'll see. All right, the Astros, they head to Cleveland. We've got the starting lineup there. We've got a lot of action going on tonight, and we'll break that all down. And plus, Tyler will have his best bets. He got hot last night, folks. Tyler Milner got hot last night. If you're ever going to get in on Tyler Milner's bets or get back on the train, for you last night, T, was you 4 for 5?
4 for 5, yeah.
Well, 80% shot last night.
There we go.
Needed it, and I got it.
That's big time. We'll get you up to speed on these Astros before that first pitch, and we'll get you Tyler's best bets. We'll get those rocking and rolling here. Coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 16.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
Is Coach D'Amico seeing a culture change in the O-line room?
Our offense.
separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Live from the Crafty Crab on Fondren Road, it's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Highway 6, right there where Highway 6 and I-10 hit on the north side. Can't miss it. Tremendous place. You know when they're cooking crawfish out front in the parking lot or on the front porch, you know they know what the hell they're doing. I've had their crawfish. I just ordered me 3 more pounds. We've given away 4 $25 gift cards. Steve and Shannon are in the house with the balloons. They've made 10 straight. They've made 10 straight our live broadcast for this crawfish circuit, and we greatly appreciate them for doing that. Like I said, I got some more bugs coming out, so they are really good. The beer's cold, the service is tremendous, and the people here at Christian's Tailgate are having a good time. So all is well. Come on through. We're done here in about 20 minutes, but you come on through. Clearly, the party is not stopping here. The Astros are about 30 minutes away from first pitch, and they're in Cleveland tonight, and you've got the Lady Longhorns and the Lady Red Raiders. The softball College World Series is tonight's Game 3, y'all. It's a winner-take-all. It couldn't be any better, man. You got 2 Texas teams. You got the highest-paid softball player in the history on the mound for the Red Raiders. You got 2 great teams going at it, and it's been action-packed, and it's for all the marbles. Tonight. It's going to be a hell of a time. Also, Ron the show Hughley, he's got a new nickname. It's Headshot Ron.
Headshot Ron.
Headshot Ron. And
I'll let you want to take.
Yeah, he just likes to post headshots of himself on vacation and send them to us. So that's all I'm talking about. But you do with it as you please. That voice you hear right there is Chris Partee. And he is in for Ron the show Hughley today, and appreciate you, man. It's been a good time breaking bread with you and having you on the drive.
You taught me how to eat crawfish.
Yeah, we ain't done yet, man. You ain't done with that.
I know. I got a lot to go.
We got a ways to go. All right, the Astros. I said they're about 30 minutes from tip, 25 minutes from first pitch, and there's been a scratch in the starting lineup. And like Tyler said, I hope that we can trust this. Jeremy Peña is leading off. Playing shortstop. Isaac Paredes is playing third, batting second. Jose Altuve is the DH, batting third. Christian Walker is the cleanup is the cleanup hitter, and he is playing first. Obviously, Jake Myers is in center field, batting fifth. Caratini is catching, batting sixth. Cam Smith, this is where the scratch comes in. Cam Smith has been removed from the lineup. See up there who's doing what up there. Cam Smith has been removed from the lineup, and Jacob Melton. Jacob Melton has been inserted into the lineup here for Cam Smith. And then you got Dubon in the 8-hole and Rodgers playing second base in the 9-hole. Cam Smith has been this is one thing we hadn't talked about it enough. This was a huge story. I'm going to tell you, this is one Chris Partee. This is one of the Cam Smith is one of the stories for me. I don't know if justify is the right way to put it, but there's a lot of people in our business that sit on the other end of this and listen and take shots at I get a lot of love because I play football and talking ball, right? Of
course.
When it comes to baseball, there's a lot of people want to talk trash, want to take shots, a lot of that it got really loud around Cam Smith. I talk about Cam Smith. I'm like, man, this guy's got a chance to be on the opening day roster.
Yeah.
And I had everybody under the sun tell me how stupid I am.
Really?
And I'm like, well, okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I get it. It don't happen very often.
Yeah.
And I get it sometimes when it does happen, players struggle. And I get it that I don't know the way Patrick Creighton knows all the ups and downs, how many times you can be up and down and back. I don't get all that. I don't care about all that. But I'm telling you, this kid's got a real shot to be on the opening day roster. And I'll be damned if he's on the opening day roster. And I said, okay, they're going to feel a little better about the take. Right? I'm not totally crazy. And then the kid gets up there and he is swinging the bat really, really well. At no point has he been overwhelmed. In fact, you can argue he's been clutch. He's obviously been productive. He's earned this isn't one of those deals where they're just going to stick with the young guy because he was on the opening day roster and he came in a big trade with Kyle Tucker and yada, yada, yada. He has earned the right to be in the rotation in right field. I'm not saying he's earned the right to be a right fielder and the starting right fielder, because you got DeCinzo is swinging it well, Jacob Melton swinging it well. You got obviously Altuve and Dubon who you can move around out there as well. So I'm not saying he should be your everyday starter, but he has been absolutely tremendous given that, roughly a calendar year of uniform.
Which is crazy to think about. But, Clinton, you're right, because coming into the season, coming off the trade, there was a lot of buzz around Cam Smith.
Sure.
Everyone was talking about it. Now, whether or not you thought he would make the opening day roster or opening day lineup or not, whatever, but there was a lot of buzz around him. So, but you caught it. You were spot on. And it does seem like he may be at some point an everyday. He has what it takes to be an everyday starter at some point.
Absolutely.
Even if it's not right now, at some point. We've seen enough of that already.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to talk about that prospect, Jacob Melton, and that's a much smaller sample size with Melton right now. And Zach DeCinzo. I mean, I think you watch all those guys. They've got the body, they got the build, and now we're seeing them produce consistently. And the more you do it, the more you realize, like, hey, these guys are adapting and adjusting just like the pitchers are adapting and adjusting, right? They're fighting through the struggles and they're not getting overwhelmed. And you got several guys, man, that in my opinion are legitimate. Now I don't know where they're going to be, and I don't even know if they're going to pan out. But I think you've got multiple guys that are legitimate, like future stars here in Houston. Yeah. You look at the corner outfield positions. You look at first base, possibly. I mean, it's just. Yeah, I mean they got some pieces, and Cam Smith is definitely.
And I mean, even if all of them aren't pieces here, they could be trade and bargaining chips to somewhere else to bring someone else in. Yeah. You know what I mean? So eventually it works out in your favor, regardless, to have this much talent up on the roster.
Absolutely. Are you with your boy Gordo tonight on the bump?
Well, he makes an appearance on Best Bets, if that tells you anything.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Oh my!
Here we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, T. You got some real cojones, man. I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing to bet, but Tyler will bet the under with Gusto on the mound, and I'm like, that's scary. How did you arrive there? But hey, he wins. He wins a lot more than I do.
I fill it down to my plums, man. When I fill it down there,
Tyler's a confident guy. I've noticed that.
Oh, there ain't no doubt about that.
He's confident.
There ain't hell. If he lacks anything, it ain't confidence. There ain't no doubt about that.
Shoot, Party, why wouldn't I be, man?
Right? I mean, look at you. Of course you're confident.
I mean, these people see me on the YouTube. Go down.
He said, "Why wouldn't I be?"
Superstar.
Hey, T. I know we're a little early here, man, but let's get on rolling on these best bets, man. I feel like we always rush through them at the very end of this thing, man. Let's go ahead and get started on this thing. I know you're on a hot streak, man. Let's ride.
Yes. I got to keep it going. I need another Green Day. Last night was fun, very fun, but we gotta stack some of those up here. It was a rough, 5, 6, maybe 7 days of best bets. Here are your 6 best bets for baseball tonight. First off, and 3 of these 6 are going to be Astros related, so perk them ears up. First off, I got the Twins in the first 5 of their game as they host the Blue Jays. The Twins first 5 money line, I got it at -115. Next, I got another first 5 money line bet. I'm taking the Reds at -105 as they host the Diamondbacks. I'm also on the Reds money line overall for that game. Reds win 100, great odds for that as, again, they host the Diamondbacks. Now your 3 Astros bets. And again, if we list these too quickly, go to the Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. That's where I post them daily. Here are your 3 Stros bets. First, Astros to win outright. Money line, -125. Pretty decent odds at the Guardians to start that series tonight. And then I'm on the over in this game, over 7.5 runs between the Astros and Guardians tonight up there in Cleveland. And then 1 player prop. Y'all know we've hit this one early and often, because a dude is doing quite well with a bat in his hand this season. That is Jeremy Peña, over 1.5 total bases for the Astros at great odds, -105. Lock that one in because it's basically a lock. What do y'all like, boys?
Boy, I tell you, man, every time I see Jeremy Peña get his second or third hit, I just see Tyler cashing in.
Panties are dropping all over Houston.
I mean, but seriously, like last night, I mean, my man goes out there and goes 3 for 5, and not that you needed it, Tyler, because he had already hit the over 1.5 bases for you. But I mean, he goes out there and it's past midnight. The game is all but over, and he dribbles. He hit he wasn't a dribbler, I don't guess, but he pulls one to the third baseman and he legs out an infield single. It's just like, if you're ever going to just be like, hey, man, get us the hell up out of Pittsburgh. It's past midnight. It's a rain delay. You've already got 2 hits. The game's all but over. And this guy's out there giving it his all. I mean, this is exactly the guy that you want to bet on, and it's exactly the guy you want leading off as well. T, I think I like the Jeremy Peña one, but I think I'm going to get on this one with you. Astros